Don't stop.
With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn, and the Paladin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mind Joke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello and welcome to day number 2 of the Knoxville Regional. We have a top 16 and it's a perfect morning to play some Pokemon. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by the 3-time finalist, Alolan Caleb Pang.
And we have a lot of big names here in the top 16. We have a ton of people that have already won regionals here competing as well in this top cut, but we have a couple first-time top cutters as well trying to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, let's look at the regional schedule because right now we are more than halfway through the North American regionals, but there's still plenty of time to qualify, especially because we have 2 international championships still on the schedule. And remember, they award more championship points.
And all these regionals award championship points as well. This is how you could qualify for world championships, even if you do not win first place. Of course, you can see the championship points breakdown for the different placements for these tournaments, and of course, the regional requirements for each of our specific regions. Most of the players here today are looking for that 500 mark, and here are our already world qualified competitors.
And I want to give a special shout out to Jakobovic that's on this list. He just won the Melbourne Regional, so he became the first trainer to win 2 regionals in 1 season. Huge congratulations.
In back-to-back tournaments too in Oceania, he was our international champion as well from that region. So very high consistency, and a lot of these players on that list, high consistency throughout all their tournaments.
And if you missed day number 1, we had some incredible action. Our top battle of the day was Izuku versus Out of Pocket, and usually it's the normal Whiscash, not the Shadow Whiscash. And look at this, Izuku has 2 Protect Shields remaining, so it's a fast attack off.
And you can see Out of Pocket actually made the right call, not shielding the potential Power Whip. Speaking of Power Whips, here comes Mr. Ace 2500, surprising everyone himself, even his competitor, Rise to Occasion, a previous regional champion too. You got to give it up to Mr. Ace for pulling off that incredible play.
That win came out of nowhere. And so did this one, because you see Jingles with the GG. They both think it's over. We think it's over. King Alexander thinks he's gonna get an Incinerate down. He had already shielded. Now he's looking up. Wait a second. Is this a Brave Bird? And it is a Brave Bird. And it knocks out. So Jingles is a trainer that knows he just caught a big break right there.
Yeah, it was not over. The only thing that was over was King Alexander's Skeledirge energy. It was over 100 at that point, but unfortunately, you can't take that to the next match. And giving Jangles a chance to compete at Top Cut, Top 16, barely winning in that final game in that losers finals.
In the perseverance by these trainers when you think the game is over from Mr. Ace and Jangles. Which Pokemon persevered into day number 2? Let's look at the usage. Of course, we have Shadow Gligar and Lickitung in number 1 and number 2, but shockingly, it's Annihilate in that number 3 on the top 12.
Annihilate tied with Whiscash and Skarmory. This is the highest Annihilate usage has ever been in that top 12, especially on day 2. Day 1, we had around 30-something%, which means that Annihilate is outperforming its usage from day 1. I think people are catching on to how this fighter works.
And people are almost split now on the regular Whiscash and Shadow Whiscash. How about Shadow Dragonair and Talonflame also rounding out? There's actually 3 Talonflames. You expect that from Valor Ash, but definitely did not expect that from Rise to Occasion as well. Let's see how the top end of this bracket will play out, because yesterday, this has been the most stacked tournament ever. There were 10 previous regional champions. 5 of the 7 champions of the season were here, but only 5 remain in day number 2, and 4 of them are on that winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, the 4 are Magic Mason, Rise Occasion, Lyle Jeffs, and Doombug. Doombug and Lyle Jeffs have already won a regional this season, which means they can join your Cobravich in being 2-time regional champions in the same exact season. Of course, we got frequent flyer, high-performing Onion Frank in the top cut, as well as Rockhaven, a previous top cutter, and then Awesome Ev, first ever tournament battling out in this gauntlet.
And we have a lot of interesting storylines on that loser side of the bracket. How about Zimmy Kid making his first ever top cut? Valor Ash, who's been top cutting recently, and then some trainers we know from the past, Out of Pocket, Auburn, even Mountain Dugong. But a special shout out to Blob NA, who is actually brothers with Lyle Jeffs. And if Lyle Jeff loses, they might face each other. I talked to Blob NA. That's what he wants. He wants to face his brother in this day number 2.
Yeah, what an incredible story, too. I believe this is Blob NA's first ever top cut. Likely will not be his last, and I'm very excited to see how he performs, especially because his brother's got some skills too. So very exciting bracket for you on the winner side and loser side today.
And who will join our regional champions of this season? Will Lyle Jeffs join himself on this graphic, or will it be his brother, Blob NA? Lyle says he wants a grand finals matchup between him and his brother.
That is possible, but that would mean that Lyle Jeffs can't lose any up till grand finals, and Blob NA will have to go on a huge run in that losers bracket. Any of these things is possible here in Knoxville, though, Butter, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, after that Doombug run, we know that you can make it from that loser side of the bracket, but remember, that top side of the bracket is absolutely stacked. But what do you think? We want to hear from you, so make sure to @PlayPokemon or #PlayPokemon on X, and you might just get featured on stream.
Yeah, let us know your thoughts below. What are your favorite matchups? What's the most hype moments? What are you looking forward to? You know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to some awesome battles, so let's kick away Speedy and Phoebe.
All right, thank you, Caleb and Butters, for that wonderful intro. I am Alpha Phoebe, joined by Speedy's Chief 2, aka Will Dunphy. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling great. You know, I've been looking at this bracket, right? I took a look last night after the tournament. In the post-show wrap-up yesterday, it really hit me. This has got to be the most stacked bracket in NA history, right, for day 2. Top 16, so many regional champions still in the tournament. And what's even more important is that a lot of those regional champions that 2 Butters mentioned were knocked out by up-and-comers, which means that all of these trainers are incredibly formidable. I mean, the grand finals could go either way. It's a total mystery in my mind.
Yeah, I think that's really important to call out. There are a lot of high-level players who have consistently performed well, and especially tournament winners. But there's also people who have knocked out tournament winners.
Yes.
You know, they have shown themselves to be worthy of being here, taking down top names, and I love the mixed field. It's great. I love an up-and-comer story, but you gotta throw in some top names for them to fight against as well. In day 2, you can't have an easy road here in day 2 whatsoever.
Exactly right. Well, if you're just tuning in, this is the format for the Championship Series event this weekend. Take a look.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a bring 6, pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
And Will, I want to focus in on one of the things that Butters said in that recap video.
Sure.
It's show 6, pick 3. And with 6 Pokemon on your team, you have so much flexibility to build a team composition that is different from other trainers here. And we see so much diversity in this current meta. We see a lot of fluidity in the meta as well. I want to take a moment to compare and contrast. I talked about it a little bit yesterday about how Melbourne is going to have maybe a slightly different meta than we have here in the US. They have 7 out of 8 teams in Melbourne having a Annihilate. And I know we were beefing a little bit yesterday about the dragon types. There were 3 dragons in top cut over in Melbourne. So they're here to fight for their position. They're here to stay.
I get the message, okay? Dragons are good, right? Dragons are good in the current meta. It's always interesting to see what unique team compositions trainers bring to the regional championships because there's so much on the line as well, right? You want a team that's cohesive and that you can win with. These trainers are fighting for so much. Let's take a look at the prizing here for the tournament this weekend. First place, $2,500 and 72 booster packs. So not only is it that World Championships invite in Honolulu, Hawaii, but you're fighting for a little bit of money and some exciting Pokemon TCG cards as well.
Me and Henry were talking about it so much in Charlotte and Portland, opening up packs, getting those not shiny cards, but the hollow cards. That, you have full arts. You have there are even cards that have different art styles based on the rarity of the card. I find it so fun to open myself. But we can go away from the TCG and focus back on Go. We have match pairings for today. This is what we will be looking at. These are our first 4 matches. We have Awesome Ev versus Magic Mason up first, Rise to Occasion versus Yuzuku, Onion Frank versus Lyle Jeffs, and Dunebug versus Rockhaven.
Each one of those 4 pairs has a former regional champion in them. Isn't that amazing, right? We've got the champion of Toronto, champion of Charlotte just mixed in there, and I can't wait to get started. I know you're here for some battles, and we're going to give you what you came for. Let's check out this first pairing on screen. Awesome Ev versus the Dream Eater himself, Magic Mason.
And starting off, we already have a dragon on one of the 2 teams. We have Shadow Dragonair for Awesome Ev, as well as Skeledirge Gaming. 2 Shadow Glygars, 1 on each side of the field, so a little bit of parity there, but differences in water types.
I feel like you're going to drive that Dragon Point home every single time they're on screen feed.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm here for it, right? You've earned it. Let's check out Awesome Ev's team in a little more detail again. Awesome Ev, a trainer that's taken down some formidable competition so far. He's done it off the back of a tons of neutral play with the Shadow Dragonair, also piloting the Skeledirge to perfection. Dunebug really showed us what's possible in San Antonio, and I think that Awesome Ev has done a great job kind of following up that performance.
And Poliwrath, I feel like we haven't seen as much of that Pokemon in recent times with Counter, Scald, Icy Wind. Really great coverage, really hard to wall off if it's up energy. But on the other side, for Magic Mason, it's going to be Shadow Gligar, Whiscash, Dugong. Again, one of the few ice types that really is good against Skarmory, Lickitung, Skarmory itself, and Charjabug.
Some of the final matches of day 1 came down to the Dugong Icy Wind, a lot of neutral play. Magic Mason has piloted that very well. Of course, our 2023 Toronto Regional Champion, who really kind of set the meta in place. He's got another opportunity to do that this season if he wins here in Knoxville. But Phoebe, our trainers are ready. This is Championship Sunday. We have lock-ins on both sides. Are you ready to go?
I am ready to go. We're raring. We're standing up behind the table. Okay, that's maybe a little bit of a lie. We're both sitting still. But here we go into game number 1, Poliwrath versus Lickitung.
Where's Poliwrath? I've found it. Awesome Ev leads that right into that Lickitung. We get an instant swap into the Shadow Gligar and kind of a delayed switch into the Lickitung. Positionally, do those 3 or 4 wing attacks matter that much in this matchup? What do you think?
I don't think it's the biggest deal. I think maybe Awesome Ev was thinking, oh, maybe I want to get a charge attack off an Icy Wind or a Scald. However, I do like switching before throwing a charge attack because Magic Mason would have been able to outpace to an Aerial Ace on that Shadow Gligar.
And all those wing attacks add up, right? You want to maintain some HP on your Poliwrath. First Protect Shield of the day comes up from Magic Mason. Famously yesterday, he 2-shielded through that Cresselia matchup. He might be doing the same thing here to take control, switch advantage. Gonna throw the Aerial Ace here. This is almost within dig range, so we do see the shield from Awesome Ev.
And honestly, he's done the same play every single time, going for that first dig, recognizing, okay, this is going into a really bulky Pokemon. It's unlikely that my opponent's going to shield, but now afterwards, I'm really threatening winning switch advantage with the Shadow Gligar. I can throw Aerial Ace after Aerial Ace, and I outpace these 6-second to charge attack Pokemon like Lickitung because Aerial Ace is reached in 5 wing attacks.
Within the first minute of the matchup, shields are burning left and right, and there are no Protect Shields remaining for these trainers. It looks like Magic Mason is going to have to absorb the Body Slam from the Lickitung here. This is not going to be quite enough to KO, but I do think the Lick Down will occur. Gligar is going to try to muster another Aerial Ace here. Might get there, and it does! Magic Mason again on the back of Shadow Gligar, wrestling away control, switch advantage.
It's impressive. We've seen this Pokemon be so dominant because flying and ground typing combination is so good in terms of coverage. Able to win switch advantage, all shields are off the field, but we do see that Poliwrath is going to have a good amount of energy, although it's going into a not so great matchup against Charge Bug.
I really like what Mason did here to wrestle away switch advantage, right? Because you have the Charge Bug on his side, you've got the Gligar, that was the information you're working with if you're Magic Mason. We see the Skull get fired off here, and then I anticipate a switch at any moment, right? Yeah, here comes the Gligar.
And this is a similar matchup as we saw before, Shadow Gligar into Lickitung. However, the dimensions are different. There are no shields on the field of play. Dig coming through. The question becomes for Awesome Ev, can he land a knockout blow before the damage adds up from this Lickitung?
I think if you are Awesome Ev, you need to kind of chip away this Lickitung, but you also need to leave a little bit of HP remaining to give your Poliwrath a head start because you need to throw a charge attack against the Charge Bug. Power Whip coming through here from Magic Mason. Not enough to KO the Gligar, and Gligar returns fire here with the dig. Maybe this is a different win condition, right? You want to keep your Gligar in this matchup outside of X's range, and undercharge here as well.
An undercharge is going to provide an opportunity to get a little bit more energy and put even more pressure on Magic Mason here. He has energy on the Charge Bug, needs to throw immediately because if one Volt Switch was thrown, he would have had to face an Aerial Ace.
Exactly right. It looks like the X-Scissor will be enough to KO. However, the energy spent means that this Poliwrath might have some time to ramp up. Gonna look for a charge attack here. He's gonna close in on the discharge, and Magic Mason clutching up the discharge here and denying the win condition to Awesome Ev.
Honestly, really masterful understanding from Magic Mason there, knowing I'm going to still outpace in the end game even if I throw energy, and knowing that he has to throw immediately with that Charge Bug in order to prevent Gligar from getting too much damage in return.
Yeah, just a really great showcase of Magic Mason recognizing the win conditions, both trainers working towards their own win conditions, but Magic Mason just kind of standing in the way, not allowing Awesome Ev to execute on his. Going into game number 2, we did see that Poliwrath into Lickitung lead, a solid lead for Awesome Ev, but the Shadow Gligar safe switch has just been a thorn in the side of everyone that faces Magic Mason, and we see it here against the Lickitung, wrestling away control, switch advantage, and ultimately the game.
Yeah, honestly, Lickitung is the Pokemon that does so well in so many neutral matchups, but Shadow Gligar really exerting its pressure with that Shadow Dig. In comes to the Skull to really knock down this Charge Bug deep into the yellow, but energy stored. X-Scissor into the Shadow Gligar, and eventual discharge into the Shadow Poliwrath to seal the deal in game number 1.
Phoebe, I'm going to point it out, right? I'm going to get ahead of you this time, right? Because typically I'm on the receiving end of this. I'm just going to say that Shadow Dragonair can win switch advantage against the Shadow Gligar. I think that's a solid pick for Awesome Ev going into game number 2.
And thinking about the team composition that Magic Mason brought into game number 1, Shadow Dragonair would have been just fine. Magic Mason has won a regional in past seasons, but he's only placed 5th. 5th is, I say only. It's honestly a really great spot to finish at these really tough tournaments, but he's definitely, we were talking about before, hunger. He's definitely hungry for a better place finish than 5th.
Yeah, and remember everybody, with championship points in the circuit, you can kind of place in top 8 or even in, top 16 in some tournaments. You can attend your local events, your cups, your challenges, and gather additional championship points. So whereas in previous seasons you maybe had to win the entire tournament, that's no longer the case. So trainers like Magic Mason that are incredibly gifted and consistent can come in, make top cuts, and qualify for Worlds over time. But speaking to the match that we have in front of us, trainers are locked in. We're ready for game number 2. Awesome Ev needs to win 2.
We saw twice in the previous game, it's Lickitung versus Shadow Gligar, but there's no energy advantage this time around for Magic Mason.
Shadow Gligar lead here from Magic Mason, squares up against the Lickitung. Similar matchup to what we saw in the previous game, but like you said, Phoebe, the dimensions are completely different. We might even see a switch out here from Magic Mason.
This is a great knowledge from the previous game going into this game from Magic Mason. Last time he threw that Shadow Dig and did not get shielded, and it was really impactful in winning switch advantage. This time, Awesome Ev feeling forced to shield because he's afraid of a Shadow Dig coming out first.
Chip and dip. Magic Mason sends in the Lickitung and is going to queue up a body slam here any moment. Wants to gather a little residual energy, right? In this matchup, you're not really threatened by the licks, so you're able to gather up a body slam in case Awesome Ev switches in a different Pokemon. I think that's a differentiating factor between high-level trainers and trainers that are just getting started. Magic Mason always has something built in reserve.
And as you called out, Shadow Dragonair is going to be able to win the matchup against Shadow Gligar, and I think that's why Awesome Ev is staying in here. He's going to try to win switch advantage with the Lickitung. His Lickitung has so much more health than Magic Mason's, but Magic Mason has built up a lot of energy. He's throwing a body slam here, and I believe he's got energy for another one's already stored.
Yeah, Magic Mason closing in on 2 body slams, throws the first one here. I also want to look at the team composition. Dugong making an appearance here in game number 2 for Magic Mason, possibly calling out the potential Shadow Dragonair pick in game number 2.
However, it looks like a charge attack tie here. Magic Mason's Lickitung a little bit lower on health. I think Awesome Eevee did maybe over farm by 1 lick there, so could have potentially thrown a bit earlier, but with the health difference between the 2 Lickitungs, this body slam might be just enough to knock out.
Taking control of switch advantage, Awesome Ev is going to land the body slam. Actually, a switch out, a simultaneous switch into the Shadow Dragonair. This is exactly what Awesome Ev was looking for because this allows him to line up his Charge Bug in the back. Here comes Aerial Ace.
And interestingly enough, going straight for the Aerial Ace, not building up to the dig, so now Awesome Ev can make a pretty comfortable no shield, although it does look like this is going to force Awesome Ev to either throw or get wing attacked down. That damage from Shadow Gligar just enough to prevent a second charge attack from this Shadow Dragonair.
Shadow Dragonair gets to the Aqua Tail in about 6 wing attacks, and Magic Mason clenches it up with the Shadow Gligar, taking control of switch advantage away from Awesome Ev. Ev has Lickitung with low HP. He's got the Charge Bug as well. Sends in the Lickitung to try to force Magic Mason to throw some energy, but he doesn't take the bait. Instead, Gligar farms all the way down, and now Charge Bug is squared up against the ground flying type.
Awesome Ev has a decision to make. Is this a dig? Is it an Aerial Ace? It is an Aerial Ace. Magic Mason has another one stored, but does 1 wing attack to reach the dig. This is going to do so much neutral damage to this Charger Bug.
Sometimes you need a Scalpel, and sometimes you need a hammer, and Shadow Gligar looks like both here. Precise play for Magic Mason, sending in the Dugong. This was going to be a tough matchup for the Water Ice type, but now the tables have turned. Here comes the Lickitung swap. Magic Mason eating the dreams of Awesome Ev as he wants to make it further in this bracket in day 2, but he is not going to let up the pressure.
And Magic Mason doing a little bit of a flux there. I'm not sure how impactful that catch was given. I believe he still had a shield.
It's just padding, right?
Yeah.
Right? It's just padding the victory here.
You talked about it yesterday. You want to make sure that your win conditions are as open as possible. So by making that catch, preventing any shenanigans from coming in from Awesome Ev, really solidifying his win here in this first round of day 2. He still has a bit of a ways to go in order to reach that winner's finals.
But we had a bit of a debate yesterday as well, right, regarding Charge Bug. We did see a Spark Charge Bug on stream. That's the drawback of those 4-turn fast attacks. When you're in those pivotal moments against very high-skilled trainers, it's so tough to be unpredictable. I mean, waiting a turn with a 4-turn Volt Switch is so tough, and we saw him throw the Charge Attack. It was predictable. You kind of telegraphed that the Charge Attack was coming, which allowed Mason to make the switch.
Let's go back and see those pivotal moments in that previous games. we have our highlights ready for showing. And this is game number 1. We saw the importance of that dig landing. Taking the Lickitung so low and able to win switch advantage, Magic Mason put himself in a really great position.
Yeah, I think recognizing your win conditions, right? Every game is different. Sometimes you need energy advantage to overcome the opponent. Sometimes you need switch advantage. Sometimes even HP advantage can win you matchups. And recognizing what the formula is very, very important. You can't just go for the same strategy every game. Magic Mason, like you pointed out, taking control of switch advantage and lining things up properly in game number 1. But game number 2 was completely different.
And you also have to take into account energy management as well at the end of the game, making sure that that Poliwrath could not reach an additional charge move. In game number 2, switching out actually a simultaneous swap, and it was not beneficial to Magic Mason. Magic Mason put himself in a position where that Shadow Dragonair could land a super effective Aqua Tail, but critically, Awesome Ev unable to get the lick down, providing that Gligar so much energy.
And this game in particular is such a good example of remaining calm and not panicking when things don't go your way, right? Magic Mason made the simultaneous swap. He got a matchup he did not want, right? He wanted to align his Dugong versus the Dragonair, but instead he got a Shadow Gligar. But even in that moment, he didn't panic. He didn't kind of veer off plan. He just stayed in the matchup and made the most of it, and then kind of compartmentalizing, like we talked about yesterday, the energy of the Lickitung, not throwing the charge attack with his Shadow Gligar. That's what locked in that Charge Bug matchup in the end.
Yeah, and Charge Bug just had so much work to do. We talked about the flying ground dual typing of Gligar. Because ground typing double resists electric, Gligar able to really handle those Volt Switches much more better than something like Altaria that only takes neutral damage from them. You see the first Volt Switch damage does not knock out. Really great patience, doing one wing attack, getting the extra energy for the dig and landing that harder hitting charge attack.
It's just so fascinating to watch, right? We actually saw with the damage registration yesterday, we saw Ashton Ash trying to get off 2 Powder Snows and the Ice Punch against the Talonflame, but that Incinerate damage applied. We talked about maybe 1 Powder Snow and a switch, right? Kind of working with those intervals. That's exactly what Magic Mason did. And that's just the depth of knowledge of mechanics that a lot of these trainers have, whether they're successful in the Go Battle League or in Show 6 Pick 3, right? It kind of translates over no matter what.
And Magic Mason has a big depth of knowledge. So let's go ahead and hear from the man himself. We have an interview with Tuo Butters and Magic Mason.
Thank you. We're here with Magic Mason, who had a quick 2-0 on day number 2. And I want to ask you, what's the difference between day number 1 battles and day number 2 battles? Besides, of course, the level of competition, because a lot of talented battlers get to day number 2.
Yeah, I think one of the main differences is you got a little bit more time to like soak in the matchups as you see the teams from day 1. So you get a little better feel for what might be good and what might not be as effective. For example, I thought his Poliwrath was really good, and despite my Charge Bug not having a lot of good matchups, I felt like I needed it to neutralize that Poliwrath. But the second part of it really is just that experience. I've been here before. Awesome Ev had probably one of the best day runs I've ever seen with the competitors he took down. And I'm not going to say nerves took any kind of a factor there, but just having that experience, been here before, being on stage and just having that experience just really helps me, I think, in a lot of situations.
And when you break down that matchup, there was one Pokemon that looked really good, the Shadow Gligar. And that Pokemon has been looking so strong for you. It seems like every opponent you face doesn't have an answer for that safe swap Shadow Gligar. How do you feel about, are you getting good matchups with that safe swap Shadow Gligar? Do you think that's just something that you've ran into, or do you think overall the teams are kind of weak to it?
I'm surprised because the usage on Shadow Gligar and recently generally Gligar in general has increased a lot. So I'm surprised to not see many of my opponents having ice types, or even something like an Azumarill. Most of their water types have some kind of weakness, with Whiscash not being a direct answer. One of the reasons I picked Dugong, I used A-Slash in the past before and even tested with the Abomasnow, and the super effective aerial aces for Abomasnow, the digs for Sandslash, even Gligar could flip up those matchups in the right situation. So having the Dugong to shut down Gligar has been great for me. And my opponents not having a good answer has also been great for me for my own Gligar.
Well, thank you. Great insights, Magic Mason. Congratulations once again, and back to you, casters.
great insights and so much to learn from that interview. Honestly, Phoebe, when I was watching that, I knew immediately what I was going to do this evening. I was going to put the stream VOD on, and I was going to watch back that interview. So many points that Magic Mason talked about, right? Practicing, testing with different Pokemon. He tried Abomasnow, Shadow Sandslash, even hard counter situations where you think Shadow Gligar doesn't stand a chance. He worked through those situations. He dug deep. That's like the situation we saw yesterday with Jangles versus King Alexander. We thought the matchup was over. Skeleturge incinerating through the Skarmory. We thought that game was done, right? But still, there are win conditions even in those very abysmal matchups. And I think the best trainers know those win conditions, right? If I'm down 2 shields, can I win this matchup? If I'm up a shield, does that mean I need to shield a critical attack, or can I let the attacks through? Kind of testing over and over. The elasticity of these matchups is so critical for kind of reaching that next level.
And I want to call out, I think Magic Mason, and this is maybe not too controversial of a take, but I want to say that Magic Mason is the best user of Shadow Gligar in this current field.
He said it. Clip it, chat.
Clip it. Clip it and ship it. I have not seen anyone use it so dominantly in neutral matchups. Gligar versus Cresselia, Gligar versus Lickitung. He's able to consistently win it, manipulate his opponents to using shields on aerial aces and landing digs each and every time. And you're talking about rewatching that interview. You should rewatch that interview and get a bunch of practice with Shadow Gligar, because it has been so impactful for Magic Mason in this tournament, and it's exactly why he is where he is right now.
Speaking of impact, these two trainers have very different stories about their impact on the championship series, right? We've seen rise to occasion ever since the very first season of Pokemon Go in the championship series, just kind of dominating, right? Being a formidable force. Anytime you see his name on the roster, you know he can take it all the way. But then you see Yuzuku as well, a trainer that plays top cut in Peoria, but has kind of gone into hibernation since. He's back, and I just have to say, Phoebe, I feel like he totally outplayed everyone he faced yesterday in day 1.
Let's go ahead and look at the teams. Focusing in on Rise's team, we do see that Abomasnow, so maybe something Magic Mason had prepared for a little bit. Shadow Dragonair, once again, 2 for 2 on matchups where we have a Dragon type. Annihilate, Registeel, Jellicent, and Talonflame. And I want to maybe focus a little bit away from Dragonair, since we've talked so much about it so far, and focus in on Jellicent. Jellicent is a Pokemon that you and I kind of talked about maybe a little bit off screen about how it's going to be creeping into the meta. Another Pokemon that's going to be able to handle that Shadow Gligar with its ability to spam off surfs.
Well, I think that the rise of Shadow Jellicent here on Rise's team, no pun intended, actually is due to the absence of a Lantern. We haven't seen as much of that Pokemon, but we do see electric coverage on Yuzuku's team. He does have the Charge Bug, Shadow Gligar, as well as the Azumarill. I think that, like you pointed out, the Abomasnow, the Jellicent, these kind of core breakers, as we call them, make these traditional picks like Azumarill, like Shadow Gligar, less useful. So honestly, I have to give a slight team composition advantage to Rise here, just because it's so unconventional. It's going to be a real test for Yuzuku here.
And I must have a sweet tooth or something, because I keep going back to the Jelly. Jelly versus Azumarill is such an interesting matchup. They're both really bulky, but generally I prefer the Jellicent in that matchup, because Shadow Ball is just so impactful, and Play Rough feels a little bit weak, and Bubble being resisted. This is a great lead for Rise to Occasion. A bit of a tricky spot for Yuzuku, but he has a plan for this. A quick swap into the Shadow Gligar, and we saw this before. If an Aerial Ace sneaks through a shield, Gligar's able to farm down.
A lot of trainers are looking at the screen and saying, why not send your Ice-type Abomasnow into the Shadow Gligar matchup? That's because Rise to Occasion has such a depth and understanding of knowledge in this matchup that he knows the Shadow Dragonair can win it, and he knows Abomasnow can actually beat most of the other Pokemon on Yuzuku's team. So just send in the Shadow Dragonair, avoid the Steel-type matchup, and make the most of what you have on the board.
Also, the Abomasnow is going to pair up against the other ground type, probably expecting a bit of an ABB team coming from Yuzuku here, expecting that Whiscash in the back. Abomasnow, grass typing, able to resist both water and ground damage. In comes another Aqua Tail, pulls another shield from Yuzuku. Is he at another Aerial Ace?
He's one wing attack away, right? The pacing for Shadow Gligar, 5-4, 5-4, closing in, gets to the Aerial Ace and actually leaves a tiny bit of HP on the Shadow Gligar. The control by Yuzuku is incredible here.
Most people wait that one turn in order to prevent a catch. Switch clock's not up, so Yuzuku specifically doing it to lower that HP. We were talking about how he's just
Next level.
He's next level. He has this massive brain, just understanding exactly all the things he needs to do in order to win this game.
You give away a few lock-ons, but you bring in the Whiscash, and you avoid the devastating matchup of Skarmory versus Registeel. Still, there's so much to be played in this matchup, but the Focus Blast gets fired off here by Rise to Occasion. Going to hit the Whiscash, no Protect Shields in play for either trainer, so from here on out, all these charge attacks will connect, and switches are so important. Here comes Abomasnow. Skarmory takes to the skies.
I'm honestly a little bit surprised to see that instant swap from Rise to Occasion. I think one of his best win conditions in this game is to make sure that he caught some energy onto this Abomasnow. That health on Registeel is really important and is going to be necessary in order to make sure that the Whiscash does not pick up a knockout with a Mud Bomb later on in this game.
Going for the Sky Attack here, trying to get the knockout. Yuzuku going to bring down the Abomasnow, and the caveat here is that the Skarmory has a lot of HP. It didn't take a second Icy Wind, so there was no potential to lock on down. Now, Rise to Occasion has to pivot. He has to throw a charge attack and hope that he can undercharge and exit this matchup with energy. And now the Skarmory's throwing another charge attack. This is going to be the Brave Bird.
And Brave Bird will make it so much harder to undercharge any of these charge attacks. I think Rise to Occasion needs to click Focus Blast and no bubble.
No bubbles.
There is a possibility that this still knocks out. I don't know my Brave Bird Skarmory counts,
but is it too much? Look
it might be too much. The lock-ons I still think are doing 1 damage. Actually able to switch out with the Brave Bird switching into the Whiscash, throwing the Mud Bomb. This is going to do a lot of super effective damage.
Here comes Yuzuku. Mud Bomb lands to the Registeel. Here comes a Focus Blast. This will knock out the Whiscash. However, remember, Skarmory's got energy. It's got some HP. It's going to come in here. Registeel's just too slow, too bulky. It can't muster another charge attack. Skarmory comes in, throws the Sky Attack. It takes down the Registeel. How did we get here?
Such a tough position there for Rise to Occasion. Needing to undercharge too much allows Yuzuku to switch out, pivot, save that Skarmory for later. Registeel unable to store 2 charge attacks at any point ever. Whiscash had that loaded Mud Bomb, throws it, does chip damage, and there's just no way. If Rise to Occasion undercharges too much, Skarmory gets to another charge attack. If he doesn't undercharge enough, then my train of thought has been completely ruined by Will making a strange face at the instant lock-in from Yuzuku.
Yeah, we had an instant lock-in. I just couldn't believe it after that game number 1. But I agree with you, Phoebe. The win conditions there were so intricate and so complex. But I just want to say, right, in this series, the lock-on down looked a little bit detrimental. However, Yuzuku knew that taking control of Switch Advantage was the key moment for him to give himself a chance to win this game. And yesterday, right, we called out the Ace play against Rise, and we were surprised, right, that Ace was able to take a game off of him. I think everybody at home needs to look at Yuzuku and not be surprised at all when he beats these former regional champions, because he's the real deal.
Yeah, you were talking about the intricacies of the win conditions. I actually don't think there was a win condition for Rise to Occasion there. I think Yuzuku had teared away, ripped them down, said no win conditions for you. I don't think there was ever a possibility that Rise gets the perfect undercharge, lock-ons down, and still reaches a charge attack. I think there was too much energy. I think there was just too much energy.
Wow. Never gave him a chance, huh?
Never.
Well, I need everybody in the stream chat to use that hashtag #FearTheDeer if you want to send Rise to Occasion your energy. Meanwhile, Yuzuku's hero is Elemental Hero Stratos.
I don't have one of those. No, I'm just kidding. I don't actually know what Elemental Hero Stratos is.
I don't have one either, so we have that in common. That being said, heading into game number 2, Yuzuku locked in ages ago, right? He's ready to go. He's ready to continue his run through this bracket. Meanwhile, Rise going to think things over and try to find the best strategy. It feels obvious, right, to bring in the Jellicent to counter the Shadow Gligar. That feels like the easy kind of mindset play, right? That's what a lot of new trainers might do. Does Rise go for that? And does Yuzuku see that coming?
I have to imagine that he's prepared for the Jellicent. The Jellicent does look so good against that Gligar. It's going to do well into Whiscash as well. Resisting Steel Wing from Skarmory, also another positive matchup. And speaking of resisting Steel Wing from Skarmory, we have the lead matchup. I would expect Yuzuku to probably try to play around it, but it is a little bit ABA weak to that Jellicent.
Here we go, game number 2. This is Hex Jellicent with Shadow Ball and Surf versus the Steel Wing Skarmory. Like you pointed out, the water typing on the Jellicent is going to resist the Steel Wings. Shadow Ball, however, same type of attack bonus and neutral, lands into the Skarmory. Skarmory going to look for a charge attack here, and the swap outs are a little precarious because you're kind of ABA weak to the Jellicent. If you're Yuzuku, you do not want to send in your Shadow Gligar, so he's going to go ahead and fire for charge attack here into the Jellicent. This is the bulk of the Jellicent right there. It just kind of shrugs off the Sky Attack.
A bit surprising there to throw the Sky Attack, in my opinion, but going for the immediate Sky Attack, throwing on bad timing to make sure that he gets the Sky Attack off. Rise to occasion saying, I want energy. I'm going to throw another Hex. I'm going to overfarm, throw a Surf here. And this is going to be really close to knocking out, but Yuzuku saying, I'm okay with that.
This is tedious, right? Because if you land the Surf, it's not enough to knock out, but you might be able to get the Hex down against the Skarmory. Yuzuku does not want to give Rise that energy, and Jellicent imposing its will, forcing the Shadow Gligar out, and going to land a super effective Surf, unless Yuzuku shields it. He does not.
No shield means that this Shadow Gligar is quite low on health. And ooh, in comes the Talonflame, and this is looking really tough for Yuzuku. Great timing there, not throwing an additional wing attack and maybe taking the additional damage from that Incinerate too early.
Rise sending out the Talonflame, unknowingly avoiding the Whiscash in the back, throws the Flame Charge to ramp up these Incinerates just a little bit further and applying additional pressure. Remember, Yuzuku has the Steel-type Skarmory, and that's going to take super effective damage from this. It would KO the Skarmory if it comes into the field. His only chance here is to bring in the Whiscash, right?
The Whiscash has the opportunity to build up a lot of energy, but that Jellicent in the back still has a lot of health, so Rise to occasion can soak up any energy that this Whiscash leaves this matchup with on the Jellicent, and then Shadow Dragonair going to be able to pressure later on. Shielding up this fly is really important for Yuzuku because it would just do so much neutral damage.
Very solid shield there by Yuzuku. He's kind of running out of options, though. Needs to be very, very careful with how he times his charge attacks. Goes for the Scald. Rise to occasion, kind of playing the pace of the matchup, right? Not forcing things. Gonna let the Talonflame go. Did a great job knocking out the Shadow Gligar. He's got his own Dragonair in the back, as well as his Jellicent.
Doing a little bit of mental math there, making sure that he can outpace, actually coming in with the Shadow Dragonair here. Going to try to pace to a Body Slam. Instead, actually, Yuzuku over farming. Body Slam comes through. I think this is Yuzuku's required play. He can't throw immediately, otherwise Rise to occasion could just switch into that Jellicent.
Yeah, if you make the switch out here, you're inevitably going to be met by the Jellicent. Going to go for the Mud Bomb here. This is not going to deal a lot of damage to the Shadow Dragonair. It can withstand it. Still one Protect Shield remaining there for Rise to occasion. Meanwhile, Yuzuku might try to make a catch. I'm not sure.
It's looking tough. I think if Rise to occasion, no shields here, will knock out the Shadow Dragonair. Jellicent can come in. Shielding up, also a fine play. Able to now pressure with that Shadow Dragon Breath.
Oh, simultaneous swap.
Simultaneous swap is going to mean that this farm down happens. Jellicent is going to have a Surf going into the Whiscash, and Rise to occasion saying, I have many win conditions. You cannot tear them away this time.
Yeah, incredible play. Yuzuku and Rise to occasion on the same page, but Rise to occasion writes the final sentence of that game number 2. We are all tied up in this series. It was so amazing, right, to see Yuzuku just come out and, like you said, strip away the win conditions, not even giving Rise a chance in game 1. But Rise to occasion, he proved why he's here, right? He proved that that experience counts for something.
And Yuzuku, bit of a switch up here, not immediately locking in. I think that has to be the case. A little bit of a bump in his road.
Yeah.
Has to think, how can I pivot to deal with that Jellicent? Game number 2 here, we see the switch into the Talonflame. Talonflame able to just build up a ton of energy, able to shrug off this Aerial Ace, and Rise again doing some more mental math.
Well, the mental math right there is that he needs to throw the Flame Charge, right? Because if he allows an Incinerate to go through, that's 2 more ring attacks. Gligar gets to that next Aerial Ace. So very, very good awareness by Rise to count down in those final seconds. Shadow Dragonair comes out, and he overcharges a bit, maybe anticipating the catch on that first charge attack from Dragonair, but then it finally does come here on the second.
And a great understanding from both trainers. Hey, I think my opponent's going to try to catch, actually, maybe a little more for Rise here, because Rise understood that Yuzuku wanted to catch. So if I'm afraid of a catch, if I switch as well, that's not going to happen.
Exactly.
It can't happen.
Exactly right. So Rise to occasion, evening the field, here against Yuzuku in our winners round 1. Honestly, Feet, this could be a grand finals. The way these two trainers are playing, I mean, this whole tournament is a treat. If you have friends that enjoy Pokemon Go PvP and they are not here, get them in here. They need to see this.
It's honestly a bit of a sad day when these two trainers only have a best of 3. This is the final game between these two, unless it ends in a tie. I want to see all 5 games.
Yeah.
Let's give these trainers 3 more games. All right, we can make it happen, right? We have a lot of pull here.
I don't think that much. Going into game number 3, Rise to occasion did bring up Bomb Stone game number 1. That core breaker didn't exactly work out. So what does he do? He pivots to the Jellicent and the Talonflame in game number 2. Going into game number 3, Rise could go back to the Bomb Abomasnow. He could revisit the Jellicent. It's really kind of wide open. And we talked about Pokemon like Azumarill really suffering from those two core breakers, but is this the moment? Is this the unique opportunity to kind of catch Rise snoozing and not expecting something like the Azumarill? I mean, this is the tale of the series.
Yeah, with the pivot out from Abomasnow into Jellicent and Talonflame in that game number 2, he left himself a little bit weak to Azumarill. So you have to think, is Rise really keying in on that weakness his previous team have? Is he going to try to bring back in the Abomasnow, or has he been pushed too far away because Yuzuku has always been bringing that Skarmory or the Shadow Gligar, trying to push away that grass type.
Those are the mind games at play as these two trainers try to figure out what to lock in, what gives them the best chance to stay in the winner's side bracket and possibly the most stacked top 16 we have ever seen in North America. Heading into game number 3, Phoebe, we got leads on the field. Take it away.
Is Shadow Dragonair into Azumarill. Yuzuku calling out that previous team was weak to Azumarill, bringing it in its best position here. And in the back, we have a lot of neutral play for Yuzuku's team, but a great catch on the Ice Beam.
The swap, the catch, the Ice Beam into the water type. Rise Occasion is trying to work his way back from a devastating lead. We've got a solid switch in here for Uzuku if he decides to go in with the Lickitung, but he's gonna make some energy on the Azumarill here first. I really like that play because you give yourself something in the back for whenever you see that Dragonair, if you're able to maintain switch advantage. Here comes a Surf.
And you're not really threatened by the fast attack pressure from the Jellicent. You're only threatened by the Shadow Ball. No Surf is ever going to go into that Azumarill. So you feel really comfortable building up that energy. The energy advantage going into Lickitung also doesn't matter because Hex, double resisted by the normal type, Surf, not that impactful of a charge attack.
Recalling back to our day 1 battles, Ace took down Rise's Jellicent with their Lickitung. Let's see if Yuzuku does the same thing here. Going for the Surf, again, like you said, just minor chip damage, but the Hex is being double resisted. Really make this matchup tough for the Jellicent. Great timing by Yuzuku, 5 licks and the Power Whip. That's the recipe to get the maximum energy and the knockout.
I would have preferred a little bit more energy generation on that Lickitung. Actually, in comes Talonflame. I was expecting Shadow Dragonair for that fast attack pressure, but because Talonflame does not quite, it does not put out that damage as consistently, able to very easily reach this body slam.
You need energy, right? If you're Rise, you need energy everywhere you can get it, and the Incinerate down here makes a lot of sense, and the switch in to the Azumarill in the middle of the Incinerate, punishing Rise the occasion for that 5-turn fast attack. Ice Beam connects. Talonflame somehow stays up there. Gonna look for a fly here.
I have to imagine this pulls Yuzuku's shield, recognizing Azumarill is so strong against this.
Oh, no
shielding the fly. Could have gotten the bubble down after, and Body Slam probably not doing quite as much damage as a neutral fly, even though it's coming from a Shadow Dragonair.
Now, this is the difference, right? We see the Protect Shield from Rise to Occasion, and Azumarill's pacing is always going to be slow, but this Shadow Dragonair has it double Body Slams, and this Azumarill might be within range here. Here comes Rise with the Shadow Dragonair. First Body Slam connects.
Yuzuku needs to hope and pray that this actually knocks out. Undercharge is so smart from Rise to Occasion, getting extra energy to go into that Shadow Gligar matchup, almost at 3 Aqua Tails, but Yuzuku has 2 shields remaining.
Comes in 2 Dragon Breaths and the Aqua Tail. Shadow Gligar in the back heel. Like you said, 2 Protect Shields are going to be the difference makers here. Yuzuku leverages that first one there. His switch timer is not, it is up now, so he can reach for that Lickitung as a potential 3rd shield as this game goes on.
But because Rise to Occasion is using Dragon Breath, it's so hard for Yuzuku to catch. Rise to Occasion likely only throwing 1 Dragon Breath, so anytime that Yuzuku has put himself in the middle.
Switch timer's up. Rise can make the swap. Does he make the catch here? Pivotal moment. Throws the Aerial Ace into the Shadow Dragonair, and we get the final Protect Shield. This is going to come down to the wire feed.
Rise to Occasion needs to make sure that he does not get farmed down. That actually his immediate swap gives a switch. The Body Slam lands on the Talonflame. An undercharge by Yuzuku. This might provide Yuzuku an ability to get more energy on that Shadow Gligar.
No. I think this knocks out, right? Talonflame doesn't knock out. In comes the Shadow Gligar. He gets 1 more ring attack. Does he have the Aerial Ace loaded? Shadow Dragonair comes in, gets in the Aqua Tail. Rise gonna land super effective damage. Is this enough?
It's gonna be really close. It's Shadow into Shadow, but only single super effective, not same type.
Oh, he hangs on!
It hangs on!
Here comes the Aerial Ace, but he can't get it! 1-turn Dragon Breath. Rise to Occasion takes down Yuzuku.
The strength of 1-turn fast attacks. Yuzuku has so close, a half of a second between winning and losing that pivotal game number 3. As you called out, that was a grand finals, a winners finals there, here, just in winners round 1.
That was an all-time match. All-time match, right? If you rise to occasion, you're leading a dragon-type Pokemon into a Azumarill. You have a Talonflame in the back, right? If you just look at that on paper, you say, okay, Rise is cooked. This is over, right? Yuzuku is so talented, you just think that there's no win condition there, but rise to occasion. What shocked me the most, Phoebe, I mean, there's so many moments that were amazing. The undercharge on the Azumarill with his Shadow Dragonair when he landed the Body Slam, and then the Dragon Breath down, I mean, masterful.
Followed by the undercharge of the Lickitung into the Talonflame. You thought it was going to knock out. I knew it was going to knock out.
Yeah.
I knew exactly what was going to happen, of course. Surely I knew exactly there's going to be like 3 HP left, 1 wing attack to farm down.
Dude.
Providing just enough energy to reach that charge attack, but one turn fast attacks, damage applies before the charge attack goes off.
It does.
And that's going to be game number 3.
It takes the turn to use the charge attack, right? But Dragon Breath kicks in at that exact same moment. I'm telling you, all time, one of the best series I've ever seen in my entire life. I think we might have some highlights to look at as well, because that is worth reliving. Game number 1, we thought it was over based on alignment, but Yuzuku manufactures a win condition, switching in his Whiscash, landing the Mud Bomb, and forcing Rise into an impossible position.
Yeah, manufacturing his own win conditions and taking them away from Rise. Able to reach the Sky Attack, more than enough damage to knock out that Registeel, topple that Steel Titan, and boom, it crashes onto the floor. Game number 2 was a bit of a different story. Rise Occasion fighting back with that Shadow Dragonair.
Yeah, I mean, just poetry in motion, right? Making the simultaneous switch, predicting the opponent's win conditions. Jellicent, too much for Yuzuku in game number 2. I mean, Rise Occasion just kind of has a spice cabinet of core breakers. He just picks which one he needs for a particular matchup. Lickitung versus the Talonflame, that incinerate damage, the energy gain. No shielding the Ice Beam here, and then the Shadow Dragonair Body Slam under charge into Azumarill, punishing it for that charge attack interval.
Yeah, the no shield on the Talonflame was great damage awareness from Rise to Occasion, knowing I can survive this Ice Beam. It's only neutral because of my fire typing. And in the last moments of the game, again, another nearly simultaneous swap. Aerial Ace comes through to pull the last shield, but Yuzuku switching first. I thought Rise to Occasion was actually going to farm down with the Shadow Dragonair.
Yeah, it could have gone either way, right? We see the simul swap here, basically, and the Lickitung comes in, throws the Body Slam, like you said, Phoebe, called out expertly, right? No KO, but the Gligar gets 1 more wing attack, Shadow versus Shadow, damage multipliers on each side of the board. Aqua Tail, I thought might be enough, but it wasn't.
And very importantly, Rise to Occasion only throwing 1 Dragon Breath, not 2. If he threw 2 Dragon Breaths, he would have been able to get a charge attack tie. The damage from the next Dragon Breath would have not necessarily been applied yet, and then the charge attack tie means both charge attacks go off. If the Aqua Tail does not knock out, he loses that game.
A half second, right? A half second. The reflexes, the experience, it all comes into play. We've had 2 regional champions advance through our winner's side bracket, but let's hear from the man himself. One of the best to do it. This is Rise to Occasion with Caleb Payne.
All right, thank you, Speedy and Phoebe. I'm here with Rise to Occasion, who definitely rose to occasion in that final set of battles. You're ABA week into a 0 lead, and you found a way to win it in the very last second. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. It was an awkward matchup. The Gligar was what I was most worried about, and I thought I had enough coverage for Azu on my team that it might deter him bringing it. So I was like, okay, worst case, it's Azu, and I'll just try and dance around, and I was luckily enough able to get it done.
Wow. Yeah, and, you know, me and 2 of us were watching the battles backstage, and we're like, I think the Gligar hangs on, but you found the win con. The only win con there in the end was the Dragon Breath taking priority over that charge attack. So huge stuff. And you've actually made top cut in every single tournament so far, right? 2 7th place finishes, a 5th place finish in San Antonio, and now you're on your way to even outperforming yourself there. What does it mean to you to kind of perform? Because I already know you qualify for World Championships, right? So at this point, everything's maybe a little bit extra credit.
Yeah, I just love the spirit of competition, and seeing everybody here at these tournaments is always a really fun time. Sometimes when I do well at tournaments, I'll have family members being like, oh, is that good for the channel? And I don't know, I don't really care about that. I just like trying to perform and trying to do my best. And I actually didn't top cut in Pittsburgh, first tournament of the season that Wadaj won. But since then, since then I have everyone.
Well, I mean, even so, right? That's very high consistency too, and you can see that improving from tournament to tournament, which is pretty wild too. What are you kind of looking forward to in the rest of the tournament? Because you're still on the winner's side, right? So any opponents you're looking to face or maybe looking not to face? I know you and Doombug have quite the rivalry that might end up, you know, in a future matchup today.
Yeah, of course, Dune's always an amazing battler. I put him right there with like the Axons and the Wadages of the world in terms of the top players. I believe, my teammate Magic Mason next, and we're good friends, so that'll be a fun battle. He was actually my pick to win the whole thing, but we'll see what happens. I won't take it easy on him.
All right, and final question too, because me and Two Butters were talking about this while commentating. What's the overall record between you and Doombug, right? Because I know Doombug knows that. I don't know if you know or not, but he seems to know the number off the top of his head.
Well, I don't know if he's including locals at Cups or not, so that might extend it a bit, but I believe in terms of play Pokemon, he's got me 4-3.
Well, we'll see if we can potentially even up the series today and see how it goes. But thank you for the interview. Thank you for the awesome battles. And we're going to kick it to a quick break before we cover some more.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by two incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have two incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually a Pokemon Center.
Yes, it's actually a Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so it's TCG cards over here. We got our plush over here. Got the big Squishmallows in the back. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep.
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play.
Oh, how about the exclusive version?
10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. Please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
I got
a bunch of playmats, deck boxes.
Oh, dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a Cherish Ball too. That's very special.
Got it.
Woo! All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon? Yeah, let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got the Koraidon and the Miraidon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well.
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokemon Center.
I have a lucky item. It's in my fanny pack. I keep it with me. It's a little incubator that has the Pokemon egg in it. It looks like the in-game incubator. And then my ritual for getting ready for these is I build a team and I take a step away. I'll take 6 hours, go hang out with friends, go get some dinner, and then I'll come back to it. And if it looks good to me, that's what I run.
I do have a pre-tournament ritual. I grab all of my Mimikyu. I also have a bag and a poncho, which is not currently with me, but we all just psych out and we just get ready for the first game.
I don't know that I have any specific good luck charms, but something I do like to do for regionals is set my mind on a deck way in advance, and then instead of worrying about trying to figure out like what the best thing is that day, I'm just going to get really good with whatever deck I chose and get a month's worth of reps in so that I know what my matchups are rather than trying to figure it out on the fly.
My good luck charm before or during a tournament are actually plushies that my daughter gave us. So we travel as a family, and they make sure that I always have my little Galarian Ponyta and my little Umbreon that go with me wherever we go.
Before the tournament, I usually just like to really not play any Pokemon before. I want to just clear my head as much as possible, just so when I go in fresh and having fun. Burnout's the worst thing, and I like to just cleanse a little bit before. Plus, I have Tink as my good luck charm.
I always ride with my friends here, so we always try to listen to the Beach Boys on the way here, and that's always really helped us. One of the first cups my friend won, we listened to Beach Boys for probably 2 hours straight on the way there, so that really kind of has become the ritual now.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here in the Knoxville Pokemon Go Regional Championships of 2024. We are day number 2, looking to crown a champion. My name is Caleb Pang. I'm joined by the life-size Alolan Executor himself, Tuo Butters. How you doing after those exciting battles?
It's been epic, Caleb. That last battle specifically between Rise to Occasion and Izuku, going down to the last turn of the battle, that Dragon Breath registering before the aerial ace. It doesn't get closer than that, and that whole series was epic. But how about the two trainers with the previous regional champion experience moving on so far on this top side of the bracket?
Yeah, consistency is key here in this tournament circuit, right? Sometimes you can't make every prediction correct in your line reads. Rise Negation, ABA weak to that Azumarill, and still finding a way to find a win at that very last second. Speaking of regional champions, we have the most recent regional champion from North America, Lyle Jeffs, facing off against Onion Frank, looking for his first own championship. And this is going to be super interesting. It is Spice versus Meta. This is the meta team so far of this season, winning 2 regionals with this specific team alone. Abhinav in Portland, Lyle Jeffs at Charlotte most recently, and Lyle Jeffs tried to make it 3 tournaments in a row in North America with this winning team, but Onion Frank's wild team is trying to do something and change that.
And I think he cooked up this team specifically to beat Lyle Jeff's team. And remember, in Portland, he was 1 charge attack to actually defeating you, Caleb, but he pressed a mud shot instead, and he would have moved on that loser side of the bracket. San Antonio, he was number 5, but his best performance ever in his championship series career was Knoxville last season, where he was 3rd place. So can he repeat that magic in Knoxville here today? It's a crazy team. He thinks it's the best team out there. Leaf Tornado superior. Of course, you have that Powder Snow, Shadow Low, and Sandslash. This is so polarizing because if you're able to align these Pokemon in positive matchups, you will just steamroll your opponent.
That's absolutely right. Onion Frank was also starting on the winner side of Knoxville last season as well. And here you see Lyle Jeff's accomplishments. You know, I feel like Lyle Jeff's, every tournament he gets better and better, right? Fort Wayne, top 16. NAIC, top 8, where he qualified for World Championships. Pittsburgh, regional finalist, and then of course Charlotte, the champion. He's running his signature team. You already know, but here it is: Shadow Gligar, Whiscash, Vigoroth, Chargebug, Lickitung, and a Azumarill. The thing that impressed me the most about Lyle Jeffs is that I feel like he's one of those really rare trainers where you look at his gameplay and it's almost flawless every time. Not only is his mechanics flawless, but also on top of that, his mid to late game decision making. When to shield, when not to shield, when to farm up energy, when to give up switch for more energy, etc. Funny enough too, it was actually Dijon that faced off against Onion Frank last season in Knoxville, and he's a judge right now, so it all comes full circle.
This is exactly the polarizing matchup Onion Frank was looking for, matching the Annihilate into the Vigoroth, swapping into the Altaria. It's going to be so hard for Lyles Jeff to come back into this battle. It's not terrible because at least you are neutral with the Chargebug. You at least got 3 turns of extra energy on that Volt Switch before Onion Frank swapped in.
And this is a very interesting swap too. I mean, I think Lyle Jeffs recognizes that Onion Frank's team is really weak to Chargebug, right? This is its best counter. Oh, Lyle Jeffs actually letting the Sky Attack go, not even going to try to grab a shield or try to fight for switch advantage. Very content on this and maybe trying to do everything with the Shadow Gligar. And I like this play, right? Lyle Jeffs knows if Onion Frank wants to maintain alignment, I'm not going to be able to win this matchup. So instead of spending my shields there, I'm going to invest all my shields onto this Gligar, and that's going to be my win condition.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Gligar up Protect Shields in the back versus Superior and the Annihilate is going to be amazing. You are going to be able to counter down with your Vigoroth here, but it doesn't matter. You're mostly just sacking the Vigoroth because this energy is getting nowhere against the Annihilate. Swap and no Insta-Swap, looking like it's trying to pull a Protect Shield first from this Shadow Gligar before he swaps in the Superior. Maybe he stays in, but I think you would rather take the wing attacks on your Superior than the Annihilate, so I expect a pivot. There it is. Now, does he go? Caleb, he's so far ahead. There's no way he goes for it, right? He's so far ahead. Does he go for the Leaf Tornado?
I don't know. I mean, at this point, it's tough, right? Because it looks like Onion Frank's game to start off. Oh, going for the Frenzy Plant. Lyle Jeff's been on point, especially against Valorant.
He called it yesterday.
Same moveset. Does he call the Frenzy Plant? And no, he doesn't.
To call it.
The Frenzy Plant connects, doing a ton of damage. You can see Gligar trying to do whatever it can, and here it paid off, right? That's the thing. With that Leaf Tornado, it's a huge gamble to shield a potential Leaf Tornado, and a lot of times you just let it go.
You have the Leaf Tornado banked, and at least you get to throw it, but actually it's charge attack priority. The Body Slam comes off first. He's shielding for the Leaf Tornado. He just wants it. He doesn't need it. He just wants the Leaf Tornado. You see that smirk right there as he unleashes it. It doesn't even matter if you get the debuff or not. Lyles Jeff with the first Protect Shield of a Leaf Tornado, no debuff, but Annihilate, there's no problem here. Even if you get the Rock Slide, it's going to do nothing. That is a Game 1 victory for Onion Frank.
A very unnecessary Leaf Tornado, but Onion Frank's trying to send a message. Lyle Jeff's shielding up the Leaf Tornado anyway, saying, you know what, I'm going to try to slow that message down a little bit. I know I lost this, but I'm not going to let you have this one with a Leaf Tornado. But Onion Frank finding the lineup he wants, and you know, pretty much core broken by that Gligar in the back. However, Superior, fairly bulky grass type, still the hard-hitting neutral Frenzy Plant as an option and able to land it. That's a, I mean, 50-50 coin flip on the Leaf Tornado debuff, 50-50 call on if it's a Leaf Tornado or Frenzy Plant either, and Onion Frank making the right calls there.
And it seems like a 75% to 25% decision from Onion Frank to throw a Leaf Tornado or a Frenzy Plant. I'm glad he actually went for the Frenzy Plant because he was so far ahead in that matchup. I think his lose con would be to throw that Leaf Tornado, but this was just a clean victory. And you mentioned how good Shadow Gligar was in that matchup. That is the one Pokemon that stands out on Lyle Jeff's team because against everything, it's gonna have play except for the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. And can you scare off that Shadow Alolan Sandslash so you can have that Shadow Gligar in the back to try to close games? But you have to expect Onion Frank is looking for that. He knows that that Shadow Gligar is either going to be in the lead or it's going to be lurking in the back up Protect Shields.
And this is the power of Annihilate. Not only does it completely shut down the moveset of Vigoroth, completely walling off. You don't even have to throw any energy. You just counter all the way down, and you can win that matchup in every shielding situation. On top of that, though, you get to that Ice Punch, that double super effective Ice Punch, much faster than with the Polyrath trying to get to the Icy Wind. And because of that, Onion Frank was able to grab a shield from Loud Jeffs before swapping to Superior and didn't have to stay in that matchup as long. Polyrath would have to stay for at least 2 more counters, and that gives Gligar a much earlier energy lead going into that Superior matchup, and you're also going to take a lot more wing attack damage before even throwing it.
And I just want to mention this, Lyle Jeffs was the Charlotte Regional Champion. He's trying to become the first ever North American trainer to win back-to-back regional championships, because of course, Jakobovic just did that in Melbourne and Brisbane, but also there was some action off stream. Lyle Jeffs' brother, Blob in A, did go down in that loser's side of the bracket. So he is playing for 2 things. He is probably playing for his brother that got eliminated, and also to become the first ever North American regional champion back-to-back. But he has to reverse sweep Onion Frank, who cooked up this team specifically to destroy the Lyle Jeff Abanov team. And here is the leads. Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the Charge Bug. This is pretty neutral.
And this typically, in my opinion, favors the Charge Bug. Although if you get baited with Ice Punch, it could be a different story. The Volt Switch damage and Discharge just really adds up against Alolan Sandslash. Whereas Charge Bug, typically electric types, not very bulky, is on the bulkier side. And you see, I mean, I don't even know if alignment actually is that important. The Gligar is what's most important. And I think Loud Jeff's calling the potential bait and is going to no-shield Ice Punch, maybe even content with a potential drill run. And I think it's going to be a really good call to potentially just let this go down. But
it's so healthy.
Can pivot out too.
It's so healthy if you let the Charger Bug go down there. You have to give up a Protectio because you waste all that energy, and the Shadow Alolan Sandslash just comes out with too much health. You need to at least save a Protect Shield in the back probably for that Shadow Gligar, because once this Shadow Alolan Sandslash is away, Lyle Jeff and Onion Frank know that Shadow Gligar is going to be so strong. So the Vigoroth, actually, Vigoroth is going to try to go for a full counter down here. Is going to have to take an X Scissor first, though.
And this is huge, right? Because Onion Frank came in with Vigoroth. Obviously, Onion Frank doesn't know the exact backline of Loud Jeffs. If he came in with Superior, Loud Jeffs might be contemplating bringing in the Gligar into it. But now he knows there's no way he's bringing Lickitung into his Vigoroth, brings in the Gligar, and has the alignment he wants.
Yeah, and this Body Slam is going to go off. He has the back-to-back Body Slams ready, but how are you going to finish off this Gligar? This is going to be the next Body Slam into the Gligar. It's going to be hard with either you're going to have to go for counters to try to counter down, which would be really tough, or you pivot to Superior and try to Vine Whip down, but then you're taking super effective wing attacks back, so it looks like he's staying in with that Vigoroth, and the Shadow Gligar is going to be able to throw this aerial ace. But the key factor for Lyle, the shield from Onion, because he wants to keep this Vigoroth around to throw the Body Slam because he doesn't want to try to Vine Whip down.
He wants to strip this final shield for sure, right? Because if you no shield, you have to throw like at least 2 Leaf Tornado to take out the Gligar.
Oh no, he swapped to do an aerial ace though.
Yeah, I mean, either way, like you don't really want to catch anything either way on this Superior. Unfortunately, not able to get the Vine Whip down. And here comes the Lickitung, and sometimes this is kind of a neutral matchup, especially at full health. But at this point, you can Leaf Tornado 4 times in a row and it's not going to matter.
Yeah, you just won't have the damage because you need double Frenzy Plant to knock out anyway. So if you Leaf Tornado, you still need 2 more Frenzy Plants and you don't even get the debuff there. That is just tough for Onion Frank. It looks like Lyle is about to Body Slam this Superior, and his team that he has so many reps with, won the last tournament with, is going to be able to knock out the counter squad from Onion Frank with a lick down into Vigoroth.
I thought Loud Jeffs was going to throw a Power Whip, statement, just like how Onion Frank threw a Leaf Tornado in the end there when he didn't need to. But the series is evened up 1-1. And this is really the determining factor, because this is, I feel like, a true test of the team that Loud Jeffs has been running, both at Charlotte, here, and even when Abhinav was running too, is can this team perform in an Annihilate meta? When Charlotte rolled around, Annihilate was about 2 days old in Pokemon Go. So not a lot of people were running it, not a lot of people were comfortable with it. Not a lot of people knew how to run it well. But now it's really picking up in usage, 40+% today alone. And looking at the team, you're thinking, I mean, that's the biggest check to Vigoroth, right? You can't bring the Vigoroth in. It beats Lickitung. It has play into Whiscash. Like, it's really strong. And so can you rely... Vigoroth is no longer as safe as it used to be. Can you maneuver around that Annihilate? I think the real question is, does Lao Jeff take a risk here and still bring the Vigoroth and just tries to not get it lined up with Annihilate, or does he play it safer?
My biggest question going into this battle, he showed Shadow Gligar in the back 2 games in a row. And I want to ask you as a competitor, do you expect an adjustment from Miles Jeff? Because he showed it in the back 2 times in a row, do you think he'll lead it in game number 3, or do you think he will stick to his strategy of keeping that in the back?
I mean, I think overall, Gligar is super safe for Lao Jeffs, especially against the double counter user on the side of Onion Frank, the grass type. It has play into Lantern, even though it's Water Gun Lantern. It's okay-ish into Azumarill, although you get out bulk, you really just don't want to see that Alolan Sandslash. What I'm really surprised is Onion Frank hasn't brought Water Gun Lantern yet. It's super safe into the entire team of Lao Jeffs. It has play into everything. It has great matchups into, the Gligar, the Azumarill, and does kind of even with the Vigoroth, and it's much better into Charger Bug as well, because doing neutral Water Gun damage. You really just want to watch out for the Whiscash, but we haven't really seen Whiscash at all from Lao Jeffs because Serperior's on in every team for Onion Frank. On top of that, you have the Altaria that also walls off the Whiscash. I feel like Lao Jeffs is not going to bring Whiscash. That Lantern should feel super safe for Onion Frank.
And here we are. We're locked into decisive game number 3. Onion Frank trying to repeat his Knoxville glory against Lyles Jeff, and he gets a huge win in the lead. It is hard to come back against Onion Frank. Swap into the Charger Bug. Onion Frank is staying in. I think he's looking for a Leaf Tornado. He's instantly looking. His tournament dreams might come down to this coin flip right here. Can he get the attack drop into the Charger Bug? No!
Oh my gosh, 0 for 3. And that is such a gamble, right? He's hoping for it so that he could really shore up this matchup with Altaria. But going for that gamble meant that the Charge Bug got more energy coming into this matchup. And the question is Lao Jeffs going to try to fight for Switch now that he has this much of an energy advantage over the Altaria?
And was it worth it? We've already seen how this plays out in the first game where Lyles Jeff safe swap Charge Bug. Onion Frank instantly swapped in the Altaria and was able to get the alignment. I still think he can actually get the alignment. Here comes the Protect Shield from Lyles Jeff. I don't even know if you can get a Volt Switch down if both trainers commit all their Protect Shields. I think you might keep the same alignment, but it's gonna be so close.
I like this play from Lao Jeffs. Go for the X Scissor. It's cheaper energy. You might get to a second one. At that point with the Volt Switch damage, it might be enough. The question is, can you hang on?
This Volt Switch won't knock out, so you need 8 turns of absorbing Dragon Breath. There's no way you can absorb 8 turns of Dragon, 9 turns actually. So now you will get a bubble down, but a Moonblast is coming in. That means Onion Frank is maintaining that alignment of Serperior into Azumarill, and guess what? You have Shadow Alolan Sandslash into Lickitung in the back, and that Shadow Alolan Sandslash has Powder Snow.
And here, I think we're going to see the Ice Beam and Dip. The real question is Onion Frank going to try to Leaf Tornado yet again? But the Alolan Sandslash is going to do fine into Lickitung. I don't think it's necessary at all. The chip damage is huge from the Ice Beam. And here, you can see Onion Frank excited to see the Lickitung. The Powder Snow variant is going to be superior to this Lickitung.
He was expecting maybe that Shadow Gligar in the back, so he was thinking that this would have a positive matchup. He raised up his fist because he's met with the Lickitung, and this is a positive matchup. You're taking the neutral licks. You need to throw the Power Whip. Power Whip does more damage than one Body Slam. That's why Lyle is going for it here. But Azumarill is not out of it yet, because if Azumarill can get a bubble down, it just needs double Ice Beam, and it's at a decent amount of health right now. So it's really tricky for Onion Frank how much health he wants to leave on his Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, and I think Lao Jeffs has the decision to make, decides to not even throw the energy. He realizes he needs the energy, but the problem is, if you get hit by this drill run, you're closing in on Leaf Tornado range, and that is scary because Onion Frank already has the energy for it. I think Onion Frank's going to swap out right when he can. He's trying to get there, and here it comes. And do we go for a Leaf Tornado? I think he just goes safely for Leaf Tornado. There's no time for Lao Jeffs to get to 2 Ice Beam.
And this is the move that he has, the attack that he's been using all tournament, and it is the decisive blow into the previous regional champion of Charlotte. Onion Frank wins against Lyle Jeffs.
No debuff needed either. I think there was 4 Leaf Tornado. The last one, unclear if that would have been debuff, but not debuffing at all and still making it work. And that's the thing, right? Onion Frank's team, super unconventional, but has a lot of play. It's just very unexpected. People can't really plan for it. Charge Bug Safe Swap against most flying types outside of Gligar is fine, but Altaria just so bulky and oppressive with that Dragon Breath damage. Even coming into that matchup late, Onion Frank was still able to maintain switch advantage.
And if you lose switch advantage against this team of Onion Frank's team was built to beat Lyle's Jeff's team, and not just beat it, but steamroll through matchups, having some of the hardest answers. Annihilate into that Vigoroth, that Shadow Lulin Sandslash into Shadow Gligar. So every time he got alignment in these games, it was just kind of over. Lyle Jeffs played amazing to try to get back into it, but it all came down to that safe swap matchup. That Charge Bug into Altaria, and Charge Bug was just not enough. Let's look at those highlights.
Let's take a look right here, and here the first game was the crucial one where Onion Frank built himself advantage. That Annihilate into Vigoroth, there's no way of getting out of that one if you're Lyle Jeffs, especially if he maintains switch advantage. And like you said, he was ahead by so much already. Go for the safe play, go for the frenzy plant, see if you can land it. If not, just go for another one because you still have a shield and so much health remaining in here. Building a little confidence in himself. You know, he's like, I don't really need this Leaf Tornado, but I'm going to throw it for good measure and see, you know, start off this potential debuff, smiling at himself. And, you know, Onion Frank, well on his way to qualify for World Championships with the championship points he's earned at multiple tournaments, but he wants to win one. He wants to make a statement, right? He wants to do this for himself as a competitor. He doesn't need to just qualify World Championships. He needs to win it all.
Yeah, and I mean, credit to him. I didn't know if he could hold himself back from Leaf Tornado in that situation where he needed to land the Frenzy Plant onto the Gligar, and finally he was able to land these 50-50s. That's where Leaf Tornado can be so much more valuable. When your opponent actually thinks you might throw Frenzy Plant, then they might shield a Leaf Tornado, but it's kind of the opposite. Onion Frank has showed Leaf Tornado so many times in a row that no one thinks he's ever gonna Frenzy Plant, and then when he actually Frenzy Plant, it can win him the game.
I mean, I feel like Onion Frank, there's a lot of 50-50 on Onion Frank's team, right? You got the Leaf Tornado, and then just look at the team composition. You got half of the team weak to Gligar and half of the team strong into Gligar. So, like, it's just, you're facing him, and you're just saying, I don't know, I could lose the lead in half of these matchups, and it's going to be terrible if you do. And you see that in game number 3, running that Azumarill into that, you know, Superior, and of course, that backline matchup. Just, unfortunately, really tough for Lyle Jeffs to overcome. Of course, he is on the winner side, moving down to loose bracket, so he still has a chance to become a repeat champion. He does have to battle through a lot of that loose bracket to make it there.
Well, Onion Frank thinks he has the best team in the tournament. Let's see if he still thinks that. Let's head on over to the sidelines.
All right, well, I'll go ahead and start off with that question. Do you think your team is the best in this tournament? And did you specifically craft your team to beat the Abhinav and Lyle Jeffs team?
I didn't make it to beat that team, but I do think it's the best team. I think it covers everything like super well. It does. Altaria's great. Water Gun Lantern is so good. I think that's been carrying me through the tournament. Besides that game where I didn't bring it, and Altaria is carrying me. Charge Bug I don't think is as amazing as it looks, because my team is like, you can safe swap a Charge Bug and I have nothing for it besides Altaria. But I've played a Charge Bug every round, and I've beat it every round so far.
And getting your Altaria lined up on it has definitely helped you, but your team also has the option for Leaf Tornado on Superior. A bit unlucky in those 3 battles there, going 0 for 3 on those debuff chances. Talk to us a little bit about your option for Leaf Tornado over Aerial Ace.
I think Leaf Tornado is just better. You completely dominate in the matchups you win, and then you get completely dominated in the matchups you lose. And the casters, and everyone knows that's how I like to play. I like to win hard and lose hard. So that's why I went Leaf Tornado. And those 3 debuffs, I'll make up for them in my next match. I'll get all 3.
Carrying that luck forward. Well, thank you for the interview. Congratulations on the big win over Lyle Jeffs, the previous regional championship, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. We'll send it back to the casters.
Really creative picks from Onion Frank in his team composition. He's playing Pokemon that pretty much everyone counted out. Who's still running grass types in general, let alone Superior, right? Maybe you see a little Trevenant here, then maybe some Venusaur, but he's running Superior from last meta rotation, essentially. He's running Altaria after his nerf. There was no upside to that Sky Attack nerf. It just went straight downgraded, but he's still running it, and it looks so good in this specific matchup. And then he's running Water Gun Lantern, which I mean, if we see any Lantern, it's pretty much Spark these days, but running the Water Gun variant as well, really throwing opponents off. Double counter as well, Vigoroth and Annihilate. It's just something that no one can plan for. And I think that's really the secret to Onion Frank's team at this point in time. And he's only lost one battle.
Right.
He didn't drop a single battle in day number 1, only losing one battle to the most recent North America regional champion, who Lao Jeffs looked on fire at Charlotte. So able to dismantle Lao Jeffs there in that series. He's looking like he's going to go a long way into today's tournament.
Right now, looking like the best team, the team to beat, and he likes to win hard or lose hard, so he's going to hope that he's going to continue to win hard. And I believe we have our last winner's side of the bracket matchup up next. It is going to be Dunebug versus Rockhaven. And Rockhaven actually got 5th place in Peoria this season and only lost to Nighttime Clasher 2 times. He lost to him to get dropped down into the loser side, and then he lost to him again. He also competed in Charlotte last tournament. He didn't do as well, but he also went down to Magic Mason, another trainer that we see on this winner's side of the bracket. So out of 4 of his tournament match losses, 3 of them are previous regional champions, of course, because Nighttime Clasher went into Europe in the biggest European tournament ever and just cooked.
You really like to emphasize that fact for our European friends, huh? So, speaking of champions, he is facing off against one in Dunebug, Arlington Regional Champion, Hartford Regional Top 8, Sacramento Regional Top 4, San Antonio Regional Champion, 2 times Worlds competitor, 3 times Worlds qualified competitor. This is no easy task, but I feel like Rockhaven's very used to facing champions in this game, and he is running, Dunebug's running the Annihilate, the Charge Bug, the Shadow Whiscash, Skarmory, Lickitung, and the Shadow Gligar.
And no Registeel on this team. Remember, Registeel was so good for him in his previous regional runs, and he decided to drop that for the steel type of the Skarmory, running that Shadow Whiscash. Like I mentioned, Peoria Regional Top 8, he did get number 5 in that tournament, just eventually losing to Nighttime Clasher, and he is also running the Shadow Whiscash, the Annihilate, the Skarmory. Very similar teams here, but a pick that we really don't see much anymore in the meta, the Umbreon.
And we saw a few Umbreon yesterday in other teams too, but it seemed like Umbreon was just falling short every single time. You face a lot of Zero this in today's meta, as well as Charge Bug, both having incredible matchups against that Umbreon. However, Rockhaven said it was his MVP pick, so let's see if he is able to do something special with his Umbreon. If he can match it up against that Lickitung, that's fantastic right there. So here we go, going to game number 1 of this winner's bracket, Dunebug versus Rockhaven. It's going to be the Shadow Whiscash against the Shadow Gligar, and on paper, this matchup is really funky.
Yeah, and the thing is, if the shields are down, Shadow Whiscash is so much better than regular Whiscash against Shadow Gligar because you can start knocking out with one Scald. Trying to swap on the Scald does successfully swap on the Scald, and this is a huge coin flip right here because if you're able to avoid the debuff, then your Umbreon is going to be so much stronger. Does he avoid it? Yes, he does. And Dunebug swaps into the Annihilate, but the Annihilate is going to have to go for pretty much a full counter down because both of his charge attacks are resisted.
And this is the downside of that Night/Shadow Ball combination. You have nothing to throw at the dark types except for just counter. I think Dunebug is pretty okay with this, expecting it, right? That's going for the chip damage with the Scald. Even without the debuff, this puts the Umbreon in a fairly comfortable counter range. And even without Ice Punch, the Annihilate still kind of hurts with the Shadow Ball.
And he is going to be able to get this full counter down before the foul play. No, had to throw it right as the foul play was available. But look how much health this Annihilate has. It does have a good amount of energy. Knocks out the Umbreon with the resisted attack. And then it's going to be able to throw a Shadow Ball before that wing attack came in because that wing attack would get really close to knocking out.
And we see the instant no-shield from Rockhaven. I like this play a lot because even if you match up, actually coming in with the Annihilate to counter down, get some extra energy. I like this play too. Right, so what I was saying is even if he gets hit by a Shadow Ball, the Whiscash still has to throw a Scald, right? So it doesn't matter how much health he has as long as he's not in Mud Bomb range. And here we see Dunebug actually throwing a Mud Bomb, and he's probably thinking like, wait, I was like, that's not Scald, is it? And, you know, it is just a Mud Bomb. It's just chipping, right? He's thinking, oh, maybe I miscounted, but no. I like that play. Forcing Rockhaven to either take some damage so you're in Steel Wing territory or grab a shield.
This is tough.
it is a little tough. Ice Punch
Do
is a
you
little more
call it?
expensive.
No!
Oh.
You protect shield the Ice Punch. Even if you took the Ice Punch, you're going to take a lot of counter damage. But now, does Rockhaven just go for the triple Ice Punch here, or does he try to go for one more bait and then knock out with that Shadow Ball? It all comes down to timing. You're going to have to get to a lot of charge attacks, but Skarmory isn't that fast to the Sky Attack here. You're already at double Ice Punch. You get the Protect Shield. I think you can charge attack priority on that Shadow Ball.
That's going to be huge because the counter damage is going to add up so fast into the Whiz Catch.
He could have.
Oh,
he could have.
Goes for the Ice Punch instead.
He could have charged attack priority on that Shadow Ball, but it's so hard to see in the moment. Obviously, we see the other energy, but he doesn't go for it. He swaps in the Gligar. This gives a window for Doombug. Doombug is able to knock out with the Sky Attack here. Now it's all going to come down to the punches of the Annihilate.
Can you do it? Can you counter this down? You see Doombug trying to reach for the Sky Attack. He needs to get to it. He doesn't get to it.
He tries to swap,
and tries
but
to
he
catch
has
it.
to throw.
Wait.
He had to throw because he would have got Mudshot down. He had to throw the energy, and now it's going to come down to a counter and a Steel Wing.
I think it's going to be a tie.
Who wins the counter versus the Steel Wing?
It's
It's a tie.
Wow, super close game there too. I mean, you can see Doombug trying to reach the Sky Attack and then realizing I can't get to it. If I let him counter me all the way down, he has an Ice Punch ready for me. Instead, swapping over to Whiscash, maybe trying to catch an Ice Punch, maybe trying to draw some of that energy. And the thing is, Rockhaven hesitated, right? He took like 1 or 2 Mudshot worth of damage and then threw the Ice Punch. And that because of that, he was within 1 Steel Wing worth of energy, worth of health, I guess. And then we had the Simul knockout.
Doombug got 2 breaks there. One, Rockhaven could have charge attack priority on the Shadow Ball versus the Sky Attack to ensure this matchup. But like I said, we can see both of the energies here, and after so many fast attacks have gone off, you might want to be safer rather than sorry. So he went for the Ice Punch and then the swap. But to your point, Doombug only had 1 chance, and that was swapping into Whiscash and soaking that energy, because as we saw the simultaneous knockout, if there was no Whiscash in the equation, it would have also been a simultaneous knockout. But Rockhaven's Annihilate would still be around and be able to throw that energy into Skarmory, and we're gonna see that play out right here.
Yeah, okay, and here we go. There's the double Ice Punch bait was crucial. 1 away from the Shadow Ball. Could have gone for it, but maybe lost track counts. And, you know, in the moment, it is easy to do that, especially when you're facing off against someone like Doombug and then swapping over to draw the energy.
And if he doesn't swap right here, this would be simultaneous, and then he would have thrown this into the Whiscash. Instead, he has to throw this into the Whiscash after, like you mentioned, taking 2 Mudshots. And the 2 Mudshots is the reason this is a tie and not a loss for Doombug.
Wow, so it looks like we have up to 4 games here already. Doombug is definitely no stranger to ties, to even tying in a Grand Finals Game 5 bracket reset match against Risecation a couple years ago, for those that remember that throwback. But yeah, a close battle right there. And this is the thing, right? When you play against players like Doombug, you have to be so on point. It is stressful, right? When you're sitting up there, especially on Top Cut, you're facing against talented trainers. Sometimes you're like, I don't know. Do I trust my counts, right? Is he really at the Sky Attack, or can I go for the Shadow Ball, right? Is he actually 1 away, or is he at the energy? And, you know, I think at that point, if Rockhaven was, I want to say more doubted, but maybe more confident in his counts there too, right? And I think also part of it is maybe he's thinking, well, maybe I'll throw the Ice Punch and then swap out and catch a move, right? That could be another option too, because he didn't want to throw on charge attack priority, right? Or maybe he was just scared that Doombug was going to try to catch the Shadow Ball. There could be a lot of different things going on, right? Because against good players, he's expecting that Doombug knows he's going to get to the Shadow Ball. So maybe Doombug, experienced player, will try to go for a catch himself.
Right, and it is the safer play to do that, because if you were off by 1 Steel Wing and then you just get knocked out by the Sky Attack, that's a wrap. So here we are. It's going to be a rematch of game number 1, and there is the Umbreon, the MVP so far for Rockhaven, into that Shadow Gligar, and I believe Umbreon can win this matchup, but in the ones, it's actually very, very close.
Yeah, and Shadow Gligar is just such a strong Pokemon in this current meta. I mean, and the last meta as well. It just has so much neutral play, even into these bulkier Pokemon like Umbreon and Lickitung. Landing those digs really add up in time. But oh, it looks like Rockhaven going to tank the dig and just swap out to that Lickitung. And this is interesting, right? You have Skarmory in the back that typically you think is a great matchup versus Lickitung, but it's actually not the best matchup, even though you resist all the charge attacks, because the damage on the Licks add up, and Skarmory can't really tank too much body slam, especially once you start throwing the Brave Bird.
Yeah, and you actually take the body slam here. I actually thought he was going to go for a dig and then swap into that Skarmory to soak it up, but then now he's just going to stay in and just try to have that alignment to have that Skarmory in the back, because you can just knock out the Lickitung here with this dig, and that does knock out the Lickitung, so you still have a Gligar, and it's not like you're going to Mud Shot down, it's not like you're going to Snarl down, so you're going to have to commit energy to that Umbreon.
And it's going to be super awkward if Whiscash brought in, but there's actually a decent amount of energy on the Umbreon. I think Rockhaven could have definitely farmed a little bit more energy, right? The Gligar was pretty energy dry, and the wing attacks aren't really going to add up too much in damage. Now, this is going to be really crucial. What does Doombug bring in here? And this is the really awkward matchup, right? Double Shadow Whiscash in the back, where Scald can determine the entire fates of the game on that first debuff alone.
Yes, you saw in that game number 1, Doombug tried to control his fate just to get the tie, but now it might just be up to the coin flips. It's not just up to that, though, because I do feel like Skarmory has more upside than Umbreon here, because if you are able to knock out this Umbreon, you can't really Mud Shot down the Skarmory, so it's going to be tough to finish off this matchup. And plus, if you ever can Sky Attack here and then Brave Bird into, or even Brave Bird here into the Umbreon, I like it, because Sky Attack maybe would have been just an inch short, so just secure the knockout, and I think you can double Brave Bird or just swap into the Whiscash.
Wait, I think Rockhaven should be 1 turn ahead. So, Doombug actually going for the Mud Bomb. Rockhaven, let's see if he's aware it's the Mud Bomb and not the Scald, and chooses, does shield the Mud Bomb, trying to save some of the health. It still might pay off if you get the Scald off first, but Rockhaven was already ahead by a turn. He could have just let that go and saved the shield for the potentially hard-hitting Scald, but you get that first debuff, and that's huge.
That is huge, and the problem is shielding the Mud Bomb is also you're going to have to take Scalds, plus there is a potential Brave Bird lingering, so I feel like you have to save your Protect Shield for that Brave Bird. You do take, that just does so much damage, even though it is debuffed. The stats on Scald is just crazy here, going for the bait, and Doombug calling the bait of the Mud Bomb here, and now he's going to be able to force the Protect Shield right here with this Mud Bomb, and then he can counter swap combo move into the Skarmory because his timer is back up.
Yeah, and this is going to be tough because you can't even Mud Bomb the Skarmory. You have to commit the Scald energy, and you're at the Sky Attack. You see Rockhaven throwing the Mud Bomb on charge attack priority, but the Sky Attack's already reached. Really great execution from Doombug in the late game there, recognizing that even if you throw Scald at my Whiscash, you can't Mud Shot me down. I'm okay with it. I'm going to save the shield for the Skarmory with some remaining energy. Really well executed from Doombug in these last final 2 to 3 minutes.
I love the way he played that in game, because we were both thinking in the moment, as soon as Lickitung swapped in, I really like absorbing the licks on the Pokemon, either throwing some energy or just banking that energy and then swapping Skarmory, because then you just soak up all the body slams that the Lickitung has built up. But Doombug saw the potential of Skarmory in the back versus this team, and I think he's right. Skarmory versus this team is just so strong. There's no true counter to it. There's no electric type. So he thought if he could keep that Skarmory around, he could Brave Bird, swap out, and then close the battle with Skarmory. And I think that was the best win condition for him.
Yeah, now they say it, Skarmory looks super strong in this team, right? It hard beats the Gligar. It has really strong matchup against Lickitung. It has potential to beat the Annihilate. It's got a mirror matchup, and it has 2 other neutral matchups. Like, there's no reason not to bring the Skarmory. It is so good in the Rockhaven's team, and I love this play from Doombug, right? Throw the Mud Bomb before you even reach the Scald. I think that's why players like Doombug really make people, uneasy when you battle them, right?
Second guess yourself, right?
Yeah, second guess yourself. I'm up a turn. do I shield the non-debuff Mud Bomb at this point? Like, what do I do, right? And it puts you in an awkward position where you feel like you're always on the defensive while they're on the attack, and you just have your back against the wall the entire match.
It feels like he can compute the different scenarios faster than his opponent, so he gives his opponent complicated scenarios, and he already knows, okay, if he shields, I'll do this. If he doesn't shield, I'll do this. And there is the lead. It's going to be Annihilate into this Shadow Whiscash, and you know Shadow Whiscash can actually win the ones going straight Mud Bomb here if you properly protect that Shadow Ball, but instead trying to go for the upside of the Skull. It gets Protect shielded. Can he once again get the coin flip? And he whiffs on it.
Oh, but coming in with the Lickitung to absorb the energy. I like this play from Rockhaven a lot, right? Not needing to shield a potential Shadow Ball, especially with the Night Slash as a bait option. It's just going to be able to bait much more easily. Oh,
he gets the boost!
Attack boost! This is Doombug from 2023 because he was getting all the boosts on the obstacle. Now he's getting the boost on the Annihilate, and this Annihilate's going to start shredding through this Lickitung. Do you shield? You
no,
can't.
how do you take it out? You can't even take it out at this point. It is double boosted, Caleb! It is double boosted! You cannot counter this down. You cannot mud shot this down. This Annihilate is unstoppable. Look at how much counter damage that is. You have to protect it. You just let it go. I think he's just calling it. That could be a wrap here. Look how much damage that Night Slash did. Counter down. That is ridiculous.
Butters, I don't think you realize it. Doombug hasn't even shown a second Pokemon. He's about to sweep the entire team of Rockhaven with just one Pokemon. I think there's, yeah, I mean, you just go straight Night Slash at this point. Yes, you have the Ice Punch, but you're going to get outpaced, and you know, I think Rockhaven should be able to take out at least Annihilate as a consolation prize.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close. He's asking for another boost, but that literally doesn't do anything. That's a little greedy, Doombug, because you can only be 4-stage attack buffed, and he is already fully attack buffed. There is the Protect Shield. He doesn't get the boost. Here comes the Ice Punch to finally knock out Doombug's Annihilate, and he will have to show a second Pokemon. Most likely, Skarmory will just come in and Sky Attack and finish this game for Doombug. Oh, he actually wants to go for the Mud Bomb instead.
Yeah, I mean, either way, he has a couple win cons at this point. You know, we talked about there's different options for Annihilate. Can you run the Ice Punch, Shadow Ball, Night Slash, Shadow Ball? And that is always a potential upside to the Night Slash, let alone a cheaper move. But the boost, the double boost, I mean, Doombug used to boost all the time on Obstacle, and now he's just carrying it over to the Annihilate.
It all started when Rockhaven just gave him a little opening in the door, right? In that moment where he didn't throw the Shadow Ball, he gave him that little opening, and then Doombug just kicked down the wall like a Kool-Aid man and just came into the building, because as soon as he had that opening, he just rolled through that series. In game number 2, that rematch, he played absolutely amazing in the in-game, and then game number 3 with the luck on the double boost. I don't think anyone could beat Doombug after you double boost in that scenario. So it was lucky, but it could have been 1-1, and then it would have been game 3, so it probably would have been a wrap anyway.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the highlights there and see how it went down. But I gotta say, it's not about, I don't know if you could beat Doombug when he's quadruple boosted at that point. I don't know if you could beat anyone in that scenario if you're in Rockhaven spot. But here we go. It was that I think this was the first original game that ended in a tie. A lot of Whiscash back and forth, mirror matchups too. And oh no, I think this might be actually the rematch game. So the first one ended up in tie. This one, Doombug making some huge calls, no shielding right when he needed to, mud bombing to grab shields off Rockhaven, and just putting Rockhaven in a really tough spot. And Skarmory just carrying the way for Doombug throughout the series.
You know, it's funny because this final matchup was once again just like in Liverpool between Ice Punch Annihilate and Night Slash Annihilate, and there's a huge conversation going on in the Pokemon Go community of which the correct attack is. And Doombug is making Night Slash look pretty good right now after he gets the double boost. That means he is 4-stage attack buffed on his Annihilate.
And look at the precision from Doombug too, throwing that Night Slash, that second Night Slash at charge attack priority against the Lickitung as well. So getting even more energy and setting himself up for so much. You can see he's loving it, right? I mean, when you're in that spot, you feel just untouchable. And Doombug looking untouchable so far on the first set of battles in day number 2.
And it's tough. This is the winner side, of course, so Rockhaven will move on to the loser side of the bracket, but he over and over again in these tournaments having to run into these amazing players. Nighttime Clasher, Magic Mason, now Doombug, and you just can't give them any opportunity to get some momentum, because once that momentum starts rolling, it turns into a double Night Slash boost, and then it's just unstoppable.
And we're setting ourselves up for the I gotta say, reoccurring Doombug versus Rise Occasion showdown. They're both still in that winner's bracket. I'm curious to hear what Doombug has to say about that and about his series. Let's take it to the floor and see what he has to say.
All right, everybody, I'm here with Doombug, aka Boost Bug, after his insane double boost against his opponent there. Doombug, how are you feeling after that? That was awesome.
I'm feeling pretty boosted right now.
Pretty boosted, right? It's good to get that win, but a lot of skill went into it as well. You're an incredibly consistent trainer. One play I thought was interesting was in game number 2. You threw the mud bomb with your Shadow Whiscash. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I saw that his Whiscash was already one fast move ahead of me, so I wanted to maintain that discrepancy. And so throwing the mud bomb allowed me to stay within the same pacing with his Whiscash.
Awesome. Those minor details actually turned out to be huge, impactful moments, right? I wanted to ask you one more question. Our co-caster said you might face off against Rise to Occasion coming up here soon. That's like a classic battle, right? Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I am, but I know I have to chop some onions first if I want to move on to Rise.
That's right, one step at a time. And I think that your run through San Antonio demonstrated that. Again, Doombug, the first trainer ever to lose that round 1 and progress 14 wins straight. Is that correct?
That is correct. It still blows me away that I've done that.
Yeah. I just want to ask you one final question here. What does it take to have that kind of mental fortitude, right? I think one step at a time is a good kind of moniker, but talk about even going down one game. I mean, how do you stay locked in?
I always just try to not get in my own head and just keep telling myself, keep putting in the effort, because I will reach the goal I want.
Awesome. Put in the effort. Sounds like a plan, Doombug or Boost Bug. Good luck in your next round. Thank you so much. And back to casters.
Thank you so much, Speedy. I want to take this opportunity to just talk about Doombug's journey. He's been around the championship series scene for a long time. He's always been an amazing player, but he is one of the most resilient players and people that I've seen. In the past, of course, he was known for certain things in the community, like getting reviews or certain registeel actions, but he came back time and time again, and he kept winning and he kept improving, not only in Pokemon Go, but as a person. It's so awesome to see his success because he has really earned it. He has put in the work personally and in the game to make it to this moment, and now he is one of the best trainers out there, about to face Onion Frank, which he was referring to about chopping some onions.
Yeah, not only that, he's not only a great competitor, but he's been judging as well, right? In his off time when he's not competing. I think he said his goal is to attend every North America regional this entire season, either as a judge or as a competitor. And, you know, it seems like he's like trading off here or there. And I think everyone at home is trying to figure out, is Doombug going to be competing at this one or judging? Because I'm trying to, you know, avoid this matchup if I can. But yeah, really great to see his continued success. And hey, like we said, there could be 2 potential repeat North America regional champions this season at this tournament, at the conclusion of this tournament. Versus Loud Jeffs, of course, our most recent regional champion, but the one right before that was Doombug. And so he has the potential to be that repeat champion as well. He has a long way to go still, though. A lot of really talented battlers left. Speaking of talented battlers, we have some more on the floor, so let's take it to the stage, and we have ourselves the losers round 2, Awesome Ev versus another very familiar name, long-standing original battler from the very beginning, Valor Ash and his Talonflame.
Valor Ash hasn't had the success he has wanted to in the championship series, but like his Talonflame, he has been stronger in this season because in this season, obviously, the Incinerate damage has increased. You have access to that fly, and ever since that change, he has also been on a roll, and he is coming in on that that loser's side of the bracket. Can he keep that momentum going? But first, he has to battle this trainer who had, like Magic Mason said, one of the best day one performances ever with who he was able to take down with the Skeledirge and Poliwrath team.
And that Shadow Dragonair he's relying on quite a bit as well. You know, Poliwrath, fairly rare. I don't know, this might be, if I'm not mistaken, the only Poliwrath in top 16 today, which is pretty wild. But it was a staple Pokemon of this meta until Annihilate took the stage. And Awesome F still proving that Poliwrath has a lot of play, but we'll be going against a seasoned trainer here, Valor Ash, NEIC top 16, San Antonio Regional top 16, Charlotte top 16, and again, top 16 here at Knoxville. Very high consistency running the Talonflame, but the rest of the team is just pretty wild to me too. Whiscash, Azumarill, Superior, Shadow Gligar, and Lickitung. No counter user, no fighter, no check to Lickitung. Like, it's kind of wild, right? In a Lickitung meta, Valor Ash has found a way to make it so far in this tournament. I'm looking at his team butters, and I just don't understand how it works, but he's able to pilot it so well.
Yeah, some of these trainers are just leaving themselves vulnerable. Lickitung with Valor Ash, Onion Frank with that Charger Bug, even those teams that are weak to Shadow Gligar, and here is that Shadow Gligar into the Shadow Dragonair. So Awesomev does have the decision here. He could just go for the alignment because you can win the 2 Protect Shield situation against this Shadow Gligar.
Exactly, especially when you're starting on even energy, right? The Gligar doesn't have a wing attack advantage lead. I think we saw this play out a couple times yesterday even, and Awesome Ev hanging the Aerial Ace, choosing not to even shield, throwing this Aqua Tail when the Dragonair is quite low on, or the Dragonair is quite low on health already. Maybe just considering, all right, I'm just going to go for the shield advantage Lickitung on the back, which I think is a great strategy from Awesome Ev because, like I said, there's not really anything that truly beats this Lickitung. You have a mirror matchup, Talonflame up shields, or just, you know, certain situations you could definitely chip it down. Oh, trying to catch a move, not able to. It ends up still throwing the Aerial Ace from Valor Ash. Great patience from Valor Ash.
You know, I agree with you, and I also disagree with you. Yes, Lickitung is so strong, but it's not that type of Pokemon that can just clear a backline. It will probably have, oh, actually not, because the Protect Shield does come out for Awesome Evs on that Shadow Gligar, and here comes the swap, but now you're switch locked. I think that was a little too risky, tried to get a little too flashy by swapping in with that Shadow Gligar and keeping it switch locked just to try to absorb a dig.
I think if Awesome Ed makes that catch, it's really great, but a lot of these experienced trainers, they don't throw right when they have the move, right? They throw at unpredictable times, expecting players to make these kind of catches and plays. The double dig does add up quite a bit of damage to that Azumarill, but this is also setting up the Talonflame because you're going to be able to chip down this Lickitung, and I think that's how Valor Ash has made it this far, right? He's taking down the Lickitung by committee, using multiple Pokemon to chip it down, to wear it down. His team has a lot of bulk to it too, right? So a lot of neutral play into the Lickitung. Nothing really hard looses it too much, right? You don't have like a Jellicent in general. Yes, you have the Azumarill and the Whiscash that doesn't want to see it too much, but they're not the worst matchups for Valor Ash. And at this point, I mean, there's like almost no health left. This Talonflame is going to start cooking.
I mean, the thing is, Lickitung is going to be safe no matter what. It doesn't really matter what you bring. It's going to be safe against 5 Pokemon no matter what. Yeah, maybe you'll have a Registeel, maybe you'll have a Vigoroth, but it's safe in general. So might as well just keep it safe against everything and then just try to have some teamwork with your Pokemon to take it down. And good timing there by Awesome Ev. Does this pick up the last protection of the game from the Talonflame? No, Valor Ash does decide to let that go. He'll have to throw a Flame Charge because the second Body Slam is going to be available before the Flame Charge, but no, actually doesn't throw it because it didn't really matter in the end. Valor Ash was going to pick up that victory, a clean game number 1.
Find me someone that knows how to play Talonflame better than Valor Ash. You're not going to find it, right? This guy brings Talonflame into almost every tournament, and he uses it in the battles. This is not bench pressure. This is actually there, right? In a meta where there's almost no grass types. I mean, there's like, I think 2 grass types in top 16, and he has 1 of them, right? So there's not even that many targets, strong targets for Talonflame, but just playing out those neutral matchups and trying to leverage it how he can. I've seen Valor beat Whiscash with it too, even, right? Because he's just resisting the mud shot damage and the fly damage, and even the resisted incinerate damage really adds up. Really great calculated calls from Valor throughout this first battle.
You know, I got some stats on that. Valor has brought Talonflame in 6 out of his last 8 tournaments. In only 3 of those tournaments, I'm not even counting today, so that's 7 out of 9. If you count today, he's brought 7 out of the last 9 tournaments, and only 3 of the last tournaments has been in this iteration of the meta. So that means he brought it 4 times before, with Talonflame not even being that strong. So to your point, he has the most experience with this Pokemon, and now it is better positioned. He is the best pilot for Talonflame.
And Talonflame's not an easy Pokemon to use. That 5-turn Incinerate can be so clunky, especially against experienced players. They know how to play around that 5-turn fast attack so well, but you can't underestimate the damage and the energy it generates either. And here we go. We see Lickitung again, right? I think you're right. Lickitung is so safe, but also you have so many options to neutrally check it. Like, if you're Valor, you know you're seeing a Lickitung in 100 out of the 100 battles you're battling at Knoxville, and you're just going to have to find a way to play around it, and he's managed to play around it so well.
You know, I really like this decision from Awesome Ev, though. Instead of keeping Lickitung in the back and trying to close with it, he is now using it a tool for alignment, because he has it in the lead here and knows it can neutrally beat so many matchups on Valor Ash's team, and then he has an alignment-based backline with the Dragonair and the Charge Bug, and he actually uses a Protect Shield on this Aerial Ace, which is unfortunate because it's Aerial Ace, but at least if he maintains alignment, and here comes the Protect Shield from the Shadow Gligar, so it looks like both trainers are going for that alignment.
I love that play from Valor Ash, because the Aerial Ace is technically not even enough to knock out the Lickitung at that point, but he's going to force Awesome Ev to be the one to decide if he wants to shield or not, right? And just so that Valor Ash is the one that could dictate switch advantage at this point. And
he doesn't go for it.
Switch advantage is pretty important in this specific game, because you want that Azumarill on that Dragonair. And this is the thing, Charger Bug and Talonflame is kind of a finicky matchup. You're doing super effective damage on both fronts. Incinerate doing a lot, and the timing on these fast attacks for these charge attacks is very crucial here. Looking like Awesome Ev getting this discharge through. Do we see the shield? No shield from Valor Ash, and just one-shots the Talonflame. Maybe he's hoping that it will hold on, but now the game has changed completely. You're taking so much damage from the Volt Switch in the discharge now.
It's not over, but it's just so hard because you want to keep this Charger Bug around so that you can win this Azumarill matchup. But I think the better play is you actually need to win this matchup with the Dragonair, because I don't think even if you Protect Shield this, you're just going to get overwhelmed by the bubbles, and then you can land one Play Rough on that Shadow Dragonair to win the game. I think this is going to be a win for Valor Ash. I think the timers are coming back up. That could be the saving grace for Awesome Ev if he can pivot back to his Shadow Dragonair.
Yeah, I personally like Awesome Ev's play quite a bit. Oh, but staying in. Oh, and then now swapping over to Dragonair. Dragonair has this amount of energy.
He didn't throw it. Oh. He didn't throw it. He had the Play Rough. He didn't throw it, and it would have come down to Bubble versus Volt Switch, and now it doesn't come down to that. It comes down to game number 3 because Awesome Ev just tied it up.
Wow, I think it really was Valor Ash anticipating that his Talonflame can survive that discharge, right, and not get knocked out, because he pretty much had a flame charge ready at that point, fly ready for that Charger Bug. But because he pretty much got no value out of that Talonflame, outside of maybe 1 or 2 Incinerate, he still had a long way to go to take out that Charger Bug with the Azumarill, and by then the Volt Switch damage, the discharge damage just added up way too much. I personally like Awesome Ev's final shield on that Charger Bug because that discharge is a ton of damage to that Azumarill, whereas Body Slam, you still need to throw maybe 3, maybe even 4 Body Slam against Azumarill, and Azumarill eventually just going to get to double Ice Beam at that point.
Yeah, I think it just depends if you could double Body Slam that Azumarill before it double Ice Beam. I was just worried about the situation where this Azumarill was getting really close to bubbling down before the Volt Switch would even be available, and then it could just Play Rough here, and then getting a bit too greedy there with that last bubble after he had the Play Rough and getting knocked out by the Shadow Dragon there. But there was 2 points there also on that Charger Bug matchup that was crucial for Valor Ash, because if he got that Charger Bug lower, he would have had a good shot too. to. And now we have the same situation pretty much. It is the Charge Bug in the backline versus the Azumarill and the Talonflame. And does alignment matter now if you're Valor Ash? Because last game, you thought you won the game with alignment, but Charge Bug in the back was just too strong.
This Charge Bug looks super strong for Awesome Ev. Honestly, this is exactly where Awesome Ev wants to see this Gligar. You want to be able to get rid of it before Valor Ash's Gligar has a chance to line it up against your own Charge Bug. Charge Bug overall looks super safe in the team Valor Ash. Even against Whiscash, it has some play.
Wait a second. Is Valor Ash behind on energy?
Yeah.
Valor Ash wasn't at the double aerial ace, and Awesome Ev was at the double aerial ace here. So that's not how it should work. So this most likely will be a rematch here.
Yeah, I actually noticed that right off the start. Awesome Ev got to that first aerial ace, one wing attack ahead of Valor Ash. Just chose not to throw it though, so it wasn't as obvious right then and there until we saw that second aerial ace. I mean, it's still not over, right? And we're going to see if Valor Ash can find a way around it. I mean, even if you're behind an NG, if you end up winning this matchup, I mean, I don't think Valor Ash would want a rematch either way, regardless of how the potential ruling would be if he were to bring it up. But
yes,
still going to try to fight through this, right? And Talonflame can be the key. I mean, here's the thing. You're swapping in the Lickitung into this Talonflame.
Wow.
And now the Talonflame could come away with some energy. I mean, you could tank the body slam, no problem.
You know what's crazy to me is I don't play Talonflame that much, but I was just thinking, why is he not ramping up? Why is he not flame charging? He's getting to 100 energy and then throwing flies. He knows Talonflame way better than I do. He's just actually just going for the raw damage and not trying to mess around with those charge attacks of the flame charge to ramp up and rely on Incinerate. Instead of relying on fast attack pressure, he decided to rely on the charge attack pressure here.
And I think the main reason is because Fly's a little bit cheaper, right? And after 2 Fly and maybe an Incinerate, that would be enough. Whereas you throw a Flame Charge, and then it's just more expensive. You have to go for another Incinerate at that point in time. But yeah, I mean, you know, the ramp-up damage, I don't think is as crucial.
He saves a Flame Charge there.
Oh, okay, save for later.
He saves it for later and is going to ensure the knockout. If he can somehow get a shield down from this Charger Bug and have it not have an attack banked.
There's no energy really on the Charger Bug.
Yeah, this is actually possible for Valor Ash here. So he was behind at the start, but like you mentioned before, he has the incentive to play it out, because if he wins the game, it's not like Awesome Ev can go ahead and ask for a review here. And and you get this play run.
No, trying to optimize, trying to go for the extra bubble. Unfortunately, not able to, and the Volt Switch comes through at that point in time. That's super tough too for Valor Ash, because I feel like without that bubble, the play rough might not be enough to knock out the Charge Bug in that point in time too. Then the Vulture's still going to come through at that.
It's just so risky to do that. I mean, I feel like there's way more upside in just hoping your opponent protect shields the play rough, because I didn't think it was that likely that he would get the bubble and the play rough in especially this game in particular. How often do you actually will able to get that off? So I think it was a little greedy there, but this is all for nothing, I think, because he started off behind on energy in that mirror matchup. So it's a pretty clear rematch in my eyes.
Yeah, well, that's why we have our expert judges reviewing the matchup, and you know, we'll see what they rule on. But that happened so early, right? So early, so much could have happened, and so much could have been different if that didn't happen. It could have been that Valor Ash's Gligar wins charge attack priority against Awesome Evs, and then now Awesome Ev's the one that has to show his second Pokemon first and has to spend additional energy to take out Valor Ash's Gligar. And look in the back end matchup. What was it? It was a Charger Bug and a Lickitung, right? So neither can really fast attack pressure down the Gligar. Gligar's going to get off probably a dig against either of those two Pokemon. Yeah, definitely, for sure, right? Or at least could bait with Aerial Ace. So I think it definitely could have been a huge situation. You can see, right, this is where I noticed it. The first one was Awesome gets to it first. The difference is Awesome didn't actually throw the aerials right away, so it wasn't as clear. You can see Valor Ash a little confused. Maybe he noticed the damage difference or something on his health. He definitely noticed something, right? But it's when you get to the second aerials, that's when it's very telling that Awesome Ev did start off a little bit more ahead in that head-to-head matchup.
And to speak to your point earlier about when it happened in the battle, that's why I feel like it's an instant rematch. I mean, these judges are going to look at it and they're going to make their proper decision, and I trust them fully. But because it happened so early, that's the it's limitless what could have changed the match, because it's just you're clearly down 2 wing attacks, maybe in 3 wing attacks by the time Awesome Ev gets to that double aerial ace. If this happened late, then you can actually break down, did that matter? Because if it happened in the end game, you can think, okay, now he was behind energy, but even if he had equal energy, did he have a win condition? At the beginning, there are hundreds of win conditions, it feels like. So you just kind of get robbed of all that optionality. So I feel like it should be a rematch here.
Yeah, I mean, the game could change completely, especially if it's something in the beginning. And that's one of those most important factors, right? Regardless of what may happen in a game, is it game impacting or not, right? And if it's not game impacting, you know, if you have a probo pass against a Whiscash and you miss 2 sparks and you're down all your shields, you're not winning that matchup either way against the Whiscash in that situation 100 times out of 100 times, right? So, but like we talked about, it happened so early at that point in time.
Yeah, and what's crazy is he actually was really close to winning in the end, because he could have maybe thrown that play rough before going for that bubble, that 3-turn fast attack, and then getting the damage registered before he could throw a charge attack. If he didn't go for that, and if Awesome Ev decided to protect shield, it would come down to the Talonflame versus the Charge Bug in the back, and that Talonflame had an attack banked. I'm not sure if the Charge Bug had the attack banked. If it did, it would come down to charge attack priority.
And I commend Valor Ash as well in that situation. Despite being behind energy, he realized it pretty early on, but he played it out. Right?
You have nothing to lose, right?
He had nothing to lose, but he didn't let it get to him, right?
Yeah.
You could tell he was still focused. I'm going to try to find my win cons. I'm going to try to see if I can find a way around it. And I love that mentality, right? If you let it get to you at that point in time, what if there is no rematch, right? What if it doesn't get, you know, what if the review doesn't fall in your favor and the results stand, right? You can't let it get to you, and I love that persistence from Valor Ash in that situation, saying, you know what? Like, I'm gonna play it out. If I win this, well, I don't care if I'm behind energy. I mean, I'll take it too, right? That's, you know, even the cherry on top is I was able to win even when I was behind on energy. And so, you know, playing it out and trying to see if he can still win it, very commendable.
And there's actually a lot to learn for both trainers, because we saw 2 games in a row play out where it was an Azumarill Talonflame backline versus a Charge Bug of Awesome Ev. So both of these trainers are trying to figure out how each other wants to play this backline. So even though Awesome Ev doesn't want to have the review, he would rather take the win. And it's unfortunate that this happens on Valor Ash's side. Of course, he is now learning how Valor Ash wants to play. A specific detail, Valor Ash wants to go for Fly. He doesn't want to go for Flame Charge. So now he has that little bit of information going into most likely this rematch of game number 3 that he otherwise wouldn't have known before this matchup. So it kind of does benefit both trainers here a little bit. It kind of feels like a best of 5 series where you can learn more tendencies.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely feeling like that in many respects. I mean, you were asking about that too in that Lickitung versus Talonflame matchup. Why not go for the Flame Charge, right? Why go for the Fly? And I think it's just because Fly's just a little bit cheaper, and also I'm going to default to Valor Ash is the Talonflame master here. So like, if he says that's the right play, I'm just going to assume he's got good reasoning for it, and double Fly is definitely better than Flame Charge. I think Flame Charge, for especially a lot of maybe less experienced Talonflame users, is kind of a bait. Oh, you can see right there, right? On that 3rd wing attack, it seemed like Valor Ash was a little bit delayed there. Oh, wait, yeah. So it looked like he was maybe a turn behind. So instead of Awesome Ev getting just 1 wing attack through, it looked like he threw one and then threw another when Valor Ash threw it, because they were desynced by a turn.
Yeah, it looked like he was on a 3 cycle.
Yeah, and that's why Valor Ash was like, wait. I was like, did I just see double wing attack come through at that point when I threw my first one? Like, that's because I don't think he noticed the first one, you know, like the initial desync there.
And I believe we have Pete is joining the stage as well to review it. We know Pete has been a part of so many tournaments. I mean, he was even in Liverpool. He was in the European tournament recently. So one of the most experienced judges out there. So we know it's going to be a proper decision here. As these 2 trainers, all they can do is just think about, if this game does go to a game number 3, what are my adjustments? Is Valor Ash going to bring that backline of double weak to Charge Bug for 3 straight battles? I mean, it's a little risky. He's already weak to Lickitung. I don't know, you want to be weak to Lickitung and the Charge Bug? He might not run ABB 3 games in a row.
Yeah, I mean,
or
he might. he might. No, but yeah, it's an interesting situation. And again, shout out to our judges too. We have Need for Speedy, a previous competitor too, who judges at a lot of events, and we have head judge Scrap and Pete, who debuted his judging first tournament actually when he planned on being a competitor, and they're short on staff, and he was ready heading down for a competitor, and they're like, hey, we're short on staff. You have some experience maybe judging some grassroots tournaments. Would you like to help out today? He said, sure, sign me up, and then now he's going to, I think I've seen him personally at every regional so far in North America, and often as that head judge or having a very impactful role and just giving back to the community, which we love to see, right? We're talking about this too. Doombug was judging earlier. We saw Dijon, right? The second place finisher of Knoxville last year, now judging at a lot of tournaments too. So really great to see very talented trainers who can also battle it out, but also wanting to give back and judge and provide a really great experience for our players, our newer players and our veteran players too.
He kind of fell into it by accident, and now he absolutely loves it, and we're always grateful that he makes it out to these tournaments. And I want to say a belated happy birthday to Need for Speedy, by the way, the main judge on stage here. I hope you get that Shundo EV that you are looking for. Happy birthday.
Yeah, if you're friends with Need for Speedy, especially in Pokemon Go, and you're lucky friends, make sure you save your shiny EV. Every time I'm lucky friends with her, that's all she's asking for. I was like, fair enough, easy enough. I got plenty of those. And it looks like we have come to a decision. It looks like Awesome Ev is actually going to be the winner of that series. So I don't know if we'll be able to get additional information on the ruling there, but yeah, interesting turn of events.
Yeah.
I mean, congratulations to Awesome Ev. Very interesting situation in that end game there. But again, if you're Valor Ash in that situation, you just got to play it out because you don't know what's going to happen. Don't quit right then and there, right? You don't know how the ruling's going to favor out. And if you end up winning it, even better, right? But you got to play it out in those situations. And Awesome Ev is going to continue moving forward in that loser's bracket.
Yeah, very interesting. I got word that the reason that it wasn't rematch is because it happened very early in the round to affect anything, and that was the decision for the rematch. And I went through kind of my thought process of how it could play out, how it could work, but of course we always trust the judges here. I'm a little bit surprised personally, but we know they have the better understanding of the rules that are set for these tournaments. So shout out to the judges for always doing great work, and that will be an Awesome Ev victory over Valor Ash.
Yeah, and the judges always in these situations, they're able to explain to players and stuff. It looked like Valor Ash understood the ruling, shook his opponent's hand, and wished him good luck. So another great run though for Valor Ash. I mean, what this is number 3, number 4 top cuts in a row. I mean, the consistency is super high from Valor Ash. I mean, he's getting a lot of championship points on top of that too. I wouldn't be surprised if he's very close, closing in on that World's qualification mark as well.
Well, let's look at the highlights of that series. And this was the story here that Lickitung in the back, because Lickitung was so safe this entire time. Valor Ash doesn't have a true answer to it, but I feel like Lickitung is that Pokemon that is not well positioned to close a battle out in the back. You would rather position it in other places throughout the matchup to try to gain your advantage than trying to just knock out all 3 Pokemon in the back line.
Yeah, Talonflame, it's got like some interesting medium bulk, right? It's not as frail as a Shadow Charizard, but it's not bulky like a Mandibuzz, right? And so you kind of have to play around a lot. It feels like Talonflame is just straight up neutral matchups all the way throughout, and just really depends on if you can position it in the right places or not. And here we see in that crucial game where, play rough was reached, but unfortunately not thrown right away, and the Bison is going to connect to even up the series. Game number 2, Awesome Ev still fighting for it and forcing game number 3.
Yeah, and Valor Ash did have an option. I feel like in that game and in this game, he had these backline options. He went for the bubble, which is just so risky there. But like you mentioned, maybe the play rough wasn't enough to knock out, and maybe wasn't enough to get the Protect Shield, because Awesome Ev could have kept that Protect Shield after absorbing that play rough and then get the Volt Switch through on that Talonflame. But I feel like that game number 2, maybe if he threw that play rough, it would have come down to Bubble versus Volt Switch. Maybe Bubble did get increased in damage in the Timeless Travels update, would have had a shot, but that is the end of the road for Valor Ash. Like you mentioned, has been making a ton of top 16s lately with that Talonflame, so congratulations for another top cut, and then congratulations to Awesome Ev, who had an amazing day number 1 and is bouncing back here in day number 2.
First ever tournament for Awesome Ev as well, so continuing on the path to potentially make it back onto that winner side in a grand final. Still has a long way to go though. A lot of players in the losers bracket still battling out, and these are just really big names in the loser bracket. I don't really want to face any of them. And again, congratulations to Valor Ash for making it so far. I'm sure we'll see him and his Talonflame pretty soon. We're gonna have an interview with Awesome Ev shortly as well.
Yeah, right now actually. So let's head on over to Alpha Phoebe.
All right, thank you, Caleb and Butters. I'm joined here in the lounge by Awesome Ev, a great victory over Valor Ash there. This is your first official Play Pokemon tournament. How are you feeling so far? You're in the loser side of the bracket, but you've pushed so far to get to here.
I mean, overall, I'm having a lot of fun. I've done, grassroots tournaments up until this point, so it's all been online. I've never done in person before. It's just a different animal, but I'm having a lot of fun.
And being up on stage, definitely a bit of a different experience than battling at home, or maybe even a small local tournament where you're meeting up with some friends. Charjabug seemed really impactful for you in those games. Talk to me about your choice of why you brought Charjabug on your team and why you brought it to those battles.
Well, I brought it just because when I was looking at his team comp, I thought that he'd be bringing a lot of the Azu, a lot. And I just needed something that could help counter that, and we all know that he's known for his Talonflame usage. So I just wanted something that could help in that situation as well.
Yeah, Talonflame Charjabug, a little bit of a more neutral matchup compared to some other electric types with that bug subtyping kind of shoring up against that fire type. The charge attacks from Talonflame do a lot of damage. How did you go about trying to mitigate that with shield usage or kind of damage spreading?
Well, I know, like I said, is that he loves his Talon, so the goal was to just keep as many shields as I could just for whenever that Talonflame came out, and just, work it the best I can.
And thankfully, we were given 2 shields to stop all that damage. In terms of your preparation for the event, did you do a lot of scrimmages? Talk to us a little bit about your team building.
I didn't really do a whole lot of scrims. I mean, I've watched, these tournaments from home, and I generally know what a lot of people like to run. So I picked a couple that are more meta picks and then some that are off meta that counter and work well against those things.
And I think that's a really great point. You don't only get experience from doing battles, but also from watching battles, which, our viewers at home are getting today, watching your battles as well. So we'll call it there. I'll give you some time to rest before your next set of battles. Congratulations again for taking down Valor Ash, a great name, and continuing on this great run in your first tournament. And good luck with the rest of your battles. We're going to go ahead and toss it to a break. We're going to take out a little bit of a look at where you're hoping to get to a World's experience.
Awesome.
Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow. There's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
My brother and mom actually used to play Pokemon, and so they reached out and were talking about it with me and told me to get back into it. So I started doing some PvP casually because of that, and then being the competitive person that I am, I just got more and more into that PvP scene. I started watching Twitch streams, started getting more and more involved in the community, and it's really just grown from there into a love for battling. So I started battling probably about 2 years ago in 2021, and then I went to 2 other regionals in the last circuit. And in both of those regionals, I fell a little bit short of where I would have liked to have landed, and I felt like I was very close to making a breakthrough, so I just kind of kept learning, kept trying to figure things out and make a difference, and all of that practice and that experience really helped me get to this regionals and just play the way that I did. My drive to compete's really come from when I was in college. I did a lot of intramural sports with a bunch of college friends. And then kind of after college, I was looking for something to kind of fill that competitive drive and that competitive feeling. And slowly I shifted into that Pokemon Go PvP scene and realized that it was kind of what I was looking for. And the more that I've played it, the more that I've loved it, and the more I've loved competing. In the competitive scene, I really started by watching content from creators like Caleb Pang, Rise to Occasion, and a lot of these battlers that have just inspired me to be the battler that I am. And I've learned so much from those 2 battlers and many, many others that really helped me to get to the point where I could even be standing here today. I just want to keep getting better, and that's kind of always been my mentality, is I want to just keep progressing and do the best that I can. But the big thing I wanted was something competitive for myself to do, for something for myself to push for. It'll be Worlds, it'll be World Champion, it'll be doing more, and I'm going to keep pushing for more and more from here, and I'm just going to enjoy the fact that I get to play this game and I get to have fun competing every day.
Trainers, it's been quite a ride here in Knoxville, Tennessee, as we return to you with our coverage of Championship Sunday. I see that smile, I see that grin feed. I hope everybody in chat also got a little smirk out of that. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with the Alpha Feed, and we can't wait to get back into it.
We can't wait to, yay-how!
It's there, it's there. The raw emotion is definitely there. A lot of trainers are expressing that on the stage. Some incredibly close matches, and a lot of trainers have been knocked out already, but there's still so much more coverage. Before we got started, I was looking at the pairings. Each one of these is a grand finals. Each one of these is a semifinals. This is going to be insane.
To be fair, I feel like that's not that grand of a statement, though, because I feel like every single battle today has been a grand finals. We were going in today saying it was the most stacked top 16 we've ever seen, and I still feel that way. We have intense battles every single time. It never stops.
The phrase that I like to use is instant classic, right? You look back at these games, they are instant classics. You just know it when you see it. A lot of these battles are just breathtaking up until the very last close moments, but still, these trainers are fighting for a lot. We're going to remain in the losers bracket for now, and there's just so much more pressure on this lower half of the bracket because if you lose, you go home, right? No more chances after that.
And we're unfortunately going to see who's going home next as our players are ready up on stage. And it's the person who just came from where you used that phrase, the instant classic last, Yuzuku, who just had a really tough loss against Rise Education, really fought hard in that matchup up against Mountain Dugong.
This pairing has intensity written all over it. Mountain Dugong, first making waves at NAIC last year with Dugong. He's back with it. It's been a thorn in Yuzuku's side throughout day 2 of Knoxville. Gonna be interesting to see how he adjusts. In terms of team compositions, a lot of dynamic play at hand for both of these trainers. Cresselia is a tough Pokemon for Yuzuku to face, right? He placed in top 8 in Peoria. He used Frostlass back then. I bet he wishes he had the Frostlass now.
And Frostlass, of course, getting the Shadow variant recently also would have provided a little more power to those charge attacks. But let's take a look at the team and the movesets. Nothing too surprising here. Bubble, Play Rough, Ice Beam on that Azumarill, Skarmory opting for Steel Wing over Air Slash due to that recent change to Steel Wing. And on the other side of the table, it's Mountain Dugong with that Dugong, but also, as you had mentioned, that top 4 placement at NAIC last year.
Yeah, the age of Dugong, the Ice Age, if I may, where Radaj took the crown, but still, Mountain Dugong has a very solid formula. Shadow, Gligar, Annihilate, which we just saw Dunebugs Annihilate run rampant with a double Night Slash boost. I'm sure Mountain Dugong would like to get a piece of that action as well.
It's an uncommon thing to occur, the double Night Slash boost. It's not quite as common as maybe a 50% Scald debuff happening twice in a row, but it provides so much impact. We were talking about the health of that Annihilate. Those are double resisted counters, but the Annihilate was in the yellow just from counter damage.
I know, right? When the Annihilate gets the boost, it annihilates everything in its path. One of our trainers is locked in here for a losers round 2 matchup that has huge stakes because Yuzuku, again, one of our up-and-comers, Mountain Dugong as well. Let's see which one prevails.
I really want to see if Yuzuku can utilize that Shadow Gligar to the same strength as Magic Mason. We have the Gligar versus Cresselia matchup, and here we go into the first set of this battles here. It's Shadow Gligar into Lantern, and it is Spark Lantern, not Water Gun Lantern like Onion Frank.
We talked about the fall off of Lantern, its lack of prominence in the meta, but like you said, Onion Frank with the Water Gun variant, this time Spark. Against the Shadow Gligar, though, not a clean-cut matchup because Dig is super effective damage, and those Sparks don't add up that quickly.
They don't add up that quickly, but because of the recent change, they do a little bit of damage going for an Aerial Ace bait. A Dig would not have knocked out, but it pulls the shield.
Wow, the early bait pays dividends here for Yuzuku as he's able to pull away that first Protect Shield and get to the Dig, but the switch into Shadow Gligar.
Going from super effective damage to double resisted by the Flying type. That is a 3 times change in effectiveness for that charge attack. And look at the health remaining on Yuzuku's Shadow Gligar. It's deep in the red.
Massive, massive plays here. Lickitung comes out for Yuzuku, but it's going to be forced to absorb a Dig unless Yuzuku uses a Protect Shield. And he does at the final moment, which is really, really pivotal if he wants to wrestle back control of this game.
The energy advantage is great for Yuzuku here. Having almost 2 Body Slams loaded up. Body Slam not going to be enough to knock out the Shadow Gligar, but definitely put it within lick range. And looking in the back, Yuzuku's got to be really happy. He's pulled out the best answer for his Charger Bug here. Charger Bug looking to potentially sweep in the endgame.
And Charger Bug does look tough for Mountain Dugong's team, right? You have the Cresselia, you have the Dugong, and you have the Umbreon. I think that's a really smart bring here by Yuzuku as he gets a big knockout into that Gligar. Out comes the Umbreon. This is a tough matchup, but I think he's been able to pilot it well so far. Gonna throw a Body Slam.
Yuzuku's going to be able to pivot out afterwards. I would expect to see it's because licks into this Umbreon aren't going to be as effective as licks into a Lantern, but actually staying in, opting to have a little bit less pressure with those fast attacks, knocking off Body Slam after Body Slam, really starting to chip away at Umbreon.
I think this is fine, right? You have a little bit of residual energy on your Shadow Gligar. You want to kind of force the Umbreon to be uncomfortable, grind out this matchup, whittle it down, because you don't have a hard counter answer on your team, right? You don't have the Azumarill if you're Yuzuku. You have to kind of piece away and be very patient. Yuzuku's doing that really well here.
almost 2 foul plays. Actually, I believe 2 fouls plays loaded up on Mountain Dugong's side. This one will not be enough to knock out the Lickitung, and it looks like the next one won't be as well without the addition of Snarl damage. 2 more Snarls. Throwing the last resort here will do more damage overall, a little bit less efficient, but I think this will be enough to pick up the knockout into the Lickitung.
Umbreon is able to, is not able to get the knockout. Yuzuku bails out the Lickitung with just 1 HP remaining. In comes a swap and a catch, but this is okay because this is the charge tech you want to throw against the Lantern regardless.
Because both X-Scissor and Discharge are just neutral into the Lantern, X-Scissor a little bit cheaper, doing the same amount of damage is the proper move to throw. In comes the Surf from Mountain Dugong. This is the move you want to throw back at that Charger Bug because it is only neutral damage.
Exactly, neutral across the board except for these fast attacks. Looks like we're going to see a little bit of a charge attack fire off here from Mountain Dugong. Surf into the Charger Bug. Charger Bug can absorb this damage, but it's starting to get really low, dipping way into the red. Uzuku does have the double X-Scissor. Is this what it's going to take to win?
There is still a shield on Mountain Dugong's side. He has a decision to make. Do I want to shield my Lantern or my Umbreon? Opting to shield the Umbreon later, throwing a back-to-back X-Scissor, not going for the charge attack tie. Great knowledge by Mountain Dugong that he loses that charge attack tie.
He's not yet at the double foul play either, so if Yuzuku makes the switch out, he's going to absorb a foul play somewhere. We see waiting a turn, throwing the foul play. Now it all comes down to that Shadow Gligar. If it has energy, maybe it can outpace, but it's going to be really close. Switch timer also available for Yuzuku.
The Lickitung actually reaches the body slam. 1 HP left. The damage from that Snarl not registering.
It's not enough, right? Because this body slam will not KO the Umbreon. Umbreon hangs on. Snarl goes through. Foul play loaded. Here comes Mountain Dugong. Perfect execution in the final moments.
It's a bit tough. If Yuzuku had maybe gone for the Shadow Gligar, might have gotten 2 wing attacks in and switched the order,
Reverse order.
Maybe the damage would have been enough, but it still would have been incredibly close.
Reverse order, right? You send in the Gligar, you force the Umbreon to throw the charge attack, and then maybe, like you said, with the 2 wing attacks, you can come in with the Lickitung and throw the body slam. But seriously, like in the final moments of this matchup, losers round 2 in this lower bracket, there's so much pressure. There's so much pressure to remember all your energy, all your intervals, where your opponent's at. It's just incredibly intense, and like it's not unimaginable to see trainers kind of buckle in those moments.
And I have to imagine, I can speak for myself, but I can't speak for you. I had no idea of the exact amount of energy on that Gligar in the end game. We see the bait early on to get that shield, and it would have been a charge attack tie, but great knowledge by Mountain Dugong. You lose that charge attack tie as Lantern and switches in his Shadow Gligar.
It feels so bad to send a dig down the drain like that against an opposing Gligar, but that was the difference maker there, right? Sometimes you have to make those plays. You shield up an early bait, that's a step backwards, but you take 2 steps forward making a catch like that, and in comes the Umbreon to tie things up for Mountain Dugong.
And as we were saying, maybe a little bit of a reverse, and 1 body slam this time would have gotten that knockout, but not quite. The wing attack not able to go through there, and foul play able to pick up the knockout.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, I'm sure Yuzuku is going to look back at these games and say, oh, you know, I should have done this or should have done that. Every trainer does that. We're always our own harshest critics, but you have to put that out of your mind. This is a fresh game. You have to lock in and focus.
And it's a great lead for Mountain Dugong, nodding his head in approval. It is going to be that Charger Bug into Shadow Gligar and an immediate switch out into Lickitung for Yuzuku.
A troublesome pivot here for Mountain Dugong because he really wants the Gligar alignment against the Charger Bug, but in terms of switches, he doesn't really have a ton of great options here, and if you kind of play around with switch advantage, you could lose alignment in the future. Here comes the shiny Dugong to face off against Lickitung. I suspect Power Whip. Yeah, this is great. Early send Power Whip.
And no shield for Mountain Dugong, recognizing that 1 Power Whip is not going to be enough to threaten the Dugong itself, putting it into the yellow, and because of the energy advantage that was gained by Yuzuku, he's got a lot of energy. The question is, does he think this is an Icy Wind or a Drill Wind? Great no shield here because Drill Wind would have done a little bit more damage, and Icy Wind not really threatening a knockout.
Yeah, you're going to need 2 charge attacks either way, so you might as well slow things down a little bit, try to hang in the matchup. Recognizing the charge attack intervals perfectly, here comes Yuzuku. Body slam would not be enough, so he goes for the knockout Power Whip. Mountain Dugong doesn't make the read.
I was expecting him to no shield there because body slam might have been an interesting play from Yuzuku, because if a shield comes up, you pace to another body slam, the lick damage ends up and puts that Dugong into body slam range.
Taking control of switch advantage, Yuzuku giving himself a chance because the Shadow Gligar is such a tough matchup. He did bring the Azumarill here in game number 2, so this body slam is just a bonus, right? Because at least you get alignment.
And we're seeing the difference between maybe someone like Magic Mason's Shadow Gligar and Mountain Dugong unable to get into the correct positions. In comes Lantern, in comes Charge Bug, and this is a great spot for Yuzuku to be in.
Definitely 2-shield situation here, Charge Bug versus the Lantern. The pacing is going to be a little bit faster for the Charge Bug, but here comes the Surf. No Protect Shield from Yuzuku. I think it's safe to no shield the first one here, but you're probably going to need to start using those shields because you want to maintain your advantage here, and Azumarill does not want to see Lantern.
Shield comes up into the Lantern, going to need to keep it alive so that Mountain Dugong has some play into that Azumarill later, but the pacing into these X Scissors, 2-turn Spark into 4-turn Volt, which means that Yuzuku doesn't really have to worry too much about when he times his charge attacks.
Yeah, 12 and 10 turns, right, respectively for the X Scissor, because it's 3 Volt switches to the first and 2 for the second. Here comes the Protect Shield we predicted. Yuzuku wants to protect his Charge Bug against this opposing electric type. Gonna try to fire off another charge tech. You're gonna give up a Spark no matter what, right?
And that was really great knowledge from Yuzuku, knowing my opponent's switch clock wasn't up. We saw him go for it immediately, not even waiting 1 turn, because he knew that the switch was not up for Mountain Dugong.
Oh, great knowledge there by Mountain Dugong as well to throw the Surf. I would not be surprised at all to see Yuzuku shield this up. Oh, he doesn't. He's going to use Azumarill to take down the Lantern?
Yeah, I think that's the play here. It's going to be a very difficult bubble down, but expecting Mountain Dugong likely to go for a Thunderbolt here. I think Yuzuku shields up, tries to go for a lot of bubble pressure, and has energy into that Gligar. Gligar's charge attacks are just neutral. It has a lot of energy here. Actually switching in now and going for an Aerial Ace. Yeah, I think I would have preferred to dig here, because if Yuzuku sees that it's an Aerial Ace, he's going to want to throw immediately.
I don't know. I think he might overcharge, actually. He knows another Aerial Ace is on the way, wants to close the gap between his Ice Beam, so I expect 1 more bubble, the Ice Beam throw, and then try to tie things up against the Lantern. But the Aerial Ace is putting this Azumarill pretty low. Actually, 2 bubbles, Yuzuku trying to maximize.
Yeah, having the most amount of energy going into that Lantern is really going to restrict the damage output from Lantern. Lantern at very little energy here. Surf would not quite threaten, maybe with the additional damage from the Sparks, but Ice Beam comes in after 1 bubble, able to pick up this knockout.
Resisted or not, Azumarill able to get the knockout here against the Lantern, and that is a Game 2 victory for Yuzuku.
Is really solid play, recognition of the strength of Azumarill in that endgame, as well as recognition of the strength of Lickitung as a safe swap, able to win switch advantage there, going straight for those power whips.
That's the thing, right? Against these top-level trainers, you can get 1 step up, right? We saw Mountain Dugong with an impeccable lead, the Shadow Gligar into the Charge Bug. That's great, but you have to follow that up, right? You need an answer to the switch in, and that's what Mountain Dugong lacked. That's why Yuzuku was able to wrestle away control of that matchup. Dugong was his best response. He sends that Pokemon in, and Lickitung full sending the Power Whips back to back.
Even after the chip and dip, unable to wrestle away switch advantage without the usage of a shield there. 2 shields on both sides, losing switch advantage. Switch after switch to line up Charjabug into Lantern. It's just not the spot Mountain Dugong needed to put himself in.
Exactly right. A tough position to be in, but you have to wiggle your way out of difficult situations. Looking for the Thunderbolt here. Great shield there, because the Thunderbolt damage plus a couple Aerial Aces definitely would have been enough, but Yuzuku luckily piloted his Azumarill to perfection, tying up the series in this losers round 2. Again, decisive game, right? The next 4 minutes will decide which one of these trainers advances and which one is out of the tournament.
And I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. I really wish this was a best of 5. We've had so many great battles here, and it is a decisive game. Number 3, red alert. It is a Charjabug into a Cresselia.
I respect the commitment to the Charjabug, right? Let it into Shadow Gligar, game number 2. Yuzuku goes right back to it. Here comes the swap in Shadow Gligar for Mountain Dugong versus the Whiscash for Yuzuku.
And Mountain Dugong's got to be a little bit happy here. He's pulled the Whiscash away from that Lantern in the back. However, Yuzuku has brought 2 answers for Lantern with the Lickitung in the back, and I like the switch in of Whiscash here because he's positioned himself so that he does not need switch advantage. Both Lickitung and Charjabug do really well into Cresselia.
Yeah, very, very clever position to be in. We're going to see the Shadow Guard aim for the dig against the Whiscash. This will connect. I think Yuzuku's probably going to overcharge just a few more mud shots before throwing that mud bomb to get the knockout. But I think positionally, he's still in a great spot, right? You can debuff something, you can throw a mud bomb and do some chip damage. I mean, things are going pretty well.
He's going to outpace either Pokemon that comes back in. He's built up that additional energy, as you mentioned. Mud Bomb coming through, double resisted, but enough damage to knock out. And the question now for Mountain Dugong is what he brings in, and I think Cresselia makes the most sense. I was wrong.
Wow.
Not outpacing. A lot of energy built up from Mountain Dugong before switching out.
And this is so clever by Mountain Dugong because you don't want to get debuffed. You don't want to get slowed down when your Pokemon just came onto the field. So the instant throw of the Grass Knot, yes, you're going to face the Charge Bug here, but that's fine because at least you mitigate a little bit of that damage that you could have taken earlier.
X's are coming in onto the Cresselia. This is super effective damage, so shield comes up from Mountain Dugong. Now building up to the Moonblast and over-farming a little bit after this charge attack's coming through.
X-Scissor connects into the Cresselia, same type attack bonus. Bug-type damage does a lot to the bulky Psychic-type Cresselia. Gathering a lot of energy, gonna go for a Moonblast here against the opposing Charge Bug. A lot of this comes down to team prediction. You can see Yuzuku glancing up at the team sheet, looking down at his phone, trying to figure out what is in the back for Mountain Dugong.
And he sees it here. It is the Lantern throwing the correct charge attack. X-Scissor into Cresselia, X-Scissor into Lantern is the right choice. No shield from Mountain Dugong, and I expect to see a switch in from Yuzuku. This Lickitung is going to be really good into either the Lantern or the Cresselia. And honestly, I can say the same about Charge Bug, so I have actually no idea where he's going to utilize his shield.
Yuzuku looks a little bit pleased to see the Lantern in the back. Mountain Dugong a little unhappy with the Lickitung pick from Yuzuku, but this is going to be interesting. So there's still one Protect Shield for each of these players. Cresselia is outside of X-Scissor range, so Yuzuku has played this perfectly. Mountain Dugong still has a lot of win conditions.
Going for the Body Slam bait here, pulling the shield very critically, putting Mountain Dugong back on his heels. Serve coming through, not going to be enough to knock out, but Thunderbolt potentially threatening a knockout might force Yuzuku to shield. Great no shield.
It's a great no shield, right? Because he's trying to budget the HP here. He wants to know if he spends his final Protect Shield on the Lickitung, can he still close out the Cresselia matchup? Gonna land a Power Whip here on the Lantern because there are no Protect Shields remaining. A few licks are gonna chip away at this Cresselia. Might be able to put it within X's range.
And critically, this Cresselia is on the Moonblast set, not on the Future set. So Yuzuku does not really need to worry about any heavy hitting, same type attack bonus damage going into the Charge Bug, and this is going to be a Power Whip landing to knock out that Cresselia, and Yuzuku takes game number 3.
Yuzuku advancing in the tournament. Mountain Dugong ends his run in Knoxville here with a top 16 finish. Definitely respectable on both sides of the table here, but Yuzuku just denying his opponent win conditions, finding multiple ways to win. Just what we've come to expect.
It's been really impressive to see his run here, and unfortunately he is on the loser side of the bracket, so he has to fight a little bit more tough with a little bit more grit, a little bit more tooth and nail.
Grit's a good word.
But he's doing it. He's moving his way through this losers bracket. We have a few more rounds for him to go through until he reaches the potential losers finals. But I believe in him.
Well, I mean, like Dunebug said, right, after his run in San Antonio, don't get too much into your own head. Just go through the mechanics, play your game, and do it to the best of your ability. That's what Yuzuku's doing. You can't let the pressure of the moment get to you. You just have to forget that you're on the stage. You just have to think about it as one game at a time, one matchup at a time, and that's how you travel any distance, with one step, one movement to get started.
And I think we should go through those games one at a time to rewatch what happened here. Back in game number 1, it's going to be that aerial ace, but a great read from Mountain Dugong, recognizing my opponent wants to charge attack tie here. I can catch this dig onto my Gligar.
One step back, but 2 steps forward, and that's what the catch of the dig gave Mountain Dugong there. That was the advantage he needed to eke out, sending in the Umbreon. A little order of operations going on here because the swap in of the Lantern allows the Charge Bug to get to the X-Scissor, and the final moments were just so tedious.
And in comes the Lickitung, unfortunately not able to do enough damage, so that Body Slam is able to pick up the knockout and barely taking game number 1.
Very close matchup, full sending Power Whips all the way. Yuzuku wants to knock out, avoids the Body Slam play that you mentioned there. Mountain Dugong almost uses the Protect Shield. You can see him press on the icon, decides not to do it at the last moment. Out comes Lantern, and he's got an answer.
Yeah, Charge Bug just so good into the Pokemon that Mountain Dugong was bringing. had to avoid that Shadow Gligar very frequently, but able to win switch advantage in this game number 2, realign it onto the Pokemon it needs to be on, and Azumarill, very bulky, taking 2 Aerial Aces. Yuzuku never really threatened to shield because Mountain Dugong never built up to the dig.
I just think the most important word here is patience, right? Yuzuku demonstrated the patience to pilot this matchup. Even though Azumarill met the Lantern, he still was able to eke out the victory. And in spite of Mountain Dugong's heads-up play here with the Grass Knot, it just wasn't enough to win the game.
Yeah, Grass Knot into the Whiscash, able to pick up that knockout. But again, Charger Bug, so good into Lickitung. So decent into Lickitung.
Yeah,
so good
solid.
into Cresselia. So good into Lantern. It's just so good, so good, so
exactly.
good.
Exactly. Yuzuku advancing with a 2-1 victory over our former top finisher at NAIC 2023. Like we said at the beginning of this cast, Phoebe, I mean, every single pair in this bracket could be a grand finals. These are all contenders, and it's just a treat to watch, right? It's like a clinic in PvP.
Well, we'll go ahead and head to the, maybe, I don't necessarily know if he's a doctor, but we'll get some advice. Maybe not medical advice, but we'll get some advice from Yuzuku himself.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Izuku, and I would love to get some advice because in Peoria, you got 7th place. That means you made it to day number 2, but then you instantly went out of the tournament. But now you're on that loser side of the bracket, but you're winning. What did you look to improve on from your last top cut?
I'm just trying to make my play a little bit cleaner in terms of like timing and stuff. Honestly, just try to stay calm. I think that's the most important thing for me. And then just play my best that I can, give it all. So that's it.
I mean, it's so impressive that you can stay calm because this is your second regional. You top cut at Peoria. Now you're in this top 16, and you were able to bounce back, which was super impressive. Losing to Rise the Occasion, but then able to be down against Mountain Dugong and fight back and win it. How'd you do it?
Trusting my instincts. That's just really it. Just taking it one game at a time and making some right calls. There's some luck involved and some skill, obviously, but it's all involved. It's all collective. So.
Do you have a special appreciation for Charger Bug right about now?
Yeah, it was pretty good in that matchup. It definitely carried me for sure. So.
All right, well, awesome. Congratulations once again to Izuku. Back to you, casters.
I don't know if that word is a word we've heard too often. Instinct.
Oh.
Trusting yourself. We'll have to actually, maybe in a future interview, hear what team he is on for
I was gonna
Pokemon Go.
say, I've heard that word. It's the second best team in Pokemon Go.
Second best?
Yes.
What's the best?
Mystic, obviously.
Ooh, but what about Valor? I don't know.
Oh yeah, there's a third team. I forgot.
The hate.
Sound off in the chat. Let us know what you think about that. But that being said, so many more exciting battles yet to come. Trust your instincts. Like you said, trust your gut feeling. A lot of these trainers, I mean, I've heard some brags, right? Sometimes, like, I don't even count fast attacks. I think Ramberto has said that before. I don't know how they succeed, but sometimes you just really need to trust your muscle memory. You played so many matches. You know how things kind of feel and how they should move and progress. Sometimes that can pay off.
Definitely. I want to talk about a little bit of a position where at least I struggle with my instincts, and that's after a counter swap. I follow my instincts. If I follow my instincts, I'm always throwing on good timing, and usually I get that based on the animations of my Pokemon and my opponent's Pokemon. But if they've switched, oftentimes those animations get a little bit desynced.
Yes.
And that's something that the top trainers do really well at, is even if those animations are desynced, they throw at those proper timings, not giving their opponents free fast attacks. And that's definitely something Yuzuku was doing quite well there in that set. I want to say, I can't say with 100% certainty, but I want to say that he never gave a full free fast attack to his opponent there.
It really depends, right? Because sometimes you face 3-turn fast attacks like Bubble or Snarl, right? With Azumarill and Umbreon. When those Pokemon switch in, they're now kind of almost aligned on even numbers. Mentally, that's how I think of it. So it's definitely challenging to kind of disrupt your typical flow and try to, adjust your fast attacks. It's so punishing, Phoebe, against Incinerate. I always like, I don't know. I always get so mad when an Incinerate user switches in and I throw my charge attack. I'm like, yeah, that was perfect timing. And then I see the Incinerate hit. I'm like, oh man. How did that happen?
It's honestly about a second or two before you actually see the animation as well because of the way that Incinerate works. But let's go ahead and refocus in on the players up on stage. It is Lyle Jeffs and Jangles21, and here are the teams. It is a Shadow Whiscash for Jangles against the Standard Whiscash for Lyle Jeffs, and we'll have to see which variant comes out on top here.
I've got some nicknames in mind. I want to call Lyle Jeffs the Dominator, right? He was able to dominate the previous tournament, and he has really been unstoppable against current competition. His opponent, Jangles, is the Dark Horse, right? The Dominator versus the Dark Horse. This is the domination I'm talking about. Fort Wayne top 16, top 8 at NAIC, Pittsburgh regional finalist, and Charlotte regional champion. He said, you know what? It worked once. Let's just run it back. Same team.
We've seen it so many times, so good against a lot of the meta. And I was talking about before, I felt like Onion Frank's team was really suited to answer this team, but against any other team, this team just feels so safe. Vigoroth, so much coverage overall.
Jangles, the Dark Horse of Knoxville, with Arlington regional top 16 finish, as well as Orlando, Hartford, and Peoria. He's trying to find that breakthrough moment, right? That regional championship. A lot of these trainers are so talented, they feel like they can do it. They're just on the edge. He's trying to find his moment here. Like you pointed out, Shadow Whiscash, Pokemon he's definitely very excited about, very emphatic. He thinks it can win a lot of matchups, and the matchup between it and Shadow Gligar in particular.
Maybe a bit of a different nickname. How about Sweet Jenny 16 with all those top 16 finishes? Very impressive stuff, a lot of consistency, really trying to push his way into a top 4, top 8 finish here in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Jumping right into game number 1, Lyle Jeffs on the left versus Jangles on the right. Shiny Lickitung lead versus the Shadow Gligar. Positioning already looks really important, Feet, because if that Lickitung for Jangles finds the Vigoroth, that's exactly how Lyle Jeffs closed out the grand finals in Charlotte, right? He wants that matchup.
It's so scary going up against the Vigoroth to bring a Lickitung. You know that that alignment position is so bad. We've seen this matchup so many times today. Shadow Gligar into Lickitung, going for the dig. If the dig lands, the Shadow Gligar is very easily able to go for aerial aces afterwards and threaten a knockout.
Exactly right. Body Slam coming through here from Lyle Jeffs. Probably going to look for a Protect Shield if you're Jangles21, if you keep in mind Switch Advantage. No Protect Shield. Hoping to get to the Charge Attack here. Does he have it? Yes. Oh, yeah, the dig, but the one-turn lick comes through to get the knockout.
Maybe a bit of a difference between the way that Lyle Jeffs has trained his Lickitung compared to other ones that Jangles has played up against. He has very consistently tried to find those win conditions, and I see you reacting because this switch-in from Lyle Jeffs means that he's predicting Lickitung in the back. Vigoroth is going to get lined up there later.
He fought so hard for Switch Advantage, but then he brings in his Whiscash against Jangles' Shadow Whiscash. If Jangles goes Lickitung right here, I think he can save his Shadow Whiscash for the Vigoroth in the back, but he needs to pivot soon if he's going to do it.
Staying in and pivoting, trying to catch a charge attack. Lickitung able to eat up, to soak up these Scalds like a sponge. It is so much health as a resource to utilize here.
Definitely kind of does look like a sponge. Attack drop does occur into the shiny Lickitung, but Jangles knows he just needs the Body Slam to kind of close out this matchup after the lick damage. Another Scald coming through would make this problematic, though, if the attack fall does occur. It does not. 1 of 2 so far for Lyle Jeffs. Here comes the Body Slam.
This is great reading of the health value on that Whiscash from Jangles. Body Slam not going to be enough to knock out, but really putting it in a very comfortable position for him to clean up later. In comes the Vigoroth. Jangles nodding, recognizing that he was expecting this Vigoroth in the back. That is exactly why he switched in his Lickitung.
But too little too late, right? That's why I was struggling to get out, because now you have Lickitung switch locked against the Vigoroth. It's going to get a full counter down. Even if you throw the Body Slam, you're still just going to get pummeled by the normal type. Now the Body Slams are going to rain down from the Vigoroth. It's got so much stored energy. This is a mountain of charge attacks coming at Jangles.
That's a second charge attack that he was just barely unable to get off, and I think those 2 charge attacks are going to be incredibly impactful. Charge attack tie from Lyle Jeffs here. Really great knowledge of the charge attacks Jangles wants to throw. He wants to throw Scald. No shielding the body slam is a bit interesting given that this body slam will do more than a body slam after a potential Scald debuff, but I think maybe recognizing that this Vigoroth is just way too healthy.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the will to win kind of waver a little bit here. Jangles recognizes that this Vigoroth is too much to overcome, not even going to throw up that final Protect Shield because he knows that as soon as he Protect Shields this body slam, another one would come in just a couple more counters. So Lyle Jeffs able to win game 1 with 3 Pokemon remaining.
Going back to that keyword from Yuzuku, instinct. I think Jangles didn't trust his instinct quite hard enough there. Yep. Staying in a little bit too long with that Whiscash, not bringing in the Lickitung quick enough, and getting that misaligned switch clock. We focus on so much these past few events. Going back into the replay, here we see it. Body Slam almost picking up the knockout from the Gligar, but one turn lick able to do the job.
It's so tough to watch your Pokemon just faint off the field after you were certain you had the charge attack loaded up and ready to go. Whiscash coming in. Now we swap to the Vigoroth versus Lickitung matchup. Such a hopeless situation under regular circumstances, but if you're debuffed by Scald, it's even more desperate for that shiny Lickitung. You could see Django's face. He knew the Body Slam spam was incoming.
Yep. Body Slam 1, Body Slam 2, Body Slam Red, Body Slam Blue.
We're going bananas. Heading into game number 2, one of our trainers is already locked in, wants to continue the progress they've made so far. The other trainer, though, taking a few moments to think things over, right? Because there are some obvious picks, right? You think you need to deal with Vigoroth if you're Jangles. Maybe Azumarill is a better choice. Maybe it doesn't really feel like you can bring Skarmory or any of the other picks, right? Because Vigoroth is such a neutral menace against this team.
And it's the weakness that I see in Jangles' team. He does not have a great answer for Vigoroth, and Vigoroth typically dominates the, as you called Lyle Jeffs earlier, the Dominator. Yep. It dominates neutral matchups, so he feels very comfortable bringing it. Here we go. It's Shadow, or not Shadow, it's Whiscash into Azumarill. I was focusing on Shadow Whiscash because we heard earlier that it wins this matchup. However, there are still win conditions for Whiscash here against Azumarill.
Absolutely. We called out Azumarill as being a solid counter to Vigoroth, but not a hard counter. At this point, though, we're going to see the Mud Bomb get fired up by Lyle Jeffs. He wants to chip down this Azumarill piece by piece.
And it's funny, I think Jangles actually brought all 3 of his Pokemon that are going to do the best against that Vigoroth. Skarmory taking neutral damage from those counters but resisting body slams. Gligar taking resisted damage from those counters but taking neutral from body slams. A little bit of play in both of those matchups in the back.
And you always make decisions with team composition, right? Because if you look at Jangles' team, he has Skarmory and Azumarill. ABA weak to Charjabug, but he doesn't think Charjabug has play in this matchup at all. So he took a calculated risk, and we don't see it from Lyle. Here comes another Mud Bomb. The lower that this Azumarill gets, the more concerned I become, right? Because you have less and less bandwidth to counter the eventual Vigoroth that you know is in the back if you're Jangles.
Going for the Ice Beam here, a little bit less energy than a Play Rough, and I think both of them will be enough to knock out. Pulling the shield from Lyle Jeffs, this is going to be one benefit that Jangles has. In order to win this matchup, Whiscash typically needs to go down shields.
I actually don't hate this position for Jangles, right? Because you can absorb the Mud Bomb here, probably push for another Ice Beam. Whether or not you get it is a little bit indecisive. You might actually be able to. Jangles is 2 bubbles away. He's going to try to close in on it. Oh, and Lyle recognizes that another lick down to sap away the dream there, but in comes Skarmory.
Giving up switch there allows Jangles to recognize which of his Pokemon is going to be best into this Lickitung. It's going to provide him an opportunity to overfarm on the Skarmory, potentially land a Brave Bird. Lyle Jeffs is on his last shield, so putting a shield into a Brave Bird into one of your bulkiest Pokemon seems a bit risky.
It feels bad, man, right? You don't want to sacrifice that resource at a critical moment. We're going to see oh my goodness, no shield instantly from Lyle Jeffs, like you called out. Doesn't want to give up a valuable resource, and Django's a little bit perturbed that we did not get the shield there.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that he went for Sky Attack, maybe trying to pace a little bit quicker to the second charge attack. No shield invested makes a lot of sense. He wants to save shields for the obvious Vigoroth in the back, and the counter damage into Gligar won't add up.
Wow, 2 licks, a rare miscount there from Lyle Jeffs. He wanted 1 lick in the body slam, but instead he reaches the charge attack party tie with Django Sky Attack. Not enough, maybe it wasn't a miscalculation. Here comes Lickitung, it just will not go away.
I expect this to not quite pick the knockout in an immediate counter swap into the Gligar. Actually a dual swap from both trainers. getting in the matchup here, but we see a shield advantage for Jangles, going to put him in a good position, and there's no baits for the Ziggurat to throw. It's only body slam.
Ziggurat has a slight disadvantage in terms of pacing if you're counting the aerial aces, but the shield advantage, like you pointed out, Phoebe, is huge. I mean, this is going to be really impactful. Going straight for the hard-hitting dig. Jangles wants to land a knockout uppercut onto Vigoroth, and he gets it. Here comes the dig. Vigoroth now deep into the red.
And this just makes so much sense. Aerial ace would not put the Vigoroth into a farm down range. Actually going for the rock slide, no shielding. Jangles is going to take a lot of neutral damage. It's a little bit more damage than the body slam, and going for the full farm down here. Lyle just have 2 Pokemon in the back. Will he be able to, will Jangles be able to farm down these 2 Pokemon?
Lickitung looks like it's within 1 wing attack. Whiscash is weak, but has a bit of energy. He's at the double aerial ace on the charge attack priority tie. The only win condition I can see potentially for Lyle is to protect shield this, instant swap to Lickitung, catch the second aerial ace, and then try to throw a mud bomb, but can he do it?
Even if that does happen, I think the Whiscash is too far away from another charge attack. I think it might feint to those shadow wing attacks. It's going to be really close either way. Will he be able to catch, or will we see a double swap? A catch into the aerial ace here will provide Lyle Jeffs with his most opportune ability to win this game.
Jangles even throws the wing attack, but Lyle is patient. Here comes Whiscash trying to paste another mud bomb. Gligar, though, will prevail as Jangles takes game number 2 from our Charlotte Regional Champion.
And if Lyle had been able to reach another mud bomb to knock out that Gligar, the question then becomes, does the Skarmory have enough health left to survive a mud shot? Because I don't think the Whiscash would have been able to survive a Steel Wing at that point.
Well, heading into a decisive game number 3 in losers round number 2. The question on my mind starts with a C, ends with bug. Charge-a-Bug, right? We saw ABA weakness to Charge-a-Bug in game number 2. Jangles called it. He says, you're not going to bring that Pokemon, and it paid dividends for him, even in spite of the lick-down snipe by Lyle Jeffs.
Yeah, that was a great play by Lyle in order to try to provide some momentum into this mid-game. Sky Attack twice in a row from Jangles, not knocking out the Lickitung. I don't actually mind it because he provided himself an opportunity to get an energy advantage on that Shadow Gligar in the back.
Actually, all adds up over time, right? Instant simultaneous swap into the Vigoroth matchup. A couple of unique things, right? We saw the dig land and then the rock slide connect. We're going to see the Gligar get the full wing attack down, and even in spite of the swap, Jangles built himself enough of a cushion to win this game.
And I think we were both maybe a little bit surprised by the no shield on the rock slide. Yeah. However, it makes sense when you notice how much energy the Whiscash had for Lyle in the end game. Being able to reach his Scald would have done a lot more damage than a neutral rock slide.
Heading into game number 3, I love everyone in stream chat to type in the Pokemon that you think each trainer will bring. Will Charge-a-Bug make an appearance? Will we see a Azumarill from either side? Let us know in the chat. Phoebe, what do you think? Is it time for Charge-a-Bug?
I think it is, but if you recall, the best answer for Charge-a-Bug was still brought on Jangles' team. That Shadow Gligar was really potent. He utilized it to try to answer that Charge-a-Bug. Taking maybe a little bit of a note from his good friend Magic Mason, really utilizing that Shadow Gligar to its fullest potential. And I feel like that's almost been, for me, the story of Knoxville is how Shadow Gligar's been able to roll through, to dig through its opponents.
Decisive game number 3. Let's get hyped. We got Skarmory on the field for Jangles versus the Azumarill for Lyle Jeffs. Vigoroth makes an appearance for Lyle Jeffs 3 games in a row. Meanwhile, Jangles has 2 decent counters to it. He's got Azumarill and Shadow Gligar on his team.
And this is a storied matchup. Azumarill versus Skarmory has been such a historic battle of a steel flying type Pokemon versus a water fairy Pokemon. A little bit neutral in typing, but it's kind of gone back and forth. Yeah. The changes to Bubble, the changes to Steel Wing, switching off of Air Slash. It's kind of gone really back and forth, but because Azumarill is currently on Ice Beam, it doesn't have quite the same knockout pressure. This Ice Beam, not enough to knock out Skarmory.
Oh, even the addition of Brave Bird, right? Remember the days when Skarmory had Flash Cannon Sky Attack? Well, this is a timeless travels battle indeed. Building up to the Sky Attack here. Great timing by Jangles to throw the 4 Steel Wings and then the Charge Attack. The problem is, I don't think it's quite enough. Azumarill might be able to squeeze off another bubble or 2 here against the Skarmory, but the switch out into the Vigoroth, another KO with fast attacks. Lyle just denies Jangles every opportunity there.
And Jangle needs to make a decision here. What Pokemon do I think Lyle has brought in the back? Bringing in Gligar, keys in that he thinks it's Charge-a-Bug, but bringing in Azumarill, keys in, bringing in Azumarill, keys in in that he thinks it's Charge, but bringing Gligar would key in that he thinks it's Whiscash, but unfortunately makes the wrong call here.
Yeah, plot thickens here in Knoxville, Tennessee, as Lyle Jeffs is able to land the body slam against the opposing Azumarill. Gonna look for a charge attack here any moment, wants the 3 bubbles for optimal timing, and then throws the Play Rough.
Play Rough not going to be enough to pick up a knockout here, but Shield comes up from the Vigoroth, wanting to keep this neutral Pokemon alive for as long as possible, get off as many body slams as possible. The pacing to body slam is just so much faster than Azumarill can get to Play Rough or Ice Beam.
And we saw that yesterday, right? The Dragon Breath down of Azumarill. I mean, it's just such a punishing Pokemon to use when you're caught between those charge attack intervals. And the swap and the catch, Lyle Jeffs out of nowhere sends in the Azumarill to send all this energy down the drain.
And that's tough, and it really is the detriment of Azumarill in this meta where so many other Pokemon pace faster to charge attacks. Whiscash, 6 mud shots to its harder hitting Scald. Gligar able to pace very quickly to Aerial Ace compared to Ice Beam. It's really, it puts you on the back foot when you have a catch like that happen.
Protect Shield used here by Jingles21. The match is getting into the latter half, right? We need to start burning these Protect Shields and seeing what we can make of the situation. I don't believe an attack fall occurs, so Gligar can go for the hard-hitting dig. Gonna go one before the Scald is ready and fire off this charge attack.
Jangles has to really be concerned about the number of charge attacks that Lyle has stored. Dig going through, going to be a very impactful charge attack. Scald coming back at Jangles, pulling the second shield here. Vigoroth, I think, has 1.5, if not 2 body slams stored as well.
Does attack fall does occur, but that doesn't matter as much because the dig is already connected. Building to the double air lace, here comes a body slam again. Lyle trying to apply pressure to Jangles. Can he take the heat?
Body slam not going to be as impactful as a Scald, not going to even do half of the remaining health of this Gligar. Gligar going to be able to hold on from a second one, has 2 Aerial Aces loaded, but I think this Vigoroth is outside of Aerial Ace range.
Gligar can withstand the counters, right? Still flying type can resist these attacks. It is debuffed though from the Scald. Here comes the Aerial Ace. The final protection for Lyle Jeffs is used there. We might see a swap. Oh, actually going for the dig against the Vigoroth. Do you just leave the Gligar in here and force the Whiscash to throw energy? What do you do?
It's so tough. It's gotta be inside of Mudshot range and switching in. The question is, can Lyle reach 2 Mud Bombs? First Mud Bomb's going. The damage from the next bubble will be potentially impactful for a later farm wing attack down from the Gligar.
First Mud Bomb's not enough. Lyle needs to overcharge. Here comes the Ice Beam. Jangles putting Lyle Jeffs on ice here in losers round 2 in Knoxville, taking down the Charlotte Regional Champion and denying him the back-to-back victories.
And you might be asking, why didn't Lyle throw that second Mud Bomb to knock out the Azumarill? And I think it was what I was keying into exactly. If you put yourself in a position where you only have Mud Shots to take on that Shadow Gligar, you're not going to be able to do it.
Yes.
Wing Attack is neutral. Mud Shot double resisted. Wing Attack also doing a little bit more damage naturally than Mud Shot, so it just would not have been possible for Whiscash to do everything it needed to do in that aggregate.
I feel like we saw that earlier too, right? We saw a Gligar Wing Attack down to Whiscash because it could not quite close the gap in terms of fast attack pressure, and that's what Jingles was counting on, right? That's what you pointed out. Farming, overcharging, trying to execute on any win condition possible, and in spite of all those obstacles, I mean, the counter down of the Skarmory, the catch onto the Azumarill, I mean, Lyle Jeffs picked up the kitchen sink and threw it at Jangles, and it still wasn't enough.
A bit of a silly comparison to make here. Water gun, Whiscash. Would we ever see it? I think the answer is no.
That's so far out of the realm of possibility, right?
We see from Lantern a conversion between Water Gun and Spark.
Okay.
But you see the difficulty of Mudshot as a fast attack, really struggling against Flyers, just not able to get those farms down. I feel like we call it out a fair number of times, saying, how many times have we seen a flying type Pokemon get Mudshot down? And the answer is really, really low.
Taking a look back at this iconic series between Lyle Jeffs and Jangles. Body slam not enough, but the lick down is. Here comes the Scald from the Shadow Whiscash. Doesn't trigger the attack drop and the swap in of the Lickitung. Too little, too late, right? Because this Lickitung finds the Vigoroth eventually in this matchup.
Vigoroth just able to get a complete counter down into this Lickitung, not caring about the body slams. Even if that second body slam came through, it would not have really threatened body slam, and body slam coming from Vigoroth. It's a bit of an unfortunate position where I have to say body slam for Lickitung and body slam for Vigoroth. And going into game number 2, we see the switch and the lick down from Lyle Jeffs.
Another one, I'm telling you, Lyle Jeffs did everything he could to slow down Jingles here with the fast attack pressure, with what we call like a snipe, right? Where you send in a Pokemon and it gets the knockout quickly, and Jingles just had no answer. Actually, speaking of that maneuver, here comes another one because body slam connects and then the Vigoroth comes in, but we see the swap out. Jingles learning from those previous two games, or excuse me, previous game.
I have to say, the number of simultaneous swaps that we've seen here in Knoxville is quite high. Both players recognizing, okay, my opponent's going to switch out here, I need to switch as well. It happens both in situations like here, where you have a farm down potential, or other situations where both players are aware of a potential catch.
True.
And it also breaks up that sort of interaction.
Exactly. I mean, these trainers are inside of each other's heads trying to figure out their next move. Play rough, catch onto the slim HP Azumarill. Lyle Jeffs did everything he could, emptied his pockets, and he still could not do enough to stop Jingles here.
Wizcash, a little bit out of cash, as you said, emptied his pockets. No more energy left in the bank. Ice Beam coming through before a mud shot down was even remotely possible, securing Jingles game number 3 and moving on past losers round 2.
And remember as well, Jingles is here in day 2 because of a phenomenal play against King Alexander. We all thought it was over, right? The Sky Attack bait into Skeledirge, and then our Peoria Regional Champion said, oh yeah, Incinerate down could work. No, no, no. Here comes a Brave Bird from Skarmory, and that propelled Jingles into this position. So again, the mantra to keep fighting, trust your instincts, all of that comes into play as each of these trainers make their run through Knoxville.
And it's not over yet. We are still moving our way through this losers bracket. And as a difference from top 8 positions, we still have more of the winners bracket as well. Before we get to winners finals, we have 2 more sets of winners semis to go. The day is still young.
Well, let's hear it from our dark horse candidate himself. Here's Jingles 21.
Well, this dark horse candidate has now taken out 4 previous regional champions, including Bulk, Wadaj, King Alexander, and of course, the matchup you just won. What has been your key to success in Knoxville?
Well, for this tournament, I played a team that I have played a lot prior, which isn't always the case. So I feel like just knowing what to expect all the time, like I feel like I really know, looking at a team, what they might really think is strong against me. So how can I kind of put myself in a position to overcome those matchups? So.
And specifically, you were able to take out the last regional champion, and you've been able to take out the team that's been dominating this iteration of the meta. But you've actually also taken out 2 brothers now. Does that have any significance to you?
It's cool because we let a regional go to Canada the last time, so we gotta knock the Canadians out so we can get an American champion here again. After we stole an EU title, we have to keep this one. So.
All right, well, you heard it from Jingles, and you've competed a good amount in the championship series, and I feel like you've often been so close and you couldn't catch a break. And now in this tournament against King Alexander yesterday, you did catch that one break. Do you feel like it's the time to capitalize on that?
Yeah, I feel like I have to make the most out of it. Me personally, I can't take it for granted because like I've been 1 win away before, like felt really good about teams and not really performed the way I want to. And like an interview that kind of stuck with me was Abhinav when he was like, I know that I'm like good enough to do this, but I haven't achieved it yet. And I feel that like a lot. I put a lot of pressure on myself. So feeling like I'm taking advantage of the situations that I have and the gameplay that I've been playing so far, like I feel like I have to capitalize. So yeah, I do. Yeah.
Awesome stuff, Jingles. Congratulations once again. Back to you, casters.
You know, some wonderful words there from Jingles about the struggle that it can be of having a lot of really great consistent performances, but not quite the breakout performance into the top 8, the top 4, or even a regional championship.
Yeah, I mean, we see this from all kinds of trainers, even the accomplished ones like Rise to Occasion. I remember when he won his regional last season, he was almost moved to tears. He's like, I know I can do it. I come up so close, and I put so much pressure on myself that when I don't achieve all my goals, I feel deflated. But But we saw there, Django's making progress, but that's just the thing, progress. Job's not finished for any of these trainers here in Knoxville. Still many more battles to be fought.
That's another fun word to use, pressure. You can see what kind of things pressure can do to these trainers under the right conditions. As a chemist myself, I like to think about carbon being pressurized deep down in the earth into diamonds, and that's exactly what's happening to Jangles here today in one of his breakout performances, really fine-tuning and crystallizing his play to move forward here through the tournament.
Well, we have a couple of gems of battlers on the stage. Just take a look here at Rockhaven versus Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket, as we both saw, was kind of staring down that camera, right? He wants to focus on him for this next matchup.
Yeah, he got a little bit out of focus there, but really coming back to the table, it's going to be another set of losers round 2 battles. Gotta make sure that you win these, otherwise you're out of the tournament.
Rockhaven has been impressive so far. He's challenging a former regional champion and world qualifier in Out of Pocket. Again, NAIC finalist in the seniors division, Peoria regional champion, Pittsburgh top 8, and Charlotte top 8. You know, Pocket typically travels with Onion Frank Wadaj, very, very storied trainers themselves. He wants to find his success like he had last season. He wants to continue to rise, and he has done that so far here in Knoxville.
And looking at these Pokemon, that Shadow Whiscash really speaking to me, as well as the option for Night Slash on Annihilate. You have to be a little bit careful. That really prevents you from doing any charge attack damage to something like Umbreon, but gives you that great boost potential that we saw from Dunebug.
You said Shadow Whiscash was speaking to you. What did it say?
It said there's another Shadow Whiscash on the other side of the table, and I've made so many Whiscash puns, I'm completely out of them so far.
Oh, I have one. I thought of it last match. Both of these Shadow Whiscashes are going for broke. There it is. There it is.
All right. Well, our trainers are going to get locked and loaded here. Their teams are there up on the screens, and we are getting into game number 1 here. It's going to be Shadow Whiscash into Skarmory.
Shadow Whiscash, slightly more potent than its regular variant, can bring the Skarmory matchup pretty close, but will also take additional damage, regardless so the Steel Wings are resisted. You've got a flying type in the front there for Rockhaven, and you've got a water ground type for Out of Pocket. What kind of threats, what kind of risk are you going to assess here as these two trainers try to figure out what is in the back for their opponent?
Scald coming through, knocking that Skarmory into the yellow. I believe this is a Sky Attack clicked. Shield coming up from Out of Pocket, recognizing Shadow Whiscash is going to take a lot of damage.
Sky Attack does get protected up. Shadow Whiscash did not get the debuff on the first Scald. We see the Lickitung switch in, and kind of a late movement here from Out of Pocket. No swaps. Going to go for the Scald first. What I anticipate, Phoebe, though, is a Scald and then a swap into the Annihilate.
Annihilate is an option, but so is Skarmory to wall off that Body Slam damage, and it is the Skarmory. The question now becomes is how does Out of Pocket deal with this matchup because the Scald debuff did not happen?
Licks are the big factor here, right? Because the ghost type damage adds up over time. Body slams resisted, right? These Steel Wings, the Sky Attacks can chip away the Lickitung, but the licks add up over time. Another body slam coming through.
The thing that Pocket has here is a bit of a comfortability. The Scald put the Lickitung within range for a singular Sky Attack to knock out after these Steel Wings started to add up. Going for the Sky Attack before another Body Slam so that it can have energy going into the Skarmory or the potential Annihilate for Rockhaven.
You never leave empty-handed, right? That's what a lot of the best trainers do. In comes the Annihilate, counters adding up over time, but like you said, the residual energy allows Out of Pocket to get to the Sky Attack. However, switch timers are displaced. Annihilate going up energy can be devastating for his back line.
If the switch clock is not up, I would have much preferred a Brave Bird there to lower the defense, meaning that the Annihilate, we've seen so often that it is so good up energy, but instead allowing a few more counters in order to knock out the Skarmory, put himself behind a little bit more on energy.
Here comes the Shadow Ball. Out of Pocket uses the protection at the last second. He needs to start working on this Annihilate to get back into this matchup. Meanwhile, Rockhaven is rolling. He knows that that Shadow Scald could potentially bring this within a knockout range, so he uses the Protect Shield.
Mud gets shielded up, reaching for an Ice Punch at this point. The counter's doing enough damage, and this is into a Shadow Whiscash. Will it be enough damage to knock out?
Shadow Whiscash is able to hang on. Throws the Mud Bomb, and the swap by Rockhaven to send this energy nowhere, but this is the win condition for Out of Pocket. If he sends in the Annihilate, counters down the Skarmory, he can Shadow Ball the opposing Annihilate, right?
The question is, will the Skarmory be able to reach to a Sky Attack?
5, 6, has to throw the Night Slash here on the Charge Attack. Does that mean he's gonna lose the next engagement?
The answer really depends on the amount of energy that Rockhaven has on his Annihilate, but I believe it does have a little bit residual, but Out of Pocket does have the option for Night Slash doing neutral damage a little bit more than Ice Punch in this scenario. Will this be enough to knock out?
It's not enough. It's not enough. Out of Pocket throws the Night Slash here into Rockhaven's Annihilate. It shrugs it off there, and here comes Annihilate from Rockhaven. Shadow Ball is going to be more than enough to take out of Pocket.
The question becomes, Out of Pocket had the option to throw Shadow Ball himself. Does he know that his Annihilate loses charge attack priority over most other Annihilates?
I think a lot of trainers, the way they train their Pokemon, right, they're very familiar with what they're able to win the charge attack priority ties against. I think a lot of trainers kind of feel through their opponent and expect them also to optimize. So that's a great point, right? If you avoid charge attack priority, it usually kind of tips the hat to the idea that your Pokemon has very, very good stats and is able to kind of hang in a lot of matchups, but has trouble winning the mirror.
Rethinking about that, was he actually 3 counters away from Shadow Ball, or was it only just 2?
It was awfully close. My memory fails me a little bit there. We might have to see the replay when we get a chance, but it was going to be very, very close. Look at that, man. Production on fire today.
And helping us out, our memories are failing us a little bit, but we don't need our memory when it's up here in the screen in front of us. Ice Punch almost able to pick up the knockout here. Mud Bomb coming through, an undercharge from Out of Pocket so that he could get a little more counter damage, but maybe if he didn't undercharge, he would have been able to get the counter down.
Or Skarmory would have reached the Sky Attack, sooner, right? Well, either way, the heads-up switch there by Rockhaven allows him to send in his own Annihilate and get the victory against Out of Pocket. You're really close, right? If you're Out of Pocket, you're really close there in game number 1. If you're Rockhaven, you're saying, oh, I can actually do this. I could take down that last season's Peoria Regional Champion, right?
You could almost say that Out of Pocket was out of patience in that end game, trying to maybe rush a little bit too fast to the Night Slash.
Too fast, too furious. Let's check out what these trainers do. His flex is Nighttime Clashers team. Let's take a look here at game number 2 as these two trainers face off. The Annihilates are taking over.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen an Annihilate mirror match in the lead. I have to give the advantage to Out of Pocket here for the moveset option of Night Slash, able to do pretty good resisted damage, but catching the Shadow Ball onto the Umbreon.
That is a gut punch for Out of Pocket. A lot of energy just goes down the drain here. And as you look at the rest of his team, he doesn't really have a Pokemon that resists Dark-type damage, right? So if you are Out of Pocket, you need to kind of gather back some of the energy that you just spent with some counters, and then eventually make a swap. He goes right into Dugong to soak the foul play.
That is such a smart move from Out of Pocket, recognizing Rockhaven's not going to throw at the charge attack tie because Rockhaven wants to throw with good timing. So he actually overfarms in order to get even more energy on that Annihilate and switch into Dugong.
I think the play here, if you're Out of Pocket, is to build up to 2 charge attacks and try to store one for the Annihilate matchup, which is inevitably going to occur. We see the first Icy Wing get fired off here.
I don't mind this because I believe Rockhaven's likely going to get to at least 1 more foul play, and undercharge from Out of Pocket necessary in order to make sure that he's able to get more farm at the end of this matchup.
Well, I think that the additional charge attack is also good for Out of Pocket, right? Because you minimize the Dugong's HP and the residual farm that this opposing Annihilate can get. You see the Last Resort connect, slightly more damage intensive. Rockhaven taking every second. Think about what could potentially be in the back. Sends in the Skarmory into the Dugong.
My guess is that Rockhaven has recognized that he does not want any debuffs on that Annihilate. He wants to be in a position, actually going for the immediate swip, counter swap on Out of Pocket, recognizing, I think my opponent's going to switch out as soon as I throw this Icy Wind.
Rockhaven full sended the Shadow Ball in the previous matchup. He goes for the bait here. Out of Pocket makes a call, and he does make the right call on the Ice Punch. Ice water in his veins.
Going for the Scald here, going to do a lot of neutral damage. Another Ice Punch being thrown, but Out of Pocket should recognize he has more health this time than he did in the previous game, and it will not pick up the knockout. The issue for him, though, especially if this Scald does pick up a dig buff, is that Rockhaven's Annihilate will get a lot of energy farming this Whiscash down.
But the whole question is Protect Shield advantage, right? If you are out of pocket, you want your Annihilate up a Protect Shield because you did gather so much energy against the opposing Umbreon. Maybe you just go straight Shadow Ball, right? We're going to see a Night Slash bait coming through here from out of pocket into Rockhaven's Annihilate.
Rockhaven going for the no shield, calling the Night Slash. Out of pocket, maybe a little bit frustrated with that. Ice Punch coming back through, picks up the first shield from out of pocket.
At this point, you want to preserve your HP as well. So out of pocket, wise Protect Shield up that Ice Punch, but he's gonna have to make another call here. Actually going straight Night Slash through the matchup. How do you play this if you're Rockhaven?
I think Rockhaven needs to decide which Pokemon he wants to put in the end game, and it looks like he's going to try to get another Ice Punch off. Great patience from Rockhaven, going to be able to farm down the Dugong. Out of pocket, frustrated, unable to get a catch there in the end game.
Yeah, tries to catch the Ice Punch there onto the Dugong. Is forced to use the final Protect Shield. Skarmory has energy in the back. Do we see that Pokemon switch in? Here's some more counters from out of pocket's Annihilate. Throws a Night Slash. I'm not sure he needed to do that, but he's going to go ahead and get the knockout against the opposing Annihilate.
If he's able to get the counter down, Shadow Ball into Skarmory would have done a lot of neutral damage. Skarmory comes in and does not actually have all that much energy. The question is which Pokemon will pace to its charge attack first, and it looks like
here he goes.
Shadow Ball's reached just before the Sky Attack.
Out of pocket is shocked as well. He's going to go for the Shadow Ball into the opposing Skarmory. This is a same type attack bonus. Shadow Ball, Skarmory strong, but not strong enough. Somehow out of pocket wins game number 2.
Out of pocket, full of confusion after that game. No Psychic types on the field, and it looks like maybe our players are discussing a little bit of what happened in that end game. We'll have to see if there is a dispute on the stage, but for now, we can just talk about the Pokemon and that last game, how intense it was in those closing moments.
I mean, we learned, right? We learned from Ace, we learned from Jangles. Don't give up on a matchup. We saw out of pocket make some uncharacteristic plays there in the final moments. I mean, kind of recognizing the opposing Annihilate, probably couldn't get to an Ice Punch. The counter down was the safer play, but he throws the Night Slash and then shocked when he can still get to the Shadow Ball in the final seconds.
I want to key in on that last Night Slash. I do think a counter down was possible. We talk so much about Medicham resisting counters and the addition of Annihilate, the Rage Fist Pokemon, able to double resist those counters, but because of its lesser bulk than Medicham, we see those counters do end up adding up, and I think maybe out of pocket wasn't necessarily expecting to be able to counter down Rockhaven's Annihilate there in that endgame.
Well, like we talked about with the HP management, right? You have 2 shields, you have your Annihilate. You kind of want to manage that Pokemon as it moves through the matchup, because in day 1, if you recall, we actually saw an Annihilate lose with 2 Protect Shields because the sparks from the opposing Lantern just chewed through its HP. So out of pocket trying to play towards the win conditions, and as we get this match reviewed, it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to do in the next battle.
And it's always tough with so many different variables in these games, especially coming down to the wire. 1 turn, half of a second being the difference between a win and a loss in so many of these top matchups means that the judges have to look very, very carefully to make sure that every single game interaction is happening as it should.
Oh yeah, I mean, just every step along the way, right? Because every single fast attack builds onto the next decision, the next movement you're going to make, the next charge attack you're going to throw, the next swap, etc. It really, really depends how the game progresses throughout the entire match, not even just the final moments.
Every step you take, every move you make is important, and here we go into the review. We see the Steel Wings encounters. You see out of pocket's confusion.
These Pokemon look like they're 1 turn different, right? We see that the Shadow Ball reach a half second before the Sky Attack loads up there for Rockhaven, a half second different.
If it was only a half second, then it would potentially imply that it would have been a charge attack tie at the end, but it all comes down to what the judges see, right? We see it once here. We don't have quite the control that they do up on the stage, so their point of view is much more impactful, much more understanding than ours here behind the casting desk.
Yeah, well, every step you take, every move you make, the judge will be watching you on the stage, right? Of course, we're trying to get the ruling right every step along the way. We're going to see if that ruling results in a rematch or in a movement towards game number 3.
All right, and it looks like we have words from the judge. Rock lost a wing attack in that final race and would have, instead of just it being a half of a turn, it was a or not a half a turn, excuse me, half of a second, full turn, it was 2 turns, 1 second difference. And because of that, it would not have actually been a tie, but it would have been a win of that race.
Yeah, Skarmory would have paced to the Sky Attack first, right? Been able to fire off the Sky Attack and get the knockout, because if it was a Charge Attack priority tie, just based on their species, I do believe Annihilate would have been able to go first. But if you avoid that alignment, then the Skarmory would obviously get the knockout. Super effective Sky Attack.
Sky Attack being a pretty good move. It has had some changes in its lifetime in the game, a little bit more energy, a little bit less damage, but we still see how impactful it is in this meta. Flying type not having too many resistances across the meta, Rock and Steel being the most prominent ones. And there aren't, honestly, there aren't that many rock types in the meta.
Rock, Steel, and Electric, right? And all 3 of those tend to be a little more rare. But heading into this next game, we have a 1-0 lead for Rockhaven. Out of pocket gets another shot here in order to bring back this series, but Rockhaven wants to put the former Peoria Regional Champion away.
We'll have to see if Out of Pocket is able to maybe trust in his Annihilate more to get those counter downs, not necessarily throwing energy he does not need. And we see, although it's a typing-wise Ice versus Flying type matchup, because of Skarmory's Steel type sub-typing here is quite good.
Water typing, right?
Yes, exactly. Actually, both sub-typings coming into play.
Both sub-typings are important here as the first Icy Wind gets queued up here by Out of Pocket. Slowing down the Skarmory as soon as possible is definitely the right approach in this matchup. Dugong going to build some additional energy. Looks like Lickitung and Annihilate in the back there for Rockhaven. No switch outs yet because both these trainers recognize Annihilate was in the mirror lead in game number 2. Annihilate was probably in the back. Brave Bird does connect. Here comes the Lickitung into the Dugong and the instant swap here into Annihilate.
So Annihilate now going to be in a position where it can take super effective damage from those licks, but resist the body slams. Power Rip's typically not enough to pick up a knockout. Night Slash, an option here to try to boost these counters.
Yeah, I think Annihilate is going to throw the Night Slashes as soon as possible. Wants a little bit of the boost bug that we saw earlier on in day number 2, but a body slam bait and Out of Pocket calls it. Great call at the midpoint of this matchup. Going to look for another Night Slash just as soon as he possibly can because the Power Whip is impending.
Could have actually thrown a body slam from Rockhaven's side, and I love to see every time that Out of Pocket's opponent throws a charge move, he looks directly into their eyes, reads their soul, and gets the boost in game number 2 here.
Still 2 Protect Shields. Remember, the Skarmory Steel Wings are neutral, but these counters are double resisted. Annihilate looks primed to run through the competition here as Out of Pocket fires off another Night Slash. The Protect Shield coming up immediately from Rockhaven.
Yeah, boosted Night Slash would have done a lot of damage, and if I recall correctly, Rockhaven was the person that Dunebug did boost up against as well, so really coming to bite him here, shielding up this Ice Punch. Out of Pocket's trying to put as much momentum in his favor here with this boosted Annihilate.
See another Night Slash, not even building up to the Shadow Ball. I do think Rockhaven could endure this, but he's going to use his Protect Shield regardless. Ice Punch requires an additional counter every single cycle to get there as well. So this Annihilate will reach the Night Slash in just a few moments, but here we see a swap and a catch into Skarmory. Hot Pocket not impressed.
This is going to be a boosted Night Slash, a bit of an undercharge here, trying to make sure that it does not knock out. Switching into his own Skarmory, getting the Steel Wing down. I think a Brave Bird immediately is very smart here, but no shield. A obvious choice from Out of Pocket as this is resisted damage.
Yeah, stares, smiles, and everything in between. Out of Pocket gets the Steel Wing down. Here comes a Annihilate with a ton of energy, but gonna go for the Brave Bird, just like you mentioned, Feep, to silence the Rage Fist Pokemon and take game number 2.
You can't be that angry with a Brave Bird in the sky. It's almost like you're looking up in Superman's there, being brave and dominant in the sky.
3 Pokemon remaining. Out of Pocket, able to manage his way through that game number 2 and tie up the series. Like you pointed out, Phoebe, there's kind of echoes, right? There's kind of poetry here in a lot of these matchups. Rockhaven suffering from the double boosted Annihilate from Dunebug. Another opposing Annihilate gets a boost, but he has the Ice Punch tech on his, so that's not even an option for him.
It isn't, which honestly, honestly, I think is a bit of a detriment. If you look at Out of Pocket's team, there's not really all that many places where he's bringing his Gligar, and we see back in this game the Night Slash being caught Out of Pocket, saying, I think this catch actually gives me some opportunity. Brave Bird not really threatening Out of Pocket Skarmory, and a Brave Bird back into Rockhaven to pick the knockout.
Yeah, if you can dish it, you got to take it, right? Brave Birds back and forth, and this series has been back and forth as well. We're all tied up here 1-1 in losers round 2. Either the Peoria Regional Champion from last season is going home, or Rockhaven is, but only one can progress through our losers bracket here in Knoxville. Annihilate has been the story of this series though, right? We saw it in the lead, we've seen it as the swap, we've seen it all over the board, and going down Protect Shields against the Rage Fist Pokemon can be so precarious, right? Because it can dish so much damage.
And I'd be curious to see if Rockhaven leans into that Umbreon a little bit more. That is the downside to Night Slash plus Shadow Ball. You are only taking resisted charge attack damage, and I see you shaking your head at me a little bit. It's risky, but it walls the energy, and you're talking about how impactful that energy is. Let's see how it happens in game number 3, and look at this. It is Umbreon into Annihilate.
Hey, the strategy is Umbreon, right? Umbreon from Rockhaven into the Annihilate. Like you pointed out, the Night Slash, the Shadow Ball, there's not really a good place to go with this Annihilate energy, and a neutral foul play will get fired off. The cushion here, the comfort, is that you can actually no Protect Shield this and still be really healthy as an Annihilate. I expect a swap here any moment.
A swap from Annihilate is impending. A great catch of the foul play here to really shore up that matchup later. The issue being, I think Rockhaven is going to switch into the Annihilate and be able to ramp up a lot himself and potentially come out of this matchup with energy.
Punishing counters adding up here against Out of Pocket's Dugong, but that's what Out of Pocket wanted, right? He had a tough lead matchup. He wants to kind of move the pieces around, try to find some breathing room. Icy Wind does connect, but that actually gives his opposing Annihilate even more farm because the counters just keep coming, and Dugong is too slow to get to the Icy Wind, but he does at the last second.
Icy Wind coming through, going to threaten a shield from Rockhaven's side, and it does not get shielded. Both shields still up from both sides. What do we see happen here? They farm down from Umbreon.
I think Out of Pocket's in full control, right? When you lose Annihilate with almost maxed out energy, it's such a blow. It's such a setback. It's really tough to get back into the series. Shadow Ball gets fired off here by Out of Pocket, connecting again. Same type attack bonus, but resisted. We have the swap available, but the Night Slash gets queued up in the midst of the Snarl, and this will knock out.
I was talking about how impactful this energy soaking from Umbreon is. You're right, it is enough to knock out. So that energy from Annihilate was really impactful, and now the story is going to be the amount of damage that this Annihilate is able to do to the Skarmory with just its counters. No shield on this Night Slash is going to be unfortunate for Rockhaven because this is going to be probably the most impactful charge attack.
It's so tough, right? Annihilate's counters continue to add up. Meanwhile, the Skarmory comes out from Out of Pocket. It's got so much HP, still 4 shields on the board. I would not be surprised at all just to see Rockhaven no Protect Shield this and submit, and that's what we get.
Charge attack coming through from Out of Pocket Skarmory. It is going to just be the Sky attack, not enough to knock out, but definitely put Rockhaven's Skarmory well within wing attack range, and that is going to be, Steel Wing range, and that is going to be game number 3.
No Protect Shields were harmed in the making of this battle, right? Still 4 Protect Shields on the board. Out of Pocket and Rockhaven talking things over here on the stage. It looks like a game 3 win there for Out of Pocket as we continue the discussion. But I mean, again, losing Annihilate with a full Shadow Ball plus of energy is such a setback. It's so difficult to keep yourself in the series after something like that happens.
So, I believe what has happened, and I've got some word from our judge, is that this is very likely going to be a review. I think both competitors have agreed to an issue that happened within that game. I think we saw the competitors kind of both look at each other and both look at the judge when the Dugong got off that second Icy Wind. I think it should have fainted from that last counter. The damage should have applied in time to prevent that charge attack from going off. And we'll have to see what the official ruling is, but based on the messages that I've seen, that is likely the cause of this review.
We're gonna get a little refresh here, a little reset. This is a good opportunity to grab some snacks, grab some popcorn, some candy, you know, something that you want to munch on while you enjoy these battles.
Maybe a quick restroom break as well, you know?
Yeah, but don't go too far.
Not too far.
Yeah.
Short restroom break.
A little munchlax action, right? Get some snacks, get ready for this next game because, I mean, this has been a treat, right? Because we had a replay already in this series, so this is technically the 4th battle between these trainers when we head to a decisive game number 3.
Maybe if we get a tie here, we'll get a best of 5.
Feet, you know? we can dream, and maybe it'll come true, but we'll see.
It harkens back to Out of Pocket's win in Peoria. Played 15 battles in a row, 5 battles to win the losers finals, 5 battles to reset the grand finals against Enhoff, and then after the reset, 5 battles once again to take the victory in Peoria to earn his championship win. And here we are again in Knoxville, Tennessee, Out of Pocket fighting to stay in on this loser side of the bracket against Rockhaven.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted more Pokemon Go PvP, do I have good news for you? Because Rockhaven and Out of Pocket are going to go at it again here in a decisive game number 3. As we saw there in the previous matchup that we just witnessed, we saw the Umbreon lead into the Annihilate, a tough position to be in, the swap, and a couple of pieces moving around, and each trainer trying to like eke out an advantage.
You know, I think I did my math incorrectly previously. This is our 2nd granted rematch. So this is game number 5.
Oh, there it is. Game number 5. Well, it's actually, you know, match point, so to speak, because this is a best of 3 series, and the winner of this matchup will move on. The other gets knocked out.
And I think you called it out correctly before that last game, which the positioning of the Annihilate, which Annihilate gets energy advantage, I think is absolutely crucial. How can Rockhaven handle Out of Pocket's Annihilate better? How can Out of Pocket handle Rockhaven's Annihilate better?
You can't count on the percentage chances, right? You can't count on a Night Slash boost if you are Out of Pocket. You can't count on that Scald debuff if you're a Rockhaven. You gotta trust in your Pokemon and see what you can make of it. We're gonna head to game number 3 here at Rockhaven on the left side of your screen, Out of Pocket on the right.
And it's going to be an Annihilate into a Shadow Glider. Rockhaven really happy with this because he knows that Out of Pocket does not have Ice Punch.
We're going to see the Skarmory swap in to meet the opposing Annihilate. Ice Punch from Rockhaven's Annihilate will start to whittle down the Skarmory, and that's kind of the story of this matchup, right? Annihilate can hang in against the Steel Wing pressure, can land the counters, neutral damage adds up over time, and we see a Sky Attack from Out of Pocket get Protect Shielded.
Rockhaven is likely going to fight for switch advantage. If he's expecting an ABB team out of Pocket, Dugong has to be lurking in the back, which does not want to face off. He does not want to face off against his Shadow Gligar.
ABB just seems so obvious though, right? I think a lot of newer trainers might try that strategy. I've seen so much ABA this weekend here in Tennessee. I would be surprised if Rockhaven calls it, but he does get the KO into the opposing Skarmory. Here comes the Annihilate into the mirror matchup, but at this point, Night Slash is not quite enough. Going for an Ice Punch. Out of Pocket knows this isn't the Shadow Ball, right? Does he trust his instincts?
We saw him glance and does not trust his instincts. It is just an Ice Punch. Great timing from Rockhaven, waiting for the last moment. We could have actually seen a Charge Attack tie before, but now we finally see it. Out of Pocket actually being the one to win that tie.
That's a tough Protect Shield to give up because you know the Shadow Gligar's on the other end. You know you lack Ice Punch. You have to put on pressure some other way. Gonna go straight for the Shadow Ball, actually. Full sending the Ghost-type Charge Attack. Shadow Gligar can endure, but it's gonna lose so much HP. Protect Shield from Rockhaven.
Great Protect Shield. I was expecting him to not, given the past experience he's had with Night Slash boosts. In comes the Dugong. In comes the Lickitung. Lickitung has a lot of work to do. Really needs to get this Dugong off of the field so that Shadow Gligar can still survive against that Annihilate.
Let's talk about win conditions, right? I think Rockhaven needs to load up a Power Whip. He needs to peel away that final Protect Shield from the Annihilate and then close the game with Gligar. However, Out of Pocket, if he is able to counter down the remainder of the Lickitung, I think the single Ice Shard that his Dugong landed on Rockhaven's Gligar puts it within Shadow Ball range.
Yeah, and I think that is likely going to be the win condition that Out of Pocket Pocket plays for, saving that shield for his less bulky Annihilate, able to go for a complete farm down of the Lickitung if the switch clock is not up yet. The question becomes, is Rockhaven going to be able to throw this Power Whip before the Icy Wind and actually going for the Body Slam, maybe trying to come out with a little bit residual energy to stall the switch clock so Annihilate does not get extra damage or energy.
Another Twitch on stage. Out of Pocket kind of had a feeling. Oh my goodness, switches in the Annihilate to catch the Body Slam. I think this is the knockout blow from Annihilate.
I actually think this is what Rockhaven wanted, to be able to switch into the Gliar, get some extra energy. He's going to potentially be able to outpace to the Shadow Ball. He's at double aerial ace here. Shadow Ball is not ready.
I think he's closing in on it, right? We're going to see Annihilate use a Protect Shield. The moment of truth will arrive. Gligar has the back-to-back. Does Annihilate have what it takes? No! One counter away!
And that's exactly why he threw the Body Slam, to prevent any additional counters from Annihilate. Out of Pocket, not able to generate that energy, throwing the Icy Wind right away. But now the question is, Gliar can't hold on. The full charge attack coming through, able to do double super effective damage to Gligar.
I'm shocked that we didn't see more of an overcharge here from Out of Pocket, but Lickitun's out of energy. Lick's adding up, and Dugong gets knocked out. Rockhaven endures, and he is the one to progress here in Knoxville.
An incredibly close game number 3 here. Congratulations to Rockhaven, a really solid and tough fought best of 3 there between the two trainers, or best of 5, you know. I went for 3 there in that time.
Otherwise, I'll get confused, and then I don't know what'll happen, right?
You can't get confused if there's no confusion type users, confusion users on the field.
Yeah, good point. Well, that was an incredible series to watch, back and forth between each trainer. I think the emphasis here at the regional championships is just to get things right? We want every single trainer to have a fair, equal shot at winning a championship, at progressing through the rounds, gaining those championship points, having a shot at the prizing. Everything's on the line, so we want to make sure that we get things correct as we move through the tournament. But what a series.
What a series, and let's see what kind of calls that those trainers made correctly in those battles. We are back in game number 1. Feels like a year ago. Shadow Ball being shielded into that Whiscash.
Well, this is the era of timeless travels, Phoebe, so we are in it to win it. Here comes a Mud Bomb from the Shadow Whiscash into the Skarmory. Again, the heads-up switch, I think, was the recipe for success here for Rockhaven, as he keeps his Annihilate in the matchup and then eventually lands the Shadow Ball to win it.
Now the Shadow Ball able to knock out, and in game number 2, it was the Night Slash catch onto the Skarmory. Out of Pocket, maybe a little bit unsure of how that impacted the game, but going into the Skarmory mirror, able to get the farm down and come out with energy in order to knock out Rockhaven's Annihilate.
Massive Brave Bird wins game number 2 for Out of Pocket, but game number 3 came down to a bit of late game management. Ice Punch getting Protect Shielded up, throwing the Night Slash here, I believe, and another Charge Tag priority tie, but the Lickitung was the difference maker.
Yeah, Lickitung throwing that Power Whip, throwing the Body Slam here, throwing another Body Slam into the Annihilate, preventing the extra counter energy, and it's another one of these plays that you don't necessarily know exactly if it's the right play, but the players themselves do. They know exactly why they're doing it, and being able to get that lick down in that end game, the energy management, the health management there, everything Rockhaven needed to get that victory.
Rock steady, rock solid, right? Incredible plays by both trainers, but Rockhaven advances here in Knoxville, Tennessee. You know, Pokemon Go is so full of firsts. We talk about Dunebug being the first trainer to lose round 1 and progress all the way through the bracket. How about we hear from the first trainer to ever have a perfect run at a regional championship and then follow that up with an international championship victory? Rajef.
Here comes the Ice Punch. Arjef, a smile on his face. He can't believe it. Game number 5 goes to Arjef, and he is our 2024 Latin America International Champion.
I play Pokemon since I was a child. I have the Pokemon Gold, and I have a lot of memories playing with my brother, and he's older and he's usually helped me with the game, and it was amazing. Pokemon is something that I really love in my life. I have been playing competitive Pokemon Go since like the day 1, like since have like the PvP in Pokemon Go, and I started playing like against friends and other people from my city, and I saw that I could be a really good player. I started winning a lot and started to practice against like people from other countries and regions. I tried to compete in other sports in the past, and Pokemon Go was the first game like I saw my game there that it could be one of the best. I like to win. Like, I like to be on stage after with the casters. I like to watch the stream after that. And I like everything on that, the event, the games, like being with my friends, and then the memories. That's amazing. It's something that I will have in my life, like, forever. It's not easy to keep your mind focused on being competitive and in the games, like you can easily lose that, and you really need to be focused on this battle that you have right now, because that's the next step. Like, you have to be better now and for the future. So I think something that I learned, and I try my best to use that when I'm playing. I think my favorite moment right now is winning the international today here in São Paulo. It was something that I dreamed like a lot. Like the last weeks, like almost every day I was dreaming to like being proud and winning, and that's the best memory I have right now, maybe in my life. It's amazing. My number one goal this season is to be known. Like, I really want people to all over the world to know me. Like, that's the guy he's winning. That's the guy that is probably the best of the world. And I think to achieve that, I have to win. I have to win regionals. I have to win internationals. I have to win worlds. So that's the goal.
For Christmas, I got a couple of packs of Pokemon cards, and then I asked my dad what the writing on them were for, and then we figured out it was a card game, and that's how we started. I used to play at a card shop, and then one of the players there told me that they were going to the Salt Lake City Regional in 2021, and I asked my dad if we could go since it's pretty close. He said we could, and then that's how we started.
So Prince is currently undefeated here, Amy, in this top 8 bracket.
For LAIC, I chose NTV and Iron Valiant EX deck.
Seems like Prince definitely has his finger on the pulse of the meta there.
I chose my deck because I like off-meta decks, and I wanted to prove everybody wrong and show that it was a good deck.
2 damage counters on the Giratina V-Star for the KO. And that means Prince escaping! Combustion blast from the Radiant Charizard, 250 damage. Prince, our champion, going undefeated through top 8, top 4, and the finals.
I think the trading card game is really fun, so I get a lot of joy out of it. I've learned to strategize more since I started playing Pokemon. And also I get to travel all over the world. My favorite place that I've been to for Pokemon would probably be Yokohama, because I really like Japanese food. This is my first international championship that I won. Last year I got top 8 at EOIC, and then at NAIC I got 2nd.
His play, his decision making, I'm so impressed how that deck ran.
My number one goal is to win all 3 ICs, LAIC, UIC, and NAIC, and then win world championships.
Prince is our Latin International Champion of 2024.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Welcome back, trainers. We're here in day number 2 for Pokemon Go Regional Championships here in Knoxville, and we've had some incredible battles. So many top-level trainers still remaining, and plenty on the winner side. We have a couple winner side battles coming up right now. Magic Mason versus Rise to Occasion.
And what better matchup to settle us down? 2 trainers that have been at regionals over and over again at the same time, but have actually never competed against each other. So they're gonna have their first ever premier matchup in this winter semis with a good chance of trying to make it to the grand finals.
and both regional champions. Actually, Rise Vacation 2-time, first in the first season and last season, but both are still looking for their regional title this season, and a lot of top-tier performances from them across the board throughout the seasons. Both Worlds qualified competitors. Magic Mason running a really meta team, right? We talked about this a little bit backstage, Butters. Sometimes he's run some off-meta stuff like Guzzlord. Well, he was running Guzzlord before Guzzlord was even good, right? In any meta, really, back in Hartford. But kind of switching it up a bit, playing a little bit safer, playing a little meta stuff, and he's been just playing phenomenally with this meta team. Rise Vacation running a very odd team, but it's been working, right? The only other really Talonflame that's seen success outside of Valrash, running that with the Jellicent, the Abomasnow. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Well, let's see those teams. Like you mentioned, Rise Vacation is probably the spiciest team he has ever ran in competition. He is definitely known for being a unique team creator, and he'll have 1 to 2 signature Pokemon. I remember he was one of the first trainers to have the Powder Snow, Shadow, Alolan Ninetales, and he made that popular, but he did even out the team with a bunch of meta picks besides the Shadow Swampert. But this is just all new. I mean, if you look at the Abomasnow, Shadow Dragonair, Jellicent, Talonflame, all Pokemon that are usually outside of top 12 usage.
Yeah, he's running that new. I mean, Jellicent, I feel like, hasn't made it this far in pretty much any tournament in a long time. Definitely the furthest I think a Jellicent has made it in this season for sure in any tournaments across the world. I feel like also Rise Vacation a lot of times, well, we'll talk more about his team. Let's look at the accomplishments from Magic Mason first off, right? This season, Pittsburgh Regional top 8. NAIC last season, top 32, top 8 at Hartford, running that Guzzlord in the Toronto Regional Champion from last season's row. Running Shadow Gligar, Whiscash, Dugong, Lickitung, Skarmory, and Chargebug. And this team is fairly similar to that Lao Jeff's Obrionov team, but instead of Vigoroth, I think it's a Dugong, and then was there a Skarmory in the other team?
No, speaking of the new, you just basically had that same team, but added the EU flares, right? There was more Skarmory, and especially we had a grand finals in Liverpool with 2 Dugongs, and that's why I think Magic Mason has been running it. Of course, Rise Occasion, San Antonio Regional top 8, Toronto Regional top 8, Knoxville Regional Champion, but also the Milwaukee Regional Champion, and that's where he is from, and that's where he cooked up this because, wow. I mean, the Shadow Dragonair, by the way, it has a bulk point where it can now beat Lickitung in even shield situations, which now turns it more into a Lickitung counter, which is absolutely crucial for his team because we saw yesterday against Mr. Ace, even a Lickitung at no health can counter your Jellicent. And we are in the winter semis, day 2 of the Knoxville Regional. There's that Jellicent, but it's against the Chargebug of Magic Mason.
This is a tough matchup for Rise Vacation, but Jellicent at least can hit back against the Chargebug. Definitely want to get out of that as soon as possible. You can see kind of 2 stronger counters in the back, but the Shadow Dragonair met by the Dugong. This is really unfortunate for Rise Vacation. Rise Vacation can still land this by Sam. Magic Mason going to let it go. See how this goes. Can Rise Vacation potentially flip this matchup and just try to muscle through a Dragon Man? I don't think so. The Ice Shard damage is just adding up way too quickly.
Well, the problem is, where do you put Jellicent? There is Lickitung and Chargebug in the back for Magic Mason. So even if you somehow said some miracle to flip this matchup, you just have no place to put it. So it's actually going to be all on the Talonflame. But he did run a team that's kind of ABA weak to Chargebug. You're double weak to Electric, but at least you do battle back with the Incinerate. Maybe if you can somehow get the Flame Charge and start ramping up, then you could go through everything, but it's going to be tough.
I don't think this is actually too bad for Rise Vacation because he's going to come away with a ton of energy, and this energy is still going to go somewhere both against the Lickitung and the Chargebug. Neutral Surf for the Lickitung, you got neutral Shadow Ball and Surf for the Chargebug, and yes, Chargebug is kind of bulky. Oh, saving 100 energy and now aggressively pivoting over to that Talonflame. Do you go straight for the Flyer Flame Charge? I think you go Flame Charge at this point. 2 shields up. You want to ramp up this Incinerate damage. Magic Mason trying to save the shields for the Chargebug.
Yeah, the opposite of what Valor Tyler Ash did. The Talonflame expert did go for the flies because he was able to get more off, but I feel like this is the move because, like you mentioned, 2 Protect Shields remaining. You're going to be using your Protect Shields because you want to ramp up this damage, so you start incinerating that Charger Bug in the back. You're already at the double flame charge. You might even get a Protect Shield here, but if you get a Protect Shield, you're just going to incinerate down. So there is a Protect Shield from Magic Mason.
This Talonflame is looking unstoppable right now. Here's the thing, just like you said, right? Yes, you had to spend a shield, but you're ramping up the damage so much, and this is looking just complete different for Rise Against now, almost like he's ahead. Gonna let the Bison go actually and try to farm all the way down.
Wait, but he hung on to the Incinerate. He can't get to the Body Slam though. That is gonna be the knockout. You can't really even bring in the Dugong because that's just gonna go down. So you have to bring in the Charge Rug. You have to absorb. Oh! Wow, what a swap into the fly onto the Dugong to soak up that energy.
And catching the boosted fly damage, that's absolutely massive. Now I don't think you get to another move. Oh, you get the full Incinerate through though. That's a lot of damage. It was still boosted from earlier, and now Rise Vacation going for the calm play. Do you call the surf?
Shields the surf.
Shields the surf. Only 1 Hexo. Oh no, already at the Shadow Ball. Going for that extra Hexo. And is this enough? I don't think it's enough. Charge Bug's so bulky.
Yeah, and Jellicent, it's a good attack, but it's just short. You don't have enough. And do you get Volt Switch down? You get Volt Switch down. And remember, the Volt Switch will register before the Incinerate. And that's a knockout on Rise to Occasion's Talonflame. Because Charger Bug is a 4-turn fast attack, that damage registers before the 5-turn fast attack of Incinerate of Talonflame.
It looked like Magic Mason had that game on lock originally, but Rise Against leaving with 100 energy on the Jellicent, bank it for later so you can land the harder hitting Shadow Ball on the Charge Bug, save all that energy, and then put the shield pressure and the fast attack pressure on with that Incinerate Talonflame boosting up from every flame charge. However, Magic Mason, he didn't just catch the fly, right? It was like a delayed peekaboo, Butters, right?
Yeah.
He brings in the Charger Bug. He knows Rise is patient enough to say, okay, is this a Dugong or not? Because if it's a Dugong, you don't want to throw the flame charge right away. So Rise waits, sees the Charger Bug, then throws. Magic Mason anticipating Rise's anticipation, waits as well, and then swaps after waiting a turn to, you know, I call it the delay peekaboo. I don't know if that's a new thing or not, but it's what Magic Mason did and made that incredible battle.
And there it was right there, and it totally makes sense that it is the delayed, but I feel like you could delay more. It's so hard because when you wait a turn, especially against a 2-turn fast attack, sometimes visually you don't see it yet and you don't know if the attack has gone through. But this is different. This is a 4-turn fast attack. You could wait till you start seeing that Volt Switch go through before you decide to throw the fly. Or if you want to instantly throw the fly and maybe try to deny that Volt Switch, you would go for it instantly. The wait for a second to register which Pokemon is and then throw maybe isn't the play there because you should wait to see if a Volt Switch animation is going through.
I'm getting lost listening to this, but no, I think there's a lot of, I feel like, mind games going on both sides, right? Because Rise Against is anticipating seeing if it's a Dugong or the Charge Bug. Magic Mason's anticipating Rise's anticipation of waiting for that move. And I think it's tough, right? Because if Rise Against had more health on Talonflame, he could sacrifice a Volt Switch damage, wait for that to come through. But because he's so low on health, he didn't want to get hit by the Volt Switch either at that point in time. Here we have another fantastic leap from Magic Mason. Charge Bug into the Annihilate. This Annihilate is running Ice Punch, Shadow Ball, so go ahead and get to that bait move a little bit slower. And you can see Magic Mason throwing the discharge right away. Definitely the move of choice against Annihilate. Rise Against actually choosing the shields.
And that's a great point there. Because you're running Ice Punch, in the 2 Protect Shield situation, you just do get outpaced, and here comes the bait on the Ice Puncher. If you had Night Slash, you can actually keep up with the Charger Bug and sometimes win the matchup, and you get the Protect Shield on the bait with the Ice Punch. Swap on to the Shadow Dragonair. It's resisted.
And the thing is, there isn't really a reliable check for Shadow Dragonair. Resisted discharge is a huge catch. Comes in with the Shadow Gligar. Does have the neutral airways. Is going to outpace the Dragonair. Do you spend your final shield here if you're Rise Against? You really don't want to see this Gligar maybe hoping to hang on. Get the Aqua Tail off. Doesn't get off. No. And now has a Talonflame. Talonflame, though, I mean, it can start ramping up damage, but there's a whole Whiscash and a Charge Bug in the back.
Yeah,
for it.
where do you put your Talonflame right now? You come in with the Annihilate, trying to knock out with that Ice Punch, getting some extra counters in. I like that decision. This is going to knock out no matter what. But actually, Magic Mason shields. But wait a second, how many counters are you away from the double Ice Punch? You're only one wing attack away from the Aerial Ace. No, you are at the Aerial Ace. So does Rise give up his slash? He can't do it all with Talonflame. This is such a hard situation, and he lets the Annihilate go.
I think this is the right call for Rise-ification, though, because he doesn't want to, in case there is a Charger, a Whiscash in the back, he would be in a terrible spot by spending that final shield, saving it for this Talonflame. But this is just so much pressure, right? You got the chip damage from the wing attack and the Aerial Ace. It's weakening this Talonflame. You still have the Charger Bug, the Volt Switch damage doing so much too, and now forced to throw the Incinerate to kind of boost up the attack, but you just don't have too much health left to play around.
Yeah, and you probably now come in with the Whiscash here because you're just going to be ramping it up against that Charger Bug. So just trying to get the last protection out of the game, just going straight Mud Bomb, probably no. Actually, he's going for the Scald. Maybe trying to go for the 50-50 here, trying to get the coin flip of the attack drop. But you're giving this Talonflame an opportunity to get some more energy, and he does get the attack drop there. And swapped into the Charger Bug, but the Volt Switch comes through.
And yes, this, even though, wait. Okay, so this
you
flame
need
charge,
2 flies.
Yeah, you need 2 flies. It's going to be really hard to outpace because now you're even in Mud Bomb range as well. And
There's
here
one.
comes the first one, but Magic Mason is closing in on that Mud Bomb. Without the debuff from Skull, this could be a different story, but that Skull debuff was able to even it up, and you see Magic Mason going even for the Skull to ensure the knockout, and a quick 2-0 for Magic Mason in the winner's semifinals. He's headed to the winner's finals.
And he had 3 options there. Could have Mud Bomb, Scald, or even Mud Shot down there because he had all the answers for Talonflame in that backline. Rise to Occasion kept bringing that Talonflame, thinking it's pretty safe against Magic Mason's team, but Magic Mason continually brought that Charger Bug and Whiscash to just have answers to that Talonflame in the back. In 2 games in a row where Talonflame just didn't have as many options, and in that ABA weak team to the Charger Bug. Congratulations to Magic Masons moving on to the winners finals.
Tough leads for Rise-ification, but also complemented by incredible plays from both trainers. Let's take a look at the highlights to see how it all went down. There's some really cool catches on both ends here, and you see game number 1 trying to ramp up all that damage on the Talonflame and make something of it. We all thought that Magic Mason was in a tough spot after spending that shield on the Lickitail. You can't even get to that body slam, but the patience here.
So this, I think you wait for the animation before you throw the fly, because if you wait for a Volt Switch to start coming through, then this doesn't happen to you because you have turns to wait. Because Volt Switch is a 4-turn fast attack, you can wait multiple turns before throwing.
Yeah, I think you're right there. And here we have the the double charge attacks being thrown, but Charger Bug hanging on. You know, I was talking to I think it was Onion Frank earlier. He said Charger Bug's just not that good. I don't know. Charger Bug still looks pretty good right now, especially in this specific matchup. Catching the resist discharge from Rise-ification, though, great catch, but a great counter swap from Magic Mason as well, recognizing that he's going to outpace the Dragonair to the Aqua Tail, and then closing it out here. I mean, at this point in time, too, I mean, you could wait for a couple Volt Switches here, but the Talonflame just a little bit too far behind, especially with that Skull debuff from earlier, evening up the boost, and the fly's just not enough.
Yeah, it's tough break there from Rise Occasion, trying this spicy team. I said he cooked it up in Milwaukee. Actually, he lives in Texas now, so he definitely cooked it up there. A great run once again, but his run's not over. He's dropping down to the loser's side of the bracket, so he's gonna still try to make those 4 Pokemon that are outside of top 12 usage work here in Knoxville.
And he used, I feel like you said earlier, he's one of the pioneers for Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales last season, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, and that actually happened at Knoxville too last year when he won it all. So bring a unique team yet again, trying to defend his title here. He still has a chance to do it.
Yeah, similar theme. He does have the Powder Snow, Abomasnow. And I want to say also, when I'm saying you need to wait for that Volt Switch to go through, I'm just trying to point out any win conditions that are possible. Obviously, Rise is one of the best of the best. He's a 2-time regional champion. He knows exactly what he is doing, but I'm just trying to paint the picture of what the possibilities are in a matchup.
That's absolutely right. Well, we'd like to hear from you as well. What are your thoughts on the tournament, these battles? I think we have some tweets to review right now here on the screen. And we have Imea saying, I want Ogre Pond hoodie and shirt. That is a pretty cool fit, if I do say so myself, Butters.
Yeah, cool fit, cool drawing. Well done.
And here we have Clifton saying, we have arrived. Great memories here as Owen won his first senior regional, and, you know, great friends that supported throughout the run too. We got some regional champions already in the senior division. Really awesome to see too, especially just the generational interest in competitive Pokemon.
And it's so cool, all the memories they must be gaining, and other trainers are gaining these memories, actually tuning in to the Knoxville Regional Championships. I believe this is probably somewhere in Europe. So maybe Europe trying to learn some tips, because we got the North American as the European champion. So maybe they're trying to learn what's cooking in North America.
Look,
just kidding. Awesome to see you guys tuning in. We love the Europeans.
Chill Butters got a lot of North America pride, is what I gathered. A message from Slim. Happy to watch homies play at Knoxville today. And it's also hashtag Black History Month. That's absolutely right. Great to see representation for Pokemon from across everywhere.
And that was one of the best looking trophy cases too that I've seen, all lit up there. And of course, we have Girl Power TCG at Knoxville Regionals. Best of luck to all our players, allies, and friends, hoping to bring home a Girl Power win in hashtag Play Pokemon. That is awesome to see.
Yeah, so a lot of excitement both at the venue and at home. Ring toss only at Knoxville Regionals. These games are not easy. I've tried it myself, Butters, and you know, I saw our co-casters from VGC, Gabby and Joe Brown, walk away with these mega Blastoise plushies, and I came away with a keychain, so it was not a great time.
I mean, there's so many fun side events at these tournaments too. I feel like that's something we don't talk about as much when we're promoting the event, but even if you're coming as a spectator or if you're competing and you got eliminated, there's so much fun to be had. And you know, some fun to be had right now. I believe Community Day has started, Caleb.
That's right, Chansey Community Day, and yeah, if you evolve your Blissey, we'll get Wild Charge. Great defender. Sometimes Chansey makes it interesting in some of these Go Battle League Cups. Very frustrating to play against sometimes as well. But if you dare to bring it into tournaments, we love to see it on stage. Speaking of the stage, I think the stage is ready. Let's take it down there too. No Chanseys on these team, but we got some funky stuff on the side of Onion Frank, Superior, Vigoroth, Altaria, Annihilate, Shadowlong Sandslash, and Watergun Lantern.
And remember, Doombug in his interview earlier trying to cut up some onions with his team. How is he going to address this polarizing team? I was talking to Out of Pocket a little bit earlier, and he often collaborates with Onion Frank. And one of the strategies that Onion Frank always has is he tries to hard win matchups. So there's no chance for you to get back in the game. So if there's ever a moment where he wins the alignment, it's really hard to get the momentum back. And that's exactly why he has this unique team of 6.
And the thing is, his team doesn't even, like, it seems alignment focused, but he seems to be able to play out a decent amount of neutral matchups at the same time. On the flip side, we have, you know, a more traditional team from the side of Doombug, Annihilate, Chargebug, Shadow Whiscash, Skarmory, Lickitung, and Shadow Gligar. We've seen a few Shadow Whiscash throughout the day, right? We saw there's one on Rockhaven's team as well. Doombug, typically more non-Shadow Whiscash. I don't really know what the verdict is, if a Shadow or non-Shadow is better. Both seem to still do a ton of damage with Scald, and obviously the coin flip is the same on both.
Yeah. And here we are in the winter semis, Doombug versus Onion Frank. It is gonna be the Water Gun Lantern into the Chargebug. This is one matchup that you would prefer the Water Gun because you're not throwing out resistant sparks.
And yeah, it actually makes the matchup a lot closer, doing neutral. I mean, it's just neutral damage on both fronts, right? There's really nothing resisted, and it makes this matchup a lot better for Onion Frank. Onion Frank's team is kind of weak to Chargebug, so I love the option that he went for that Water Gun to be better against the Chargebug, and of course, be better against Gligar, because half the team loses to Gligar as well.
But Caleb, the problem is, he is ABA weak, and he swaps on the X-Scissor. This is actually exactly what Onion Frank needs, because he needs to bait out the Skarmory. He is ABA weak to this Skarmory. He needed to hold on to Lantern and then bait out the Skarmory. There it is, because that Superior has no shot against that Skarmory in the back.
And this is a great bait out here. But the thing is, Onion Frank already did a good chunk of damage into Chargebug, so he's not even worried about Chargebug anymore. He just needs to take out the Skarmory, lure it out like you said, and try to set himself up for some success with that Superior in the back. I mean, with Leaf Tornadoes, 2 shields up, that's super scary.
And He's going to go for the Brave Bird here. He's going to ensure the knockout, thinking Sky Attack wouldn't be enough. And he's not at another charge attack. You don't actually want to take a Brave Bird if you are this Lantern, so you have to be really careful. The Brave Bird is already here. There's 2 protections remaining. You can't let this Lantern go down. You have to commit here. I don't know if you can do it with Superior, and there is the protection from Onion Frank.
I think it's a really good shield from Onion Frank because Water Gun is going to be neutral against, and Surf is going to be neutral against the entire line of Doombug, so the energy is going to go somewhere. The Charge Bug also doesn't have a move banked completely yet. And Annihilate, you don't really want to take too much damage either, so you're probably going to get a shield back from Doombug either way.
And here comes the Surf. There are 2 protections remaining. Doombug decides to invest in this Charge Bug, even though it's low health, because it's almost at an X-Scissor, and you really want that damage so you can shore up the backline matchup, so you can at least have a little bit of advantage, because now you'll have Charge Bug with some health. No, Onion Frank actually matches the shield to try to get some kind of Water Gun down, swap pivot into the Annihilate. The Annihilate is now going to have to decide to shield the Surf. He decides to no shield the Surf, and this is crazy, but is it going to be Leaf Tornado time?
It might be, right? No shield. I mean, this is not a lot of health on the Annihilate, so the Leaf Tornado will start adding up. You can see Onion Frank going straight for a Leaf Tornado.
For it.
Not even baiting, not even going for the
no shield.
And no shield. Doombug knows. But the thing is, are you in Vine with Brain Shot? You're playing with dangerous territory and no debuff. Absolutely huge. No Ice Punch on the Annihilate. No problem. Shadow Ball still going to do a ton of damage for neutral.
It doesn't knock out though.
You might be able to Vine Whip
it's down to Vine Whip and it's down to counter. Is it simultaneous? No, actually the strength, but you probably get knocked out in 1 Water Gun before the Night Slash can be registered. So now it's going to be Water Gun versus Volt Twitch. Which is the better fast attack? Pew, 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 pew. It doesn't get there in time. The X-Scissor is reached and Doombug is able to throw it to knock out Onion Frank.
Super close battle there. If that 50% chance, Onion Frank wins that. If he gets that Leaf Tornado, completely different story, right? You can take out the Annihilate, it can't counter you down. You're gonna just change the matchup completely. Your Superior's gonna have a decent amount of health left. Even the Vine Whip is gonna start threatening that Charge Bug. I mean, Charge Bug had like 1 HP left in the end, right?
Right.
So it completely changed the landscape when he didn't get that debuff. That's how close that game was.
Did Onion Frank have a Surf at the end? He didn't, right?
Well, Doombug had a shield.
I know, but I'm thinking, because he went straight Leaf Tornado, right? If you do 1 more Vine Whip and it leads threaten the Frenzy Plant, maybe you get the shield at some point. But the reason that he no-shield the Leaf Tornado is the reason that he was in range of the Vine Whip. And this is crazy, just going straight for it, but it's not a crazy decision. This is the attack to throw, and if you win this coin flip, which he hasn't won, he said he was due, but he didn't get it this time.
Well, he did say he's going for the hard wins or hard losses. I wouldn't call that a hard loss. I would call that a very close loss. Well, I think that the difference maker is if he did shield the Leaf Tornado or Frenzy Plants, then his Nihilip will have a lot more health, so he still have to throw the Surf. So I think it ended up being the right call for Doombug to not shield it because he knew there's no way it could be Frenzy Plants, and I know that, you know, he knew that there's still energy left. This is a fantastic lead, though, for Onion Frank. A hard win matchup for sure. And speaking of hard win matchups, they just keep continuing. I wouldn't say this is a hard win matchup, but the Water Gun Lantern definitely makes this matchup way easier for Lantern.
For me, this is one of the most fascinating games of Knoxville. Onion Frank built his team to keep momentum. Doombug is literally the most resilient Pokemon Go player. If anyone can come back from negative alignment, it would be Doombug.
Wait, I love this place from Doombug. He draws out the Water Gun Lantern.
And he lands the dig!
Lands the dig, and he has a Skarmory in the back unchecked. You have an Altaria, down a shield, and a Superior. What are you going to do?
He's cutting onions right now because this Surf is going through into Whiscash, and you're not even going to get the Mud Shot down, and you're going to be able to land 2 Surfs here, but this energy is going nowhere, like you mentioned, into the Altaria, but it's all about the backline matchup. It's all about this Skarmory that's going to be facing the Superior / Altaria.
And I like the play from Onion Frank, recognizing that it might be the Skarmory in the back. I think he realized it at some point too, right? Now going for the Leaf Tornado. This is the thing, right? It's going to, if you get the debuff, it's going to be huge. It finally gets the debuff, right? He needed that. But here's the thing, Doombug could stall out the timers a little bit. Timers are misaligned. You could swap over to the Whiscash to clear it out. Maybe even land a Skull to debuff the Altaria afterward. I think Doombug might drop a Brave Bird before swapping out, because even though you're debuffed, it's still going to do a decent amount of damage. No, actually going to stall the timer with the Sky Attack. I think this is a solid play too, because you don't want to take too much Dragon Breath damage.
I mean, he was due for that coin flip on the Leaf Tornado. Is that the thing that can bring Onion Frank back into this game? The Brave Bird is available. There's one Protect Shield remaining for both trainers. You're about at the Sky Attack if you are the Altaria, but obviously this is not going to be enough, but you actually get the Protect Shield anyway, because you're not going to Protect Shield anything on the Superior, right? So this is probably your most efficient use of Protect Shield.
This is actually not that bad for Onion Frank, I feel like, because the health on the Skarmory is quite low at this point, and Superior's Frenzy Plant will probably start threatening. I think the Skarmory does have a decent chunk of energy though, so it might be a different story actually.
So he's definitely gonna get to another Sky Attack here. He's gonna swap first to try to catch the Sky Attack. That's huge. Does Doombug try to undercharge this to try to get a Steel Wing down, or does he know that Sky Attack doesn't knock out, so he'll still need to do some sort of Steel Wing down here? And can you do it? Can you get the double?
I don't think so.
This is the Frenzy. This is double resistant.
No, but there's no shields on the side of Doombug's Skarmory, and I think you have the Sky Attack, or you're almost at it for the Altaria. Yes, you have to go double up here at this point. You have to assume that there is not a Sky Attack ready. I think Onion Frank
is
it's not ready.
He's too away. He's too away, Caleb. He's 2 Dragon Breaths away. He can back-to-back here. I believe that Onion Frank's Altaria is 1 Dragon Breath away, and I think Doombug can back-to-back Sky Attack, and there it is! It looked like the Sky Attack was just available for the Altaria, but Doombug is able to register it and knock out Onion Frank.
He chopped some onions real quick, and it looked like Onion Frank was sniffing those onions a little bit right now. You know, that's a tough back-to-back loss to Doombug. Super close games. I mean, it came down to Doombug safe swap Gligar, right? Drawing out that Water Gun Lantern, throwing both digs, getting one shielded, and then landing the other one, doing so much damage. You can't even pivot out with that Lantern at that point in time, and just setting up that Skarmory for success. We did get the attack drop finally from that Superior, which made it closer, right?
Yes.
I mean, without that attack drop, then, well, Onion Frank got to transfer that Superior. Something's wrong, right? It's not getting us. That's not 50%. That's like 5% at that point. But it just wasn't enough. Super close, though. And I think overall, still well played by Onion Frank in that end game. Just a little bit short on the energy.
Onion Frank won the alignment in that game. He had the lead alignment, and then he even technically had the swap alignment with the Water Gun Lantern into that Gligar. But Doombug, the most resilient player in Pokemon Go, was the first trainer here in Knoxville to defeat Onion Frank when he lost the alignment. And it was really close. Onion Frank was due for that debuff, and it made it so the end game came down to 1 turn, 1 Dragon Breath ahead, and Onion Frank would have tied up the series.
Yeah, those are some funky gameplay, because you don't really see those matchups very often, right? I mean, Skarmory into a Superior, Water Gun Lantern to Gligar, different matches that we typically don't see in this current meta, but really well played from both trainers, really. And if we have highlights, I would really like to see that end game, especially in that second game, right? I'm wondering if Onion Frank left with a Sky Attack, if that would have changed things, right? Because I think he swapped over Superior into the Whiscash, maybe scared that he's going to get hit by a Mud Bomb or something, but this was game number 1, I believe. And here, the quick, instant Leaf Tornado. Onion Frank needs his 50% chance. He said it. He wants a hard win here. Unfortunately, not setting himself up for that hard win, unfortunately. And we get the full damage from that Shadow Ball. And then here, almost like 1 HP in a dream, maybe 2 HP in a dream for Doombug. But really well played there.
How close were both these games, Caleb? I mean, that first game, I forgot how close it was. 1 HP in a dream there. And then this is when Doombug lost the alignment, but safe swapped the Shadow Gligar and was able to pull a shield and almost knock out that Lantern. And then Skarmory, a Pokemon that Doombug has used over and over in this tournament to win the backline as he loses that debuff. He did it here again.
And I think Onion Frank played this end game really, really well here, too.
Oh, right here. No, he knocks out.
Yeah, he knocks out. Yeah, so he couldn't even leave with it. He tried. Catching, like, I mean, this play, right, sounds wonky, but even catching the Sky Attack on the Superior, that was the right play for Onion Frank. He played it as perfectly as he can by that time, but just charge attack priority on the end. Game number 1, ending with 2 HP on the Charge Bug. Game number 2, charge attack priority. Those are tough losses for Onion Frank. He's still in it, though. He's still in the losers bracket, and he's going to definitely want some redemption.
Wow. I mean, those end games were so complicated, especially because you have Leaf Tornado and Frenzy Plant, and you're double resisted from that Skarmory. So what a wild series from those two trainers. Onion Frank is not out of it yet. He was 3rd place in Knoxville last season. He's going to try to get back all the way up to the losers finals and try to improve on that this season. But Doonbug, continuing that momentum, is going to be in the winners finals versus Magic Mason.
And the last time Doonbug was in winners finals was actually, well, I guess before San Antonio when he won it all, was actually Sacramento, and he faced off against Elite, who won the whole thing. So let's take a quick interview with Elite to see how he did it all.
Elite is a terrifying trainer, has not lost a game at these regionals in California since very early in Fresno.
Let's see some hype for Elite.
Initially, I was thinking of trying Shadow Dragonite. I was trying practice with it, and it just wasn't working for me. I wasn't doing well with it, so I asked around, and with Dodge, he suggested this team, and same with Pocket, like he ran it at Peoria. I started practicing with the team, and things felt really well. It's a really solid team, and as long as I felt like I have a solid team, I felt like I could perform well.
Elite the Pilot is what I like to call him, because he takes these top teams, maybe makes a little tinker here and there, and just pilots them at an amazingly high level.
Let's see if he goes for it. Not. He does! He gets the sighting on the Umbreon! What a huge catch from Elite.
There was adjustment I made like the day prior. I was thinking between Power Up Punch and Dynamic Punch on Medicham. And I did a local side event tournament here, and I ran Dynamic Punch, and then I ended up winning that, so I decided on running Dynamic Punch.
That Dynamic Punch helps so much.
Reaching for it to catch the Dynamic Punch.
Throughout the tournament, I had the just general idea of sticking with the same lead, because I'm sure like a lot of people expect you to switch things up. So I did that for day 1.
Elite was really brave bringing that Frost Blast lead all 3 games.
But then day 2, I decided to switch things up.
We've got leads on the field. This is a solid lead for Elite as Gligar matches up against Shadow Venusaur.
My toughest matchup was versus Haydonis, definitely. We had a very close match, and I ended up predicting a catch from him at the end of the game 3, so it ended up becoming really close. The whole matchup, like, it felt very neutral, so I didn't feel like there's like a clear like victor, and really would come down to like the games.
Lickitung gonna look for another body slam really quickly. It's a CFB, and we're gonna see Elite take it with the digging in and getting this game 3 victory.
It had to be versus Bopper. His Guzzlord, it has a lot of pressure versus me, and I was very worried about it. It ended up working out, but Bopper's Guzzlord was definitely the main challenge for me.
Bopper goes down. That means Elite is your Sacramento Regional Grand Champion.
I was not expecting the 3-0. Like any of my matchups today, I was not expecting to win them all straight. It feels really good. There's many people that have already won 2 regionals before, like back-to-back seasons. I felt like I wanted to become one of those people, and I'm one of them now.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Pop-Up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going?
I'm just in a living dream today.
Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Flareon is just here. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute. No way. All the Jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
And we are continuing our way through this losers bracket. Welcome back, trainers, to Knoxville, Tennessee. Speed and I are working on our mains ourselves, maybe trying to like get some hair like Arcanine as well.
And Spraggles, right? He's got great hair. I'm so excited to get back into these battles. Day 2 has been a treat. If you have any friends that love Pokemon Go PvP and they are not watching the stream, tell them to get in here right now because Yuzuku is coming back to the stage, taking on Rockhaven. You and I were kind of struggling. We're like, what do we call these trainers? They're not necessarily like challengers or newcomers. I mean, these are up-and-comers, so to speak, but Yuzuku having already top cut and Rockhaven taking down so many talented players, they're at the next level already.
I hate to do it to you, but it's not Rockhaven. It's Awesome Ev who's up.
I'm so sorry. Awesome Ev.
But you're completely correct. They're trainers who have really shown themselves here. This is Yuzuku's second top cut. I believe this is Awesome Ev's first top cut, but also, well, I guess we can pivot a little bit because it's Awesome Ev's really breakout first performance, first tournament.
Agreed.
So definitely a bit of an underdog tale there. But for Yuzuku, it's not so much because 2 for 2 is great consistency. It's not maybe as consistent as 7 out of 7 or 8 out of whatever its Axon's numbers were from last season.
Mr. Top Cut.
Mr. Top Cut. But, you know, if Yuzuku's able to make it to more events and really prove himself, I think in addition to the championship points system, which would definitely give him an opportunity to earn an invite to Worlds, he can really put his name out there with these consistent plays and these consistent wins.
Well, takes consistency to work your way through that losers bracket. Our players are ready on stage. Let's take a look at Yuzuku versus Awesome Ev. Again, Yuzuku has been very, very precise with so much of his gameplay. He fell earlier to a very talented opponent, but is in this losers bracket, continues to work his way through. Awesome Ev, I can't remember the last time we commentated Skeledirge Gaming, Phoebe, but we get it.
It's been a while, and you know, it's also been a while since I've made comment on a dragon showing up. Again, Shadow Dragonair plus Skeledirge, the core on his team. One weak to fairies, one strong to fairies, but also fairy types just kind of not really showing up here in Knoxville.
Outside of that disarming voice, but let's check it out. Our trainers are locked in, ready to go. Losers round 3, Knoxville, day 2, Yuzuku on the left side of your screen versus Awesome Ev on the right.
And it is going to be one of our favorite matchups, Lickitung into Lickitung, and it is going to be a while. So while we're here, let's think about the back lines. What Pokemon lineups are important. You see Azumarill on Yuzuku's side. It's going to be positive matchup against Shadow Dragonair. Bad matchup against that Charjabug.
Only one of these two teams has a counter user. That is Awesome Ev with the Poliwrath. So as you look at this team, there's less pressure on Yuzuku to counter, there's less pressure on Awesome Ev to counter a counter user, so to speak. So I would expect neutral picks in the back for him. Meanwhile, Yuzuku might want to be a little more shored up against a potential Poliwrath. He's got double insurance for that Pokemon. He's got Azumarill and the Shadow Gligar, but do those two Pokemon also cover the other options that are available to Awesome Ev?
It's interesting. Awesome Ev actually brought a team that covers fighters fairly well, a bug type as well as Dragonair, which typically out pressures those fighters with that Dragon Breath damage. But you're absolutely right. No counter user on Yuzuku's side. Going to have to make sure. I think it comes down to, for me, for Yuzuku, is the usage of that Shadow Gligar. If it's able to get an energy advantage against the Dragonair or the Charge Bug, it's going to be in a really great position.
This could be a potential knockout of the Body Slam onto the opposing Lickitung. Yuzuku goes for it, does get the knockout into the opposing Lickitung. We are through the Lickitung mirror and into the next part of this matchup. That's a lot of energy to lose on Awesome EV's side, but he brings in the Shadow Dragonair, trying to gain some of that energy back.
Going to be a Body Slam coming from Yuzuku's Lickitung, and it is going to do a nice amount of chip damage to this Dragonair. Will Awesome Ev shield? And the answer is yes.
And I think Yuzuku's just letting the pieces fall where they stand, right? Because he's going to let his Lickitung go here. I'd be really surprised to see a Protect Shield. He says, yeah, you know, why not? Go ahead and spend some energy. Probably could have gotten the knockout with the Dragon Breath, but the way this series is moving, we're going to see the Azumarill come in, and if the counter swap occurs, Gligar is there to answer.
And a shield down. Awesome Ev is a little bit behind in this matchup, attempting a catch there, but great patience from Yuzuku. Switching in the Shadow Gligar, up a shield is feeling very comfortable.
Yuzuku not fooled at all by the swap in, actually reaches for it immediately. Gonna go for the dig here against the opposing Charge Bug. Awesome Ev is at such a huge disadvantage that even if you use a Protect Shield here, it's gonna be very, very tough to win. We see the X-Scissor get fired off here. Yuzuku not bothering to use a Protect Shield. This reminds me of that earlier matchup we saw with Rise to Occasion's Shadow Dragonair Talonflame team taking down Azumarill. Not quite the same kind of cushion here for Awesome Ev. He has the Shadow Dragonair, but the options for playing out of it look really, really grim.
Dragon Breath being double resisted by that Azumarill. It does add up more quickly than you might expect, but really not going to be able to put it within Body Slam range. Actually, Yuzuku opting to let this X-Scissor go, going to save those shields for the Azumarill. Two shielded Azumarill, one bubble to knock out the Charge Bug, not even taking that damage from the Volt Switch.
Bubble faster than the Volt Switch, gets the knockout, and Azumarill escapes unscathed. Here comes the Shadow Dragonair. Awesome Ev, very few options left on the board, either Protect Shield or no shield. He opts for the former. Gonna go for a Body Slam here to try to chip away at the Azumarill, but I mean, knowing your typings, knowing your matchups, watching several of these matches this weekend, you know Azumarill is at a massive advantage right now.
And because it is the Shadow Dragonair, you don't have any option for hard-hitting neutral damage.
Yeah.
If it was a purified Dragonair as opposed to Shadow, you could maybe do something like land a return. However, Ice Beam coming through, able to secure Yuzuku a victory there in game number 1. Proper alignment and winning that Lickitung matchup so readily. It was a very dominant Lickitung mirror, a little bit surprising.
Phoebe, in the duration of the sentence you just spoke, one of our trainers already logged in for the next game.
And for those of you at home who would maybe like to venture a guess based on some past experiences, you may go ahead and do that in the chat. Back in the replay, we see the Body Slam knocking out the Lickitung, maybe something that Awesome Ev wasn't expecting.
I was going to say there was so much energy left on Awesome Ev's Lickitung, but he allows it to succumb in that matchup, and it just kind of, again, lets the pieces fall as they progress. Yuzuku, confident in his team prediction, doesn't make like a nervous switch or try to outplay his opponent. He just trusts in his team reading abilities, and it pays off huge for him in game number 1. Heading into game number 2, how can Awesome Ev slow down this team from Yuzuku?
It's going to be tough. Shadow Gligar looks very, very potent, and I think trying to line up maybe Awesome Ev's Lickitung against it would be great. Instead, Awesome Ev lines up his Gligar against Yuzuku's Lickitung.
Now, we saw in game number 1, Yuzuku preparing for the Poliwrath. He had Azumarill and Gligar in the back, but you know what else those two Pokemon can do? They can counter Skeledirge really well, and Awesome Ev has that on his team in game number 2, so things do not look great, and I think this lead situation matters quite a bit.
Typing-wise, it's not a great matchup for Skeledirge. However, Skeledirge does not get threatened by Azumarill's charged attack, so it does have a lot of play. It builds up energy, is able to hit back with a really hard-hitting Shadow Ball or Disarming Voice. A swap into the Lickitung. I like this from Awesome Ev. He's built up an advantage where the health on his Lickitung is going to do quite well against Yuzuku's own Lickitung.
I mean, if these trainers have taught us anything, when you don't see a counter user on the opposing team, the normal types are incredible safe swaps, right? You can send in Lickitung, you can send in Vigoroth, maybe even Greedent if you want to play that Pokemon. These Pokemon can come in and just dish neutral damage across the board, so being able to chip down the opposing Pokemon a bit and then bring in a normal type, it's just a very common recipe, and it works.
I was really hoping that Awesome Ev would not shield that Aerial Ace, recognizing that he's just out of range of Dig from knocking out a second Aerial Ace coming through. Another call from Awesome Ev, opts this time to no shield. Aerial Ace putting the Lickitung into the yellow, and it's a charge attack tie on this Body Slam, which I think will be just short of picking up the knockout.
You're going to throw the Body Slam here if you're Awesome Ev. You want to be within 5 wing attacks of a KO, because that's about how long it takes Gligar to muster another Aerial Ace. He does it in about 4, which is very, very good. What we're going to see the Lickitung come in here from Yuzuku, it was able to KO Awesome Ev's Lickitung in game number 1, but this time, Awesome Ev is going to deploy this energy first.
And the tough thing for Awesome Ev is that Skeledirge likes having 2 shields almost all the time. Yuzuku throwing the Body Slam. This will pick the knockout. I expect Awesome Ev to no shield here. Try to get an energy advantage on the Skeledirge, and the question becomes, can the Skeledirge land a very impactful Shadow Ball into the Azumarill?
Wow, Fire-type Pokemon comes out, but like you pointed out, Phoebe, the Ice Beam, the Play Rough, it's all resisted by the Skeledirge on the opposing side. So we're going to see a Shadow Ball full send straight into the Azumarill. Yuzuku has 2 Protect Shields left, and he decides to use neither of them.
Shadow Ball going to be the most amount of damage that Skeledirge can do. The issue now is that he's out of options for doing a lot of damage, given there still 2 shields on Yuzuku's side. Putting up a shield to block a a resisted Ice Beam, and then switching into Gligar, some energy here, getting an Aerial Ace off.
I mean, as we look deeper at this team for Awesome Ev, Shadow Gligar, Skeledirge, Poliwrath, and Shadow Dragonair, Azumarill has so much counterplay into 4 out of 6 Pokemon here for Awesome Ev, and Yuzuku has just doubled down and tripled down on that Fairy and Water type.
Ice Beam coming through, able to pick up the knockout. Disarming Voice is a bit away. 2 bubbles thrown. Disarming Voice is, I think, maybe just shy of picking up the knockout, but a shield still comes up, trying to preserve this Water-type bubble damage.
You have to bait, you have to be able to knock out the Azumarill here with the Disarming Voice. It's going to be incredibly close, and then try to close this out with the Lickitung. Yuzuku says, trust in Azumarill, it can hang on, and there it goes. Ice Beam, putting this Skeledirge to rest in game number 2.
The bulky bunny able to hold on. Ice Beam comes through, picks up the knockout, and Yuzuku recognizing how strong bulk can be, and resisted charge attacks being more than enough to take down something like Skeledirge that does not have that bulk.
Yeah, incredibly well played there by Yuzuku to leverage a Pokemon that looks really good on paper and performed really well on the field, right? A lot of time we say, oh, there's so many holes, so many weaknesses to a certain Pokemon, but your opponent expects it, anticipates it. Yuzuku is able to keep that Charge Bug on the bench, keep that Lickitung at bay, and clear the runway for his Azumarill.
Let's go ahead and see how Yuzuku was able to masterfully work his way through those battles. We are back in game number 1, where the Body Slam was able to pick up the knockout and mitigate some of that energy that Awesome Ev had built up.
Yeah, actually game 1 and game 2, the Lickitung for Yuzuku was able to conquer the opposing Lickitung, and it really just kind of set the tone for the entire series as Azumarill, again, 2 Protect Shields in the bank, silences Dragonair in game number 1, and then into game number 2. This one Body Slam from Awesome Ev is just clearly not enough. Skeledirge, Shadow Ball, not enough.
Yeah, being able to land that harder hitting move put himself in a position where maybe the Disarming Voice in the end game would have done enough damage, but just not quite there. Resisting the Incinerates and Disarming Voice not being quite as strong of a motive as it needed to be means that the Azumarill hangs on to its last hopes and fires off an Ice Beam.
I'm very confident, right, that if the Azumarill was just a tiny bit weaker, that Disarming Voice would have picked up the knockout, and then the Lickitung without energy would have taken another Incinerate, and we could be looking at game number 3 right here if Azumarill had maybe 5 or 6 less HP.
And all credit to Awesome Ev. As we had said before that set, this is his first tournament, and to make it so far through the losers bracket, through this tournament, is honestly a very impressive showing. But as Yuzuku moves his way through the tournament, he's got so many more battles as well.
Yeah.
We were looking through the bracket, we were, Speedy and I were thinking, oh, it's gonna be like the losers semis already, or maybe the losers quarterfinals, and it was losers round 3. We still have a ways to go.
Still so many more battles to be had, but these trainers aren't content. content with just finishing top 16. They're not just going to bow out of a matchup. So many rewards lie for those trainers that persevere through this intense losers and winner side bracket, right? Including that first place prizing, $2,500, 72 booster packs. I mean, that's incredible. Plus, the invitation on Honolulu, Hawaii.
And there's going to be prizing in terms of money all the way through top 8 and through top 16, or tied for 9th at the bottom of this graphic there. You get booster packs, and I don't know about you. Me and Henry talk so much about it. Have you had much of a chance to open up booster packs and try to get those holographic cards?
Oh, of course. I mean, it's always fun. I think a lot of trainers started off in the TCG, maybe as kids. You found a couple of Pokemon cards, or your friends, wanted to trade with you. Always rewarding to get those cards. I have a lot of packs I actually haven't opened. I've saved them, for a rainy day.
Do you recall the very first card that you got as a kid?
I think it was a holographic Slowbro.
Oh, wow.
If I'm not mistaken.
Did you open up a pack to get that, or was it just given to you?
One of my friends gave it to me.
Actually, for me, my brother gave me a Ponyta, just a standard basic Ponyta, and I don't know why I still remember that to this day, but I do.
We always remember those special moments, but if you're watching the stream and you're enjoying the games and you're getting kind of fired up, you want to battle yourself, a great way to do that is to get involved in Go Battle League, and we have a special event coming up on February 10th. This is a Go Battle Day broadcast, the Timeless Travels edition, right? We've got the world champ, it's Axon. We've got trainer tips, who so many trainers have kind of traveled with him on his Pokemon Go experience, Softoph, and then some guy I don't recognize on the right side.
Yeah, I think we can just kind of ignore him, move on, skip over it. Of course, it is you on the cast with all your knowledge here. But in addition, there are going to be Twitch drops, 10 charge TMs, 10 fast TMs, as well as those elusive rare candy XLs. I know that I will be on the lookout for those.
It's always fun to watch your fellow trainers kind of square off against each other. We try to touch on everything, right? In the cast, we try to touch on energy management, win conditions, matchups, scenarios, all kinds of things like that. And I think all that translates over to Go Battle League. So hopefully we've dropped at least a couple of clues that you can use in order to win your own Go Battle League battles. And as always, for more coverage, for more interesting facts about Pokemon Go PvP, follow the channels listed below, because that's where it's at.
And if you couldn't follow along with Speedy's long list of items that he listed, of course, follow those channels. Staying tuned to get all the action, to get all the knowledge that hopefully you and I can provide to those of you at home, is where it's all at here for this regional event in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Exactly right. 2 trainers are getting set up here on the stage. I cannot wait to get into this. I was a little bit earlier. I said Rockhaven. It was actually Awesome Ev. We've got Rockhaven and Jangles 21 getting ready on stage. Again, what I call the dark horse candidate. Jangles has just taken down regional champ after regional champ. Relentless progression.
We'll have to find out what's between a horse and a rock place, because we are going to the stage. Rockhaven versus Jangles.
All right, Pete, you got me on that one. We're going to see Rockhaven on the left side of your screen and Jangles on the right. Rockhaven has had to contend with some really tough Night/Boost from opposing Annihilapes, but honestly, the forecast looks clear. No Annihilapes on Jangles' team.
Looking for me at the teams, I of course always focus on the strategy being Umbreon, and I feel like this is one of the first times that Rockhaven's faced up against an Azumarill in a matchup that I have seen. And that matchup, especially also Registeel, those two matchups are the worst matchups for Umbreon in the entire meta.
Well, Azumarill might just cook here. Jangles brings it in the lead into Rockhaven's team. He's got the Shadow Whiscash in front with the Skarmory and Lickitung in the back. Meanwhile, Jangles bringing Registeel, which has tremendous play against the back line for Rockhaven.
Mud Bomb coming through, going to do a little bit of chip damage to this Azumarill, and honestly, with the Shadow variant of Whiscash, these play roughs are going to be doing just that much more damage. However, great understanding from Rockhaven. I need to preserve this Whiscash for something in the back, switching out and catching this Ice Beam onto Lickitung.
Jangles with an ABA water team. He needs to be wary of the Power Whip from the Lickitung, but it does take a little bit of time for the normal type to muster up the energy to get there. Tries to catch the Power Whip onto the Registeel, but Rockhaven stays steady, does not fire it off. Instead goes for the Body Slam. If you're Jangles, I think that the recipe here is a Focus Blast, Undercharge. What do you say?
I think that's probably the best case in order to get the most energy here, but Rockhaven steady as a rock, going for a Zap Cannon this time instead, maybe trying to get a little bit of a more farm after the charge attack goes through.
Here comes the Zap Cannon. Attack drop occurs as well. Lickitung, meanwhile, does have 2 body slams stored for Rockhaven. Going to throw the first one into the Registeel. Of course, normal versus steel, just going to kind of bounce off the Registeel, but the licks will add up. A lock-on goes through, another body slam back-to-back, trying to apply pressure and chip down the steel type.
And Jangles is going to come out of this matchup with a lot of energy on this Registeel.
Oh, he's not.
Yeah, switching out, matching the switch for another switch. Mud Bomb coming through, going to be able to pick up the knockout of this Registeel, and now Skarmory's opened up a little bit, but lurking in the back is another catfish on Jangle's side.
There's a second reason to throw the body slam, right? Not just for the chip damage, to stall the switch timer. That's what allows him to bring out that Shadow Whiscash. Now we've got Azumarill squared up against a Shadow Whiscash just like in the lead, but now Jangles has a bit more of a clear path, right? He knows Lickitung's energy dry. He knows he can win this matchup with Azumarill, and he's still trying to kind of maintain control, but these trainers are pretty even.
I was a bit surprised to see the Ice Beam as opposed to Play Rough there, but I think Jangles made the right call because Ice Beam wasn't enough to knock out, but an interesting switch out, going to be just even on energy, but Mud Bomb coming first because Jangles was trying to build up towards Scald.
Yeah, trying to predict a potential Scald or maintain HP, does leverage the Protect Shield here, but Whiscash's pacing is so fast, you don't really have a chance to overcharge much, so he's going to go for the Mud Bomb after just 2 more Mud Shots.
Skarmory going to be doing this resisted Steel Wings into this Whiscash because of the water typing. Lickitung still has a little bit of health, but I believe it is more or less energy dry.
I really appreciate the play here to bring in the Skarmory first. Tries to make the catch though. Here comes Jangles. He's able to go for the Mud Bomb and get the knockout. He just wants to Lickitung off the field. What this means though, Phoebe, what I was about to point out, is that as long as you have a switch available, you can clear a debuff. But now that Skarmory's the only Pokemon left, the Scald will stick.
Typically, water doesn't stick to a Steel-type Pokemon, but Scald coming through, getting the debuff is going to be impactful. Now these Steel Wings are going to be doing just that much less damage. Sky Attack coming through, going to try to pressure Jangles into his last shield.
Yeah, no protection coming up. He knows he can withstand the Steel Wings, gives him another Scald. He goes for 1 additional Mud Shot before he throws it, and we do see the shield come up from Rockhaven. At this point, though, Jangles has a decision to make. Does he leave in the Whiscash, try to get to a 3rd Scald, or does he switch to Azumarill? He's going to opt for the former.
I think he's going to pace to the Scald just before he gets fainted. However, the Scald is not going to be enough to get the knockout. The question now becomes, is there energy on the Azumarill, or will the Skarmory be able to reach 2 charge attacks here?
Oh, no, Skarmory might just need, oh yeah, absolutely, going to get to a charge attack, but the Azumarill strikes first. Ice Beam, like we talked about, not as effective into the Skarmory, but it might just be enough, and it is.
Ice Beam pacing paying off there for Jangles, able to outpace. If he was running something like Play Rough and Hydro Pump, he might have needed to opt for going for Hydro Pump as Play Rough is resisted and might not have done enough damage. Those debuffs that were coming weren't to the Skarmory's defense, so it was still at full defensive capabilities.
I really think the Protect Shield advantage was so critical for Jangles there in the final moments. Choosing to no shield so many charge attacks meant that he locked in his win condition at the very end, and I think Rockhaven, maybe a slight error there, choosing the wrong moments, right? I think a lot of trainers pick the moment when they want to make a play. We've seen some incredible ones so far this weekend, but picking that moment to send in the Lickitung, Jangles wasn't fooled, right? But here's Game 1 replay.
Yeah, the Whiscash mirror here, going for the Mud Bomb, trying to get that damage off as soon as possible, and then you say the Lickitung coming in. I get the idea, though. The idea, though, is that Jangles is forced to throw energy, otherwise he would go over the energy cap, and going for a farm down would have been very difficult.
Yeah, that's a fair point as well. Ice Beam, though, as we know, was enough to take out the Skarmory and win that first game. Jangles up 1-0 in the series. Again, this is losers round 3 in a double elimination bracket. So if Rockhaven loses this next game, he's out of the tournament.
As a really nice rhyme that you had there, Speedy.
Oh, yeah.
So I got this the pat on the back for you, bro.
Oh, appreciate that, Phoebe. You're the best. Heading into game number 2, I think that Rockhaven needs to slow down this Azumarill, but his options are so limited. No Charge Bug, no Lantern, no Grass type. He's got to get creative.
Yeah, creativity is key here. I think energy advantage on Annihilate is something that these trainers have not really been paying enough attention to. However, you need to be careful. It needs to stay away from that Azumarill.
Exactly right. Certain shield situations, right? Pokemon can find success. Annihilate with the Protect Shield advantage can bring down the Azumarill after a couple of Shadow Balls, but the circumstances, right? The environment for that to happen, it needs to be carefully crafted in the early game. We are locked in here, game number 2. Jangles on the right side of your screen versus Rockhaven on the left.
And it is going to be a mirror match between the Shadow Wizcaches here. A important thing here that we've seen very frequently is that in the mirror match, people will not overfarm whatsoever and go for the Scald immediately, and Jangles winning the charge attack tie.
Jangles probably thinking that Azumarill is too obvious of a choice and thinking that Rockhaven would hard counter it, doesn't bring it to game number 2, but does get the Scald debuff there on the first try, and that's going to slow down the Whiscash for Rockhaven.
Jangles not feeling possibly not feeling incentivized to shield back, but still puts up the shield. In comes Annihilate now at shield parity, going for an Ice Punch coming at the same time as Jangles' Scald.
Now, the lack of an immediate switch tells Rockhaven that there's no Azumarill in the back, there's no Shadow Gligar in the back, so it kind of narrows down what his opponent Jangles does have in the field, right? We're going to see the Scald get fired up by Jangles. He's trying to weaken this Annihilate. I would not be shocked by a switch. Opts for the Skarmory feed. How do you feel about that over the Lickitung?
It's going to be able to prevent a little bit of damage here from those counters. However, Ice Punch coming through, going to be a little bit of nice chip into the Skarmory. And the good thing for Rockhaven here is that he now knows how to position his own Skarmory versus the Whiscash. I think bringing in the Skarmory makes a lot of sense because he's able to soak up this energy advantage that Jangles has gotten from that switch out.
Speaking of advantage, Jangles continues to press his as he goes into the Skarmory mirror match with a huge energy advantage, but an HP deficit. Lands the Sky Attack against the opposing Skarmory, going to build up to another charge attack. The question is, when is a Brave Bird coming? And I think Jangles is just outside of Brave Bird range, so he's not really threatened to throw it yet.
I agree. Because of the health that he has, still a little bit outside of Brave Bird range, maybe a few more Steel Wings now. Going to see when Rockhaven throws, it is the Brave Bird here. This is going to be a potential influential call from Jangles. Does he want to keep this Skarmory alive?
No, he's actually going to allow the Brave Bird through. Skarmory unable to hang on, but in comes the Lickitung. These Ghost-type Licks are going to add up neutral damage. Going for another charge attack here. This could be a potential Brave Bird, so Jangles uses the Protect Shield.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting choice. I would have expected Rockhaven to go for the Brave Bird, but now opting for the Sky Attack, switching into the Whiscash. Whiscash going to be threatened by a Power Whip coming from this Lickitung.
Again, pick your moment. We do see the charge attack party tie here. The Scald coming through. If Jangles wants to switch, if the debuff occurs here from the Scald, Jangles wants to switch, he can do it, and the attack drop does occur. This is a body slam, not enough to KO, obviously. So when does Jangles pick his moment?
And when does Rockhaven pick his moment to shield? And the answer is not right now. Holding off, predicting body slam there. Even debuffed, Power Whip would have been more than enough to knock out a Shadow Whiscash.
Final Protect Shield off the board for Rockhaven. From here on out, all these charge attacks will come through. Shadow Whiscash hangs on there, gonna look for an attack any moment. Here comes a swap into the Shadow Whiscash of his own, but the overcharge is critical here by Rockhaven.
And critically, getting that energy. Mud Bomb going to be enough to knock out. Scald going in from a Shadow Whiscash into a Lickitung is going to do a lot of neutral damage. I think it's going to be really close to knocking out, but even if it doesn't, he still has Skarmory in the back with a good amount of health.
Still has the Skarmory. Lickitung does take so much damage, it gets knocked out. Rockhaven isn't out of it yet as he fights back in game number 2.
And it looked really scary for Rockhaven in the mid game. I thought Jangles had a really strong position, switching in the Skarmory, getting that farm down, really neutralizing that Annihilate swap. But Rockhaven moving through that end game very quickly, very fluidly, knowing the amount of overfarm he needed, I think really helped him capitalize on that end game.
Let's talk about closing power, right? Because I felt like that game really came down to the final moments, and neither trainer could really deliver the knockout punch, right? We saw back and forth kind of jabs being thrown, but at the very end, it felt like there wasn't a Registeel presence that could just focus blast something into oblivion. There wasn't a Annihilate that could just Shadow Ball anything that's on the field. It felt like it was a little too tedious, and the game kind of slipped away from Jangles.
It's pretty hard to get a knockout punch when you don't have any counter users on your team.
It's true.
That's what Rockhaven was able to do, but without his counter user still on the field, Whiscash able to land this Scald, a lot of neutral damage. Seeing how the damage increase for that move has impacted its play here in the championship series.
Well, we did see on both teams in game number 2 a Skarmory and Whiscash core. That's a Go Battle League classic, right? Those two Pokemon cover each other perfectly, but it looked like Rockhaven got the slight edge. Heading into game number 3, we are locked in and ready to go. Losers round 3 in Knoxville. This is it for Rockhaven and Jingles.
It is going to be Skarmory into Whiscash. Rockhaven opting to put that Whiscash in the back, but both trainers here really leaning into that Skarmory Whiscash core. And actually, we have the same exact teams on both sides of the fields, as their third Pokemon on their team is both Lickitung.
And the question just becomes who's going to blink first. That Scald debuff is so impactful in the early goings of this matchup. And the Protect Shield actually from Jingles, he probably thinks this is a Brave Bird and Switch, which is what we've seen before, but that's not the case. It's a Sky Attack bait going into the opposing Lickitung.
And Lickitung comes in fresh off the bench from Rockhaven. Scald coming from Jingles, going to do a lot of damage to this Lickitung, put it just outside of the yellow. Will we see another debuff? And we do, 2 for 2.
2 for 2. Jingles kind of building the pressure, kind of building momentum in this matchup, but the shield advantage still in Rockhaven's court. Again, because we have the Azumarill and Shadow Gligar on Jingles' team, probably a little less incentive to bring that Annihilate, but still, sending the Lickitung out right here is a safe place for it to be.
It just goes to show how safe these trainers feel with Lickitung as a safe swap. Registeel not being brought by Jingles, Umbrea not being brought by Rockhaven, their best answers not being brought in return. Instead of bringing in the Skarmory, Jingles actually brought in the Lickitung because the fast attack damage was more important to him than the charge attack damage.
Yeah, speaking of Umbreon, I'm a little bit surprised that we don't see that in game number 3. Rockhaven trying to pull the switch, but Jingles throws the body slam first. This is neutral damage into the opposing Lickitung and does get the knockout. That's one Pokemon down for Jingles. He's going to go ahead and square up against the Skarmory here. Again, Ghost-type licks adding up, trying to be efficient, but the turn cycles are not perfectly placed there at that moment.
And the Skarmory is outside of Body Slam range, doing just over half of the remaining HP. And a switch into Skarmory, trying to reduce the efficiency of that charge attack damage. But now Rockhaven has counter-swapped, going to be able to reach this Scald, trying to reduce the amount of fast attack damage the Skarmory's doing out, because I have to imagine every single shield is going to be needed to be used from Rockhaven here.
And we saw Jingles do the same thing, right? This is kind of poetry in motion. We saw the Skarmory versus Whiscash lead. Now the tables have turned. We're reversed, right? We see this, the Whiscash here for Rockhaven versus Jingles Skarmory. The Scald debuff is impactful, right? It is going to matter. Protect shields are going to come into play, but are they going to come into play right now? Because I think the Skarmory is just about within Scald range.
Yeah, Scald coming through. It is definitely within Scald range for a Shadow Whiscash, going to be able to pick up the knockout. And now Jingles is left with 2 Pokemon on his bench. And I believe Rockhaven has an energy advantage in the Whiscash mirror.
I mean, again, trying to find that knockout blow, sends in the Whiscash here. The Mudshot advantage goes to Rockhaven, but the charge attack party tie goes to Jingles. If a debuff occurs here, this could be massive for the trainer on the right. Protect shield comes up from Rockhaven, that's a critical shield, and the attack drop as well.
That was a last-second shield decision. Scald coming back for Rockhaven here. Does he get a debuff in return? It almost picks up the knockout and not quite in a switch into Lickitung.
Again, switching out, clear the debuff. Here comes Skarmory going straight for the Brave Bird. 1 shield left. Rockhaven applying as much pressure as he possibly can.
Does Rockhaven have a knockout punch for this Lickitung? Lick down after the Brave Bird, and in comes the Mud Bomb, same time as the Power Whip.
Charge attack party tie, but it's not the Scald. It's not the Scald, it's a Mud Bomb. Here comes the Power Whip from Jingles, because Lickitung will definitely hang on. Oh my gosh, it doesn't!
It's the Shadow Whiscash able to pick up the knockout, and the farm down comes through for Rockhaven.
It can't hang on. Shadow Whiscash, the difference maker. Rockhaven pulling a rabbit out of a hat, getting a win there against Jingles. That was incredible.
And I think this is another storyline that is going to be coming to the forefront of players' attention. Shadow Whiscash, able to just make the moves, do the dances. Have you ever seen a dancing catfish? I think I just did see on that stage.
I'm just so set in my ways, right? I'm so used to seeing Whiscash versus Lickitung. Shadow Whiscash, the Mud Bomb was enough. I'm so sorry that I didn't get that right, but my goodness, you called it out, Phoebe. You were motioning. You're like, I think it is. I think it is. I think it's enough. And it was. That was a crazy finish. And again, in game number 2, Jingles just can't deliver that knockout punch.
And I want to focus on double weaknesses. We think when we think about double weaknesses, we think about Bastion, we think about something like Shadow Alolan and Sandslash, and it's why we often see those Pokemon that have those double weaknesses running those Shadow variants over the standard variants, because if you're going to lose a matchup by taking double super effective damage, it doesn't matter if you're taking 20% more damage from a lower defense. You're going to lose that matchup anyway, so it's better to have the harder hitting charge attacks for other matchups outside of the ones that you're going to lose.
That was a hard-hitting series in general because Rockhaven and Jingles 21 went back and forth in this losers round 3. Again, Skarmory versus Whiscash was the core to beat. Jingles able to, I guess, eke away a game number 1 victory here against the opposing Skarmory because the Azumarill was the difference maker. But then we don't see Azumarill the rest of the series.
Yeah, Azumarill was left on the bench and relying on that core that you're calling out, Skarmory, Whiscash, a true and tested core, but being paired now with Lickitung as opposed to another ground type or maybe another steel type.
Yeah, really tough sledding here, but Rockhaven proves why he deserves to be in the bracket here in Knoxville. Mudbomb gets the knockout, Lickitung comes in, the Scald does the rest, and Shadow Whiscash proves it's the truth.
And then going into game number 3, Body Slam just able to pick out the knockout, going in with Skarmory, building up to a charge attack and getting that Lickitung low.
You just want to empty all your energy, right? You want to take every shot you can at the opponent. And that's what it takes, right? Every single swing you can muster. The Brave Bird taking away the shield. The charge attack priority tie, look at that. Gets to it at the same exact moment, but Lickitung can't quite muster the attack, and Whiscash takes a win.
And I want to focus in on Rockhaven's decision to throw Brave Bird there. We saw that the Licks afterwards barely got the knockout so quickly. If he had not thrown the Brave Bird, I think he would have gotten maybe 1 or 2 extra licks and would have been able to reach the Power Whip before the knockout Mud Bomb.
You're right. If the Sky Attack comes through, there's more Skarmory to farm. Lickitung would have had the energy, and then while that Whiscash was mustering its last Mud Shot to get the Mud Bomb, Lickitung's already hitting it with the Power Whip. That game was razor thin in the final moments.
There's not too much Skarmory to farm. I don't know if you meant to have that little bit of play on words there, but I heard it.
Well, we're going to toss it over and meet some of your fellow trainers. This is Zimmy Kid and Blobna with Caleb Payne. Can't hear him. Wow. Looks like we're going to come back to that interview eventually, but Caleb Payne meeting 2 of our fellow trainers. That's one of my favorite things to do as well, Phoebe. I mean, when we go out into the crowd, meet our fellow trainers, people that we haven't maybe met ever, that we've played in the Go Battle League or maybe have seen at a regional tournament last year, it's always good to make those connections.
And I know we got a great interview at the last regional with some of the people who show up to tournaments but don't necessarily always participate, and Christy Lulu as well as Out of Pocket's mom. Just really great to see the different angles that you can approach these events from so that you can kind of see all the different reasons why people love to show up.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to do, right? So much in the venues. I mean, catching the Pokemon also, we don't even talk about that enough. All the different spawns. We're playing Chansey Community today right now behind the desk. You can't see it, but trust me, we are.
I'm making perfect curveball throws all the time, and
oh, you saw that. Oh, you're still looking at the camera. I've seen a couple of greats, but that being said, it's been a really fun time here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Again, one of the most stacked brackets I think we've ever had in NA or anywhere, and it's really exciting to see these trainers continue to move through. The Dark Horse candidate, Jingles, has been eliminated. Rockhaven continues to climb with that steady hand of the Shadow Whiscash, or steady fin, I should say.
A fin or 2 on each side of the Whiscash to help it swim through the meta, to swim through the water. Looking at the stage, though, we have some really great battlers. I love seeing Yuzuku up on stage. I'm so excited. But he's got to go up against a really fierce competitor as well, Onion Frank. That's who we have up next, and I'm so excited for that matchup.
Yeah, the evolution of Onion Frank has been really fun to watch. A trainer that used to rely on team reading almost exclusively, right? This trainer tried to make all the right calls before the lock-in screen even was set. This trainer has really kind of pivoted more towards a more fluid style of play, and it's been really fun to watch his journey from Season 1 till now. I'm really excited because a lot of these Pokemon are not only counters to some of the meta picks, but hard counters. I'm talking Shadow Alolan Sandslash versus Gligar, right? Superior versus Whiscash. I mean, like we talked about, winning or losing matchups hard. It's either a hard win or hard loss for Onion Frank, and he's in the loser side bracket looking to get another hard win.
And it's a bit interesting that you bring up Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I know it's a bit of a divisive Pokemon because it is that double super, it takes double super effective damage from those counters, which have been so prevalent for so long. Metacham able to really push its way through that matchup, even down shields and energy, just because of the strength of counter and the weakness that it has.
Well, as a lot of trainers are buddying up their Primeapes and going into the Go Battle League to try to evolve their Primeape to Annihilate, trying to build the pieces of a competitive team, let's take a look at the Day 2 meta. These are the most successful Pokemon here in Knoxville. Shadow Gligar, which made its return to the Team Go Rocket Grunts. I hope everyone hunted those Shadow Gligar as much as they could and captured some good ones.
And then Annihilate in position number 3, and I see 2 Catfish, one looking left, one looking right, one at 43% usage and one down at 25. I expect at Vancouver, our next North American regional, to see that number climb up.
That's a really bold call. Somebody clip it, because we want to revisit that at the next regional championship. But Phoebe, I don't think it's looking to the right. I think it's looking right at you.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's got me in its eyes.
Exactly. It's locking eyes with you. It says, I think your prediction's correct. Azumarill at 31%, a solid core breaker. Dugong, which we saw 2 Dugong in the Liverpool Grand Finals, coming in at only 25% usage in our top 16.
Dugong.
Exactly. Exactly right. Well, I think our players are ready on stage. More battles headed your way, so don't go anywhere. Let's go see who we've got.
And it is going to be Onion Frank and Uzuku. Very different teams here. Onion Frank taking a bit of a more unconventional approach compared to the meta, but very conventional for how he's been playing lately. As you were calling out, not so reliant on making those hard calls, those hard reads.
That's the thing, right? I mean, you don't want to just slip on somebody else's shoes and try to walk, because it doesn't always go the way you expect. You need to honor your own play style and what you're comfortable with, right? If Onion Frank just tried to copy the Lyle Jeffs team, he probably wouldn't have had this success here in Knoxville. So you always play towards your strengths, but also keep one eye on the meta. Again, Altaria, Superior, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and Lantern, Pokemon that might find success here.
And looking at the team, Annihilate is looking like it is in a great position, but we're locked and ready to go for game number 1, and it is a lead that I feel like we have not seen all that much. Shadow Alolan Sandslash into Skarmory.
Ice being weak to Steel, but Steel resisting Steel makes these Steel Wings neutral. Say that 3 times really fast, Feed. Here comes Ice Punch from the Shadow Alolan Sandslash into that Skarmory.
It's going to do a nice bit of chip damage, and for Uzuku going for the Brave Bird here, this would be a lot of resisted damage, not neutral. Flying, being resisted by the Steel typing, and picking up that shield is going to put him in a solid spot with shield advantage moving later into this game.
This Skarmory gameplay almost reminds me of Defense Form Deoxys, right? A Pokemon that we see come into the lead, throw a charge attack, and then switch out. That's a great call by Onion Frank to protect shield that up. He goes into the Altaria here. I think this is bait, and the bait worked because Uzuku pulls out the Dragon type, and the Whiscash in the back for him can clear the way. Is this a bit of an error in team reading from Onion Frank? Because I'm so used to seeing Whiscash Skarmory. When you see one of them, you have to assume the other's in the back, right?
It's a bit interesting. He did not opt to bring the Superior into a team. That Superior beats 3 of the Pokemon quite handily. Azumarill, Whiscash, Lickitung. Really great answer to each of those Pokemon. However, Frank still has some play here, given that Mud Bomb does not knock out. If he's able to get a big energy advantage or big health advantage from his Shadow Alolan Sandslash or Lantern in the back, I think he still has some play.
Here comes Skarmory for Uzuku. He might look for a full Steel Wing down and then a Brave Bird to strip away one of these Protect Shields. He still has 2 of his own. He uses the first one here.
Yeah, evening out shield advantage is going to be good for Onion Frank here, making sure that he's not too far behind and going for the entire Steel Wing down. The question for Frank is, how does he soak up this energy? And the answer has to be Lantern, able to resist this damage and has a completely full health pool.
Water and Electric is going to resist the Brave Bird here from Skarmory, but the Switch Timer is available. Here comes Uzuku and the Whiscash. This is a Water Gun Lantern, which does chip away the Whiscash, but the Mud Bomb is super effective, and the Mudshots are wearing it down.
Surf coming through for Lantern. This is going to be neutral damage into the Whiscash, pulling the shield. The question for me is how much energy does that Shadow Alolan Sandslash have left? Yuzuku doing a really great job over farming here, making sure he has more than a Mud Bomb after throwing this Mud Bomb.
Yeah, we see a little head shake on stage, recognizing the situation is becoming increasingly dire as Lantern can't even muster the Surf, and Whiscash brings it down. Instant blind Mud Bomb into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, Onion Frank recognizing that Yuzuku had a really solid team read there, being able to bait out the hardest answer, or one of the hardest answers that Frank has for that Whiscash. No Superior in the back, so Whiscash really feeling safe once Altaria was out of the picture.
Very solid win for Yuzuku in game number 1. Didn't do anything really fancy, right? He had the Skarmory Whiscash core and just kind of brought a supplement to it in the form of the Lickitung. But sometimes you can rely on your skill ceiling to just outplay your opponent. But the pressure is now on Onion Frank to kind of reset, re-engage, get ready to go into game number 2. But the Brave Bird onto the Lantern here was not that much help because he's got the Whiscash right behind it.
Yeah, Frank shaking his head, frustrated with the team read that Yuzuku had made. Mud Bomb coming through, not quite able to pick up the knockout. The Surf just not able to land due to the Mud Shot knocking out the Lantern.
Going into game number 2, we've seen Yuzuku kind of pivot around, change his strategy and approach from game to game. I don't think he can full Onion Frank twice with the Skarmory Whiscash core. Let's see what these trainers decide to do. Pressure is on. Onion Frank down 0-1 in this losers round 4.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Frankly, I can't believe you would ever do that to me.
Hey, fool me 3 times, can't get fooled again. Here comes Altaria versus the Lickitung in the lead. One turn fast attacks going back and forth. Charge attacks getting queued up here. Lickitung goes for the body slam.
And because Frank has Water Gun on that Lantern, it is going to be in a solid spot against the Glider. Actually, Yuzuku bringing 2 Pokemon in the back that typically don't thrive against Lantern.
Exactly right. It looks like the Altaria will return fire here with the Sky Attack. Again, Sky Attack not as impactful as it is in seasons of old, but it still pulls away the Protect Shield as the matchup is just kind of gravitating towards the Dragon and Flying type.
Body Slam not thrown before the Sky Attack was reached. I think this is going to be short of picking up a knockout, but still shielding, maybe trying to reach for a Moon Blast in order to get a knockout. Looks like a charge attack tie there.
You've got a grass and a water type in the back if you're Onion Frank, and those 2 Pokemon typically have solid matchups that they can find the right alignment. So I'm not surprised at all to see Onion Frank leveraging the Protect Shields here. He might even send another one to Altaria's aid, and he does.
I actually don't like this from Frank. Winning switch advantage is going to be good, but actually switch out from Yuzuku going to make it so that Frank is not going to worry about a bubble down from Azumarill, which I think would have been really bad had Yuzuku, really bad for Frank had Yuzuku stayed in that matchup.
And playing towards your strengths, the matchups that you know, he sends in the Lantern, is going to absorb these resisted wing attacks and go for the Surf against the Shadow Gligar. This will definitely get the knockout, and it does. Onion Frank's Lantern able to win this secondary engagement.
Bubble down for Azumarill is going to be a tough task. I don't think it's going to happen before a Thunderbolt is reached. And Superior, one of the bulkiest grass types we have in the meta, even though it's taking super effective damage from an Azumarill's Ice Beam, very comfortable to hold on.
Final protection used by Yuzuku there. We're going to see a play rough any moment here. Excuse me, instead we're going to get the bubble down because, again, great counting by Yuzuku, does not feel threatened by the Thunderbolt. He's got so much energy stored. No protections for Onion Frank. He's got a grass type and a flying dragon type. Sends in the Altaria to soak energy, putting it all on his Superior in the back.
Yuzuku not actually reacting to this throw on the Altaria. It actually puts him in a really tough spot because it is the Superior in the back. He needed to have that energy all go into the Superior. Ice Beam going to take the Superior down into just above the yellow, but the bubble damage building up to this next Ice Beam might have been enough to get a knockout.
Azumarill being 5 bubbles away means that it's going to be in the middle of the bubble, and it can't switch out, so Yuzuku has to try to wait a turn in order to catch Onion Frank off guard, but he can't quite do it. Here comes the Leaf Tornado. This is going to be enough to KO the Lickitung. The question is, can Onion Frank muster another charge attack before the Azumarill reaches the Ice Beam?
Yeah, the Frenzy Plant is completely loaded. I think because Superior is not very attack-weighted, I think this might not be enough to knock out, but actually does pick up the knockout. Yuzuku was on my side there. I could see him looking to tap for the Ice Beam.
And Onion Frank as well. He was kind of shaking his head, kind of squirming in his seat. He said, oh, I hope this is enough. And it turns out that it was. Super effective Frenzy Plant into the Azumarill. Again, if the Azumarill was down 4 bubbles instead of 5, we could have even seen a situation where the catch would be forced by Onion Frank, right? You'd be forced to throw your charge tag because the Azumarill would be on even pacing with Superior. But because it was odd, 3-turn bubbles versus 2-turn Vine Whips, it was really difficult. Yuzuku had to wait a turn, and it wasn't enough.
Thinking back about the game, let's go ahead and look at the replays here. Switching out, Yuzuku, I feel like, put himself in a tough position, getting the Water Gun Lantern lined up against the Gligar.
Water Gun Lantern does prevail ultimately and also gets to the Thunderbolt against the Azumarill to pull away that final Protect Shield and try to shore up this victory. But what really surprised me here was the bet on Superior, right? He had the Altaria with a bit of energy. He knew Azumarill was on the field. He sends out that Altaria to soak the Ice Beam, and that puts Azumarill behind just enough to allow the Frenzy Plant to get the knockout.
Both players very uncomfortable, not sure if it quite picks up the knockout, but it does and secures a 1-1 tie between these two very talented trainers. We have locked in for game number 3. This is decisive, and it's going to be Altaria from Onion Frank into Shadow Gligar.
Flying type Pokemon on the field. We saw Onion Frank double shield his Altaria to win switch advantage and try to control the pace of the matchup in game number 1. However, game number 2. However, in game number 1, Whiscash was a thorn in his side, and he looks a little bit soft to Whiscash in the back here.
A little bit. However, Yuzuku predicting maybe another Superior brings in the Skarmory. If the Lantern's able to get a large energy advantage off that Skarmory, maybe Yuzuku switches it in at some point to try to win, to try to pivot out of this matchup. Instead, actually, Frank pivoting out, trying to get some fast attack damage and pulling out the Whiscash.
Good awareness there to send in the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. Gonna go for the drill run here, and I think it's interesting, right? Because we've seen the Skarmory lead, we've seen the Whiscash lead, and like I said before, when you see one, just expect the other. This time, Yuzuku hides them both behind the Shadow Gligar lead, ABA Flyers.
In comes this next Mud-Bomb. I think this is going to be just shy of picking up the knockout. The question becomes, will a drill run be reached? And it does. Onion Frank going to be taking the switch advantage here.
Huge.
And look, Lantern now has 2 Pokemon it wants to see in the back, but Yuzuku has the option for super effective dig, but 2 shields are still remaining on Onion Frank's side.
Exactly, right? That's your last chance to still land a super effective dig against the Lantern. Out it comes. Yuzuku has to be worried because this water gun damage is adding up, but the Lantern is such a formidable Pokemon in terms of bulk and typing. There are just very few win conditions at this point.
No shield from Yuzuku, recognizing this is going to just be a surf. I like this play from Onion Frank, trying to do a lot of damage as quickly as possible because he recognizes the strength of Water Gun versus Spark. Going to do neutral damage against this Skarmory and then super effective damage into the Gligar. The Gligar is so low.
Gonna be forced to throw the Aerial Ace bait here. Protection comes up from Onion Frank. The pressure now is on Onion Frank to recognize how much energy the Shadow Gligar has. Can he bring in the Altaria now? Does he want to bring it in later? Does he want to just double shield through this matchup and brute force his way into the next round? That's what I think he's gonna do. 2 Protect Shields into Lantern, 2 Aerial Aces defended.
A dig was reached, however, there was going to be a shield either way from Onion Frank, building up so much energy out of range of Brave Bird, but 2 surfs are now reached, and Yuzuku recognizing this, saying good game to his opponent. Honestly, a very solid team read from Onion Frank in this game, and an unfortunate switch out, an unfortunate switch in from Yuzuku of the Whiscash.
Out of range and out of reach. Brave Bird connects, Lantern keeps on swimming, and Onion Frank keeps his Knoxville dream alive.
Keeps on swimming, keeps on winning. Kind of a bit of a slant rhyme there. I was a little bit disappointed that you didn't pick it up.
You know, I felt it was too obvious. That's like the low-hanging fruit, right? I mean, swimming, winning, yeah. I'm just kidding, Theo, I'm kidding.
Anyways, congratulations to Onion Frank. That was a really tough fought battle. The switch alignment excuse me, not the switch alignment, but the team compositions meant that switching out from the lead was so impactful. The Shadow Lantern doing, the Water Gun Lantern doing.
Dude, gonna give me nightmares. I don't even want to think about a Shadow Lantern, right? We see the Brave Bird connect into the Lantern here in game number 1, but the Whiscash was such a thorn in his side in game number 1. Onion Frank unable to overcome the water and ground type, which makes the game 3 result just even more surprising because that wasn't enough to stop him in the end.
Yeah, bringing Lantern each and every game, really relying on it to do a lot of the carrying here. Mud Bomb from Whiscash able to pick up the knockout into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash to take game number 1.
Altaria, Brute, forcing its way through the matchups like you keep on calling out, but you fail to call it this time, Feet. The Dragons are here to play in Knoxville. Lantern, meanwhile, can absorb the dig and keep on swimming, even getting the Thunderbolt against the Azumarill.
Pulling the last shield there. Very great play from Mizuku to farm all the way down with Bubble, coming out with a lot of energy. Unfortunately for him, Onion Frank building up too much energy of his own, Leaf Tornado into the Lickitung, and Frenzy Plant just barely enough to pick up the knockout.
I know, just look at Onion's face, right? He's like, is this enough? And it turns out that it is. Frenzy Plant and the relief that follows. Here comes a Mud Bomb into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Key play right there is to just make the switch. Pull out something from the back. Try to just move the pieces around and find additional information.
And it's tough. Yuzu cannot switch in the, or I guess it was the Gligar. He needed to switch in the Skarmory there in order to make that call, but it's so tough to know what team compositions that Frank had made, because what if there was a Superior in the back?
Yeah, true.
Then you've really left yourself weak if you've left your Whiscash still on the table.
Exactly right. I mean, so much in Pokemon Go PvP comes down to making those reads before the battle even starts. You have to be in your opponent's head and also in your own, trying to predict your win conditions and stop theirs. And it's a dance. It's a square dance, if I may.
And it's a tough square dance to perform.
Yeah.
ABB versus ABA teams are so hard to read. You don't know which one your opponent's running against you, and sometimes we're doing a little bit of an alphabet soup here, but you could do ABC teams where all 3 Pokemon have different archetypes, different jobs to perform within the battle, within the field of play.
I've got good news, Phoebe. We're going to give Caleb Pang a second chance. We're going to meet Zimmy Kid and Blob NA in this exclusive interview that you want to watch.
All right, take 2, action. Caleb Pang here with Blob NA and Zimmy Kid, both first-time top cuts in their competitive careers so far. We're gonna start with Blob NA. Looking back at your previous tournament performances, 2 33rd places. This is your 3rd tournament ever, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? So, how does it feel to make top cut after, you know, a relatively early start in your career?
It feels pretty good. I didn't really expect that. I just came out to have some fun with my brother, and then just played how I play and did better than I expected.
That's awesome. You know, obviously your brother's very accomplished as well. I gotta ask you, do you prep with him? Do you scrim with him? Or he's like, nah, you can figure this out yourself?
We do a little bit of team building. He was helping me out with the team a bit. We don't really scrim much, but we sometimes play versus each other in local tournaments.
Okay, nice. And, you know, maybe we'll see you battle him on the stage one day at a regional too. Zimmy Kid attended a lot of tournaments, the Surfetch Master, and I actually asked this on stream yesterday too. I was like, any local Zimmy Kid, you need to tell me, right? Because you're going to local challenges and Cubs. Does he always bring the Surfetch? And they pretty much said, yeah, Surfetch is always there. Is that truly the case?
It comes almost every time, yeah.
Okay, so I gotta ask, why the Surfetch?
Because in NAIC 2022, I just liked the coverage that it had, and I've just kind of stuck with it ever since, and it just became my favorite Pokemon, so.
And then follow-up to that is, will you ever attend a tournament where you absolutely do not bring Surfetch? Can you see that ever happening?
Yes, I can. If I qualify for Worlds, I'm getting close. I'm over 400 now. Once I qualify for Worlds, I'll try some more, because I do like to bring a lot of spice. So I think in the future, yeah, I will.
Okay, all right, well, be on the lookout for that. Both of you did play today. Unfortunately, not able to showcase some of those battles on stream, but hopefully we'll see you at future tournaments. Out of the battles you've seen so far and the remaining battlers, I'll ask you first and then I'll ask you as well, Zimmy. Who do you think will take it all the way?
Well, I did lose to Magic Mason in my group, and he's looking pretty strong right now, so I'd put my money on him.
And what about you, Zimmy Kid?
I'll be rooting for Onion Frank and Magic Mason.
Awesome, awesome. Well, before I let you all go, where can people see you next? Are you planning on competing at any future tournaments, maybe international, maybe even EUIC?
Yeah, we're planning on going to Vancouver for our next one.
Awesome. What about you, Zimmy Kid?
I'll be going to Vancouver and NAIC.
Oh, both of you Vancouver, so maybe we'll have a little showdown between the two of you two. That could be a lot of fun. But thank you for sharing your thoughts as well, and congratulations to your top performances. I'm sure that you'll exceed even the top 16 in a future tournament too. Before we get to our next battles, we're gonna take a quick break, but we're gonna check out the ring toss activity here at the venue. A lot of activities you could do at these tournaments besides just spectating the battles.
Chip Ritchie down here at the side events area. I'm with Jeremy Jalen, Dwee Ha, and we're joined by Jeff, who's going to explain to us exactly what's going on here at the ring toss area. Huge line of people waiting to play this. What is everyone so excited about?
So today we're doing a qualifier round to try to win this giant Waylord. What it is they'll throw 6 rings every time they play. If they can ring any 2 separate items, they qualify to come back later for the knockout round. Last person standing in the knockout round gets the Waylord.
All right, we'll see who ends up winning the Waylord. But for now, Dwee and Jeremy are going to give it their best shot, see how many prizes they're going to be able to ring. What you got, Dwee? How many do you think you can come away with?
First things first, what's going to happen is I'm going to get 2 different prizes, and then I'm going to come back and win the Waylord.
There you go. Planning ahead. I like it. Jeremy, what do we got?
I just don't want to look dumb.
That'll be hard. We'll see if we're able to make it happen. How many prizes these guys can come away with. Let's go ahead. Where do they need to stand, Jeff?
They're going to stand on the middle line for me.
All right. Come on, step up. All right, Dwee with the strategy of forcing his opponent to go first. Jeremy Jalen will see how many prizes. Hey, hang on. What are you going for here?
I think I'm going to either go for the water bottles or the drill bear.
The water bottle, so you're thirsty. Okay, let's go ahead and see what we can make happen. Jeremy with his first toss. Oh, hits the Drillber, knocks it down. Drillber making the earthquake, having to come back to his position. Oh, locks it up. Wait, but how does this work? He's on the box.
So it has to be completely flush, but he can use his other rings to knock it down if he feels confident about it.
All right, Jeremy, let's see what he goes for. Throwing once again. Almost got the knockdown, not quite. He's got 3 rings left. Throws once more, hits the Drillber, bounces to the Pokeball.
Pokeball is eligible to get as well if he can knock it down.
Oh, he's on 3 different boxes, but has not quite been able to secure a prize. One more shot, and Jeremy, my friend, what do you think?
That's a lot harder than it looks.
All right, Dwee, do you think you can, all you have to do better than Jeremy is just come away with 1 prize. You got that in you?
I think I got it in me.
All right, let's see what Dwee Ha can do for us. First toss here. Going for that Oshawott Funko Pop. It's a difficult target, a big square box. We'll see if he can close it down. Ooh, hits some booster packs. Throws once again, hits the top of the Funko Pop. One more. He's got 1 more after this. Let's see it. Not quite. Dwee, it was a good shot, but Jeremy was definitely a lot closer to at least getting something than you were.
Now, I do have consolations for you guys for playing. For my casters today, I have 500 points apiece for you, and then a pack of Paldea Fates for you each. And I'm going to let you choose your fate.
Choose your fate with Paldean Fates. Let's see what they get.
I'm gonna let Jeremy choose for me.
Ooh, okay. Leaning to the TCG player to choose his pack.
There you go.
Why don't we close this out with a quick opening real quick. Let's see who comes away with the better card here. The newest expansion, Paldean Fates. What card are you hoping for here, Jeremy?
That shiny Gardevoir EX.
Dwee, do you know what's in this set?
A little.
Okay. Yeah, anything you're hoping for?
Good cards.
Good cards. All right, let's see it. Let's show the camera. Jeremy, go first. Oh, looks like he's got something. Ooh, the shiny Clodsire EX, Paldean Clodsire. Dwee, that might be tough to top.
Jeremy picked this pack. I have faith in Jeremy.
All right, let's see it. See what we get here. The Paldean Student of Fido. Very cute, but not something shiny. Electric Generator, very powerful card. That's a great new card, the Charmeleon. Another really good new card, but is there something shiny back here? I don't think so. Mabostiff, not quite gonna cut it, Dwee. Jeremy, congratulations. Oh, don't leave him hanging. There we go. Thank you guys so much for watching. here at the Regional Championships. Tons to do besides just competing in the main event. Be sure you come down and check out the side events area with guys like Jeff.
Thank you all for coming.
Welcome back to Knoxville Championship Sunday, and we only have 5 trainers remaining. Our next matchup is going to be Rise to the Occasion versus Rockhaven. Whoever wins that matchup will play Onion Frank in losers round 5, and then we have our winners finals between Dunebug and Magic Mason. So a lot of awesome action remaining.
And this is actually a rematch from Top Cut in Peoria. The first time Rockhaven ever made it this season, or actually first tournament ever for him, and he made Top Cut already, facing off against Rise Negation in that losers bracket to kick things off in Peoria. And Rockhaven actually took the 2-0 against Rise Negation. I think that's when people started really picking up. They're like, wow, this Rockhaven guy kind of knows what he's doing. And I mean, he had some incredible battles leading up to this. I mean, that Shadow Wizcast versus the Lickitung in the end. The moment I saw that, I said, Butters, I'm making my Shadow Wizcast after this. That Mud Bomb, I did not think it was going to take out the Lickitung, but that extra damage just made it super close. Rise Negation, though, definitely wants some redemption against Rockhaven, wants this rematch, and he wants to go far in this tournament, too.
And in the past in Peoria, it was all about that Carbink superior core. That Carbink was too strong for Rise. And this time, I think there might be a similar Pokemon. So let's head on over to the matchup. The Pokemon I am talking about is the Umbreon. The Umbreon that has been the MVP so far, I feel like has a lot of neutral play versus everything on Rise to Occasion's team, especially if you're able to bait out the Registeel with it. Then you have that Lickitung as well, because there really is only one true Lickitung counter. So Registeel can't do everything, Caleb.
And the thing is, Umbreon can beat Registeel, especially if you don't get that Zap Cannon debuff.
Speaking of from experience?
Speaking of from a lot of experience, yes. I've seen it play out, and after that, I started doing it myself. So Safe Swap Umbreon has a lot of play. This Annihilate does have Ice Punch, though, so it's going to be in a pretty good spot if it does lock into that Umbreon. And here we go, starting things off, Annihilate into Shadow Gligar. This is not a great matchup. Swapping over to the Abomasnow, not really a great check to this, so Rockhaven taking double super effective Powder Snow, forcing the first shield from Rise Occasion.
You have to imagine that Rockhaven wants to get out of here now. Where does he swap to? He swaps to the Lickitung, tries to save that Umbreon for the backline, thinking it will be his most powerful Pokemon here, but now, because Abomasnow has Icy Wind in this Timeless Travels update, he's going to be able to slow down the momentum of this Lickitung.
I like this play a lot from Rockhaven. He's already up a shield advantage. He chipped down the Abomasnow with the wing attacks, and the Icy Wind, it just paces a little bit slower than Weather Ball. So yes, you can debuff the Lickitung, but what's that going to do, right? The Icy Wind doesn't do a ton of damage, and you're saving the bulky Umbreon in the back. Because like you said, Umbreon's so strong. Umbreon up a shield can pretty much be everything. And you really just are mainly worried about the Annihilate and the Registeel, and there's no Registeel.
But he throws the Icy Wind before the Body Slam. The Body Slam was available for Rockhaven. Wait, this is a full undercharge. Rise to Occasion, maybe he's thinking there will be a Protect Shield. He fully undercharges it, or he wants to pivot into Annihilate before the timers are up. Soak all of this energy. This is going to be at least 2 to 3 stages. Debuff is not going to do that much into the Annihilate, but the Umbreon is going to counter. No, actually coming in with the Shadow Gligar here, but you're ahead on energy if you're Annihilate.
Pivoting back and forth. However, you are still up a shield. Rockhaven instant shield. I like this play a lot because for Rockhaven, even if the Abomasnow comes back in, you're going to have a lot of energy on this Gligar. You have to respect it, or you have, pretty much, I mean, this is why Gligar is so strong. It has neutral coverage into pretty much everything on the team of Rise Occasion. You can do damage against anything. Rockhaven, I think, could have probably farmed a little bit more there, but wants to just take out this Annihilate, and here comes that Talonflame.
And Talonflame has been in the back over and over for Rise to Occasion in Knoxville, and it just hasn't found his targets. Will it be the Umbreon? Can he do enough damage here to get through the Umbreon? He's going to have trouble just getting through this Gligar. Can he knock out with the Incinerate? No! The Gligar hangs on with a speck of health, and that forces the Flame Charge out of Rise to Occasion.
Good control from Rockhaven, not shielding. That could have been a shield KO as well, saving everything for the Umbreon. The Umbreon looks so strong. You saw the Lickitung on the back for a potential sack swap as well. And here we see Rise Occasion going for the cheaper fly. You're already boosted in damage at this point, so I think he's thinking, all right, 2 fly plus incinerate should be enough. Swaps over, tries to, I don't know, tries to maybe catch some of the energy, but not able to. Can you get to the icy wind? No! Not able to. Back-to-back foul play is here. You also at the same time get, what, 4 or 5 licks through in the time of that incinerate. Back-to-back foul play. Rockhaven Umbreon, like you predicted, Butters, looks too strong.
It is too good, especially in the back there. Up Protect Shield, able to get some extra energy and able to get the game number 1 victory for Rockhaven. And suddenly, Rise to Occasion, who is on the winner's side of the bracket, playing awesome. He hasn't been able to find that target for the Talonflame in the backline. Is he going to adjust? Is he going to go away from that Talonflame and move more towards that Shadow Dragonair that's looking really strong against everything that's not Skarmory? And also, I feel like it's been strong for Rise this entire tournament.
Rockhaven just continues to impress, right? Like, this is his 3rd tournament ever. First time competing at Peoria, top cut. Didn't do as well as Charlotte this time around, switching up his team entirely and bring the Umbreon. Who would guess Umbreon would be relevant? I mean, I still don't think it's that relevant, but Rockhaven makes it look so good. And I don't blame Rise Occasion not having really strong Umbreon checks, but who was going to think that they're going to see one even at this tournament? And unfortunately, his kryptonite, really, Rockhaven is here with it. Here we see the replay, forcing Rise Occasion to throw the incinerate. He had to do that, right? If he didn't, the aerial ace was going to come through. So he had to throw this incinerate. That incinerate was just not enough damage at that point in time. He had to go for another full 5 turns to knock it out. And the back-to-back foul play, just too much energy and health on the Umbreon.
And the margins are so small. I believe if you didn't throw that incinerate and you actually got the knockout, or sorry, if you didn't throw that flame charge and you got the knockout with the incinerate, then you would have had another charged attack to throw on the Umbreon, and suddenly this game is a lot closer. But because Rockhaven's Shadow Gligar was able to endure with almost no health, it just flipped the entire matchup. And now I feel like Rise needs to flip the script. Maybe not Talonflame in the back, especially because Rockhaven's always going Lickitung Umbreon, right? Lickitung Umbreon just seems so safe, especially if you're worried about Annihilate because you're weak to fighting. You don't really have to, because Lickitung's fine and Umbreon is fine as well.
And I think Gligar comes in every game too, because you know why? Jelson's one of the best counters outside the bomb, so this is actually fantastically for Rise Occasion. But Gligar, Lickitung, Umbreon, this is the Pittsburgh Loud Jeff special right here, and it's so strong still, even into the Abomasnow lead.
Yeah, and you have to Protect Shield. You get outpaced here. You could choose to run Weather Ball with the Abomasnow to keep up with the pacing, but Rise decided to go for the Ice Wind, swaps into the Annihilate. I'm actually fascinated to see this matchup at full health. I think Umbreon's just fine here, because remember, this is the Night/Shadow Ball version of Annihilate. It just doesn't have any pressure with charge attacks.
Well, I think he actually has Ice Punch,
Ice Punch.
So it's a little bit better.
Okay,
yeah.
well, yeah.
Yeah, but the Annihilate not nearly as bulky as Medicham, so Medicham had a pretty solid matchup still, even with Ice Punch. The Ice Punch encounter from Annihilate is going to hit harder, but the foul play and snarls are going to add up more. I'm actually surprised Rise didn't throw Icy Wind at the Umbreon first to shore up that matchup. Now this is getting a little bit close, Butters.
Yeah, because now you need to throw energy again. Yes, you do endure this foul play, but you have to bank up all this, actually just throwing straight away. Umbreon hangs on here, but it seems like Rise to Occasion will be able to shore up this matchup if there's no Protect Shield, because you would think you could get the counter down before 2 Snarls are made, and no, actually Umbreon just gets to the 2 Snarls and throws a foul play here, and now you lost the alignment. You lost the alignment that you desperately wanted the Abomasnow into that Shadow Gligar. At least you do get some sort of energy advantage. You get 1 Powder Snow out of it.
But the thing is now, Lickitung has no problem absorbing this energy. Your Gligar is up a shield. Here comes the Dragonair. This is also uncomfortable because Gligar doesn't have a lot of health either.
And remember, this Dragonair has the bulk point against Lickitung. It takes 1 less damage to lick, so it is much better in this matchup, able to soak that Body Slam and not worry as much about getting licked down.
What do you spend your shields on, Rockhaven? You still have 2 shields left. The Dragon Breath damage is going to add up. I like this play. Just shield the Body Slam, right? I think it might do more damage in the Icy Wind, but you just need to preserve some of this health at this point too. Rockhaven just spending the Lickitung on the Dragonair. Here's the thing, if you're Rise, what do? Do you shield this? Oh, actually going to go for the shield, banking everything on this Dragonair. You need to try to take out this Lickitung. But But what if Gligar just comes in, farms us down, throw an air race?
Yeah, and
you still have a shield too on Rockhaven's side.
You need to get to 2 charge attacks somehow. Either in
it doesn't
even knock out, and there's no shield. And here comes the Gligar. The Gligar's gonna get the wing attack down, and Rise Occasion knows it because he does have an Icy Wind available, but he's gonna get outpaced. And I don't know, this is gonna be debuff, but I don't think you're gonna be able to endure the aerial ace. His only chance is to endure wing attacks and an aerial ace. I don't think he can do it.
And it's going to be super close. Let's see if he can do it. He needs to powder snow down and throw a move at Lickitung. Shields are down on both sides.
He endures.
Can he get it? Does he one wing attack wave, 2 and 3
simultaneous.
No, takes out. Rockhaven goes 2-0 against Rise Occasion. Yet again, impressive stuff from Rockhaven. I mean, this guy hasn't lost a single battle against Rise Occasion on the championship circuit, and that is something that very few people in the world can say. Really impressive battles, and on the backs of that Umbreon, like you said, Butters, right? Winning switch advantage over the Annihilate. Annihilate just couldn't hang on, and it had Ice Punch. I mean, what else do you want from Annihilate? Give it close combat, but then you shield close combat, and you're taking, you know, extra damage.
Umbreon was the MVP, but for me, Shadow Gligar was the X factor because in that game number 1, it was able to endure that Incinerate to force a charge attack out of Talonflame. And then game number 2, it was able to hold on in simultaneous on those powder snows. Imagine if it took just a little more damage and it got knocked out by that powder snow. That means an Icy Wind would be going into the Lickitung, and Rise Occasion could have won that battle.
And, you know, Rockhaven looked like he was in the driver's seat. He looked like he had a plan for every single scenario, knowing when to shield, when not to shield. Let's take a look at the highlights to see how he got that 2-0 victory. I'm watching this battle, Butters. I'm seeing Gligar,
right here,
Lickitung, Umbreon. This reminds me of Lyle Jeffs at Pittsburgh, right? He was running this with the first tournament of this season, and it was such a strong team. And now it looks so strong yet again. No Azumarill on the side of Rise Occasion, and it's so risky to bring Jellicent into a Lickitung Umbreon core. And so, of course, Gligar's so free. Yes, you have to worry about the bomb still, but that matchup doesn't seem that bad.
Well, Rockhaven was thinking, if I make it to losers round 4, I bet I'll play a Jellicent, and then I definitely want that Umbreon on my team. It just worked out perfectly. I mean, this, for Rise Occasion, from his point of view, this is probably the toughest matchup you could encounter with this crazy, spicy team, specifically with that Jellicent. Doesn't really have anywhere to go. 2 things to soak up energy from that Annihilate really well. We were talking about the dynamic between the Umbreon and the Mandibuzz, in which Dark-type was better. I feel like I really like the Umbreon because of how well it can soak damage from Annihilate. It really was the MVP in those battles.
He said it was an MVP for him yesterday during day 1 when he just made it all the way. I don't even know if he lost any battles, Rockhaven, but on top of that, I mean, we're talking about how Rise Occasion has a spicy team, right? Abomasnow, Talonflame. There's been more Abomasnow and Talonflame in Top Cut today than there has been Umbreon. I think Rockhaven's running the spicy Umbreon, which I can't believe I'm saying because Umbreon has been so good in PvP, but just not in this meta. Rockhaven finding a place for it and taking the 2-0 victory over Rise Occasion. Fantastic performance from Rise Occasion, right? Another Top Cut performance. I mean, this guy's racking up the championship points. He might have maybe top 3 in the world in championship points at this point. I don't know. Don't quote me on that one. But he's racking up a lot of points, and he's still looking for that victory. But consistent performances from Rise Occasion all the way throughout. And Rockhaven looking to extend his furthest run so far in any tournament.
Fantastic performance from both of these trainers. It's been an awesome tournament so far. We want to hear what you think, so let's head on over to social media and look at that. We got the 2019 to 2024. 5 years ago, Rosemary and Scott were casted on the big stage, and they're doing it again in 2024. Some of the best. Awesome to see.
Yeah, definitely. And here we have Rocket Claire all the way from Oceania. So incredibly grateful to make top 4 in Melbourne at Play Pokemon Tournament, and couldn't be better than sharing it with these great mates. Feeling so grateful for all the support from the community. Some very special people to thank once I recover. Incredible performance from Rocket Claire. I know that she even beats Valiant Vish, 2-time Worlds competitor, top cut performer. So Australia, even though they might not have the most amount of participants, almost all their players, heavy hitters, and they always perform so well at World Championships. And I mean, speaking of heavy hitters, you got Jakobovich, right? Wow, going back-to-back wins in regional is something I never expected to happen. I faced some of the strongest Australia has to offer. I'm finally hitting the realization this is no longer a fluke. Good games to every single opponent I fought. this was never a fluke, Yakovich. I'm telling you, he lost one game at an international. He made top cut at Worlds, and he's the first person ever to win back-to-back regional tournaments in a season. Hurricane Cast, so thrilled I won my first ever match on a Play Pokemon stream. Wish I'd been able to keep up momentum, but battles against the talented Zimmy Kid and Mama Climbs were too close. I didn't give them any sweeps. Thanks for the fun interview. I actually got to catch up with Hurricane Cast, one of my old locals too, and she said, you know, it was a little bummed she didn't play as well off stream, but she played fantastic on stream, and she was saying, you know, her husband was recording all at home and stuff and sharing with the family. So really cool to see, especially a lot of these people playing, you know, played in tournaments. She played in tournament last season as well. This one actually didn't really get it on stage, but being on stage for the first time, right, playing it all and having people watch you at home cheering on, it's an amazing experience.
And a Mandibuzz user, right, was so good with that Mandibuzz on stream, running the multiple flying types. It makes sense. The Hurricane, congratulations to her on that run. And two tough opponents, Mama Climbs, who got 9th in her last regional, and then, of course, we have Zimmy Kid, who made his first ever top cut here in Knoxville. So those are definitely two tough competitors. I just want to shout out once again Yakovich, like to be able to win back-to-back regionals against, like you said, there's so many talented trainers in Australia. That is absolutely amazing. Congratulations. And now we do have our losers round 5. Whoever wins this matchup will move on to the losers finals to play the loser between Doombug and Magic Mason.
And we are in this loser semifinals. Finally, Onion Frank faces someone without a Charger Bug on their team. But this is kind of a weird matchup too for Onion Frank. What do you really have for this Umbreon? Altaria, yes, right? But outside of that, this Umbreon looks pretty good. We already saw it beat Annihilate in that zero shield scenario up 1 Snarl. It's not terrible into Vigoroth either. This Umbreon has a ton of play. Rockhaven keeps saying, this is my MVP. I'm sitting there thinking, why, right? How could he run this in a Azumarill Charge Bug meta? There's no Azumarill, no Charge Bug on the side of Onion Frank. It looks, yet again, really good in this matchup.
All these trainers are on their road to Worlds, trying to get to Honolulu, and I feel like Rockhaven has had an awesome road here with this Umbreon, able to match up against Rise to Occasion Seam, and now against Onion Frank. You just bring it every battle. The best answer is probably the Altaria. I mean, it's going to be in every single match here, and let's get it started. It's losers round 5. No way. Actually, the Umbreon is on the bench. It's going to be Annihilate in the lead, Skarmory in the back, and as well as Lickitung.
And switch advantage is going to be pretty key here. You do not want that Skarmory on that Alolan Sandslash. Although, you know, the Steel Wing, neutral Steel Wing damage is actually not too bad. Rockhaven running the Ice Punch, though, forcing the shield from Onion Frank. Without the Ice Punch, you have to go at least a Shadow Ball to bait here. Is this going to be the Leaf Tornado? Is this going to be the Frenzy Plant? And it is the Leaf Tornado, and it gets shielded. No attack drop. But honestly, you can't really be too upset about that.
Now you outpaced the Frenzy, and it's swapped on into the Lickitung. Unfortunately, the Lickitung still will take a lot of damage here. You did have the Skarmory in the back. That's why I was actually surprised that Rockhaven shielded that attack, because even if you lose that lead matchup, you have such a good matchup with Skarmory. But here comes the swap into the Altaria to finish off this Lickitung.
And this is going to be kind of interesting. Bring in the Altaria, which is kind of Onion Frank's best check to the Annihilate. So now Onion Frank's put in a tough position where he has to take out the Annihilate with the Superior. You do not want a Alolan Sandslash against it. Drawing this Altaria could be pretty good for Rockhaven because, yeah, you might not win this matchup, but you could just still wing it down.
The problem is also you're going to bait out the Skarmory here, because once you finish off this Lickitung, you're not going to bring Annihilate in. Yep. You're going to bring in that Skarmory. So now Skarmory is going to come in. That guarantees that Annihilate is going to be in the back, and that's going to be so tough to deal with for the back line of Onion Frank.
And even the Brave Bird against Alolan Sandslash, Shadow Alolan Sandslash is going to do a ton of damage. You can see Rockhaven feeling pretty poised here, right? Going for the Steel Wing down. Onion Frank had to do some magic here with that Superior. Superior does have energy, though, so that is important. Annihilate has energy as well, right? The Annihilate swapped out to catch that Frenzy Plant, so it does have some energy remaining. You can't come in with the Superior, no way, right? So here comes the Brave Bird. I think that, oh, okay, no shield. Yeah, I think that makes sense, right? Because you don't want to shield this. It's going to resist it. The Ice Punch is what you really want to worry about.
Counter swap at the same time.
Right, swapping at the same time. And then Onion Frank not throwing the charge attack yet. you have to shield it. There's no way you can't, right?
And the problem is, if you go Frenzy Plant, it's going to be charge attack priority, or are you one ahead? If you are one ahead, maybe you can get the double Frenzy Plant. This is one of the toughest calls of Rock Haven's journey.
Oh,
he no-shields a Leaf Tornado, and the attack doesn't even drop.
Here comes another one. Yes, it's going to come through, but it doesn't matter. This one, you can just easily shield, go for the Shadow Ball. The Lone Sand Slash has what? 1 Powder Snow worth of energy, right? It's not going to outpace.
Yeah, you do get the counter down. You're
again.
already at the Shadow Ball here, and you could probably have countered down if you wanted, but Rock Haven is going to take game number 1 versus Onion Frank.
Onion Frank going to try to go back to the drawing board here. Really good positioning from Rock Haven. This is what Rock Haven did. He spent both shields on Leaf Tornadoes. That was how he played out the game, and he still won it pretty decisively in the end. I think he made some really good calls, right? Yes, shield the Leaf Tornado. Not the ideal situation, but he knows that Onion Frank's not going to be that greedy and go for double Leaf Tornado, right? He knows there's a high chance he's going to go for a Frenzy Whip because, like you said, outpaces now to that second Ice Punch. So he goes for the safe play and says, you know what? I'm going to catch all this energy on my Lickitung, see what I can draw out, especially the Altaria. And yeah, this was a big catch.
This was a huge catch, and this just unleashed the domino effect of baiting out that Skarmory, and that was too tough because that guaranteed the backline matchup, which changed it. And right here, when he throws the Leaf Tornado and he no-shields this, I feel like he could have thrown double Frenzy. I feel like you could have gotten a shield or a knockout and then got into the double Frenzy, because I believe at that moment, he was at 7 Vine Whips, and Rock Haven was only at 6 counters. So I thought you could have got to the back-to-back. I could be wrong, but it maybe Onion Frank just got a little too greedy with that Leaf Tornado, or it could have got countered down.
Yeah, my math's not as good as yours, Professor Butter, so we'll have to see on that maybe in a replay there and a VOD review maybe. But great performance from Rock Haven. I mean, he's just making some really bold calls and is paying off. We're going to game number 2.
This is a bold call.
Needs to find a way out of this situation. Really tough. Leaf Tornado, Air Ice, it doesn't matter what moveset combination you're running. This is tough. And here you have the Skarmory, which is not a terrible matchup either, into Onion Frank's Altaria. Rock Haven might make a huge call, expecting the Lantern in the back. You have options for the Superior in the back. You don't even need to swap out. Yes, this is such a dominant matchup, but doesn't matter. Do you need switch advantage? I don't think so.
No, I don't think you need switch advantage either. So right now, just going to absorb this Sky Attack right here. As this Altaria is switch locked, you might as well just win this matchup. You're going to outpace here. Do you throw the Sky Attack or the Brave Bird? Just going for the Sky Attack. The Sky Attack is going to get Protect shielded from Onion Frank here, and he's just going to try to muscle through this matchup somehow, or just try to get Protect shields down, pivot into Lickitung.
So this is an interesting pivot as well. I mean, I think you don't want to get maybe farmed down. I don't know. I mean, the energy from Lickitung is going to go somewhere regardless of what's in the back, and both have some really great, you know, options here. Moonblast does a debuff connect. No debuff there. Going for the aggressive lick down, and does get a lot of energy at this point. Here comes the Superior. This is also a Water Gun Lantern too. Let's remember there too. A lot of energy on this Lickitung, and Onion Frank is already down a shield, maybe putting everything on the backs of that Lantern, hoping that there's no Wish Cache. There is no Wish Cache in the back, luckily for him, but the Lantern has a lot of work cut out for itself.
And look how he's reaching for this Frenzy Plant. He knows that Leaf Tornado in this situation wouldn't knock out, but also this Superior is not going to be that useful because it's a guarantee that the Skarmory is going to come in, a no Protect shield. It's a Frenzy Plant into the Lickitung. It does knock out. I expect the instant pivot. He's already clicking on it, trying to go into the Lantern, but Rock Haven is just trying to tick down that switch timer. And is he going to bring in the Skarmory? There's the Skarmory. Pivot, pivot again.
And here we go. I mean, the Water Gun Lantern, it's doing some damage with the Water Gun, but there's still 2 shields on the side of Rock Haven, and he doesn't even... I mean, Onion Frank doesn't even have any energy remaining on the Superior. I think Onion Frank might have just said GG already.
I think I saw that too.
I don't think he's going to completely give up, but this is looking like a really tough uphill battle. Rock Haven going for the safe play, going straight for a Shadow Ball. I think Onion Frank's only prayer here is hoping that it's going to be an Ice Punch because he knows he gets outpaced. I think Onion Frank tried to make the best call, and I don't disagree with that call at all, right? Because I think he gets outpaced either way, and he had to hope that was a bait. Unfortunately, it's not. Onion Frank going to concede, and we have back-to-back 2-0s from Rock Haven. Rock Haven's on fire here, heading to the losers finals.
Rock Haven just 4-0'd the last year Knoxville Regional Champion and the 3rd place finisher
of Knoxville.
In Knoxville last season. He just 4-0'd them in the 2024 Knoxville Regional to move on to the losers finals, and he will be awaiting the loser of Doombug and Magic Mason.
That's going to be a huge matchup too, but man, Rockhaven, he is putting in the work today, right? He was really humble yesterday, saying, he was grateful to make it to Top Cut again after maybe not the best performance at Charlotte, but today he's just taking down every giant in Pokemon Go PvP, right? I mean, Onion Frank, even though didn't win a regional, one of the highest performing players in the circuit, especially in North America. He's always battling the best of the best and getting in that Top Cut region. And Rockhaven, though, he's not breaking a sweat. He's shielding Leaf Tornadoes. He said, whatever, right? I'm still going to play to my win cons.
Onion Frank and Rise Occasions, they zigged, trying to get up to the meta right now, trying to defeat the Lyle Jeff, the Abinov team. They had the counters to that. But when they zigged, Rockhaven zagged, and he had the Umbreon, and he just had the answers to the answers, and he was able to get through this series pretty comfortably. And the thing is, even against Onion Frank, Umbreon was so strong, he didn't even bring it.
He didn't even need it. Yeah, huge plays from Rockhaven. I mean, this team is super interesting, the one he built, right? Because you're looking at it, you're like, well, how does this team work? It's so weak to, Azumarill and stuff, but you have that traditional bulky duo of Lickitung and Umbreon, and they kind of complement each other in many ways. And with the lack of Registeel, right, and a lot of these steel types, those two look really safe still.
Honestly, you can win a regional being a step ahead of the meta. It's really impressive when you can win a regional 2 steps ahead of the meta, which I feel like the Rockhaven Umbreon pick was. So what a great team composition he built for this regional right here. How will that match up versus Magic Mason and Doombug? We have that matchup next.
Yeah, it's, again, a big shout out to Rockhaven for his incredible performance so far. I feel like in those last 2 series, he's just been so dialed in. It doesn't look like he's ever has his back against the wall. He's like in the driver's seat. He's like, I know what I'm going to do. Like, I don't care if you try to catch a move. I don't care if you're throwing a Leaf Tornado. I'm going to shield it. I already know my next move here. And he's just like completely reading his opponents and finding ways. And the thing is, Onion Frank and Rise Occasion, they played great. I really can't criticize their gameplay. They did really well in those matchups, but I don't know. It was Rockhaven's doing something else.
He was able to read those opponents, but will he be able to read the next opponent? So let's look at those. Let's look at Magic Mason specifically. This trainer was the Toronto Regional Champion. Remember, he was the originator with Umbreon, right? He was the team that had the knocked out Trevenant Lantern Core, but then Umbreon was just so safe. He was the original Umbreon believer.
Yeah, and the originator of one of the most meta teams for about 6 months. That 6-month stretch of that meta, he played in that tournament and he took it all the way in Toronto with that team, and now he's running another fairly meta team. I think he's made great adjustments, and I believe Magic Mason has dropped only 1 battle throughout the entire tournament. But you know what's more impressive than that, Butters?
It would only be if someone didn't drop a single battle.
That's absolutely right, and that's going to be his opponent, Doombug. Doombug apparently hasn't dropped a single battle. He did simultaneously knock out and tie against Rockhaven earlier today in Top Cut, right? And I think we were commenting that earlier.
So he's 12-0-1.
Yeah, exactly. And Magic Mason's 11-1, right? So really impressive stretch of wins for both of them, but that can't continue, right? Someone's got to take some losses here. Let's see who's going to be able to do it. But I mean, Doombug, his resume is too long to fit on the sheet, right? Arlington Regional Champion, San Antonio Regional Champion. I mean, he's the champion of Texas in many ways. Tons of accolades. 3 times Worlds qualified player, 2 times competitor. I mean, he's just here to just collect more points and more trophies to hang up.
And his story has been a story of resilience, and now we're in a best-of-5 series from here on out. So it's going to be Magic Mason versus Doombug, 2 trainers that have participated in a ton of competitions together. They've been at the same ones, but they've actually never battled each other. So we got that premiere up right now.
Yeah, It's interesting. I mean, I'm actually shocked that they haven't battled each other too, right? Because I mean, Doombug's going to every single one of these tournaments, so it's surprising he hasn't battled everyone at some point in time. But yeah, this is going to be a very interesting set. I believe both of them are running fairly meta teams, if I'm not mistaken. Doombug, a big advocate of the Shadow Whiscash. He was talking about backstage, and you know, we saw Rockhaven's Shadow Whiscash do a lot of work there in some of those sets too. So big proponent there, and I mean, hey, you haven't lost a single battle. What can you say about that? They're both feeling great about their performance so far, and at least a top 3 finish for both of them. So again, another piece of the resume on their, you know, sheet right there. And here we have, I mean, the teams look almost identical, right? What's the biggest difference? You have the Annihilate instead of the Dugong, right? And then the Shadow Whiscash instead of the non-Shadow Whiscash.
You know, exactly right. That is the only difference, and it reminds me of Liverpool, where Dugong Annihilate core was so strong there, and each trainer just decided to pluck out one of them and just use it. And Doombug decided on the Annihilate.
They're core breaking the Liverpool meta.
Yeah, and then Magic Mason decided on that Dugong, and he's actually been really happy with Dugong's performance so far, just because obviously Shadow Gligar is #1 in usage. I believe, what was it, 75% in day number 2, so it has ridiculous usage, and Dugong is the best answer to Shadow Gligar pretty much possible in mainstream meta.
I mean, if you're these two trainers, there's no way they don't feel good about their teams, because at most you've lost 1 game or tied a game and that's it, right? They're feeling so confident, so they're both going to come in here guns blazing and seeing who could actually come out on top. And we saw Annihilate earlier. It's not the best matchup against Dugong even. You do have Night Slash though, so you don't have to go all the way to Shadow Ball, right? You're not going to want to throw the Ice Punch if you have the Ice Punch one. So there's some play, and I mean, we saw the double boosted Annihilate earlier against Rockhaven. I mean, even Rockhaven couldn't do anything about that. I mean, I don't think anyone can. And that is something to watch out for if you're Magic Mason. You can't control that. That's just the boosting Annihilate, and you know, Doombug's kind of a professional when it comes to the boost there.
Well, the interesting dynamic between the Dugong and Annihilate matchup, and it was actually the reason I had Dugong on my caster's prediction, is if you get a 1 Ice Shard advantage in the Safe Swap and throw Icy Wind straight away on a counter Annihilate, you actually just win the zeros. And so it forces the Annihilate to either protect shield to get the counter down, or just lose the alignment. And here we are with that Dugong in the lead, but this is a Pokemon you would like to see in a neutral matchup because you can get to that super effective Power Whip.
And Magic Mason is kind of, I mean, kind of ABA weak. I was going to say ABA weak to it, but the Gligar is just kind of neutral into Lickitung as well, so fairly weak to Lickitung in this set of battles. And Doombug's in a pretty commanding position, right? Because sometimes he will throw the Icy Wind and then swap out, and sometimes you could just leave with the Power Whip banked. Magic Mason decided to stay in for the Power Whip before swapping out. Oh, actually going to shield. A big shield, though, still shielding the super effective move.
And these are lineups we've seen a lot of. We have the Doombug with the core of the Whiscash Skarmory, and then to put the Lickitung as the alignment piece, which is gonna probably work in this scenario because, I mean, although you did go down a shield if you're Magic Mason, so it looks like he could take the alignment if he so chooses, and Doombug could take the shield advantage in the back.
Okay, I'm going to make a read here, Butters. I might be wrong, but I'm thinking Doombug's thinking, all right, Shadow Whiscash, especially up a shield, can beat the entire team of Magic Mason. I'm not going to shield. I don't need switch advantage. I just need my Shadow Whiscash to close this out for me. Let's see if that's going to be how he plays out. He comes in with Skarmory. I like this play, right? Come in Skarmory. You could potentially Brave Bird and dip. And, you know, you're going to reach a Brave Bird right when the Scald's reach. It is going to be on charge attack priority. Scald is going to come through, but this is fine.
It's literally perfect because you're going to be able to absorb the damage, then drop your attack with the Brave Bird, and then leave the Whiscash energy dry by pivoting to your own Whiscash. It couldn't have been drawn up any better for Doombug here. And there's the swap, there's the pivot, and now you can just go straight Mud Bomb.
And there wasn't even an attack drop. So that's
but
huge.
He doesn't. But he knows you win charge attack priority, so he goes on charge attack priority for Scald, but Magic Mason didn't go for it, maybe knowing he would lose it, and decides to use a Protect Shield.
This is so tough for Magic Mason.
Oh, he did lose it.
Yeah, he lost the charge attack priority. Now it's trying to get the Scald off, but now completely shieldless for that Shadow Gligar. You need attack drop at the bare minimum. You do get the attack drop, but Dune has extra energy as well. And you can see, oh, Dune reading that Magic Mason's going for the Mud Bomb, not even going for the Scald again, so Doombug capitalizing it on as much energy as possible. still a shield left on Doombug's side.
And the pressure that Shadow Wizcash is throwing out there, plus the fact that it went, actually swaps on a Mud Bomb. Swaps, which is really difficult to do with the 3-turn fast attack. Still getting that swap into the Shadow Gligar. Can this bring him back in the game? But the thing is, you don't have any protect shields for this Skull, but you were dropped one stage of attack, so maybe the Shadow Gligar hangs on.
Magic Mason didn't even try to throw the dig at that point, maybe expecting he's going to lose charge attack priority, because in that situation, the Wizcash
he does hang on.
Is pretty close.
Skarmory is out there, though.
He doesn't even throw the dig, and now the Skarmory is going to just absorb all the energy. And again, there's no stopping this Wizcash. Wizcash is nearly still, I mean, really healthy, 50% health. Yes, you have the Dewgong on the remaining, but you can't Ice Shard down, right? And then here, you have to throw the Icy Wind. Magic Mason giving some respects to Doombug. Doombug continuing his undefeated run here at Knoxville.
And now he is 13-0 and 1 tie, and he is going to be able to either Mud Shot down or get to this Mud Bomb and take a 1-0 lead against Magic Mason. And I completely agree with you. You have so much optionality with the way Doombug was running his team. He has Lickitung in the lead. He has the core of Skarmory, Shadow Wizcash in the back. So pick your poison. Do you want to lose alignment against one of the best cores out there? Or do you want to go down shields and just let my Shadow Wizcash close on your entire team because you made a great point? Up energy or up shield Shadow Wizcash, there's no answer for Magic Mason.
And that's the thing, right? Doombug can't see what we see. We see the backline Magic Mason, but Doombug already reads that it doesn't matter what you have. I know I have played into the rest of your team. Even if you have that Lickitung in the back, I'm okay down up a shield, right? So he's just already so confident in that read, and I think that was such a good assessment of the team from Magic Mason. Magic Mason, a fantastic catch too, right? Didn't even pause, just swapped on a dime, catching the Mud Bomb, resisted Mud Bomb on the Gligar, but Doombug not face at all.
He's doing the same thing, Caleb. This is the lead of game number 2, and he has the same strategy, and it will work out the same because you'll either take alignment or you'll either neutrally beat Wizcash or you'll get shields.
And I love this play to run the Lickitung in the lead because this way it's too hard to safe swap that Dewgong. You're talking about, right? Safe swap Dewgong even can beat the Annihilate, but if you lead Lickitung, it's much harder to safe swap into it. And again, Magic Mason, unfortunately, a little bit ABA weak to the Lickitung. This is going to be debuffed though, so doing some damage. I don't think he cares. I think he's just going to keep throwing Power Whips. He's going to take the damage. I don't think he even needs to win switch. He might leave with a Power Whip bank though. That's a possibility.
Yeah, he's going to absorb this Icy Wind. Does he try to pivot? Does he go to his own Skarmory here? Decides to stay in and then go to Skarmory. He did bank that Power Whip. Remember, that will be super important in the back line because Wizcash takes double super effective to the Power Whip. So if he could combo move that later on, he could just win the game.
And this is so tough for Magic Mason because what do you really do here, right? You could bring in the Skarmory to absorb all this resisted damage. I think that's a solid play. But if you spend the Skarmory on that, you have nothing really for the Lickitung with the Power Whip. And I mean, again, the Wizcash for Doombug looks so strong. What do you do to check that, right? There's not even a Lickitung on the side of Magic Mason.
And he brings in his own Skarmory to try to soak up all this energy. Was this the Brave Bird? It does look like it was the Brave Bird. So just trying to get that damage. I believe Doombug, even though he's going to get his defense dropped by 2 stages, I think he will threaten double Brave Bird. So either Magic Mason is going to have to throw some energy or give up a Protect Shield or just soak another Brave Bird, and he's deciding to either soak it, and he soaks it.
I actually like this play a lot from Magic Mason. He knows that he survives the Brave Bird. He wants all the energy possible. I think he's expecting the Witch. Oh, actually bring the Lickitung for the combo play. Bring in a Body Slam. Do you shield a Body Slam? No, not going to shield. This is going to be interesting. I mean, you have to commit energy at this point, right? You can't go for the Steel Wing down. And what do you do if you're Doombug? Because I think at this point, doesn't this leave him? Oh no, he still has the Skarmory to clear debuff, so I'm going to say he is going to leave him with just the Wizcash. He'll be permanent debuff from the opposing Wizcash. I think Doombug's going to come in, try to Mud Shot this down, and then come away with an energy lead for the opposing Wizcash.
This is the timeless predicament right here. And this is going to be the Brave Bird. You have to protect shield, but it's going to be Wizcash versus Wizcash in the back. You were asking, what's better, Shadow or normal? The thing is, you have a shield advantage if you are Magic Mason. And once again, Doombug wants to leverage the situation of throwing the Mud Bomb in a no Protect Shield from Magic Mason.
That's a big call from Magic Mason, right? Because he knows that it is not the Scald. However, doesn't this just put him in Mud Bomb range? I don't think Doombug even needs to debuff Magic Mason anymore. And Doombug making a huge shield call to shield the harder hitting Scald. No debuff
Now
either.
he is in Mud Bomb range. You can just throw Mud Bomb. You don't even have to go for the Scald. Decides to not even go for charge attack priority there. Decides to soak the Scald. Maybe he is trying to bank up energy and then clear a debuff and then go to his own Skarmory. He absorbs that Scald. He doesn't even get the debuff.
No debuff.
You're at double Mud Bomb. Here comes the first Protect Shield. You're one mud shot away from the double.
But the thing is, well, yeah, he still has another shield, though. I think Magic Mason is still going to outpace this Wish Cash. Doombug needs to make an incredible catch to have a way to beat Magic Mason's Wish Cash at this point, because that shield advantage Magic Mason built up for himself after that farm down with Skarmory was huge. Can he do it?
Swaps
Does he try
and
it?
he misses.
No, he doesn't
He
get
misses
it. The patience from Magic Mason.
Wait a second. He threw a Mud Bomb. That means he is one mud shot away from the next Mud Bomb.
Yeah.
Doombug wins charge attack priority, but he's energy dry. So he is able to get to that Mud Bomb, and he's able to get to the knockout. Magic Mason's kind of pointing out, I knew you were going to swap there. I knew it. I knew that was going to happen. And he waited on that swap and was able to tie up this series 1-1.
Magic Mason spoiling Doombug's dreams of joining LNDS Hard Jeff as being completely undefeated in a tournament. I don't know if the tie counts or not, but we don't really have to worry about that now that he has finally lost a battle. But still, incredible back and forth between these two trainers. I mean, you know, it looks so good for Doombug to start off, right? You got the Lickitung on the Whiscash, then you had it on the Dugong, and he was able to farm down with the Skarmory, but Magic Mason making the aggressive farm down in that Skarmory mirror, absolutely huge. And you see Doombug, yet again, going for that Mud Bomb play. The question is that the right play, Butters, right? Because if you go for it, you essentially could always no-shield one of those moves. You also don't debuff the opposing Whiscash, so it's doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, it's so tough because he said earlier in an interview he wanted to be on the same cycle as the opposing Whiscash. So he throws the Mud Bomb, then he's still pacing correctly at the Scalds. But then once the Mud Bomb goes through, because Magic Mason knew it was the Mud Bomb, now suddenly he's in Mud Bomb range with 2 Protect Shields. Now you never go for Scald. So it's very complicated, and we're just back in it. We're in game number 3, and that is a positive lead that is going to be the Shadow Whiscash into Magic Mason's Charger Bug.
Yeah, you can see Magic Mason trying to swap out as soon as possible, maybe, but yeah, exactly. And then swaps to that Dugong, but the adjustment from Doombug as well, bring in the Charge Bug into this Dugong. This is a really solid matchup for Doombug right here. I mean, you have the Charge Bug, and there's a Charge Bug in the back for Magic Mason as well.
You know, this matchup isn't terrible for Magic Mason here. You'll be able to at least get off 2 icy wins usually, and then maybe you can go for some fast. Actually does give up a Protect Shield, maybe just trying to debuff once again, and he had that opportunity where he can clip that 4-turn fast attack. He gets the Protect Shield back. You're not going to win this matchup, but at least you are getting some Protect Shields down.
And this is a kind of a funky backline as well, but I think definitely favoring Doombug, especially because he has that Whiscash, and Magic Mason going to let this discharge go. I don't know if this is enough, but Doombug is only 1 Volt Switch away from another. Actually, you could go probably straight X-Scissor at this point. Yeah, still 1 Volt Switch away, and goes for that X-Scissor to try to take out this Dugong. You can't shield at this point. You have to let it go.
I love this play because Magic Mason now has a way to just go for the Volt Switch down. And there comes the pivot, just switch locking the Whiscash, but you don't have an answer for Whiscash, so it doesn't even matter for Doombug. You're throwing the Scald here into the Charger Bug. This is a Shadow Scald, and it does a good chunk of damage. It doesn't get the attack drop, though.
This is still really good for Doombug. Doombug, again, reading that the Shadow Whiscash is so strong. The real biggest matchup it doesn't want to see is the Dugong. Once it's taken out, he's going to aggressively pivot over. And look at the health on the Charge Bug, right? The Lickitung can handle it. All you need to do is take out the Skarmory, and this is honestly the matchup Doombug wants. He'd rather have the Whiscash on the Skarmory than the Lickitung on the Skarmory, and Magic Mason is falling into that trap.
And the problem is you're going to have a tough time taking out this Whiscash. Your attack has dropped. If you just want to invest, you could just invest the Protect Shield here. And there it is from Doombug, because you're not going to be able to Steel Wing down, and you're just going to force a Protect Shield back with your next Scald. And then you're going to force energy out of the Skarmory eventually because it can't fast attack you down.
And that's the thing with Skarmory. Oh, Magic Mason just going completely let it go. And then we get the lick down too. Even more energy on the Lickitung just to further emphasize the dominance of this specific matchup. 3-ball flex for Doombug in this third game of the series, 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. Can Magic Mason find a way to force a game number 5?
And Doonbug was unhappy with that one loss in the tournament and just came back with a 3-ball flex in a comfortable win. Did switch up the strategy, didn't use the Lickitung lead with the same backline, which was so strong, but now does he go back to it in this game number 4? As we see the replay, in the absolute pressure that Shadow Whiscash, it really, and when you're watching these battles, it's just so different when you're watching the Shadow Whiscash compared to the normal Whiscash. It really elevates the tempo and the pressure that the opponent's feeling.
I'm completely sold, Butters. I thought that the Shadow Whiscash was just not going to be able to perform as well. You want the bulk of the non-Shadow, but that damage is such a difference maker. I mean, Scald hits so hard. We were talking about this last night. It essentially does the same damage and costs the same amount of energy as Crab Hammer, one of the best water moves that you never see because on Pokemon that just can't really use it very well. But it's better than that because it also has the debuff, 50% debuff chance on top of it. And giving it to a Shadow Whiscash, that's going to be a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's more like a Crab Sledgehammer. It's just so strong here as we have the lead matchup. I actually really like this lead from Magic Mason because it would have countered that Lickitung lead for Doonbug, but Doonbug didn't go back to what he was doing originally. He switched it up, and now he has the Annihilate in the lead, and it looks like he is going for the bait on the Night Slash, trying to get a little advantage early in this game. No shield. What a call by Magic Mason.
Do we get the boost? Oh my God, we get the boost! Doombug and his boost. Oh man, you are stressed if you're Magic Mason. You make a huge call, but then now you're dealing with the boosted Annihilate. And look at the back line. You don't want to see this Annihilate.
It's
countering down so fast.
Again!
And you know, Doombug, no remorse, going for another Night Slash. What do? Do you shield this? You can't shield this.
You have to try to lick down, but you're going to take so much damage. Can he go 2 for 2 on the boost again? No, it's not like the Rockhaven matchup, but it's going to be so hard. You have to take so much damage to lick this down. That, once again, could be a game-winning boost for Doombug.
Doombug continuing. A boost again!
No way!
Look at
He's
the counter
4
adding
stages.
up. You can't even get to the Power Whip. Doombug, I wouldn't be surprised if he just shields this just to see how much mileage just Annihilate could go, but he did enough. I mean, I don't know. Do you even see the third Pokemon? Probably not. And yeah, this is so tough. I mean, what can you do at that point, right? You finally see the Annihilate, and it does that. It double boosts again.
Oh, that is so tough for Magic Mason. I think Doombug even said, I'm sorry there, because not only did he get the 1 boost, he got the 2nd boost. Look at Lickitung's health, Caleb. Look at Lickitung's health.
You can lick through it at this point.
The Annihilate was, what, at 35% health when the Lickitung came in, and it almost countered down everything of that Lickitung. That, I mean, it just seems like the Pokemon gods are on Doombug's side here in Knoxville.
Yeah, he seems like the Pokemon god himself right now. I mean, you talk about Onion Break, say he likes to win hard. Doombug's Annihilate likes to win hard, and here we see the, I mean, full health Lickitung. What can you do at this point to clearing the debuffs as well? I mean, you know, Doombug's not going to play sloppy. He's still going to play to his win conditions. It's not completely over, but it's kind of over.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such an advantage. You get 2-stage attack boosted, and we've been arguing about what's better, Ice Punch or Night Slash. If Night Slash has this kind of upside and you just hit the boost, it's just unstoppable and super unfortunate because it's not like Magic Mason was bringing Dugong and Lickitung as the backline Pokemon, but the one time the Annihilate boosts, he has nothing to counter it in the back either.
And here Doombug's just going to lick it down. I mean, okay, look, I said it. I'm making Shadow Whiscash after this. I'm also TMing Ice Punch away. Night Slash is clearly the way in so many situations. I mean, Doombug's going into a flyer, the Skarmory. I mean, what can you do, right? You can't do anything. I know Rockhaven's watching the stands. He said, hey, Match Mason, I know how you feel. That's how I end up in this losers bracket too. They'll be facing off in the losers finals, but what a performance from Doombug and that Annihilate going straight through to the grand finals. Lost only 1 game, and I mean, if you're boosting that much, I'm surprised he's even lost a game, right? But yeah, double boost in 2 separate decisive games for Doombug. You can't make this up.
And what is now 15-1-1. And then after he lost his first game, he 3-ball flexed. Then he just steamrolled
Double
with that
boost.
double boost. So, I mean, it's going to take a lot to beat Doombug. And especially, it's tough to beat Doombug without Night Slash boosts. If he's double boosting Night Slashes, it's going to be impossible.
Yeah, I think we have some highlights for y'all, but I got a question for you, Butters. We saw a decent amount of Annihilate with Night Slash throughout this weekend. I don't think I've seen any Annihilate boosts besides Doombug's Annihilate. Is that correct?
I haven't seen it. And we've seen his Annihilate boost 4 times. Four times in
2 games.
And the thing is, it's not like it's boosting in one game, it's boosting in another game. It's literally boosting almost back-to-back. Against Rockhaven, it boosted back-to-back. Against Magic Mason, it slacked a little bit because it boosted once, missed the boost, and then boosted again.
I don't know if this is correct terminology, but that sounds like a double-double in this scenario for Doombug. But yeah, and, man, that Annihilate. I mean, again, we're watching battles with other people using it. I saw Out of Pocket use Night Slash multiple times. No boost ever. Doombug. Once the first boost happened, I think everyone expected the second boost because it's Doombug, and his Annihilate is just always boosting.
I think every single time that Onion Frank or Valor Ash missed a Leaf Tornado debuff, I feel like Doombug just absorbed that energy.
Yeah.
It just channeled it into his Night Slash. Yeah, he is channeling all the missed Leaf Tornadoes here in Knoxville, but it's just ridiculous. And I mean, it's just unstoppable. I mean, let's just be frank about it. If that's gonna happen early on in a battle, especially when your backline is double weak to fighting, it's just really unstoppable. And there it is. There is the boost. And he's laughing about it because he knows as soon as that happens, he instantly protects shields. He's like, okay, let me do it again.
And it changes the entire dimensions of this game. You can see, and here comes another one, right? You were struggling against his Annihilate. Here comes another one. And you can see, you know, Magic Mason, what can he do, right? He's shaking his head. And you're giving a double boosted Annihilate to someone like Doombug, right? This is not his first tournament. This is not his first rodeo. He's a 2-time regional champion trying to make it 3-time. And if you give that much advantage to someone like Doombug, no one in the world could take the game off of him there.
We just saw in Australia, Jakobovic win back-to-back regionals, but just to point out, in North America, no one has ever won 2 regionals in one season. And now Doombug is on the verge of that because he is now in the winner's side of the grand finals.
Yeah, wow, and I mean, it's hard to take a game off Doombug, right? Magic Mason, the only person to do it, and Rockhaven, the only person to tie with Doombug. So I guess out of the remaining people that can face Doombug, these two are most suited for that, but it's hard to take a single game off of him. Imagine taking a whole best of 5 off him and then doing it again. Those are near impossible odds.
Yeah, and literally in the losers finals, it's the 2 trainers that he boosted through. It's gonna be Magic Mason versus Rockhaven, and that is gonna be an epic series, but it's just Doombug with all the momentum. Can one of these trainers stop him? They couldn't do it before, but they're gonna try to battle through this losers finals to have a shot to do it again.
You know, if I'm Magic Mason, I'm going to just sit down, reset, right? Just, you know, there's nothing he could have done at that point in that final game, so there's nothing to beat himself up over it. One thing that he's probably relieved to see is that looking at that team sheet, it's just an Ice Punch Annihilate onside Rockhaven, so at least doesn't have to worry about that endgame nightmare scenario.
That really was a nightmare scenario, but don't go anywhere. We have the losers finals coming up, but quickly, it's so awesome to meet trainers at these venues. I would like to introduce you to a new trainer, Hedrick. Hello, trainer.
The first Pokemon game I played was Black 2 on my DS back when I was in elementary school. When I was younger, I would collect some of the cards, and my dad, I think, it started to encourage me to start playing competitive more. He wanted me to learn the rules of the game, so, you know, my mom and my dad, they helped me go to league, and I started going to tournaments, and that helped me get into Pokemon. I remember winning one of the city championships, I think it was, in junior division, and that was pretty fun. My favorite Pokemon is Cyndaquil. I think it's because I played it in a Mystery Dungeon game on the DS, and that was the character it gave me. And so then it kind of just stuck with me. People that I look up to in the community, I mean, obviously Tord is like one of the best players in the world. It'd be cool to have some of the accomplishments that he has, but you know, some of my friends that I test with, like Caleb, it's pretty good too. So I'd probably like to have another game against Azul, to be honest. We're 1-1 against each other all the time, so we could get that tiebreaker game and that'd be fun. It's gotta be Unova. Region is my favorite because because that was the first game I played on the DS in Black 2. So I think it's got to be chocolate. Chocolate's just really good, and I think my mom's always liked chocolate, so I think that definitely passed down to me from her. If I won the World Championship, I would definitely call my parents first. I'm sure they'd be watching anyway, but they supported me throughout Pokemon, getting me into it when I was younger, and now I'm going to tournaments by myself, but they still check in on me, and I'm sure I'd want to talk to them. I think I've got to go with Sprigatito. I haven't played the video games in a while, but that looks like the coolest one to me, so that's what I have to go with.
I started playing competitively in Pokemon Go in the official format from the very first tournament, the 2022 Liverpool Regional Championships, which I won. Prior to that, I've been playing grassroots tournaments ever since PvP was introduced into Pokemon Go around December 2018. I've been a very, very avid competitor ever since. My favorite partner Pokemon from the main series games, I would have to say Piplup. Just really love the little cute blue penguin. But for PvP, my partner Pokemon is and always will be Cresselia. It's changed over the years with different updates to the game, different changes to the meta. I'm a massive fan of playing Cresselia. My favorite team of all time that I've ever played is Cresselia, Sirfetch'd, and Scrafty. 3 massively underrated Pokemon that should not work together, but somehow pull through. I am a very competitive person by nature. I always have been. But really, for me, these tournaments is an opportunity to hang out with friends, to meet some people that I've been chatting online with for years through our grassroots tournaments, just to share some laughs and create some memories. No, not really. I'm maybe one of the only players that can say they've beaten both world champions at the World Championships. So it's less looking up to these players and more wanting to have another opportunity to show my stuff against the best of the best.
Hello Pokemon trainers, this is Stephanie Christine, and I'll be recapping the 2024 Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Charlotte. The story of the weekend was Annihilate, coming out swinging into the Pokemon Go meta, knocking Medicham off of the charts with a 1-2 punch. The top performing Pokemon in Charlotte were Lickitung and Azumarill, which answered the dominant Pokemon from the Portland Regional, Whiscash and Gligar. On Championship Sunday, Teddy GM10 started in the losers bracket. He and his Skeletors went on a rampage, defeating many top trainers such as Beach, Elam, Out of Pocket, and Evan Sevens to claim a spot in the losers finals. Teddy met with Kayshawn, who had just come off of an 0-3 loss to Lyle Jeffs III in the winners finals. Kayshawn and his Frostlass, however, bounced back and froze out Teddy and his team. This set the stage for a rematch between Lyle Jeffs III and Kayshawn in the grand finals. Lyle showed a masterful command over his team, which was identical to the team that won the Portland Regional just 2 weeks before. With no Protect Shields remaining, there was no way to stop Lyle's 3-0 victory over Kayshawn as Lyle became the Pokemon Go Charlotte Regional Champion.
Lyle Jeffs gets the body slam, and he's done it! Lyle Jeffs with the 3-0 victory is your regional champion here in Charlotte, North Carolina!
The formula for success has seemingly been set. Who is going to be the one to crack it? Could it be you? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you to start your journey on Victory Road.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Knoxville Regional Championships. This is Championship Sunday. We need to see some hype in the chat and in the crowd because we are heading into our final few matches of the weekend. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with the Alpha Feed.
And we are going into the losers finals here. So it is the last opportunity for both of these trainers here to make it to the coveted grand finals to lock in either first or second place here in Knoxville. And it is heating up.
It definitely is. The question in my mind, you can have a stumble, right? Magic Mason, we saw, went down to Doonbug in that previous set, but does a stumble turn into a fall? Falling out of the tournament completely? That is the question on these trainers' minds as we head into, like you said, the losers finals with so much on the line. A chance at a regional title is just a few games away, but you have to take it one step at a time.
And getting that rematch in Grand Finals is definitely what Magic Mason is looking for, but he's going to have to push his way through Rock Haven, who has had a great run himself.
Yeah, Rock Haven just steady. I think steady is the word. He's been able to just pilot his way through so many talented competitors and just is unwavering in the face of regional champions, up-and-comers, and the like.
Steady as he goes, steady as he goes, and the players are ready up on stage. Let's see what teams they are bringing to this losers finals. For Magic Mason, that Shadow Gligar that I've been really focusing on for him, he's piloted it to so much success here, and it's paired with Whiscash, Dugong, Lickitung, Skarmory, and Charjabug, a very solid, dynamic, and diverse team.
Yeah, Magic Mason has not had to suffer through much of the losers bracket, but he's now down there, and it looks like Rockhaven has a chance to upset our former Toronto regional champion from the last season. He's got a shot at beating this trainer and getting into the grand finals, but we'll see if he can make the most out of this opportunity. Shadow Whiscash and Shadow Gligar. We talk about the Shadow Gligar for Magic Mason being a tremendous safe switch. You said yesterday, Phoebe, chat clipped it, there's evidence. Magic Mason is the best Shadow Gligar player in the world. Can Rockhaven stand toe-to-toe with him?
And it'll be interesting to see how that Pokemon gets paired up against Annihilate. No Annihilate on the side of Magic Mason means that if Rockhaven does win this losers finals, it will be another Annihilate versus Annihilate grand finals. Game number 1. We are locked in for losers finals, Gligar versus Skarmory.
Again, the slide continues here as a tough lead for Magic Mason forces the instant pivot into the Dugong. Here comes Annihilate to counter it. Super effective counter damage adding up. Icy Wind gets queued up here.
And a bit of a tough switch for Magic Mason. Had he opted for the Charjabug, there would have been no great answer for Rockhaven, but the team composition means that he wants to save that Charjabug for the Skarmory later in the game because it is his best answer.
Exactly right. We see the Shadow Ball get queued up here from Rockhaven. The Protect Shield from Magic Mason trying to slow down the momentum of this Annihilate with another Icy Wind.
Icy Wind coming through is going to threaten a shield from Rockhaven, but we see no shield coming up, but last second decision going to block that Icy Wind attack is going to drop, and will a counter down be possible, or are the Ice Shards doing too much pressure?
Ice Shards adding up. It looks like Annihilate has to pull the trigger on the Ice Punch against a very, very low HP Dugong in order to get the knockout and maintain control of switch advantage. Rockhaven's Annihilate did the job, but it cost so much.
And not able to reach another Ice Punch. Gligar getting the farm down, going for the immediate swap into that Charjabug. One shield on each side, and Lickitung is looking like it will be able to really shore up that matchup, try to get the Charjabug off the field.
Rockhaven Skarmory did absorb the Volt Switch, but I don't think it's that impactful because that's such a commanding matchup against the Shadow Gligar. But right now, we've got the Charjabug on the field versus the Lickitung, like you pointed out, Phoebe. This is a very slow-moving matchup. It's a very control-oriented matchup. You need to time your body slams as a Lickitung trainer. For Magic Mason, he's just going to try to put as much damage on the field as he possibly can.
And that matchup between Gligar and Skarmory is really interesting because the Steel subtyping usually loses to those ground types, but flying double resisting that ground type damage really makes that matchup so strong for Skarmory.
Charjabug closing in on the next X Scissor. Rockhaven trying to cut that off with a body slam. Does pull away the Protect Shield from Magic Mason. Wants to get off that energy, right? Doesn't want this to go to waste. So he farms up another Volt Switch and throws the X Scissor. This is a little bit tricky, right? Because you have Skarmory, but these Steel Wings are resisted and those Volt Switches add up. Rockhaven wants to keep this Protect Shield advantage, and he does, but it's going to cost him.
It's going to cost him the shield later on. Actually, Magic Mason
bait.
Opting for the X Scissor. I'm curious, though, if this will even allow him to get to another charge attack here.
Rockhaven needs to throw a charge attack if he wants to KO, but the switch from Magic Mason into the Shadow Gligar. He's hoping that Rockhaven is going to lose track of the energy on the Charjabug, allow him that finishing discharge. But he's got to throw those digs, like you're mentioning, Phoebe. Single resisted, not that much damage, but you have to try anything and everything to win this game.
And it is the Shadow variant of Gligar, so it's going to be just doing a little bit more damage. First Sky Attack coming through. Rockhaven going to have to really pay attention to his timing here. Make sure that he can get enough energy so that he can throw a charge attack into that charge bug later.
But look at the pressure, right? Another dig, charge attack priority tie. Rockhaven makes a rare mistake, and this dig will come through. This is going to deal a lot of damage to Skarmory, and it might just be enough to get the knockout.
And it's a really tough spot. I think Magic Mason might have only been one Volt Switch away from another X-Scissor, and although it was an X-Scissor bait earlier in the matchup, with the additional damage that had been accrued onto that Skarmory, it might not have been a bait in the end game.
Pressure. It's all about pressure. Applying pressure everywhere with your Pokemon that's in the back that's just one Volt Switch away, or the Gligar you have on the field. We thought when we saw the lead situation that Magic Mason was behind, but he just fabricated a win condition here against a very, very tough lineup.
It's not really a fabrication if it leads to a very real win condition in the end of the game. This single resisted dig going into the Skarmory, taking the victory in game number 1.
Yeah, we talk about stumbles, we talk about falls. A slight mistake there for Rockhaven. Maybe he feels like he should get that game back, but there are no take-backs in the championship series. He needs to continue to fight through this series. Magic Mason already honed in, locked in. I think he's kind of regaining his composure.
You say no take-backsies, but I think Rockhaven's going to be trying to take backsies a win in this next game, trying to rearrange his Pokemon alignment and get a victory here to keep things even in the losers finals.
If you've been following the championship series, you're probably well acquainted with Magic Mason, right? Setting the meta for the following championship series where your Kobrovich won. But looking at Rockhaven, he actually top cut the same tournament as Yuzuku back in Peoria last season, and he did it with Carbink. So a completely different team composition here and less rocks.
Gotcha. and it's all rocks for Carbink because it's so hard to run that Pokemon in the meta. Because of this Pokemon on the right, Skarmory stealing double super effective damage, and the Pokemon on the left as well, Whiscash really pushing Carbink out of the meta.
We talk about the Skarmory Whiscash core. We see one or the other on either side, but we don't see the complements in the back. These trainers are really masking their team compositions and trying to send mixed signals to their opponents and trying to encourage a mistake.
And really switching his team composition up. Magic Mason bringing the Dugong here to try to maybe catch a Gligar in the back from Rockhaven, but no Gligar. We see the Annihilate once again, and as we saw in the first game, it's not a super one-dimensional matchup. Annihilate has the lack of bulk, Dugong has the bulk, able to get those attack drops and kind of fight back in a poor typing matchup.
You know me, Phoebe, I like to simplify things so they don't get too complicated. In my mind, Annihilate with Protect Shield advantage is an absolute force in the meta, right? I think that's what Rockhaven's trying to get. Landing the Brave Bird into the Whiscash, but the Mud Shots aren't enough, and neither are the Steel Wings, so the overcharge by Magic Mason might pay dividends as he throws a Mud Bomb.
Mud Bomb coming through, leaving a Mud Bomb behind as well in terms of energy remaining for Magic Mason's Whiscash. In comes the Lickitung, able to soak up that energy, but actually a pivot out into the Dugong and a counter pivot into the Annihilate for Rockhaven.
This is a little bit tricky, right? You offer up your Dugong here if you are Mason, and just like in game number 1, it aligns against the Annihilate, but you saw what can happen when you invest Protect Shields. You can push this Pokemon to its limits, and you know I've got a Steel type in the back, right? Magic Mason with the Skarmory, and if you're expecting Lickitung, which you have seen frequently throughout the tournament, you can have a shot at winning the series.
But Lickitung up shields against Skarmory is going to do well, and a second shield is pulled by the Shadow Ball. Annihilate going to struggle, however, with a counter down here. Another Icy Wind coming through from the Dugong, lowering this Annihilate's attack stat to a second stage down, and it's going to mean that these counters aren't doing all that much damage.
Yeah, if Annihilate was trying to heat up, this Dugong just put it in a sub-zero freeze, but the Annihilate still gets the counter down. In comes the Skarmory, immediate Ice Punch into the Steel Flying type, but a Steel Wing does come through as well.
You might be wondering, why an Ice Punch here? I think Shadow Ball's probably the better answer. The answer is switching out into Lickitung, raising up the effectiveness of that Ice Punch for a later point in the match. One shield left on Rockhaven's side and a Body Slam coming through.
Ghost type licks adding up neutral damage with Body Slam resisted, but again, we've seen this time and time again in Knoxville. Lickitung can just kind of whittle its way through the Skarmory, wear it down over time. Just like erosion or weather, this Skarmory cannot hang in the air forever.
And a tough decision to be made, and a right shield decision. Brave Bird being shielded, lowering the defense of that Skarmory, an immediate switch out into the Scald, hoping for a attack drop on that Lickitung.
Magic Mason hits the eject button, sends in his Whiscash. Scald lands. No attack fall either. Can't get to the Mud Bomb. And now it's Skarmory against Lickitung and the Annihilate in the back.
Whiscash, without access to Parting Shot, did not leave that Lickitung with an attack drop. Body Slam coming through. There's still an Ice Punch on the Annihilate. Rockhaven in a bad position in terms of typing normal type damage into a Steel type, able to still secure victory in game number 2 and even up 1-1.
Lickitung Body Slam connects, but the licks are the tail of the tail. Here comes Lickitung licking down the Skarmory and snuffing out any chance that Magic Mason had to win game number 2.
And you see Lickitung's tail kind of wagging back and forth, agreeing with you in terms of the tail it had. Jeez, that's a bit of a tongue twister.
I can see where you're going with
The tail it had to tell there.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I can see where you're going. Heading into game number 2, again, everyone, this is a best of 5, right? So typically we'd have a best of 3 set. One more win would seal it. These trainers are going to go the distance. Let's figure out what we think they're going to run in game number 3 based on the result of game number 2.
Again, we saw the Annihilate pair into that Dugong, but really great awareness from Rockhaven. You've talked before about making sure you have as many avenues for win conditions available as possible, and that's exactly what Rockhaven does there by throwing Ice Punch.
Oh yeah, right. Building in the padding, the insurance policies, as I like to call them, multiple ways to execute. You don't want to limit yourself if you can find other avenues. Body Slam connecting here. Magic Mason says, oh wait, you tell me there's a chance? Rockhaven says, nope, no shot.
Yeah, the Lickitung able to secure the deal there. Annihilate, again, still in the back with that Ice Punch. You're talking about insurance policies. You're going to have to see just how much these two trainers have to pay on their deductibles to keep themselves safe and healthy here in these matchups.
One of our trainers already locked in and ready for game number 3. Other one taking just a few more moments to think things over. Actually, I spoke too soon. We're locked in, ready to go.
Very soon, going into game number 3 here, and it's going to be an unfortunate lead, Gligar into Annihilate.
Tough lead for Rockhaven. He does have the Annihilate with Ice Punch, but it takes so long to get there. He actually pivots into his Shadow Whiscash against a Shadow Gligar. Gonna see an Aerial Ace bait. Mason has done this before. Rockhaven sniffs it out. He says there's no way this is the dig. No Protect Shield used.
And in the back for Magic Mason are two Pokemon that do not like to see Whiscash up on energy. We actually see an overfarm from Rockhaven going for the Scald here, pulling Magic Mason's first shield. Remember, this is Shadow Whiscash into Shadow Gligar, which changed the dimensions of this battle.
Attack drop as well further manipulates the dimensions of the matchup. Here comes another Aerial Ace from Magic Mason's Shadow Gligar. Does Rockhaven use Protect Shield? Yes, he does in the final moment, but we might get to another Scald in return. The pivot out into the Whiscash here.
Yeah, Whiscash taking this Scald from super effective to just neutral. It's going to do a decent amount of damage. The question now becomes, can Rockhaven land a second one? And it looks like it might be a simultaneous pacing to a Scald and Mud Bomb, but great understanding from Rockhaven. I believe we've seen an attack tie between these two trainers before, and Rockhaven has typically lost the charge attack tie.
Mason sniffs that as well. Does not think it's the Scald, so he doesn't use a Protect Shield. Overcharges just a little bit. Fires off the Mud Bomb against the Shadow Whiscash. Now this kind of resets the table, right? Gives you a few seconds to think things over. But I think so far it's been pretty tough for Rockhaven. He's going to bring the Annihilate, try to get some energy advantage, but the Scald is going to come through as well.
Scald doing a good amount of damage here to the Annihilate, but not threatening a shield, and the Annihilate's going to be able to build up some energy here. It's going to be able to build up towards an Ice Punch. 2 more counters coming through. I believe that's a total of 4, which means he's 2 away from another Ice Punch, which would really threaten the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, 2 earlier, 2 now. 2 plus 2, that's 4. Quick maths with Alpha Phoebe and Speedy. Here comes Shadow Gligar, and the switch, the pivot, and the catch. Ice Punch into Charge Bug.
Could almost say that it's Speedy math with Big Phoebe.
Hey, there it is. Ice Punch connects. Charge Bug kind of wiggles and shrugs it off, but the Gligar is trying to sap away the dreams here from Magic Mason. This is a tough position to be in.
It's tough. However, the Gligar in the back for Magic Mason looks pretty strong. It has a lot of health left, and that Annihilate is really low on energy, and it's already in the yellow. If Magic Mason's able to put himself into a position where he comes out of the Gligar mirror matchup with 2 Aerial Aces or a lot of health remaining.
Oh, gets the X-Scissor here. That could be critical.
That's going to be a good amount of damage into the Gligar. However, it's not going to put it within a very easy wing attack down, but actually throwing immediately the Aerial Ace.
puts it kind of within Aerial Ace range, right? And that's what Magic Mason really wanted. I think if that X-Scissor doesn't connect, this Shadow Gligar hangs on through an Aerial Ace, but now it's Annihilate versus Shadow Gligar, just how we started the match, and Magic Mason is trying to lock it down here in game number 3.
And it really all came down to that incredibly impactful catch, making sure that the double super effective Ice Punch went into the Charge Bug as opposed to the Gligar, really shored up Magic Mason's shield usage, made those opportunities very clear for him. I don't need to shield this charge attack. I just need it for the Gligar in the back.
Shadow Gligar, such a commanding lead against the fighting and ghost type Annihilate, because even if, for example, even if the X-Scissor wasn't fired off there, if the Shadow Gligar from Rockhaven got the KO into Charge Bug, still, Magic Mason could freely no-shield the Aerial Ace and still have enough HP to wing attack through the Annihilate. But this is the play you called out in the most important moment.
Yeah, the catch into the Charge Bug, the dig not quite able to pick up the knockout. 1 HP and an X-Scissor going into that Gligar, putting it well within the range. Great knowledge from Magic Mason on the energy from Rockhaven through immediately before a charge attack tie could occur.
Yeah. That was great, Phoebe. You should trademark that. That was a great quote. We see Annihilate come in, but it just doesn't have enough to get through that Protect Shield and the Shadow Gligar on the opposite end. One of our trainers is already locked in here. This could be a decisive game, right? Best of 5. So the first trainer to 3 wins will get another shot to face off against Doombug.
Yeah, so Rockhaven's now up against the wall thinking, what can I do to better handle that Shadow Gligar? It's been so instrumental to Magic Mason's run so far. No ice types available for Rockhaven, so needs to work a way around with his more neutral matchups, potentially bringing in Umbreon or maybe even Skarmory again. As we had seen earlier, Skarmory does quite well into Shadow Gligar.
That's the thing too, right? A lot of trainers have kind of short memory, and if you see the Shadow Gligar in the lead for Magic Mason in game number 3, and you think, okay, well, he's probably going to bring it again, I shouldn't bring my Annihilate, that opens up a brand new avenue for Magic Mason to run a team that's weak to Annihilate. Maybe Lickitung Dugong make an appearance and you have no answer. So for Rockhaven, he has to kind of push against the tide here and figure out how he can still counter the opponent's team while maintaining a cohesive unit of 3 Pokemon.
And I think Magic Mason has a little bit of an easier time team construction here, because what is going to be the best pairing with Shadow Gligar? The answer to me is obvious. It has to be that Charger Bug covering both Umbreon and Skarmory. However, it does leave him a bit weak to that Whiscash, so making sure he doesn't build a team that's too weak to Whiscash. This is a great lead though for Rockhaven in game number 4. It's going to be that Annihilate into Dugong.
Rockhaven doubles down on the Annihilate. Out comes the Whiscash safe switch. We're gonna see probably a Scald, and then I would assume, Phoebe, a switch into Plan A, the Umbreon.
Gotta stick with that steady choice. Umbreon coming in, able to handle any charge attack that this Whiscash is able to throw out.
Whiscash will probably have to throw at least 3 Scalds to get a knockout here against the Dark-type Pokemon, because the first one just kind of rinses off of its shoulders. Attack drops, but that's fine because that's kind of what Rockhaven planned for, right? He knows the Annihilate is an important Pokemon to preserve HP and attack-wise. Sending an Umbreon to kind of clean up the rest of the team, I mean, it's ideal.
You could almost say that Umbreon's a bit of a maid here, as you said, cleaning up the rest of the Pokemon, doing a great job of handling all of this energy. We talk about the bulky Pokemon. They're such sponges. They take these hits, hit after hit, still standing, bruised and battered.
You just didn't want to say janitor, but janitors are cool too, right? We see a Scald here from the Whiscash. Scald number 3 into the Umbreon. 2 attack falls already. In comes the Dugong, and now this Umbreon is so slow. It's so bogged down by the by the Scald debuffs that the foul play just kind of bounces off the Dugong, but Annihilate comes right back out.
Annihilate still quite healthy. 2 shields on both sides of the field of play. Icy Wind coming in to lower the damage of these counters. However, Rockhaven, no shielding, going to put his Annihilate in a tricky position. He needs to make sure the Annihilate's able to remove the Dugong from the field of play. Otherwise, his Gligar's in a really tough spot.
Goes for the Shadow Ball on the Charge Attack priority tie. Great awareness and counting from Rockhaven, trying to steady himself in a really tough matchup against the former Toronto Regional Champion. Does connect with the Shadow Ball. Gonna look for the Charger Bug here, and you know, a few Volt Switches might be impactful, but the Annihilate isn't done yet. Gets to another Shadow Ball here.
Just neutral damage coming in from those Volt Switches. Shadow Ball going to threaten really hard-hitting neutral damage, but Gligar in the back in a really strong position, able to take resisted damage from these X-Scissors, resisted damage from discharges as well, so X-Scissor is definitely the play to go.
I mean, on our screen, right, we see a Shadow Gligar and 2 Protect Shields, but to Magic Mason, it might as well be a mountain, right? This is going to be incredibly difficult to overcome because it's really down to the Charge-a-Bug and what little HP he has left on the Shadow Whiscash. 2 X-Scissors start to make a dent, but look at these Volt Switches barely even touching the Gligar.
Honestly, a bit of a betrayal from Magic Mason's favorite Pokemon to run at this event of Shadow Gligar. Umbreon coming back in, doing the janitorial duties, getting a last shield, sweeping that shield into the bin, saying, Rockhaven, I have opened up this avenue for you for Shadow Gligar to sweep.
Whiscash barely hanging on, takes that wing attack there. All Rockhaven has to do is press the shield button, and he does exactly that as he is able to tie up this series. The wing attack down to the Whiscash, and then the Charge-a-Bug is all that's left.
2 digs loaded, ready to bury this Charge-a-Bug into the ground and say, I have fought back, I have clawed, I have wing attacked my way back into this game number 4 and taken victory.
Yeah, Rockhaven trying to take this series with his pinchers here. Does land a second dig into the Charge-Bug. Magic Mason has now been forced into a game number 5. The Rockhaven says, yeah, that was pretty sweet.
I can't get the image out of my head. You said the pictures of the Gligar. I'm just envisioning Gligar now, a old grandma pinching the cheeks of a Charge-a-Bug.
I'm not sure that's what I imagined, but I do think Shadow Gligar has a firm grip on the meta, a vice grip, if I may. That being said, we're heading into game number 5 here, Fee, but these moments are so critical. I think Rockhaven's commitment to the Annihilate is really what put him ahead in the early goings of this matchup.
And commitment to landing the Shadow Ball, pulling that shield from the Charge-a-Bug. Umbreon coming back in, stripping away the last shield, and not fainting to those that first mud shot, so getting additional snarl damage to allow for 1 wing attack to faint the Whiscash there.
Yeah, just pressure across the board, right? We see the second dig connect into the Charge-a-Bug. That's definitely an easy knockout for the ground and flying type. Decisive game number 5 though, all tied up. Basically, you know, just one match to determine who is eliminated in Knoxville.
There's a lot riding on this game. It's win or go home for both trainers here. It's going to be Dugong for Magic Mason and Lickitung for Rockhaven.
We've got a Charge-a-Bug and Whiscash backline for Magic Mason. Meanwhile, Rockhaven with Annihilate and the Whiscash of his own, albeit the Shadow variant. Dugong's going to go for a icy win here against Lickitung, try to slow this matchup down, but already the gears are turning. What's in the back? How can I best adjust to this matchup?
Because Lickitung is being slowed down here, I expect to see a Power Whip, maybe building up a little bit more energy, and then eventually rotating out for Rockhaven. The question is, does he rotate into Annihilate or Whiscash? Either Pokemon with a bit of an energy advantage, with a little bit of momentum, can put a lot of pressure on Magic Mason.
I feel like Rockhaven plays the momentum angle with Annihilate time and time again, right? He might just aim for a Protect Shield advantage, come in and farm down the Dugong, and just try to unleash that energy on the back line. We'll have to see, though.
In comes the next Charge Attack, trying to catch the Power Whip into a Whiscash.
Full send.
No shielded.
Here it comes, full sending the Power Whip, double super effective versus the Whiscash, but the double Icy Wind debuff allows the Water Ground type to hang on. In comes the Counter Swap, Annihilate, trying to gather some energy to deploy onto the rest of the back line.
How many times can you say that you've seen a Whiscash thrown in to catch a grass type charge attack? Scald coming through, specifically not getting the debuff there, and great timing from Rockhaven, throwing the Ice Punch at the same time as Magic Mason reached a Mud Bomb.
Forcing the charge attack priority tie, wanting to cut off additional charge attack damage from the Whiscash. In comes the Charge-a-Bug. Magic Mason's commitment to the electric and bug type is just extraordinary after it's been hammered by Gligar in the past 2 games. It still comes in decisive game number 5 for him.
And a tricky move here from Rockhaven, going straight Shadow Ball that previous game, now throwing Ice Punch, trying to reach another Ice Punch, but I think the next Volt Switch will be enough to knock out.
2 Protect Shields remain for Rockhaven. Charge-Bug about 80% HP. We got a Dugong that's weak in the back, but it's got so much energy. In comes the Shadow Whiscash, and remember, Rockhaven still has 2 Protect Shields.
X-Scissor coming in, Whiscash going to opt for no shielding. It does a lot of good neutral damage, and immediately going for a second X-Scissor here. Rockhaven saying, I can't let my Whiscash take too much damage. Ice Shard from Dugong going to be too threatening.
Here comes Dugong switching into the Whiscash matchup. We see the Icy Wind get queued up here, and no throw by Rockhaven. He's going to go ahead and Protect Shield this one up. This is his last Protect Shield of the match, if I'm not mistaken. That means that Lickitung is in the back. He can clear, excuse me, one more Protect Shield remaining. He can clear the debuff if he chooses to switch, but he gathers enough for the Mud Bomb and throws that first.
Going, I believe, over 100 energy, wasting a little bit. However, still maximizing the energy coming out of this Mud Bomb. The question becomes, does he throws a Scald. Does Magic Mason expect a Scald? No, but it makes sense. It's debuffed.
Yeah, it's debuffed, right? You're going to take the least impactful attack because, you know, the fast attacks aren't that much of a factor. But this Pokemon is so easy to catch on. And look at Rockhaven throwing another Mud Bomb into the Charge-a-Bug. Are we going to see the Swamp Feed?
I feel like Rockhaven has an opportunity to just stay in this matchup, force energy, but actually goes for a catch. But I believe double X-Scissor is on the side for Magic Mason.
He's got the double. Let's see what Magic Mason decides to do. X-Scissor connects into Lickitung. Shadow Whiscash comes out. Second X-Scissor gets queued up. This is the Shadow variant. Is this enough?
It's neutral damage here. It's Shadow Whiscash. I think it's going to be enough. Almost enough to pick up the knockout. Two Mudshots go through, and the X-Scissor knocks out the Whiscash.
Wow. Prepare for trouble and make it double. Magic Mason with a double X-Scissor is able to clutch up the series in a decisive game number 5 against Rockhaven, and that gives him another shot at the title, but he's got to get through Doombug first.
It's a tough matchup there waiting for him in the grand finals, but really, congratulations to Rockhaven. Third place at this absolutely stacked regional in Knoxville.
It's stacked, right? That's an enormous accomplishment to finish third place. And of course, unlike previous seasons, you actually get those championship points. You earn so much for all of your hard work coming to Knoxville and competing the way he did. Again, top cut in Peoria last season and then finishing third in Knoxville, tremendous.
It's so interesting that two players who performed so well in Peoria come into Knoxville and also perform quite well. Peoria typically being on the smaller side of regionals, but Knoxville here, it isn't quite as large as Charlotte, but the attendance, the quality of the attendance is unsurpassed.
Well, that was a titan of a series as these two trainers went blow for blow, fist for fist. We got Magic Mason on the left side versus Rockhaven, and remember, this went all the way to a decisive game number 5.
And here we are in game number 2. Rockhaven trying to even up the score, getting the lick down onto the Whiscash. Body slam after body slam into Skarmory. Not quite picking up the knockout, but a few licks later, secures victory in game 2.
Tied up the series once. Here comes the Gligar in the lead, and we saw it in the back. A great catch there by Magic Mason to switch in his Charge-a-Bug into the Ice Punch damage, but Rockhaven's Shadow Gligar lands a powerful, impactful dig as well.
But not powerful enough. X-Scissor able to be thrown, putting the Gligar within reach of Magic Mason's own Shadow Gligar, and picking up the knockout and putting Magic Mason into a position to farm down Rockhaven's Annihilate.
Try as it may, Annihilate cannot save the day for Rockhaven in game number 3. Magic Mason taking the 2-1 lead, Shadow Ball connecting into the Dugong. Annihilate strikes back.
Going for the Shadow Ball here. Able to pull one of the shields, Umbreon pulling the second shield, and that Gligar in the back for Rockhaven, really showing Magic Mason, you should have brought in Gligar into this game number 4.
Gligar Wing Attack connects, and even though the Scald comes out, Rockhaven is ultimately going to take the win because the Shadow Gligar is it's just incredibly powerful against the Charge-Bug.
And then in game number 5, X-Scissor cleaning up the Lickitung. X-Scissor once again into the Whiscash. Whiscash, I thought it was going to knock out, hangs on by a hair or by one of those...
A whisker. A whisker.
A whisker?
Yeah.
Is that what we call those for
Whiscash,
for catfish?
Yeah, sure.
Ah, fair. You've had me multiple times here in this short period. The Annihilate strikes back, hearkening a call to Annihilate being part of the evil empire?
Oh yeah, perhaps, right? Or maybe it's Annihilate's planet. We're all just living in it, right? It's been an incredible weekend here in Knoxville. We are all set for the grand finals matchup. We are finally here. I need you to do me a favor, chat. Tell your friends the grand finals are about to happen, and make sure to tune in for this exclusive interview with both of our competitors. You don't want to miss this.
Was he casting that one or no?
All right, thank you, Speedy and Phoebe, for the amazing losers finals all the way to Game 5. I mean, I think everyone wasn't sure how this was going to go down. Congratulations, Match Mason. We'll start off with you. How are you feeling after that Game 5? I don't think that anyone knew how that was going to end.
I didn't think I had a chance to win that game, to be honest. I know with those Shadow Wish Cash, the one little disadvantage is those X-Scissors hit a lot more from Charge Bug. But I was just thinking, his Skarm is pretty good in my team. There's no way 3 times in a row he has a good answer for Charge Bug in the back. Yet, he did. So I'm glad it was enough still to take care of that Wish Cash with a big energy advantage. But she was that close.
Yeah. And Dubug, you're probably watching from the stands there too. What were your thoughts on that incredible 5-game series?
Yeah, that was such a very neutral matchup, like so dynamic with Mason and Rockhaven. Like they both had, every Pokemon had play in that matchup. It was such a great matchup to watch.
And after that matchup, you are now at least guaranteed second place, Match Mason. You as well, Doombug, and you're telling me right before this, you essentially have qualified for World Championships. What does it mean to both of you? Actually, we'll start with Match Mason to win this tournament, because it's not, just for World Championship qualification anymore.
Yeah, I qualified pretty early by winning Toronto last season, so I think I made like a pretty good name for myself there. But going into this season outside of Pittsburgh, I've been struggling to even make top cuts. So I don't know if I had a lot of second guessers or even second guessing my own talent and myself. So just this run alone has given me the confidence that I can hang with the best and definitely make a run in Hawaii. So I'm just so happy to have the opportunity to compete. Winning today would be awesome, but I mean, I feel like this run already solidified that I'm still a threat to deal with.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if anyone watching your battles throughout the weekend, there's no way they could question that. Doombug, 2 regional championships already. You might be able to get 2 in one season as well. What does it mean to you?
It means everything. Like last season, I felt like I was a little inconsistent with all my performances. And this season, I feel like I've been extremely consistent. Like this will be my third top 3 of the whole season. And it's given me a lot of confidence going into Hawaii this summer.
That's awesome. And of course, this is going to be a rematch between the two of you. And I know it went in your favor, Doombug. That last game was a little bit one-sided, is probably an understatement. What is something that you're kind of hoping to get out of this match? We'll start with Match Mason, right? Because you're probably hoping no boost for starters, right?
Yes, of course, a little bit of debuff or boost luck my favor. There's a lot more in this meta currently. Good thing I have Dugong, which guarantees me debuffs. But I'm just hoping for a little bit of better alignment. I think Doombug made a great job reading me that first series. Had really good lines. I brought Charjabug one game when I was expecting the Skarmory, and that was the game he dropped it. So he was just predicting me left and right. When I went one way, he went the other, and he was just always one step ahead. So hopefully I can put up a little bit better fight and make some better reads going into this one.
And Doombug, you're sitting next to the only person that took a single game off of you, right? So probably your hardest competitor, and you're going to face off of him in a rematch. You do have that one, bracket or set advantage, I should say, right? Because you come from the winner's side. You're also telling me, too, this is your first time coming into Grand Finals from the winner's side. How does that feel, and how does it feel to face off against Magic Mason again?
Feels like I've gotten a big monkey on my back, because every time I've been in Grand Finals, I've had to reset the bracket. So it's going to be nice having a little advantage over this guy right here.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible series. I mean, just watching that battle, there's so many neutral matchups too. It's hard to predict how it's going to go. Before we head over there, any shout-outs you'd like to give to people that are watching at home or even in the crowds? We'll start with you, Match Mason.
I just got to give a shout-out to all my teammates on Legends United, as well as a lot of my good friends, such as Lyles, Jeff, and everybody else who just always supports me. And, of course, my family, because, I mean, sometimes you're telling your family you're playing a video game competitively, even traveling across the country. They might laugh at you and think you need to take your life more serious, but they support me more than anything, so I always appreciate them.
That's awesome. What about you, Doombug?
I gotta give a big shout out to the community in Toftown. Like, they're always supporting me, and also my Infinity teammates. They've had my back for this whole season. It's gonna be great finals.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I wish the two of you the best of luck. It's going to be incredible battles. Hopefully we'll get 2 game 5s, right? Maybe even a tie thrown there, here, there, but
No
we're
night
kicking
slash
back
boost.
to the what?
No night slash boost.
Give me all the boost. Give me all the boost, please.
No double night slash boost. That's the real question, yeah. But we're gonna have these fellas go back to stage, get settled in, and we're kicking back to casters for some awesome battles.
Alrighty, well, thank you, Caleb, for that interview with our grand finalists. They might be getting some laughs from the family, but there are no laughs here. Such intense battles all through the day, culminating in this grand finals between Dunebug and Magic Mason.
I just want to point out some very interesting points that both trainers made, right? Let's look first at Magic Mason. He says he's tried a lot of things. He had a lot of success last season, but I was looking back at some previous teams. He's tried Drapion, he's tried Guzzlord, he's tried all kinds of Pokemon to get to the grand finals and even top cut at some of these tournaments, right? So sometimes it takes this experimentation, trying new things, going outside your comfort zone. A fun fact about his team as well, the one that he dominated Toronto with and set the meta for months, he doesn't have a single Pokemon in common with the team he brought this weekend.
That's incredible, and it goes to show you his flexibility as a player, but also the flexibility of the meta. Of course, this is a lot, not that a year ago in Toronto was all that long ago, but it's been a long time in terms of Pokemon Go.
Yes.
We've seen so many changes to moves and move pools. We've seen so many changes to the meta, even within a particular season.
Yeah, I mean, there's honestly 4 different cycles within a season of the Championship Series because we have those meta shifts with the Go Battle League season updates. But let's give you a bracket update as well and track how these trainers got to this point. All eyes on the far right side. We've got Magic Mason there. He fell down to that loser's bracket in the final moments after losing in the winners finals, but he's back up on top in the grands now.
And looking at who he just played, Rockhaven had made it through so many other players out of pocket. Jangles, rise to occasion, Onion, Frank. So Magic Mason really toppling the person who had previously toppled a bunch of big names.
Yeah, exactly. He must have caught those trainers snoozing because he's been eating those dreams and getting all the way back into the grand finals. He had a solid run here at the top side as well because he took down Awesome Ev and Rise to Occasion before falling to Dunebug. But look at Dunebug's run as well. He sent Rockhaven down to that loser's bracket, took out Onion Frank with a 2-0, and then, of course, as Caleb famously said, he lost 1 game to Magic Mason before he put him down to the loser's bracket as well.
And that is such an incredible run. Not losing individual games in matchups is so difficult. It really shows how Dunebug creates his team, because if you're flipping a coin, trying to play alignment-based games, it's nearly impossible to win that coin flip 2 times in a row for multiple different battle sets.
Especially at this level, right? Yeah, because if you're in the Go Battle League, you might not get a team preview, but here everything is on the table. You can see what's coming. And speaking of the table, our grand finalists are set and ready to go. Dunebug 97 on the winner's side of the bracket, looking deep into your eyes, as well as Magic Mason on the right side from the loser's side. As a reminder to everybody watching at home, this is a best of 5 series. If Magic Mason pulls off the win, it triggers a bracket reset where he needs to win again in another best of 5.
And the story of this grand finals in terms of teams for me is going to be Annihilate and Shadow Wizcash versus Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, I think that's a great juxtaposition, right? Taking one last look at the team, a refresher here. Annihilate with Night Slash has been the key for Dunebug. Not only is he playing at an incredibly high level, but somehow he's also getting these very small percentage chances to go even further. Double boosting, Boost Bug as we're gonna call him, right, has just been unstoppable, and Magic Mason is the last thing standing in his way.
Double boosting not once, but twice. That's 4 times the boosting power. And on the other side, Magic Mason's team, Shadow Gligar, has been so pivotal for him. No ice types on the side for Dunebug, so feeling probably very safe to bring it in these matchup. Game number 1, grand finals, everything on the line.
Now, Magic Mason said Dunebug read him like a book, but Dunebug is going to turn the page to the next scene because we've got a Lickitung versus Whiscash after a dominant Charge Bug and Skarmory lead.
And we had seen in the previous matchup, Magic Mason sacrificing a Whiscash into double super effective power-up, getting the attack drop from the Scald makes this matchup a little bit more close.
Lickitung going to gear up for a power whip here after the Scald debuff. You've seen the debuffs and the impact they can have in the matchup. Double super effective or not, this might not be enough, and Magic Mason doesn't want to find out. He's going to use that first Protect Shield of the game.
Going up towards another Scald. Question becomes, will Magic Mason fight for switch advantage, or will he just go for doing a lot of damage to this Lickitung? Second Scald coming through, pulls a second attack drop.
Lickitung slows down even more in this matchup as the second Scald does connect. Looking for a third Scald here. Mud Bomb may or may not have been enough, but Doonbug using his first Protect Shield of the matchup. Another 3-for-3 Scald debuffs, and Lickitung is barely moving an inch at this point.
And he was talking about earlier, can he get the debuffs in his favor? 3-for-3 sure seems like it. Holding on, but also switching out, had the opportunity to reach for a Mud Bomb, pivoting into Skarmory, now faced up against Charjabug.
Magic Mason trying to wiggle free of a very tough alignment situation, but finds the Charjabug on the opposite end. Doonbug pinning him here in a tough matchup, will not let him go.
Skarmory building up energy towards the Brave Bird. This would be a lot of neutral damage. One shield still on Doonbug's side. Does he shield and farm down?
Incredible shield call here by Doonbug as he throws up his final Protect Shield of the matchup against the Skarmory. 2 Volt Switches get the knockout, and now he's got a weakened Whiscash. He does not know the third Pokemon, but out comes the Whiscash, and the Mud Bomb gets fired off immediately.
Good timing from Magic Mason here. One Mud Shot into the Mud Bomb to do a lot of chip damage into the Charjabug, putting it down into the yellow, but Doonbug able to farm down with Volt Switch.
Charjabug chewing through these Pokemon from Magic Mason, gears up for the X-Scissor against the opposing Charjabug here. And Magic Mason has to be feeling like he's fading in this game number 1 because Doonbug hasn't even revealed his third Pokemon yet.
Charjabug charging up, charging through this other Charjabug. How many times can I say the word charge in a sentence?
Hey, chugga chugga choo choo, all aboard the Charjabug train. Here comes an X-Scissor and the swap onto Lickitung. If the gap wasn't already large enough, it got even wider.
And even with the help of Scald debuffs on his side, Magic Mason is just in such a tough spot here. Great charge attack timing from Doonbug, throwing after 2 licks to ensure that the Volt Switch damage does not apply before the Body Slam goes through.
Body Slam weakens the Charjabug, and Doonbug makes a very high-level play to send in his own Charjabug, not even revealing the third Pokemon to Magic Mason. So not only does Magic Mason go down early in the series, he doesn't even know what Doonbug's whole team was.
And I think Caleb pointed out, game number 5 of their first series in the winners finals was heavily one-sided, and we see that once again here in the first game of the grand finals. Doonbug looking absolutely unstoppable.
Doonbug, Magic Mason, 2 former regional champions and worlds competitors squaring off here in Knoxville. As you look at game number 1, a few key moments, but I think most of the story was told by Doonbug's fantastic line prediction.
And I was a bit surprised to see Magic Mason put so much into this Whiscash, let the power-up go through, and then switch out afterwards before trying to knock out the Lickitung with a Mud Bomb.
Mud Bomb into Charjabug wasn't quite enough, but our trainers are queued up here for a game number 2 of our grand finals in Knoxville. We've got the famous Shadow Gligar for Magic Mason lined up against Lickitung for Doonbug.
And we've seen Magic Mason pilot this flying type so well into neutral matchups. Lickitung, Cresselia, he's won them all.
Lickitung goes for the Body Slam early on in the matchup against the Shadow Gligar. Shadow Gligar typically is a great safe switch for Magic Mason, but because of some of the obstacles here, right, the Whiscash, the Skarmory, he doesn't feel that comfortable switching it in, so he's going to throw it in the lead here, throw a dig at the Lickitung, and this will connect.
And this has been the key factor in winning those neutral matchups, getting a dig through and allowing himself to only go for Aerial Ace afterwards in order to pressure shields off of his opponents. Doonbug, however, recognizing this is only an Aerial Ace, if I no shield it here, I can get another Body Slam off and threaten shield advantage.
It's just fascinating the resilience of these trainers as we see the Skarmory switch into the mirror match. 2 Skarmories on both of these teams, Phoebe. We saw Charjabug on both teams in game number 1, and they are still bringing their Skarmories into this matchup.
It blows my mind. Magic Mason once again safe swapping Skarmory in the face of a potential Charjabug. This time, however, it pays off, and in the back, the Dugong is looking pretty good into Whiscash, but it will become, once again, a game of debuffs.
Charge attack being thrown by Doonbug here. 2 Protect Shields remaining for Magic Mason. We see no Protect Shield as he matches Doonbug's Sky Attack for Sky Attack. Both Skarmories about an energy parity. I think Mason's just 1 or 2 Steel Wings ahead. Another Sky Attack coming through here.
I think this actually is a Brave Bird. I think I saw him click on the left side of the screen. Brave Bird not able to pick the knockout. Now Brave Bird coming from Doonbug. Magic Mason, I love this. No shielding, going to try to get energy on whatever Pokemon he brings in. And Undercharge actually still picks up the knockout.
Still gets a knockout. In comes Dugong, and the Ice Shard takes care of the rest of the Skarmory. Now we've got Whiscash for Doonbug and a very weak Lickitung.
Lickitung is in the deep red. Whiscash will not like taking Icy Winds, but it needs to come in to prevent Magic Mason from locking in these attack buffs for the rest of the game.
We've seen so many Whiscash trainers do exactly this, right? Throw the Mud Bomb before the first Icy Wind applies. Protect Shield goes up there for Magic Mason. We're going to see another Ice Shard get fired off, trying to throw on good timing. 3 Ice Shards, but before he can get to the next Icy Wind, Doonbug throws another Mud Bomb.
Opting for the timing of 3 Ice Shards instead of just 1. I would have preferred 1 so he could get another Icy Wind off early. Now opting for unoptimal timing, because if he continued to do Ice Shards, he might have overcapped himself.
Doonbug knows that the Shadow Whiscash can be so powerful, such an incredible closing Pokemon, but he's still got so much Dugong to chew through, and he's not throwing any charge attacks. He needs to start to put some damage on the board as another Icy Wind comes through, and no Protect Shield?
This is a bit of a risky call, meaning his final 2 Pokemon are both deep in the red. A switch into the Lickitung, but forcing an energy. Magic Mason is going to get a Magic Mason's Gligar is going to be knocked out here.
Yeah, this is a knockout onto the Gligar, but however, you want to get to the Power Whip on the Lickitung, you can't quite do that because you don't have enough HP to manage it. So instead, he goes for the Body Slam to chip down the Dugong. Now, again, with the charge attack intervals, Whiscash might have enough time with his residual energy to get to double Mud Bomb. It needs to do at least that. But look at this, Dugong, it already has the Drill Run.
The question now becomes, will Dugong throw immediately? Actually, it looked like I couldn't tell. I don't know if that was 1 Mud Bomb or 2 Mud Bombs loaded. First one coming through, no debuffs remaining. Second Mud Bomb is loaded back to back, but this Icy Wind isn't going to be that impactful.
Yeah, Icy Wind gets protected up here. Final Protect Shield for Doonbug in this game, and that's all he needs because the second Mud Bomb will pick up the knockout against the Water Ice type. Dugong going down here in Knoxville. Doonbug going up 2-0.
Magic Mason fighting back, but still not quite enough to take another game off of Doonbug. Doonbug keeping Mason at 1 win, keeping the entire field here in Knoxville at 1 singular game win.
Now, Doonbug has a chance here to make history. He will become the first North America trainer to win 2 regionals in the same season if he can defeat Magic Mason. He's 1 game away. However, we've seen so many reverse sweeps, so many comebacks in the championship series, even bracket resets. They're actually more frequent than there are bracket sweeps. So we could see a very exciting situation unfold, but Magic Mason needs to start fighting back. He's on the back heel, and even that sounds like an understatement.
And a bit of an interesting turn of events in the Skarmory mirror match. Magic Mason able to get a bit of an energy advantage. I would have really liked him to throw his energy in the Dugong versus Whiscash matchup earlier, but really good patience from Dugong, building up a ton of Mud Bombs and ending the game after the Lickitung took out the Gligar with back-to-back Mud Bombs.
All right, we need everybody to get hyped in the chat. We've got Shadow Whiscash versus Shadow Gligar. This could be the decisive game number 3 of our grand finals in Knoxville. Shadow Whiscash, Shadow Gligar, technically a pretty close matchup, but the Scald can be so impactful. Gonna go for a quick aerial ace, Magic Mason.
Mud shots really not adding up to that much residual damage. Going for the Scald, waiting 1 turn to make sure the Scald lands on its intended target. I don't think this is going to be quite enough to knock out. We see the no shield able to take it. Attack drops, reaching now for another aerial ace at the charge attack tie with a Mud Bomb.
Not only does he connect with the Scald, not only does he get the attack drop, but he also wins the charge attack priority tie. Shadow Whiscash for Doonbug has been a game changer.
shield used by Magic Mason to ensure that this aerial ace does land on the Wizcash. Wizcash going to be able to barely take it. A simultaneous swap. How many times have we seen that at this event?
Annihilate for Dunebug hits the field versus the Wizcash for Magic Mason. Scald gets queued up here, but an early Protect Shield by Dunebug. You can see he looks a little confident there, kind of a slight smile, but he still needs to finish the job. No attack fall either. Here comes Annihilate.
Seems like he might be, oh, actually not fishing for the Night Slash boost. I thought that's why he was going, he was smiling, thinking, if I boost again, that's going to give me such a strong position in this game. Great shield for Magic Mason.
Final Protect Shield for Magic Mason gets spent on the Shadow Ball. A great call, but another Protect Shield up here for Dunebug as he shields up the second Skull. Do we get an attack fall? And we do not! Annihilate is just running through competition here in Knoxville. Another Shadow Ball from Dunebug.
Gotta call Dunebug a little bit of a Doombug, doing lots of damage with the Shadow Ball, able to take out the Wizcash, but in comes Magic Mason's Charge Bug, going to really struggle here. 3 Volt Switch, tries to catch. Great patience from Magic Mason. Another simultaneous swap.
Dunebug tries to make the cheeky swap onto his Wizcash, but here comes a Night Slash, maybe trying for one more boost to round things out here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Night Slash connecting into the Charge Bug. He says 2. He wants another one. And he gets it! Dunebug rolling in Knoxville.
Discharge required to be used here. X-Scissor would be double resisted Ghost and Fighting type, able to get the knockout, but in the back is Lickitung, and you see Magic Mason sighing. It takes so many charge attacks to get through this Lickitung, and he stops tapping. He's recognized that this is it.
Magic Mason won at the Skarmory, but we can't all have our dreams come true. Dunebug, meanwhile, fires the Power Whip. That is a 3-0 sweep in the Knoxville Grand Finals, and Dunebug becomes your back-to-back champion here in North America.
What incredible play by Dunebug. So consistent throughout this entire event, dropping just a singular game, able to get his second regional win within one season, the first person within North America, following Jakobovic over from Oceania.
Yeah, it's an incredible accomplishment. Of course, Jakobovic will always say, I did it first, right? Maybe by a few hours, but Dunebug, again, making those 2 tournament runs, right? Against incredible competition and using completely different teams. If we exclude the Shadow variants of Shadow Gligar, Shadow Wizcash, Dunebug did not have a single Pokemon in common with his winning team in San Antonio either.
It's a bit of a Roar of Time advantage that they have over in Australia. They're ahead of us. They start their days earlier. They're in the future. But that doesn't detract from the amazing plays from, honestly, Dunebug and Jakobovic in order to earn those multi-titles within a single season.
Honestly, wherever Dunebug goes, he seems to distort space-time around him, just being able to fall in round 1 and sweep a tournament, and then he comes in here to the winner's side bracket and sweeps that too? I mean, unstoppable is just the word.
It's incredible to see both the perseverance through the loser's bracket as well as the domination through the winner's bracket, both in the same person.
Yeah,
it's really a testament to his skill, but also his consistency at so many of these events.
Incredibly consistent with different tools, right? That's the biggest argument we always hear. Is it driver or is it the car? And I definitely think that is the driver here in Dunebug. Magic Mason making second place in Knoxville in impressive fashion, but still cannot take down the Dunebug.
And in the replay, we'll watch it again. We'll watch the magic happen. Dunebug's magic, not Magic Mason's magic. Power Whip into the Wizcash, not getting the knockout, but pivoting into Skarmory. I feel like put Magic Mason on the back foot here.
I mean, we talked about earlier, Yuzuku mentioned instincts, but also talk about resilience. Dunebug just has the strongest mental game in competitive PvP that I have ever seen, being able to do what he did just a few short weeks ago in San Antonio and then come here in Knoxville and say, you know what, I'm just gonna run it back. I want another one.
And then the Skarmory mirror in game number 2 felt a little bit weird. I thought Magic Mason was going to be in a really great spot because of the farm down. However, piloting the the new and improved Shadow Whiscash to perfection here in game number 2.
Well, you and I kind of shared that prediction. We thought Shadow Whiscash would be a game changer. That's exactly what it was for Dunebug, but just the combination, the distribution of pressure he's able to apply. Shadow Whiscash closing the window on close matchups, Annihilate boosting its way through on top of excellent structural gameplay. I mean, it was just an unstoppable combination.
And Magic Mason unable to utilize his partner Pokemon of this event, that Shadow Gligar, to overcome Dunebug. Dunebug just masterfully playing with the Switch Clock with energy advantage, landing these heavy-hitting Shadow Balls like into this Whiscash here to pick up a knockouts.
And it just seemed inevitable, right? 2 Scalds, 2 Protect Shields, no attack falls, and he still tries to make a cheeky catch to kind of pad the victory and show just how far ahead he was in this series.
And you can't forget Night Slash boost to help him seal the deal here, putting up the number 2 just to get the attack rise. Discharge needing to be thrown in order to pick up the knockout, but Lickitung, just such a great closer if you've moved its hard counters out of the way.
Exactly right. Adding an exclamation point to the end of a regional championship there. Dunebug, Lickitung closing things out. But it's just the way that he was able to attack the board in so many different facets, right? Shadow Whiscash applying a little more pressure than trainers were comfortable with. The Annihilate having those unpredictable but, you know, kind of fortunate boosts in critical moments. He just had all the ingredients he needed.
I'm honestly a little bit in shambles myself. I don't know if you recall my caster predictions, but I had 4 Shadows on my predictions. I don't think Shadow Whiscash was one of them.
I'm sorry. I wouldn't have noticed unless you said something. Let's take a look at our final standings for the tournament this weekend. Of course, Dunebug unmatched at the top, Magic Mason taking 2nd place, and Rock Haven, after kind of not entering into a major competition since Peoria last year, finishes 3rd, which is enormous.
Yeah, Onion Frank, a very solid finish. The Rise to Occasion as well. Yuzuku showing up to his 2nd tournament in top 8ing. Awesome Ev, 1st tournament ever, top 8ing. And Jangles, the Dark Horse trainer, rising up, doing a really solid finish here. Maybe not quite as high as he would have liked, though.
I'm telling you, when we stack up these resumes, they are all equally as impressive, but 3 trainers stand above the rest, and these are their teams. If you're looking to compete at your own regional or your own Go Cup or Challenge, these are winning teams. These are the best possible ingredients you can use to try to get the sauce to win a tournament yourself.
And 2 out of 3 teams have that Shadow Whiscash Annihilate core that I was calling out at the beginning of that grand finals as a really tough core to beat. One of them strips away shield, Shadow Whiscash. The other one has shield advantage to roll through Annihilate, and it's such a great core. There's not many Pokemon that answer both, especially with Ice Punch coverage. So maybe you're thinking, oh, Shadow Whiscash, I'll just bring my Shadow Venusaur. I'll take that Pokemon out. No, you have to worry about Ice Punches coming from the other Pokemon as well.
It's the coverage, right? The distribution of damage and how you can manage tough situations. That's what the best trainers do time and time again. We're going to take a quick breather, but when we come back, 2-0 Butters is going to crown our champion and award some medals, and you don't want to miss that. See you then.
I'm back over at the ring toss area. It is time for someone to win the giant jumbo Wailord plush. Jeff, why don't you explain to everyone exactly what's happening here?
Okay, so in the shootout, there's going to be a process of each player is going to get 3 rings. What they'll do is they'll throw from a line further back than what they normally would, and on a blank board. All they have to do is ring at least 1. If they can ring more, that's awesome, but what it's going to be is a shootout style. They'll each go in order. If anyone makes none, then they'll go to the next round. If one of them makes 1, that person automatically wins, so on and so forth.
Okay. So they have an opportunity, if someone makes 1, other people have an opportunity to try to make 1 as well to tie it up and go again.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, let's get our contestants' names. One of these 4 lucky people is going to walk away with a Wailord. What's your name?
Hey, I'm Kyle.
Kyle, how are you feeling? Are you confident?
Oh, absolutely not.
No confidence. Low confidence level. What's your name?
Joshua.
And how are you feeling, Joshua?
I feel pretty fair.
A little bit better than Kyle. Okay, we'll see. All right, what's your name?
I'm Bruce.
Bruce, how are you feeling, Bruce?
I have ran this for Vince before, so I'm confident.
We've got the most experienced one possibly here. Okay, and what's your name?
I'm Kaylee.
Kaylee, okay. And how are you feeling, Kaylee?
I'm feeling nervous.
Nervous? That's all right. It's all in good fun. These four are going to have their opportunity to try to win this big whaler. Let's go ahead and line up. Whoever's going first.
All right,
I'll lead it to you, Jeff.
You're going to go first, so you'll stand right here on the third line. And then we'll have you go next, Kaylee, and birthday boy gets the follow-up.
All right. 3 rings apiece. Once again, trying to get all the way around the blue box. They have to get all the way around. It can't be leaning on top. It has to be all the way around the base. First shot coming up here. Excellent form, but not quite able to secure a point. One more throw. That one's a lot closer, but still not quite. And the third shot does not come through. We've got our next contestant up here.
Shootout also, earlier before, if it went prompt, they had a chance to knock it out. Shootout, if it's like that, they take it off. It's got to be a clean, fresh shot.
Got to be a clean shot all the way around. We got 3 more contestants. Who is coming away with the big Wailord? Not quite on the board. That one's close. Oh, so close. Does not come all the way through. Has to land all the way on the base, all the way around the square. No points scored there. Contestant number 3, the toss. Another one that's close, but not quite. One more, doesn't quite make it. Last shot, and oh, bounces out. And we have our 4th contestant here, the experienced one. We'll see if he gets this, he wins, correct? If he gets this, he wins the Wailord. One shot, one more shot here. Does he make it? No.
We go to the next round, and we'll do it again.
All right, one more time here. Someone has got to come away with it. We're going to go until someone wins, correct, Jeff? Yes, we go until someone wins. Here we are. Let's see if we see any strategy adjustments. Different forms. There's a toss, not quite. Another one that bounces right off. So incredibly close, but not quite strong enough. Here we go. Another one bounces right off. Very close again. Another bounce. And here we go. Another third final throw. And does not make it. Does not quite make it. She did hit 3. Yes, earlier on for the qualifier, Kaylee here was able to make 3. Just needs 1 hit here. 1 hit, best shot. One more throw. Let's see if she can do it. And, oh, down the back of the wall. Bruce here making his 2nd attempt. If he can secure this, he gets the Wailord. One more shot here. Can he do it? And it bounces right off. 3rd time's the charm. Someone's got to win this thing. We'll see what happens.
So now that we're going into round 3, no one's got there yet. We bump it up to 4 rings each now.
So they're going to have 4 opportunities here up from the 3 they had previously. It's getting tense. These competitors, all 4, want to come home with the Wailord. How they're getting it home, that's going to be up to them. It takes up a lot of space in the car. If you flew, good luck. We'll see what happens. Here we go. 4 throws. There's number 1 down, does not land. Number 2 circles around, doesn't quite fall. Here we go, throw number 3. And the final 4th throw. Oh, once again, so close, so close. Someone will win this thing eventually. There's a throw, the bounce does not land. We get 1 more throw, does not work either. 2 shots remaining. Once again, a miss. 1 more shot here. And no, okay. Okay. Here we go, 4 tries. There's 1 down, no hit. A 2nd throw, oh, so close, bouncing just off the box. We got our Carnival Master Jeff here analyzing every situation, keeping his eye on the ring, and it was so close, so close. Here we go, 1 more try here. 4 tries, I should say. There's number 2, number 3, and then 1 more for Bruce. No, not quite.
All right, now that we're going into the 4th round, they're going to come up to the 2nd line with 4 rings.
We're going to scoot him up a little bit, give him a little bit more of an opportunity to try to get the Whale Lord. Who's getting this bad boy home? Let's see it. We got 2 throws down, 3rd throw. Oh, that's another close one. Can't quite close it out, and again is a miss. Up to the 2nd line, here we are. Here we go, our 4th round. Yeah, we can lean forward, lean him forward. Cannot fall. If he falls, it doesn't count. Very close, keeping the balance, and oh, it bounces right off. That was so close. Another bounce. Oh, so close. Maybe the best technique we've seen so far, though, really leaning into it, using the arms to his advantage. Here we go. We got 3 more tries here. Oh, almost off the bank shot. We got another throw. No, not quite. And 4th and final try on this round is not successful, not successful. Now, Bruce, here, before we get going, I understand it's your birthday, yes?
It is my birthday.
Would it be really cool to win a Wailord on your birthday?
It would be amazing to win it.
Well, let's see if you can do it. Wife's favorite Pokemon as well. 4 tries. Let's see if Bruce can do it. There's 1 throw, no. 2 throws, no. 3rd, not quite. Last toss, last try. And it doesn't come through. We're going again. 5th round. Here we go. Guys, we are making this as easy as possible for you, as we can. Someone's got to win this dang thing. Here we go. Let's slide back just a little bit. Here we go. We got so close. Could not be any closer. Oh, look how close it is. Doesn't fall through. It has to, once again, the base of the ring has to go all the way down to the bottom. Has to cover the square completely. Is this legal here? What are we doing? Penalty. Here we go. Can't quite cross the line. It's got to be a toss. Can't quite set it. It's got to be a toss. Cannot drop it over. It's got to be some forward momentum here. Not quite. So close. So close. Oh, okay. First chance. Was able to get one, So now our last 2 players have an opportunity to tie this up. Or win it if they can get more than one. Here we go. 4 rings to throw. Not quite working there. Toss number 2. We got toss number 3 coming up now. And final throw. Last chance to tie, and it does not work. All right, Bruce. 2 to win, 1 to tie. Let's see if he can do it. 2 to win, 1 to tie. There's a second toss. 2 more rings. 1 more shot to tie. Can he do it? And no! Our Wailord winner! Congratulations! Incredible. You're good. No. There he is coming through. Look at this big boy. Incredible. Hey, I gotta ask. He's getting a round of applause from the crowd out here. We've formed quite the crowd. How does it feel? How does it feel to hoist that Wailord up above your head?
I only have one thing to say.
Yes. Ah! There we go. You heard it here. Thanks so much for playing, everyone. Congrats to all our contestants. You never know what's going to happen at a Pokemon Regional Championships.
To Knoxville, it's time to award our trainers. So please give it up for the 3 finalists of the 2024 Knoxville Regionals. In 3rd place, we have Rock Haven. Congratulations. You played so well with Umbreon, a pick that no one else even thought of. Did it even surprise you how strong it was in this day number 2?
Yes. So I actually just
figured this team this Friday, and I tried this team in the league challenge, which before the regionals, and I actually won that league challenge, which really encouraged me to run this team, and it did pretty well in the regionals. So I'm so glad the Umbreon works.
And this is your first season on the circuit, and you've already placed 5th in Peoria and now a 3rd place finish in Knoxville. How have you achieved this, even though you've just started in this Show 6 Pick 3?
So I do play a lot of Go Battle Leagues, and then I think it's last year's the World Championship Series. I watched the online streams, and I actually feel that the game is really exciting. So I was just talking to myself, like, why not give this a try? That's why I just registered for the Peoria. And then it also surprised me that I went to the top cut, the top 6 at that time. So yeah, at that moment, I was probably like very serious into this regional games.
That is awesome. And if you're out there watching and think it's exciting as well, do you have any advice for these trainers that are trying to achieve the success that you have achieved so far?
I'm gonna say you're players, you're gonna trust yourselves, because in those Show 6 Pick 3 games, it's not like uncommon that you're gonna down 1-0, or you're gonna like get a hard RPS, or you're just gonna get like double knight/boost. Yeah, so you're just gonna trust in yourself. Just tell yourself that you're gonna trust your game plays, you're gonna trust your team readings, and yeah, so basically every game is a new game. So you're just gonna stop like doubting yourself doing that. Yeah.
Awesome advice. Congratulations once again to Rock Haven. And in 2nd place, we have Magic Mason. Congratulations, Mason. You talked earlier about how you started off last season so strong. You won Toronto, and then you felt like you lost a little confidence. Now you're back here. You are a finalist. Do you feel like you've gotten that confidence back?
Yes, for sure. Like I said, last year I felt pretty confident in myself, but just going into this season, I just haven't been performing my best. So my confidence was down a little bit. I actually went 1-2 in a local cup on Wednesday. So I was honestly even contemplating changing my team and was just losing all confidence in myself. But I practiced with it a lot, and I felt like I had a chance if I could just get the right plays. Outside of Dune, I made the right plays, but he was just one step ahead today, so congrats to him.
Speaking of the right plays, I think you were actually one of the best trainers I've ever seen, inching your way out of bad alignment. How do you do that?
You know, most of the times I just try to always look for the win con, so the win condition. So even when I'm in a bad spot, a lot of the times I'm trying to think, you know, where is that I can gain a little bit of ground and try to get myself in a good situation. So I'm never really giving up. It might look at some times where, unless the match is completely over, like in my understanding, but it might look at times where I'm stressing there and really just thinking, and it's just because I'm trying to find any inch of ground I can to get myself back into any matchup.
Awesome, and you have now placed 1st, 2nd, and 4th in a regional. Incredibly impressive. But what's next for you? Are you still trying to get another regional championship this season?
So on my list, I had 6 regionals planned because you can get points for 6, and I've gotten points in my first 5. So Indianapolis is on my schedule, and of course the North American International Championships. I'm gonna make a little bit of a decision whether I can start pacing for the travel award and whether it's more beneficial to actually go to these events or just save my money for Hawaii. But definitely looking forward to at least probably competing in NAIC guaranteed.
That's awesome. And remember, even though you have qualified, the top 8 trainers in North America will be eligible for that travel award, and 9 through 12 might get that stipend. Looks like Magic Mason is going for that. Congratulations again to Magic Mason. And here we are, one of the most dominant trainers in North America. When he gets in one of these moods, he is almost unstoppable, like his Annihilate. In first place, Boost Bug! Congratulations, Dunebug. An absolutely impressive performance. I tallied it up. 18-1-1. Am I correct on that?
That is correct.
Incredible. I mean, we've seen you do it from the loser side of the bracket, dropping down. How do you get on these runs where you just don't drop any matches?
I take the advice from my late father, who's been gone for now 7 years. He always told me, if you're gonna fail in life, but if you just keep putting in the effort, you'll reach your end goal.
That is so cool to hear, because I've complimented you in the past about how you've been one of the most resilient trainers in the championship series, both personally and here. But I also feel like you've been able to separate yourself from other trainers. What do you think separates you when you go on these runs?
I think it's just my determination, and my team comps, I always try to go for the most neutral play as possible, because I feel like that gives me the best chance to win.
And speaking of that neutral play, you had, of course, the Annihilate. We saw how many, was it 5 boosts? Yeah, it was 5 boosts, and 2 times it was back-to-back almost boosts, so that was crazy. That Annihilate, but then you also had the Shadow Wizcash. I feel like those might have been your MVP. Talk about those picks in particular.
Yeah, the Shadow Wizcash was probably my MVP of this whole tournament, because the matchup against Shadow Gligar, as you saw, it can nearly one-hit KO a Shadow Gligar, and I have a specific spread on my Wizcash that guarantees the charge move priority against Gligar as well.
And I noticed you also pretty much guaranteed that charge attack priority against the opposing Wizcash. I feel like you really put the pressure on everyone. And another question for you. I know you are trying to stack up all these championship points. You've been at many regionals, but what is next for Dunebug?
You will absolutely be seeing me compete at both EUIC and NAIC. But other than that, I'm going to most likely try to be behind the scenes and staff some of these tournaments.
And you have now became the first trainer in North America to win 2 regionals in 1 season. How does it feel to be cemented in Pokemon Go Championship Series history?
I feel like this is just the year of the Dunebug.
The year of the Dunebug. If you keep getting boosts like that, I'm sure it will be. Congratulations once again to Dunebug! But don't go anywhere. We have final thoughts right now.
Include the Knoxville Regional Championships. We saw victories, we saw upsets, we saw the thrills of what a regional championship can contain, and there are so many memories made this weekend that will last a lifetime. I wanted to ask my friends here, Alpha Phoebe and Caleb Ping, what was your favorite matchup, though, of day number 2?
I feel like my favorite matchup of, honestly, the whole event was you and me, Speedy, behind the desk together.
Ah, shucks.
It was great, but if I was actually to focus on the battlers themselves, probably Rise to Occasion versus Yuzuku.
Incredible match. Caleb, what are your thoughts?
You know, it's hard to pinpoint a specific one, but day number 2 for Rockhaven was electric. You know, I know he didn't win or get second place, but third place finish, he faced off, he beat Out of Pocket, Jangles, Rise to Occasion, and even Onion Frank, and only losing to the 2 finalists, Dunebug and Magic Mason. Incredible run from Rockhaven. Very exciting to see. Third tournament ever, top 3 finish. Definitely a name to watch out for.
Those are incredible snapshots of the day 2 action, but let's get the full picture. This is our bracket review for our Knoxville, Tennessee top 16. On the winner side of the bracket, I mean, I was looking at these pairings and there was a regional champion in every single one of these.
It's incredible to see how many made it through. Actually, Onion Frank being the only one in the winner's semis to not be a regional champion, falling to Dunebug himself. And Dunebug, just so many players that he knocked out in this winner's side of the bracket.
A near flawless run from Dunebug, but looking at that losers bracket, like I said, Rockhaven just storming through that losers bracket, taking out multiple time top cup competitors, multiple champions, and only losing to our top 2 finalists. And of course, that exciting losers finals going all the way to game number 5. I had no idea how that was going to end out, but Magic Mason coming out on top. And yeah, I mean, and look at our top 12 Pokemon. I feel like Shadow Wizcash, little less usage than regular Wizcash, but
Shadow Whiscash seem to be coming out on top.
It's just like an outsized impact, right? These are the tools of the trade. If you want to compete at the highest level in the championship series, annihilate Blickatong Shadow Gligar, which, as we pointed out, Phoebe, has its pincers with a firm grip on the meta.
You gotta watch for the up-and-comers, though. Annihilate and Shadow Whiscash, as Caleb pointed out, I really think we're gonna see that number creep up as we move forward towards the next regional events.
Let's see how we did in terms of caster predictions, because we always try to forecast what will be impactful. Look at that number 2 pick for me, just snugly in place, Shadow Whiscash.
It's a bit unfortunate for me. 4 shadows, but 0 for 4 are Shadow Whiscash.
You know, I think Butters had a pretty solid prediction with the Shadow Whiscash and the Dugong. I probably just came close with the Zoomer. I don't even remember seeing a Zoomer, but I still believe in the Mandibuzz. It didn't make really any top cut appearances, but I think that Bulky Bird still has a lot of play.
I think some of that is due to your own success, Caleb, in your own local competitions. I know Mandibuzz, Carbink, those are Pokemon that you have leveraged quite a bit. But let's take a look at the road ahead, because there are local tournaments and also international competitions. I want to point out 2 in particular, the Europe Internationals in London, as well as North America Internationals to close out the season. I mean, that's kind of the countdown, right, to gain those championship points.
And really great destinations to go to. I know I'm looking forward to visiting New Orleans for the first time. So much culture there, so much great food.
And I was talking to Doombug and Magic Mason. Doombug already said it. I'm competing at EUIC and NAIC. So EU, watch out. More North Americans are coming to invade. Magic Mason said maybe I got to go there too to compete with Doombug in these championship points. So EUIC might be kind of a mix there.
Well, speaking of events in the EU, we have Dortmund coming up here February 10th to February 11th. That's going to be an incredible event to watch. But guess what? There's so many ways to get involved in Pokemon Go PvP from your very own home. Check out our Pokemon Go Battle Day broadcast. We're going to have the world champ himself, It's Axon, joining us, as well as some special guest feed.
Yeah, trainer tips, so tough. And even our very own Speediest Chief, too, a master list of top battlers there.
Yeah, I mean, Speed, you got some great hair, but Train Tips looks like he's got a little bit better hair right there. And speaking of good stuff, we got some great rewards. Rare XL Candy, 10 Charge TMs, 10 Fast TMs. I'm spending those to TM my Ice Punch onto Night Slash on my Annihilate.
I feel like there are a lot of eyes on the North America region, especially after Doombug's victories. We're going to look forward, though, to Vancouver the weekend of March 22nd to 24th. That's our next North America competition. Caleb, is a Canadian trainer going to take that one? What do you think?
I mean, I know Lao Jeffs, Blah Benet both said they're headed over to Vancouver. The 2 brothers that made top cut. Lao Jeffs chasing for that 2nd regional championship in this season as well. I think we're gonna see a lot of Canadians there, but some of these other North American players will probably be there too.
Well, there's so many ways to follow along with the action, because the Play Pokemon Championship Series has so much to offer. So make sure to get engaged, watch on YouTube/Pokemon, follow on X @PlayPokemon, and whether you're on Instagram or anywhere else on social media, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, because we love to feature the memes, the cats, and all the life events surrounding these events, right, Phoebe?
And even the additional events that are happening elsewhere. It was really great to see what was happening over in different regions, whether it's in Europe or Oceania.
It's been a remarkable event here in Knoxville, Tennessee. We can't wait to see you at the next one. See you then.
Bye.